Boys, good morrow. How are you, my lads? Hope you're all having fantastic days. It is, it's actually warm as shit out. Well, I say it's warm as shit. It's 42 degrees out. Was I right? Were you pooping? No, I shit early today. Yeah, my tummy didn't hurt today. I actually felt phenomenal today when I woke up. I won't even lie. I think, like, the last,
cleanse, you grab, you yeet, you yacht, and you mail.
Leona, what up? So, like, I woke up, I felt great, went outside for a little bit, I was big chilling. I think I, like, wasn't sleeping enough, because the past 2 nights, I had been forcing myself to get up early so I could, like, be productive, right? So, I feel like I was just not getting enough sleep because I was feeling like shit. The last 2 days, I slept more. I woke up today and I felt so much better. Like, ungodly better. Ungodly better. Boys, what are we getting up to today? Leon grabbing the first in chat. I see you out there, Mr. Leon. Seat, John G. Who else we got? Ordo, Zatri, Flibbit, Kirito, Nell, Doss. Who else? Hoofsy. What up, guys? How are y'all doing today? It's a beautiful day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. I wanted to, like, I don't know, I was gonna fuck with y'all and just be like, no stream today, like, not put it up for a little bit and all of that shit. But I couldn't fuck with you guys. Hello, Corla, good morning. You are late. You failed. You failed. I beat all the D4 seasonal challenges today. I feel like smoking Fent would be a prouder accomplishment. I won't even lie. Trying to get views on Balatro shorts with Minecraft parkour running above ADHD stuff. Jesus Christ, you're trying to hit all the algorithms, huh? I'm all disappointed. No new world. Huh? Yeah, the greatest debate tweet of all time. I almost, like, tagged the New World dev team in it too, like, but then I remembered they don't look at any of their social media anyways, so it wouldn't have mattered. But yeah, I was gonna be like starting the stream with a huge return to @play New World, and like I had it all typed out, and then I was like, that might be mean because their shit's like dying, bro. They're like, their NA peak viewership is like, it's awful. It's awful. So yeah, I didn't want to be mean to them. It's not me, but I'm the Uber. Yo, Hoofs, I think everything's going well. I hope everything's going well with the recovery, dude. I hope you guys are balling, comfy. You said it's just rehab stuff at this point, right? So hopefully that's like path to progression. Wow, is this filtered? It's a compliment? That wasn't filtered at all. Slow, but we'll get there. I mean, yeah. With one new hip, it's gonna be slow, Hoofs. Good golly. It's a hip, right? Can't move fast after that shit, brother. Gotta give the woman some time, goddamn. Me? Okay. Okay, a little less bad than a hip, but still flexy. Yeah, no jumping off that one for a while. So I'm assuming it's like no weight bearing at this point still, and probably just very, very basic stuff. A lot better than hip. Yeah, a lot less going on down there. And realistically, like, you could always just like lock out your joints and just have her walk like this, and then you guys could just like penguin around together if like the whole flexion extension thing doesn't work out. My brother's an occupational therapist, but I come up with like the free ideas. Weight bearing with pain? Wait, that's faster than I thought it'd be. What the fuck? I mean, sucks that there's pain associated, but weight bearing already? Goddamn. Fucking superwoman over there. Holy shit. Yeah, that actually seems like a really fast timetable to like weight bearing, no? I'm no expert on this shit. It's my ACL, MCL, and meniscus. Ugh. Yeah, fuck that. What'd you do, Savo? Try to declump a little too fast? Fucking nerd. I know it wasn't sports. Sorry. Sorry, that was mean. What did you do with your knee? It was host mom. She done got a bad knee, so now she has a better knee. Hello, Bose! Not better knee yet, but long-term better knee. Full knee replacement? Yeah, they literally got rid of the bad knee. Yeah, like straight up got a new knee. I will say, I don't know how a full knee replacement goes, but like, I wasn't rich enough to get like a full double wrist replacement when I broke both of my wrists. So like, I just have a bunch of screws and shit holding mine together, but that wasn't a fun process either, so I empathize. But at least she got one good one. It's her second one? Like the other knee or a replacement for the replacement? What up, Slackaroo? Full knee replacements are crap. Yeah, I feel like she's recovering fast as fuck. Healer didn't DE fast enough. I need a clap. Yeah, you gotta play those sacreds. Both knees are done now? I wonder if knee replacements, like long-term, once you get like familiar with them, would be like the next evolution. It's like an exoskeleton, but on the inside, right? Low key, maybe go to like an elbow next after this, just keep working through it. And then at a certain point, you just have like Mominator. All I have is like lame Wolverine statistics, man. Nothing cool happens on my end. Ooh, was that a heroic braid? Ooh, 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 don't mind if I do. Cyborg? Yeah, like, I just have a bunch of screws in my wrists, so I'm like Wolverine without any of, like, the muscles or, like, the rip shirt or, like, the rah. So yeah, mine's all kind of lame. But, like, if you have structurally reinforced joints and shit, I feel like that's an advantage. Feels like having an ice pick in your knee that every now and then gets twisted. I haven't had an ice pick anywhere before, so, personally, like, not a good frame of reference for me, but I can imagine. Yeah, I have 25 screws and 2 plates in my wrists, like between the two. So yeah, I got some hardware of my own. I got iced out wrists, no watch. So it's yeah, I definitely get the ouchies sometimes, especially like using my hands for fucking 10 hours a day. Like, thankfully, it's nothing where I'm, like, out here fucking flashing gang signs 10 hours a day and having to be super dexterous, but, like, I swear to God, bro, there are times where I'll go out on my breaks and I'm just running through, like, wrist stretches and hand stretches. Some days, especially when it rains, I'd be crampy as fuck. I feel old. So, I already found 1 braidwood today, which is, like, more than any other braidwood day that I've found so far, so... Better not flash gang signs. Well, no, so the trick is to flash all of the gang signs so they know that you're friends with everyone. Ooh, runic seed. Can I get this? Can I? Wait. No. Okay, thank you. It wasn't giving me the error pop-up at first, but yeah, if you flash all of the gang signs, then you're good in every hood. It's one thing that I learned. You just have to kind of like go through every set and then you're fine. Yeah, catcher has to like squat and basically throw their ass back while some old man breathes down the back of their neck with a hand on their back. Yeah, playing catcher is something. I was a first baseman. So I did not play catcher. I feel like first baseman was like catcher for like people that didn't like squatting. I won't lie. Cause like if someone was just pitching to me, it was fine. But it's like when people started swinging bats near me, that's where I kind of like, you know, it's like the full force, like bat whoosh, like right by your face. And I'm like, ugh. But like over on first base, if someone swings a bat by my face, something's going wrong. And I can probably see it coming a little easier. And like your job is legitimately to like get hit in the chest with balls if your pitcher fucks up. Like I know you got a chest protector and shit, but if you have somebody that's throwing gas and they just keep throwing it in the dirt and you're taking like short hops off the inside of your thighs and shit, oh fuck that, dude. Fuck that. I'll hit a little sideways low profile Skupinski. We're fine. I don't need to put my body on the line. I got a big ass glove. You're the one behind. Yeah, Hoofsy's the one behind the one with the bat. So like, he's like crouched down catching from like the pitcher. I don't know if they have that in cricket. Been hitting my balls a few too many times when they bounce. Yeah. And like, as a first baseman, it's just like, I get to make this super dope cinematic, like long scoop and snap it up. And like catchers just gotta like, I don't know, take the brunt of the force right in their nuts. So I think first basemen have like the good end of the deal. I will say though, I don't watch baseball at all anymore, dude. I hate watching baseball. It's so boring. Like it's more fun to play than watch, but low-key, most of baseball was just chilling around anyways. I had my cup cracked in a practice once, blocked a wild throw while throwing in the Yo, gym practices were wild. Yeah, that was when we did short hop practices. Yup. So, basically, when I got to high school, my oldest brother was an absolutely insane like baseball player. High school games were 7 innings, 3 outs per inning, 21 total outs. Dude threw a 21 strikeout game in high school. It wasn't a perfect game because the same dude hit a double and a homer off of him, so but yeah, threw a 21 strikeout game in high school, got scouted by like the fucking Braves or some shit, invited to training camp, turned it down so he could go to college, played club ball in college, just put like 400 plus foot dingers out on people. Man was fucking insane at baseball. So my first year, he was one of our assistant coaches. And I was our first baseman that was coming up, gonna start on varsity as a freshman and everything. Like it was fucking hype that I was getting up there because their first baseman sucked. Dude, I have never received more vicious short hops than the gym with my brother spiking fungos into the floor. So like a fungo is like a really like light, narrow wood bat that like coaches will use to simulate batting practice because it's going to put extra velocity on the ball. Like when it comes off of the bat, they're able to control it a lot easier, shit like that, right? So my brother would stand about 20 feet away from me and just like full swing with that bat, just hit everything that he could right off the floor at my feet. And that was how I practiced short hops. That was how I got all my scoops down. It was something, man. It was absolute pain, is what it actually was. I just want another braidwood. I feel like if I go left here, I'll probably find another braid. Please don't ask me about cricket. Is that British? I don't even know where cricket's from. I feel like that's an Australia shit. I don't know. It's all weird over there, though. We mostly did batting cages and curveball practice with shuttlecocks besides pitchers and coaches inside. Shuttlecocks? Like badminton? I caught a guy who went on the Rockies program until he broke his thing. Broke his thumb is much better, but I can only imagine he's at Rutgers and he just snaps his dick off and he has to call his scouts and he's like, "Hey guys, there's been a mistake." I remember taking so many short hops to the knee. Oh, dude, right inside the knee. Oh no. Those are like the fucking, those are just the limp it off ones, man. It's like it doesn't even hurt, but your knee just doesn't work anymore. Yo, Cat, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Good morning. Yeah, dude, like right off the inside of your knee where it's like you don't even feel the pain, but you try to step and you're just like, nope, not happening. I'm not going. Yep, no, I feel that. I feel that 100%. I tried to avoid those, but as a right-handed first baseman, you always catch a couple of weird things. So I've had a decent loop already. I did get heroic braid. It was only 2, so that's a little unfortunate. But it's like, it's not the worst thing. Be weak for a while after. Man's knee took status effect damage. It's full HP, but it's just got a weaken on it. Yo, what up, Happy Snack? This is a playtest? Yes, sir. So this is Alpha 2 Phase 2. We are getting ready to head to Alpha 2 Phase 3 on May 1st. And while it is a playtest, there's a lot of like server accessibility and uptime. It's more so just like development phases than like a playtest, or like a demo, I should say. So you are able to play currently Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I know today's Tuesday. There was a little bit of an oopsie, but with that, servers are up Tuesday, Wednesday this week because of a couple bugs that were earlier in the week that needed to be resolved. So we have some more testing and stuff like that to look forward to this week. But for the last few weeks of April, we're in April now, we'll still have Tuesday, Wednesday downtimes after this week. And then on May 1st, we go to 24/7 live server access. Is it confirmed there's a wipe May 1st? Fresh start servers, no wipe. Yeah. They're, check out the Ashes Codex build planner, summoner skill tree. I already did before stream, and like, I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer and the like, well, actually. But the first step to knowing that that's not real is the fact that Steven and the team have said that summons are going to be persistent summons, and they didn't include any persistent summons in that. It was all timed summons of different types. I did like the meme. I will say. But yeah, the summoner like core archetype is supposed to be all persistent summons. Yo, what up, Christoph? Are they gonna change the looks of the mount? It looks weird. Yeah, like physical, like visual polish and stuff like that is gonna be more end of Alpha 2 Phase 3, and then into beta itself. So that's gonna be a little bit later on in development. For right now, more of the systems are just like visually in and for functionality more than they are for like the level of fashion, despite me riding around on a dope ass mount. But yeah, with that being said, there will be a lot of final coats of polish put on animations, put on visuals, put on all that stuff later on in development. It's easily the most I've seen of the game. Some people said it would never come out. This looks decent though. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just running around looking for trees right now. So if it doesn't look like I'm doing anything too crazy, it's because I'm not. Servers just reset before stream, and anytime the servers reset, all of your like biomes repopulate with all their gatherables. So when I hop on each day, I do a little loop where I go around and I try to find high tier trees. So right now in my inventory, I have some weeping willow and I have some braidwood. So I'm trying to go around and like physically scout out those trees in areas where they could be. And if I do find those, I just stop, I chop, and then I hope for some high rarity stuff from it. After I do this and kind of like am satisfied with my loop, feel that there's not going to be much more going on, then I'll store all my stuff and I'll hop over to the rogue for a little bit, probably do some leveling on the alt. And then I think they have the node sieges that are going to be going up today. Now, I don't know if there are signups for them yet or what's going on with that, but we should have a node siege sign up going up at some point today because we're going to be doing testing on 3 node sieges for the next 3 days. So found a solid amount of willow around Darigal the last couple days. Okay, interesting. I was gonna head to like down here real quick because there's a lot of willow and braidwood there, but maybe I get a little poop. Yeet. No poop. Tragic. But yeah, so if it's your first time, happy like kind of seeing the game visually or the playtest or whatever it may be. So right now we have 3 biomes that are in. Right now, I'm in the Riverlands. There is the Sand Squall Desert down here, which it doesn't exist. And then there's the Tropics. The Tropics has a turquoise sea built into it, so it's meant to be that kind of like waterland, island hoppy biome. So we also just got naval combat. So we have 8-person ships called caravels right now that have potion launchers on them. So those are extremely fun to mess around with. We'll probably check those out a little bit later today. They actually just lowered the cost of those so more people can access them for testing. They added node sieges, which will eventually lead into the potential to completely de-level a node to like ruins. Nodes being like the player-owned towns, and even like eventually looting a portion of player goods that were left over in that node before the siege. So we are getting a lot of expansions. At the end of this month, at the end of April, we're going to get the June Dark, which is another biome that's going to go underneath here. That's going to complete kind of like this chunk of this continent. So with that, we'll have the invisible wall kind of go away from here. It'll expand all the way down around here, up into here, all the way down around there, and that's going to be our like saleable area after this month. So then we get phase 3 servers starting on May 1st, 24/7 server accessibility. Okay, what if you just fucked off? So yeah, 24/7 server accessibility. There will still be downtimes for like updates, server resets, stuff like that across the board. But we won't have Tuesday, Wednesday downtime as like a normal factored in thing anymore. It'll just be like more live service. 23/7. Yeah, there will still be some downtimes. But you won't have like the 2-day downtime in the middle of the week anymore to worry about or anything like that. So yeah, that's going to be a huge step. So we're in the process right now in the alpha testing phase of kind of seeing those outward changes, right? A lot of what happened in Alpha 2 Phase 2 were like system implementations, refining systems, backend like netcode and server stability improvements. So it's been a really big thing of like the game feels insanely better now than it did even a few months ago. And up until, you know, really probably like 2 months ago, it was a lot of focus on that back end, so people who were on the outside looking in couldn't necessarily like feel that back end change. So they were like, oh, like what's going on here? Why isn't anything progressing? So now they've got those back end systems all kind of like iterated, taken care of, and like where they are, you know, supposed to be. So as a result, we're seeing like outward facing content, biome expansions, reworks to things, like just visually, you know, new systems being added that are massive, like naval combat, node sieges, the things that you can see from an outside in perspective that aren't just like, trust me, it feels better, bro. So it's really, really nice to be able to show people all of the changes coming in right now that have already come in. And over the next couple months, it's going to continue to look completely different. So we talk about fresh starts a lot. So on May 1st for Alpha 2 Phase 3, you're going to have fresh start servers that come about, a chance for people to, you know, re-roll, take the knowledge that they gained through Phase 2 and kind of like implement that for a new even playing field on new servers if they want to. So it's going to be really nice. There's no planned wipe to this character data. They do want to keep these characters up as long as they can, just so they can get continued data from them. So that's going to be very nice as well, being able to hop back here, check out the like late game content if you do want to check it out, or going over to fresh start servers and re-rolling with your friends there. We as a community, we have, did we start our 5th guild or is it 4 right now? I think it's 4, but I think we have 4 guilds over here right now. I want to say 4, and we'll be re-rolling for Phase 3. And once Phase 3 hits, we'll naturally have a lot of people that come back that have stopped playing that we kind of like remove from the guilds over time for inactivity. So I think the community is going to be massive. We are also going to have a huge opportunity to kind of like solidify ourselves on the server that we go to and not play from behind constantly. So I'm real excited. Yeah, I think there's a 4th because it's Abs 2, Abs 3 we made on Rogue Day, and that filled up instantly. Yeah, so I think it's 4 right now. I think 4th is like inviting people. So yeah, it's picking up, but I think it'll definitely continue to pick up as well. Phase 3 is going to be a massive player base expansion and just like consistency for people coming into the game too, because normally Tuesday, Wednesday, you guys would come in and I wouldn't be doing anything like related to, well, I'd still be yapping about Ashes, but like we'd be watching videos because Ash is down Tuesday, Wednesday. Big shout out Grapply for breaking the game. So we got the Tuesday, Wednesday uptime, my hero. Yo, what up, Egg McGriddle? No meat on that thing? Yo, low key, sausage cheese McGriddles that used to be like super, super, super cheap without the egg because they were way cheaper. When they had the breakfast sauce, were insane. And then I don't really know like what happened, but they got rid of the breakfast sauce for a while. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if you still got the breakfast sauce near you, but that shit was like a hollandaise type beat. Dude, they used to put it on the, like the sausage cheese McGriddles. Or not the McGriddles, but the fucking, yeah, they're McGriddles and everything. It was, dude, it went everywhere. It was so good. It was so fucking good. It was insane. On McMuffins, on McGriddles, on Mick everything.
Absolutely S tier.
Salazarza, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I said that wrong. I appreciate you. But yeah. Anything McDonald's brekkie gets me a little worked up. I enjoy breakfast, but okay. Anyway, snail horse. So this is a snorse. Yes, as you may have guessed. It's got the, you know, the best of both worlds between the evolutionary traits of the horse, one of man's true best friends, and a snail, man's other best friend. So, realistically here, you do have the peak of evolution. It's got a hard exterior shell for defending off foes. It's like a camel with fewer steps. Apparently the antennas are eyes. I didn't really know that. That's what someone in chat was saying. I don't really know how snails work, but yeah, he might have eyes. I don't really know. I don't know the anatomy of snails very much, but I do know that he's sick as fuck. And we've gone through some growth together. So I received him as a gift my first like couple weeks over here. And it wasn't finished at the time. The mount had no textures, like the saddle. And from there, it also moved at 90% move speed. So it was legitimately slower than just running around. And I still rocked it. I still love my little Snorse buddy. We went crazy. Give him a haircut, the snail? Wouldn't that hurt? Dak, thank you for the hydrate. Help you clear your inventory if you still have light armor crafting recipes when I'm not at work. Yeah, for like tailoring or armor smithing. What are you trying to find, Slacker? Another one. Okay, I guess we're getting the coffee going. Fine. I'm trying to go hit Braidwood Alley right now and see what spawns are like over there, because yesterday Braidwood Alley was fucking going crazy. Another one. When you get success, you have to be very smart and be extra focused and protect your surroundings, chat. That's a major key. That is a major key. Never forget that. Never forget. Snorse needs a low taper fade. Oh god. Low-key, the blue hair would go crazy with the blue shell, though. Yeah, I mean, Snorse Tyler Blevins. It wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad. Just under apprentice tailoring. All right, I'll give it a peep. I think Meta might have cleaned out a lot of my tailoring patterns, but I'll check. Would have one-shot her, but she goes invincible until she destroys all the floor under me. Is that shit bugged, us? Because that seems bugged. Can't run through salt flats. That's the horse side of the evolution. So not only is it legs, but it's tolerance to salt and like most other, you know, global weather events. So yeah, it's it really is peak evolution, and it's probably like zillions of years of evolution. We don't really know how long snails have been around in Vera, but it's been here since before I have, which is kind of crazy.
I've been here like 3 months.
It's ancient. Ancient. I get her 1 HP and then she's unhittable until she does all her mechanics. Do you have something where you have to like stop her mechanics or something, Doss? Leatherworking is medium, tailoring's light. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll peep that. Show me those daggers, Rogue Boy. I'm on a tank right now, and my rogue's also using a greatsword. I have two bits of bad news and no bits of good news. Well, I guess the good news is that I'm here, so your day just got better. But I have 2 bits of bad news and 1 bit of good news. I'll be on the rogue in a minute. I'm right now I'm doing my little bit of a gathering loop And we're seeing if we can find any more braidwood, any more willow, any more high tier trees that could sell for a good amount. There tend to be a few that can spawn down on this border. So we'll see what's up. We'll give it a look-see. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. But with the amount of money that I have, me getting any braidwood whatsoever can be like a life-changing experience because I'm broke as fuck. A sneaky rogue using a greatsword's amusing to you? Yeah, I won't lie. I think everybody wanted rogue to actually dual wield, but there's just no incentivization for it with how their like power scaling currently works. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like, if you want to be canon, you can definitely dual wield, but like their power scaling right now is so conducive because your power itself is what determines your ability damage output, right? So if I go into my paper doll fizz offense power, that gets multiplied by the modifier here, and that's your damage output, basically with other modifiers on it, like minus mitigation on the mob, shit like that. But very simply put, you want more power to scale into like harder hitting left clicks and harder hitting abilities. And with daggers, they are lower power, but they hit faster. So as cool as that may be to like shing, like you sacrifice so much potency in terms of what every PvP game ever favors, which is burst damage, pop damage, 100 to 0 damage. Because you can heal through anything in the game except for a full 100 to 0. So PvP always favors burst, simply what it's going to be with healers in the mix. So yeah, it just, as of right now, no one's really using daggers, even though there are some very good daggers in the game, simply because like greatsword and stuff is so good. It's so good. So I would also be willing to wager that if a two-handed mace came into the game right now, being slower and harder hitting than the greatsword, we would probably also see that two-handed mace being used a lot. So it's a little bit of a weird spot, but it's okay. I'm sure they've got eyes on it. I'm sure they've got an idea of what to do. They did also mention in one of the dev streams that we'll be getting an attribute rework that's going to be leading to whatchamahoots, like higher TTK, like slower time to kill and shit like that. So we'll see what all comes in with that. I don't necessarily know any specifics about it yet. I haven't been leaked any of those. We'll see when it goes on PTR what's up. But I do believe that's supposed to be this month in a couple of weeks. Hello, Maximus. Hey, the big first. You are actually first in chat today. That's insane. I appreciate you, dude. Chat, what do Joshua trees look like? I'm assuming I'm not gonna find those unless I'm like deeper in the desert, but this hasn't been the worst loop. I haven't hit anything like high rarity or anything like that, but damn, Daniel. All right, we got a braid here. Surely this gives me my Lego for the day. A couple Lego braid, a little bit of gold, and we're up tremendous. And it's green. All right, that's fine. At least I'm like finding the braids and shit. They look like a T. Okay. So none of these. They look like a T. Carlo, what the fuck is a Daniel tree? There is a Douglas fir, not in ashes, but I think that's a type of tree. So there's like a Joshua tree, there's Douglas tree. I think you're not cooking with the Daniel tree though. Is this a Joshua tree? No. What is that? Is that a Joshua tree? Shit looks deformed. It looks like the pug of trees. It looks like it can't breathe. What the fuck is that? Is that what they look like in game? Looks fucking ridiculous. But pugs are so cute. Pugs should be considered like a war crime. It's basically like fucking rudimentary CRISPR gene editing, but in dogs. I ran into one yesterday outside of Sunhaven. A pug? Or a Joshua tree. Easiest way to reduce stats right now for TTK is to reduce main stats to add 2 instead of 3 power. Yeah, I just still feel like... I mean, that'd kind of limit the high end scaling, right? Reduce your top end by like... maybe... 20%? Because it wouldn't be a full reduction because you have to figure how much raw power you're getting from weapons as well. So I think that'd be like a 20% reduction or anything, something along those lines. I'm not good at math though. There are so many things that devs can do to address like TTK, both short and long term. So we could go down so many rabbit holes of like what they could do, how deep they could go, like, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like more so interested to see what happens with it and how they go about it, because I'm really kind of concerned if balance at level 25 is a thing that's emphasized, then balance at 50 is going to be fucked because of that. So I do want everything now to be like long-term oriented, and I'm sure that they're thinking of that too. Like, I don't think that Intrepid is planning to balance around like level 25 as their end-all be-all scaling by any means. So it'll be cool to see what happens. Siege happens. Sieges will be at 5 p.m. so in 2 hours, I do believe, over on Vyra. So I haven't seen a sign up go up for them yet anywhere, but we'll see what's up. I don't know what name they've been given. Sent Dusty. Oh, wait, have you seen the images of pugs? Someone is breeding to give them back healthy, functional noses. Wouldn't that just like solve all the problems with pugs? Isn't that like, no, that's not a puggle. But yeah, I mean, that seems like it would be the next, like, the next evolution of pug. Something that can actually breathe a little bit. So how is that, like, accomplished? I'm assuming just, like, animal husbandry type shit, right? You just, like, cross 2 breeds of dogs and hope that it comes out with a big nose. You're just, like, farming for traits at that point, right? I don't really understand any of that, like, IRL, but I don't think I'm balancing, but it would be easy to implement a revert change for TTK currently. Yeah, I just think stuff like that's, like, while that would be cool for, like, a, you know, current TTK thing, is that really where we want, like, dev time to be spent? Is, like, I know it may not even be, like, a ton of dev time, but, like, finding out the balance, that would be nice for that. Implementing a short-term change instead of looking at long-term problems when they could just look at, like, the long-term extrapolation of how TTK will be. Like, yeah, and this is the thing, like, there are so many different ways that they can go with it, too, in terms of addressing the problem that is TTK. So, it'll be interesting to see, like, what their team has come up with. I do think, like, something like you mentioned, reducing the ramp of waterfall stats. I've also thought on gearing that, like, these secondary roles, so you see how it's, like, main stat, and then health, main stat. I don't think that, like, health main stat area should be able to roll main stats. I think those should just be waterfall stats, and that would also reduce the ramping of, like, you know, attribute points into waterfalls, especially with enchanting. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of, like, I get it, but I do also think, like, higher rarity items, if you did just have waterfall attributes on them, would get more impact. So you gotta remember with UE5, they don't have to do one thing at a time. They can work on everything at the same time. That's why we had like 6 new systems introduced with the Tropics updates. Right, but they do also have a finite number of manpower and teams, and it's not like they're just going to, like, if they go and divert to do something else, then it detracts from another project that could be currently worked on, right? So if they have their balance team working around like a short-term balance fix, then they're not looking at long-term things, right? They're not looking at class balance or anything like that. So I don't know, like, all of the internal, like, structures of what Intrepid's teams are set up to be, but there is always that finite manpower that you have to move place to place for projects. And, like, you can't just magically, like, manifest more unless you hire out temporarily, fire after that project, or just hire and then expand, right? So a lot of ways they can do it. Token, thank you for the 25-day streak, brother. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, there are a lot of ways that they could do everything, but again, I think short-term fixes and stuff like that, I don't really personally give a fuck about. Like, I got into the alpha fully knowing that everything was going to be balanced, like, to shit. Some classes will be wacky, some classes will be weak right now, And I think that's just something that I kind of like opted into, knowing that long-term balance was going to be around that 8v8 level 50 balance instead of like, you know, small scale level. Can I get this? But yeah, instead of like small scale level 25 balance. So I definitely like, I get it. People definitely want those like those TTK fixes in, but I hope it's just a long-term fix that doesn't like create another like cascading effect. Oh, it's TTK. Time to kill. So yeah, TTK is gonna be one of the biggest things in like any PvP game that a lot of people will look at. And different games will have different intended time to kill speeds. Some like it faster, some like it slower. And right now, Ashes has a faster time to kill, meaning it takes less time to kill somebody than they would like. So as a result, it kind of like makes some fights like, you know, quick draw, like a fucking old Western duel. It's like I shoot you before you shoot me. And because we're both like Super Saiyan levels of power with toilet paper armor because of how gearing works right now, like whoever hits the first ability is probably going to get the kill, especially in super giga high gear. So they've talked about some ongoing changes. They've been looking at time to kill for a long time, and they finally have some changes that are near ready to deploy. We will see those probably in the next patch that we get, the next major, which is going to be the 0.8.0, I think is when they said we would see those. So with 0.8, we'll also be getting like more ship updates. We'll be getting a full caravan system rework as well, so it'll be interesting to see like what they do with that. Tank changes coming in too, based on a lot of community feedback from the tank players around the world. So big shout out to everybody for that. So we'll check it out. So I think just reducing main stat power ratio from 3 to 2 would be a good temp fix. Easy to revert once more changes are in, but lowers the ceiling currently, adds benefits to item rarity, reducing a change. Yeah, I agree. There are so many things that could work and could be 100% valid. Like somebody mentioned just slapping a dampener on PvP like damage as well. Could also work. There are so many things that like could be employed that would definitely work. It's a matter of like what direction they go down with it, and we don't really have enough information, I think, to extrapolate like where they intend to go with it. But I do think they have multiple options with it too, and it's something that they'll just have to like keep monitoring too. New biome as well, the June Dark. Yeah, I think if 0.8 is supposed to be our end of month patch, then that would be the June Dark. June Dark's going to be end of month this month, so I would assume that that's probably going to be bundled in 0.8. I'm not like intrepid dev undercover or anything, so I don't necessarily know if 0.8 would sneak in early, but I think 0.8 is going to be that next big implementation. I think they should just remove PvP and introduce cards that drop at a 0.01 chance from every mob, and then you build a deck and then challenge people to a duel. It'll be like Yu-Gi-Oh! The MMO. I fuck with that. We chop down trees and then we refine them into different cards. Although I will say, I would like to avoid Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Players like per capita smell the worst on average. Like, not all Yu-Gi-Oh! Players smell, but the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players that do smell ruin it for the ones that don't smell because they smell so fucking ripe. Yeah, that's just kind of my take on it. Maybe like different Yu-Gi-Oh! Like jurisdictions are different, but say me, well, you're not necessarily one of the ones that smell terrible. Like you smell okay at worst. Like some days moderately bad, but yeah, some Yu-Gi-Oh! Players just like pull the scale down so much. So it's a little rough. Ragnarok X Pokemon game then. Why don't we just play Magic the Gathering like people with brains and not do Commander? And play standard like civilized human beings? Back in my day, people actually had to play Magic the Gathering. You smell okay compared to rotting carcass? No, it's not even that Yu-Gi-Oh! Players smell like dead bodies or anything. They just smell like poop. It was like when I went outside in San Diego and I went from smelling clean, nice, you know, delicious Maine air to opening the door to the Airbnb and just smelling literal human feces. It's an eye-opener. Your mom smells like poop. My mom showers daily, but somebody might have pooped on her. I don't know. Man, it's kind of crazy that I found, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's kind of crazy that I found this many and didn't get a Lego, but like, I'm sad that I didn't get a Lego. A Lego would have been nice. Would have changed my whole day, chat. I only poop on Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing moms. Yeah, they get like the best deal on it. Everyone else has to pay full price. Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged by the floor right now. Jesus Christ. Hello, crows! Last night, I found a braidwood tree that drops legendary and epic wood. Like a full stack? First celebrity crush was Dark Magician Girl. Injection Fairy Lily Batter. Carla has a Dark Magician high ground keyboard that I got for her. It's drippy as fuck. It's Dark Magician, but 5 of it? 5 of each? Wait, I'm gonna need that spawn, Alcedo. I'm gonna just need to verify real quick. So, I'm actually a certified tree inspector. I both smoke and verify the validity of trees. So, I will need to be checking that out at some point today. We appreciate your cooperation with Dusty Corp. And just remember, any discretions against Dusty Corp will be met with death. And I'll call you a stream sniper. Chopped it like 6 times. Each time it's given me legendary or epic braidwood 5x each time. What the fuck? Yeah, you're up tremendous. What? That's so much gold. How much do you have of each? You're definitely well up over 100 gold. Probably a couple hundred at this point. God damn. 5 of them is 100 gold. Yeah, 5 Legos 100. I don't know what the epic price is right now, but like Lego braid is 20 to 25 at the moment. Cause people have to use it for the long sight bow. Yo, what up, Sewer? Hello, Rusty. How are you guys? Yeah, no Lego braidwood for me today. I gave away the epic because nobody's helped me out a lot, but I kept the legendary. True. Yeah, that'll be a nice comeuppance. Firebrand's up. I don't know how many people we have on, but we could always go do Firebrand. I don't know if it's like actually up or not, but nothing crazy out here. Is that a braid? No. There wouldn't be a braid this close to town. I'm hallucinating. I'm like seeing shit at this point, chat. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Epic's like 4 to 7 gold. That's still not bad though. Rusty, thank you for the 5-day. Yeah, that's still not bad at all. Pretty easy comeuppance. Now, I've been getting ass luck. I got 2 heroic on this entire loop, man. It's like, I don't know. My RNG is terrible. Streamer loot does not exist in these house or in this house. These houses. Any of these houses, boys. I want 1 high rarity braidwood. Yeah, what up, Berlin? How much for the alpha? If you want to get in now instead of on May 1st, it is 110 USD for access like currently and all the way through development. If you want to wait till May 1st, another month, and come in for fresh start servers, then that's going to be 100 instead of 110. So you save $10 if you wait a month. Either of those packs get you in until the game launches, and you get a couple of kickbacks with your pack. You get your first month of game time included with that. When the game does launch, the sub starts. So no sub until launch, and then it's $15 a month once the game goes live. No box cost, no DLC, so you don't have to like buy ashes and pay the sub. You get your first month of sub time there, and then there will be an in-game store. And that in-game store is going to be transmog only. So skins, like nothing pay to win, nothing pay to progress, anything like that. So you also get $15 in that store. So yeah, that's kind of the breakdown on it. Is the alpha always up? So right now it is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday uptime. I know that we're Tuesday, Wednesday right now. So typically it's going to be down Tuesday, Wednesday. We got an extension this week to do some more testing. So that's awesome. But the remaining couple weeks in between now and May 1st, we will probably have those Tuesday, Wednesday downtimes back. But once May 1st hits, it'll be 24/7 uptime as close as possible. There will still be like some downtimes for patches and shit like that, but you won't have that Tuesday, Wednesday. It's a lot of explanation. I have a graph to help out. After we hit this braidwood and I get Lego. I got you. It can be a lot because there are multiple points of entry and stuff, but hold on, we do this a lot here. Lego. Wait, we pulled the Lego Willow. I'm not even gonna lie. Boys, we pulled the Lego Willow. We're so up. We're so up. I knew it was a good idea to come out here, and I just shot called the Lego. You do good and good happens to you, chat. So it's a little bit of shmoolah for me. It's nothing too crazy, but it's a little bit of money. And that's what I needed. I needed the Lego Willow here. They tried to hide the Willow in all of that kind of like clutter. But they couldn't hide it from me. I sniffed it out. Hurry, hunt him down. Kick me from the guild. And then just like full flag on me. Cats 3 declares war on Cats 1. Details at 11. Usurped by my own people on their alts. Everyone just shows up, starts ganking me and teabagging me and shit. That's not too shabby. So it wasn't Lego Braid, but it was Lego Willow. Lego Willow is going to be the second most expensive. Epic Braid might be close to Willow still. But either way, Lego Willow is definitely like one of the top 3 sellers for wood right now, and that is going to make this entire kind of gathering loop absolutely worth it. I don't know what they're still selling for, but I want to say they were like 8-ish a piece. So not too shabby across the board. It might drop with a lot of people already having their gear crafted, but we'll give it a look-see, and it's not the worst. All right, so on the topic of the white, well, not the white, but the server accessibility. Right now, we're in Alpha 2 Phase 2. That's going to be the Phase 2 servers up here. So, very simple. These arrows represent the servers. This is a phoenix. So, Phase 2 started back in December. That goes now until May 1st. And if you get this pack, you get access the entire development process up until the game launches. So, if you want to start playing now, it's the 110. If you want to wait till May 1st to start playing, it's 100. So you save $10 by waiting a month. That's the only difference. Either of these packs get you into the playtest until the game launches. So you don't have to buy like the 110 and then also buy the 100. It's just one of these depending on when you want to start playing. So you will get access again. It's better to wait till May. It kind of depends, in my opinion. So there are 2 ways to look at it. You could either hop in now for the remainder of Phase 2 testing and kind of like find your class, get familiar with the game's inputs, the movement, stuff like that, the systems, and like use this to kind of like get familiar. And then when Phase 3 servers hit on May 1st, if you want to re-roll on those fresh servers, then you would be in a spot where it's like, okay, I know a little bit more. I know what class I want to play. I'm in with a community now, so I have a leveling group all set up. So that's kind of what a lot of people have been doing, especially people that are like joining us and trying to get into the community here. Now we do have room for legitimately anybody that wants to come through, whether you're competitive minded or casual. It's all about having a lot of people that are interested in the game regardless. So with that being said, more than enough room for anybody that wants to come through and join the community. But there is definitely going to be some value in getting in and getting familiar now with the systems if you are interested in taking it like more seriously for that Phase 3 launch. But if you do just want to go in blind and kind of have that like best leveling experience possible, then I would recommend the first time being Phase 3. You're gonna have another biome that comes into the map with Phase 3 as well. So that's gonna be the June Dark, which will be a jungle area. So like we're gonna continue to get more and more updates. Game continues to get better. It just depends on whether you want to kind of like practice up, so to say, right now and get familiar before the start of Phase 3, or you want to wait till Phase 3. But the only difference is $10, and everything else after that is the same, including the 90-day refund policy. So from the day of your purchase, you have 90 days, regardless of how many hours you play the alpha testing, where you can get a full refund on your purchase. So you don't have to feel trapped in, don't have to feel like you have to get, your money's worth or anything like that. If you are not happy with the playtest, you can just get a refund anytime within 90 days. So tends to be one of the safest purchases that like a gamer can make. I won't even lie. It's It's extremely easy to tell people about. I make nothing from selling copies of the game, so I don't really try to like embellish aspects of the game. I tell people what it is, and like Intrepid's policies for consumer protection are actually fucking insane. I'm not even gonna lie. So yeah, legitimately just a $10 difference if you want to play for this, you know, this month. And if you want to wait a month, check out the game more, see kind of like some gameplay, see what you're liking about it, what you're not liking about it. Then you can just wait for the phase 3 launch and you save 10 bucks. What is ideal armor for fighter, medium or heavy? So like armor weights aren't really the biggest emphasis right now, because realistically the only thing that you gain from armor weights are going to be like the mitigation split. So like heavy is physical skewed, medium is balanced, and then light is magic skewed. And then you have like small set bonuses that are attached to like your armor weights themselves. So it's not like you just have to stack everything up in the same armor weight. A lot of the time you just end up kind of like going after your main stats that help you out the most. So as a fighter, you'll just want to target things with strength, with dexterity, stuff like that, because that'll give you the most power scaling and make you hit the hardest. So I wouldn't worry as much about armor weight. Just try to find like strength pieces. If you can't find strength, you want dex or con, and then just try to keep building out this set from there, and you'll notice that you're doing a lot more damage. Mitigation right now and like the defensive end of gearing is a little bit lackluster, just because power scaling does go so damn high, but 'tis okay. I'm a little hooked on the tree grind now, I won't even lie. Hitting that Lego has me feeling like rejuvenated. That was a big pickup for me, chat. I don't know if you guys understand that. I'm broke as fuck. I got 12 gold. I just like doubled my gold from hitting one tree. Is this inside the freehold? No, you bastard! God damn it. It's inside the freehold. I can't interact with these. Fucking rapscallion, man. Unbelievable. Should be punishable by death, honestly. I thought I was gonna get so rich off that. Alright. We'll do a little loop up here. We'll see if we find anything on the horizon. Since this part of the map isn't really traveled, we can find some good shit out here. I don't think we'll see much crazy out here. That was a Lego spawn, so we'll work our way back over here, because I didn't really continue this way. So, Lego spawn's there. This wolf is legitimately on Fent or something. Want to buy a Maelstrom's crown? I don't have money to buy a Maelstrom's crown. I'm broke as fuck. Oh wait, if cats, that was one aquatic mounts, will sell for 4 gold instead of the 6 to 30 others are trying to sell. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, we have Nelly as our animal husbandress in guild, and she's getting everyone the aquatic, like, infinite water breathers for just refining cost, which is incredibly generous. So we probably have the plug there. I don't necessarily think she has, like, Maelstrom's crowns or anything, but yeah, she is definitely stocked up in terms of, like, shoal skippers and tide snappers, because those shits were useless for a while. Show me like one more good tree. One more willow, one more braidwood, and then I'll tie it in. We'll be fine. We'll hit this. We'll go back to town. I'll pop over on the rogue. And we'll level. For a little bit until... Do we know what's going on with these node sieges, by the way, chat? Like when a sign-up's gonna pop for them? Or was it a sign-up in like the Discord or something? I feel like there should have been... Here's a plan. Today's Winstead. We'll be defending the node siege. We'll be running this node siege for these realms, targeting these times. Vira's at... Oh wait, Vira's at 4 to 6 p.m.? What the fuck? Oh, I thought that was at 5 p.m. They moved it up an hour? Oh. Hello, Swigs! Oh, they moved the siege up an hour. So it is 4 to 6. Collecting node siege feedback in this forum thread. I just did siege in EU. What a cluster. Oh no. That was the Lothario one? How long did it last? Envious asked, actually true, and they swapped one Vira and Lyneth timing. Interesting. Why'd they switch that? Just to try to get like Lilith in more of a peak time or something? Or sorry, Vyra. So many PvP corruption issues that I'm going corruption hunting during that time. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, it lasted 10 minutes? Oh no. So how was the sign up process? Also, Nihao Swigs, how you doing, brother? Like, was it an in-game pop-up or did they just have people like join the staging thing? Whatever's right, yeah. We've had like a couple sieges on NA already, but those were like the actual declared sieges. So I'm just not sure like how these ones specifically are gonna work. Is Firebrand actually up, by the way? Because we could always hit a Firebrand before. Interesting. So when the time comes for node siege testing on your realm, we'll have people join us in Alpha 2 Discord stage channels. Hit N and join the list through there. There's nothing decked. Or is it because I have to be a citizen anywhere? I may or may not have let my citizenship fuck off. I haven't seen anything update in the UI on Vyra though. Do I have to run all the way back down to Sunhaven? Yeah, I didn't think you had citizenship locks behind it either. That was one of the weird things. There shouldn't be a citizen lock behind signing up. You should be able to merc sign up. Oh, hey. Who's doing Firebrand? Nova. They kicking the shit out of each other? Why is everyone flagged over here? Interesting. I wonder what they drop. Oh, is it the reset battle now? So with world bosses, occasionally another tank will try to grab the world boss and drag it all the way out to full reset it to make sure that it can't like get the kill, or that the other raid can't get the kill. So I would assume that's what we're hitting here. Maybe they added in game when they add it to the servers. Yeah, I don't know. Half the people on Lilith got journeyman scrolls for a siege reward a couple of days ago. Oh yeah, what'd people get for that original, like, what'd people get for the original siege over here? Oh, Lineker, your worm. Oh no, Lineker's worm! How much HP does that have? Oh yeah, it has 25k, he's probably fine. I like that I'm just chilling. I just like hanging out. So who reset it? How'd it reset? Oh. Hi. What are we doing? Ow. Shall I tank? Do I need to try to reset it? Like, is this our tag or no? Oh, I don't have my fucking taunt on because I have wall on. That's fantastic. That's gonna help a ton. You have Lego Willow still? I have 10 Lego Willow, yes. Oh! Ow. Everything sucks. I don't think our raid's here yet. Don't die. We die. It's okay. Why is it putting you on your home respawn every time? Is that supposed to be like that, where it prios your home instead of your like closest respawn? Because that seems bugged. I'm not an expert on that, but... No, the Snorse died. No! No! We're off. We scoot. We scuttle. So glad I woke up. I'm glad you woke up, Crow. Did you just lose your willow? No, no, no. No, God, no. No, I banked all of that. Yeah, no. I banked that early. Yeah, no. As soon as I hit that willow, I ran back and I banked everything and then I went back out to find more. Yeah, no, I'm not an idiot. Yeah, I have 10 Lego willow in my storage though, if anybody does need it. I missed it. It was while I was explaining the graph. Yeah, I had the graph pulled up and I ran back and banked while I was mid-explanation. It's like a 5% change to get 5% chance to get 20 journeyman scrolls versus health and mana pots. Wait, 20 journeyman scrolls? You get 20 for that? Damn. I deserve it. Can I get a ride? Well, siege rewards are disabled right now. And I don't know when the siege sign up is gonna pop up here, but when the mirror one, they're disabled for this. Yeah, they're not just like juicing rewards out for a force test. Yeah. I mean, in all fairness though, with the deck being 1,000 gold, I do think that the reward should be good. I'm not opposed to that by any means. I don't think that's too far-fetched. It's a lot of fucking gold. Now, you are probably putting way more gold into the economy than you're taking out of it with that. Like, you could probably do, like, 1 siege, sell your journeyman scrolls that you got guild-wide, and then do, like, 6 sieges because of that, but that's for the econ team to figure out, not me. I'm just a tank. Oh, thank God I actually have my taunt on now. Oh, okay. Is it reset angle? No, I think we're chilling. We should be fine here. Keep the taunt up. And we just gotta be careful for the bursts here. Move out of those. So on the bursting pounces, he kind of like drops those little, well, the bursty areas. So he's up in the air now. We should have ads to kill in this phase. Do we have to even kill the ads or do we just live them? That flame breath is gonna hurt them. Oh! Oh! Do I need to come out there and kill him? Listen, Rug, we don't want to just one-shot him and ruin the whole event for people. We want there to be a chance, you know? Oh, fuck me. That was rude. That poor freehold. Oh no. Oh no, I hope they have good insurance, chat. Oh God. Do you think they would like call this an act of God or like what? What's going on over here? Oh shit. Oh, they're guild versus guild decked. I'm hanging out. I'm not involved. I can't really help this. I'm so sorry. I can't do much about the guild versus guild deck. Yo, Smartcast makes me so happy. I wonder if Crap uses Smartcast for his walls. I do fuck with Smartcast a lot. Didn't the boss have like an arena in the showcase? So it has like different spawns throughout the map where it can pop up. And so this is just like one of the spawns. Did we get it? Ow. Ow. I don't know who got it. Did I win? Did I do it? Ah! I'm not a combatant in this. Jesus Christ. Dude just grappled me. The fuck I do. I just chill. Ah. I just be hanging out. Skrrr. Excuse me. Pardon me. Off I go. Oh. Hey, Grapply. Oh. Bye, Grapply. See you back at the Ember Spring. The neutral third party, boys. Cameraman never dies. Fuck! My mount does, though. Please. Okay. Can't remember the lore Steven said besides giants really love Firebrand. I think everybody loves Firebrand because Firebrand's sick as fuck. I won't lie, like, Firebrand is way cooler than Tumok. And maybe I'm just missing something about Tumok, but like, I feel like Firebrand's definitely the cooler one. So, let's see. What is the Firebrand lore? Mechanics, loot, yada yada. Why is there no lore on the wiki? I want Firebrand lore. First goal is that the dragon would have something that players are expecting, but something that players don't expect at all because this is a dragon. So this is something we're really familiar with, so it has to have something that you typically see a dragon should do, like some tail swipe, claw attack, breath attacks. On the other hand, for mechanic wise, we can definitely make a good fight with only these kind of concepts, but it'll always be a little disappointing. Yeah, he doesn't talk about the lore. Gosh darn it. And apparently, Firebrand is spawned through the Orb of Ultimate Essence story arc. Due to their work with the cultists, the Forsaken Blade residents of the Citadel of the Steelbloom have become 2-star Flameforge variants during this story arc. Forsaken Blades have gotten this fire empowerment, so they're now stronger and they're answering to the cultists now. So they gave up some of their freedom and autonomy while working with the cultists for this increased power. So now during the story of the quest, we've gotten word that they're trying to attempt to break into the vault now using some kind of relic while we're in our quest to prevent that from happening. This is an ancient dragon egg. It's hot to the touch, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. Definitely Relic of the Dragons as well. Oh, wait. Was there a relic that dropped from that? Only reason I know this is from his stream when he killed us with Firebrand and a bunch of giants. Fair. Yo, what up, Sally? What you up to, brother? Just booling over here, dude. Just had a little Firebrand kill. Now I don't really know what the, like, node siege schedule is. But there's supposed to be node siege starting up at 4 p.m. EST. It goes from 4 to 6, supposedly. So I don't know, like, when the sign up is for that or, like, what's popping there. But would definitely like to be able to sign up for that. Maybe get into that. Check it out. Could be a very fun time. And also, who wants to buy 10 Lego Willow? Because I would like to sell 10 Lego Willow. Please, please, and thank you. Although, I might be able to use it for something. Maybe. Maybe like a 10 greatsword? Well, that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad. Save up for a little bit of that. But I probably need more like metal, right? I don't want Forsaken Blade. I would want the other one. 17 seconds is actual torture. Please. Just remember, see what plans you got going on? Yeah, I mean, right now we're just waiting to hear more on the node siege stuff. They posted in Discord that people will be like meeting in like the staging area in Discord and shit like that. So we'll see what's up there. Yo, Nazvar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, so we'll see. They said meeting in Alpha 2 stage. That's just a voice chat. What is going on with this? It's supposed to start in like 30 minutes and we haven't like... We haven't done anything. Can I come show off how Maelstrom's crown... Can I come show off Maelstrom's crown on your stream? No, stay away from me, you fucking freak. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Feel free. Feel free, come through. There's one right now. I don't know if this is yours or not, but I saw one over here. Yeah, come through. I'm over at Winstead right now. And I think this is the first... This is where the siege is, right? It's Winstead? Yeah, it's Winstead siege today, too. So, should bring Dusty one. I can't buy it, but I'd vouch for you. I'm just saying. I'd be like, man, I really love that I got my Maelstrom's crown from Alzito. Node siege tickets is crazy. Who said anything about buy? Yeah, that is true. I forget that I have a mic and a camera, so everybody has to give me everything for free. Sorry, I kind of forget that sometimes. I forget who I am. Lose track of the important things. Kenko, what up? Thank you for the 80-day streak. I appreciate you. This. Okay, I'm gonna fill up my coffee real quick so we can keep the caffeine and vibes flowing before the node siege starts up. If it does start up, it's supposed to start at 4. So I'll be right back. 1 sec. More coffee. Gonna eat something. I got an ass for you right here.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Good day, good day, good day, good day. Oh god, sorry. I've returned. Still room for siege? I don't even know. I don't think the sign-up's up yet. 45 gold! Does that thing have a face? Yeah, look. These are its eyes. What do you mean 45 gold? Jesus Christ. Scam. Scam! Really happy with Rogue and how well it's done. I think that's gold standard now. Every class has to be as good as that. So, like, my take on the Rogue Strange. Also, what up, Strange, over on YouTube? How you doing? Also, PR servers are not down today. Grapply broke the game, so we got Tuesday, Wednesday uptime this week. So yeah. Thank you, Grapply. Appreciate that. So yeah. Definitely Tuesday, Wednesday uptime this week. It'll probably be down next week, the week after, and I think we have 3 more downtimes before the May 1st patch for phase 3. And then once phase 3 hits, no more downtime days. Unless something goes horribly wrong with the patch. But no more downtime days, Tuesday, Wednesday at least. So it'll be as close to 24/7 uptime as possible starting on phase 3, so that'll be huge. I'd rather buy a boat. You saw they lowered the requirement on the boat? 25 gold and 100 wood instead of 500 wood and 50 gold now. Guess who didn't get a refund for that, by the way? Me. Kind of pissed. I'd like a little plus 25 gold, please. To any intrepid ops that are out there. What could I use 10 Lego Willow for, chat? What's the great sword that's not... What's the great sword I have on my rogue? The one that's not Forsaken Blade. The one that's actually worth making. I'm pretty sure any great sword is going to be super, like... I'm pretty sure any great sword is going to be super metal heavy. Mulch. You should process it. Why process it? Be worth more if you sell it. Oh, like into dried? I mean, I can always just sell it and then offer to process it for somebody too, because I'm 47 lumber milling. So it's not like I need the XP or anything. I can just sell it and process it to somebody. Some people can't process it. So if I just say want to sell 10 Lego Willow, can process into whatever, then I can probably sell it for more. Interesting. I need to learn the econ a bit more. Like, why offer when you can just do it? Well, I don't know, because somebody might need it not processed, you know? Might get me like 2 gold more per, but if I can guaranteed sell it because it's not like fucked up, then, you know, that might be easier. Hello, Corla. Siege when? Winstead. I'm going to go out. Where are you going? What you doing? Hopefully it's a nice day near you. It's 42 and sunny here, so. You and outside is crazy. The mall for funsies. Oh, shit. Is there a Panda Express at the mall? Carla, what's your plan here? Yeah, but I won't get Panda. Well, make sure you get some food while you're out. Hope you have fun. Okay, yeah, sorry, Strange. I got super sidetracked, by the way. So, basically my thought on Rogue, because you mentioned the fluidity just now, actually. So, with Rogue, it sets the gold standard for fluidity, for like smoothness, for like that rapid, like, in out movement, stuff like that, right? But I think Rogue in particular is supposed to be the example of that fluidity, right? I think Rogue is supposed to be that ebb and flow, that super smooth class, right? And if every class ebbs and flows like Rogue and has all the options for that, then I think it devalues like Rogue in itself and that very quick, smooth playstyle. So Fighter's got that kind of like chunkier playstyle. I think Tank can be pretty fluid as well, but it's very like ability-based situational engages and stuff like that, instead of just like a straight up like I am going in, staying in there, right? So I think all of those base classes are meant to have their own kind of like cadence to them as well. I do love the fluidity on Rogue, but I also do love that other classes feel chunkier than Rogue too. So I think like having Rogue as that like pinnacle of like smooth fluidity, fast movement, that's Rogue. That's what it's supposed to be. It's agile, even though it scales off strength. Yeah, so I also would love to see Fizz crit chance and Fizz power flip-flopped for Ranger and Rogue. Hard to disagree, but I respect it. Fluidity and smoothness isn't speed or mobility. So like fluidity and smoothness is going to be mixed into the kit itself and like with the animations and shit like that. I think it's all in how the kit is built up, because as a rogue, a lot of your kit is built around building those status effects, playing off those status effects and everything complementing itself. And you don't necessarily have this like one set combo, right? You have a lot of things that you can like thread in. I think you're like not forgetting, but just not valuing like how much set combos are like used in other melee classes. Tank, for example, if I pulverize on a target that hasn't been tripped recently, I'm playing wrong. So I need to get a trip into a pulve on a single target. If I'm looking to AoE trip, I need to have shield assault into ground pound. So like rogue has a lot of those situationals. I have an answer for everything, even in its 25 kit, right? And like movement aside, anything like that, it's the fact that rogue's kit feels more of that like improv kit, you know what I mean? Like you got two mobs beside each other, you throw in a throw, you switch to the other target, you hit a backstab, and like that kit plays into itself. And you have those combos, but those combos are all kind of like within itself because of how like just quick and nice the rogue is built to feel. Rogue is also gonna have shorter cast times on things to emphasize that actual smooth gameplay, right? So like I do think rogue is definitely meant to be smooth. Some things, like if I concede it's a rogue thing, they should be the best of that, but you can see the fighter needs to be a little bit more like that, but not as much. I personally, like, I don't have enough endgame experience with fighter to say like exactly where its fluidity's at. I'd be kind of like talking out my ass in that point. So I wouldn't be able to be like, oh, fighter needs more or less than that. In terms of like fighting against fighter, I will say like it definitely does feel combo based. It feels like big chunky based. And I also think a lot of the fighter thing is going to be like, you have this big spike of damage coming in. It's going to be that like that longer animation where it's just like, oh shit. And then it hits, right? And I think like fighter does have its identity. I think like fluidity could be something that's just added in kits as well, and like more cohesiveness, because we do still have the entire latter half of the tree too. So yeah, I definitely like, I don't have enough inside info on fighter. Like I haven't played it to 25 to be like, it's a little slow, it's a little fast, it's a little chunky, this part of the combo is to be desired, you know, anything like that. But I will definitely say I feel every part of the fighter kit when I do fight against it. It's just more of those like, okay, I go into the stun, I know what's coming, right? Whereas with a rogue, it's like, okay, where are they? What's going on? What's gonna happen? This guy. So for those that didn't see, Patako was running around and saw, hold on. So saw corrupted ashes on the ground and went up to loot the ashes because they were right at an ember spring, right? And on those ashes, got this. So they have a clip on the subreddit that I saw where they run up, the ashes are right at an ember spring in between two of the guards. The Taco goes up, grabs the bow, and just fucking dip sets, bro. Just dip sets. Free 1,000 gold come up. Fucking absurd. Insane. Yeah, it's over on the subreddit, dude. Go check it out. The POV is so fucking funny. It's so good. What an absolute come up. It's so crazy, dude. It's so good. Legitimately probably like 800 plus gold, because that's also plus 7. That's fucking ridiculous amounts of money. Plus 8 it and brick it. Would definitely want the fighter to play different if they build for single target pressure versus multiple target sustained damage. Yeah, I do agree. Like feeling difference in like throughput and like burst first throughput, shit like that. That'll come more in kit diversity, I think. ESO has Golden Kappa hype train. Oh, Derek? I thought you meant Elder Scrolls Online at first. I always call him Derek, and everyone else calls him ESO. I was like, Elder Scrolls Online has a Golden Kappa train? What the fuck do you mean? Hi, Enron. Also, hello, Nervenstein. Genuinely worried about Intrepid not making the game viable for casuals. Game looks great, even in the Spare Bones Alpha, but would be such a waste if it doesn't attract enough people. So the game's not built to be, honestly, that like fucking Fortnite level mass appeal thing. And well, it's not going to be something like, I'll start over. The entire thing that like Ashes is built around is like respecting player time input and like, you know, cognizant thought, decisiveness in what you're doing, time management and stuff like that. Like, it's not a game that respects your credit card. It's not a game that respects like you just getting full carried up or dungeon finders or anything. It is a game that respects time input and like thought input to power output. And it's also a game that makes a lot of people like check where they are on the totem pole of gaming. So like, I think Ashes in particular is a prime example of something where you will see competitive players who put in that competitive amount of time, that competitive input and knowledge, having the highest power scaling, right? And if you're a casual player, it's not that you won't be able to play the game, but it's if you're a standalone casual player, you will either need to be a part of one of those communities that has competitive players if you want to be on that top end of progression, or you'll have to settle in and be like, I'm never going to be, you know, rank 1 on this server. I may not be rank 1 on this game, but as a casual, you also have to realize you'll have infinite content every single day if being rank 1 isn't your emphasis. And like, so just like built around that, I definitely think Ashes is an example of like playable for casuals, not preferable, right? And like solo players and stuff like that. Like, it's like hitting a bad shot off the tee in golf. It's like, oh, I can play that, but I don't want to play that, right? Not that I like don't want to, but I'd rather play a different way. Like, I'd rather be in the fairway. I'd rather be in a group, right? That's the big emphasis. That's what you're rewarded the most for. You can still play golf out of the rough, but it's going to be a little bit harder, right? A little bit more of an inconvenience. So I think that's the easiest way that I can kind of like throw it together. Dusty, check my DMs from Hysteria on Discord, please. Good news. Oh, Biss. Sorry, I'm so bad at DM checking. Oh, wait. Haha. Sorry, I'm terrible at that. Ooh. Oh, that is good news. That is very good news. I can put out a feeler to my Discord. Let me post that real quick to my guys. And I will loop back to you on that. Also, did you hear that I'm helping out with the... Did you hear that I'm helping out with the boat event? I'm so excited for that. I'm going to be casting it with Crix, I think, based on what we've heard. Because I think Lloyd is going to be, like, in the boat event. Because he's part of the Black Maiden crew. So, I'm going to try to get him to give me a flyer for the casting. I'm just saying, if I don't get one, Intrepid hates streamers. I think the fighter forms are a little underwhelming. What do you think you would add to the fighter forms to make them, like, more whelming? What would your preference be on that, do you think? I don't mean in that way, but basic stuff. They should be able to level, gather, craft, access raiding dungeons without being gatekept in that kind of way. I mean, casual players can access dungeons and all of that stuff already. Like, they can level. 1 to 25 can be done by casual players, by solo players, and that's without combat pets being in, without massive changes to, like, you know, the current questing or anything like that. Like, it's definitely doable. It's a bit like, again, less than preferred. It's not going to be your #1 method, but it's 100% doable. Gather, craft, that's going to be, like, already they took a step towards that with dynamic respawn timers. And in my last YouTube video, I actually go over the new gathering, crafting, and refining implementations that they're bringing in over the next like month and a half-ish. And those are going to completely change like static nodes into dynamic. So if I cut this tree down, it could have a larger area where it can respawn at a different time as a different like tree as well. So that becomes entirely dynamic as well. So like gathering and crafting, while it does suck through phase 2, like with the static stuff, that's something that they are aware of as well and will be fixed going into phase 3. And we already have dynamic respawn times to keep those trees like from kind of like split off. Crafting is always going to be like a multi-person input, but so is anything in the game, right? Every system is meant to be like very MMO based, like very multiplayer based. And it's not meant to be that just completely like sequestered off, you in your own lane, not cooperating with anybody else or like participating in that. So I would definitely say that's probably going to be the biggest point of contention. Like if you want to be a crafter that has best in slot gear, or like somebody that's crafting some of your best in slot gear, you will have to work with other players. Like that's definitely an intended gameplay loop though, whether it's, you know, I'm a solo player, I farm up a lot of money, and I know that Saker is a huge weaponsmith. I'm like, yo, Saker, how much would it be for me to get this? And even if you're not like crafting that, there will still be that player to player like availability for it. So like, you can't be fully solo self-sustaining as a crafter. I definitely get that and how that could be an inconvenience for people too. But yeah, that's kind of like an intended thing there. Raiding in dungeons, the instance content for like dungeons is going to add a lot of accessibility too. So I'm actually like, I'm dummy excited for raiding in dungeons, or for instance dungeons. Gretton, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So in terms of like instance content for the dungeons, the way that those will work is your intro to the dungeon, like up to the first boss, is going to be like a calibration period. And roughly 20% of dungeon content will be instance, so 1 out of every 5. So you will still have a lot of accessibility there. I don't know why I wasn't following, dude, it happens all the time. It's because I stream at the same time every single day for like 10 hours. So people just, they're like, oh, it's 2 p.m., Dusty's live, bet. So yeah, people will just come over and they'll literally be here for like a month with like 1,000 or plus messages and just not follow. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. But yeah, so the first startup part of those instance dungeons, that's going to be like your calibration through the first boss. First boss dies and that determines like the difficulty of the rest of the dungeon. Ow, I just smacked the shit out of my water bottle. Fuck me. Hurt my finger. That determines the difficulty of the rest of the dungeons.
You cleanse,
airwaves.
you grab, you yeet.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you.
You yacht,
Eddie.
yacht, and you mail.
How's the top 33 Immortals content creator? I see you fragging out over there, brother, posting build shit already. So, with the rest of the dungeon, if you calibrate higher, it increases the rest of the difficulty for that dungeon, but you also will get more rewards for that. If you calibrate lower and you do worse, then it'll be easier, but you'll get fewer rewards, lesser rewards in terms of potentially rarity. We don't know like all of the scaling on how the difficulty versus reward stuff will function, but it's essentially how it's going to work with instant stuff. So I will say long term there, I do think dungeon accessibility gets way, way, way better too. It's never just going to be this like hit a group finder, teleport to the dungeon and stuff like that. There will always be like, I got to find a group with other people in it and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the problems that you mentioned, not to like try to invalidate that, because I definitely hear you. Those are inconveniences for sure for like solo players, but a lot of them are things that Intrepid's like very aware of. And they're like, this is absolutely going to be taken care of long term. And even like within the short term, they have a lot of solutions coming for that. So I think that's very important to remember. Like those are absolutely valid in terms of like solo player, small players, stuff like that. It's just a lot of systems will continue to come in and like complement those things. I really think the strongest level of like, fuck you can't do it yourself is gonna be that trying to like solo craft across the board. Well, you'll really just end up being like, all right, I either gotta buy stuff, I gotta outsource, I gotta be a part of a community. But that's kind of intended. It's that player to player across the board as one of the core tenets of Ashes. So yeah. Yo, what up, Carl, over on YouTube? Am I crazy? Yes. I thought game was down on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Grapply broke the game, so we got 2 bonus days of playtime this week. Thank you, Grapply. 1 rock to rule them all. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat, because I went on a rant there to answer that. I'm so sorry. Tech said casuals will hate this game. Crafting in this game, you need to do like 4 different things to level 1 craft, not major in one, minor in another 2 involved. It's meant to be involved though. Like I definitely think that's inconvenienced by design. Not everyone will kind of like vibe with that, and I absolutely agree with that it is very involved, but it's definitely meant to be there. Has Steven confirmed wipe when phase 3 begins? Also, hi Scaper. So it'll be fresh start servers. They're trying not to wipe this concurrent character data for phase 2 because they can still get like a round of data and like information from it. You see Spectres in PoE 2 soon? Yeah, I'm not going back to PoE 2. I'm not leaving Ashes. Okay, Conj, hello Conj. Is this available to everyone to play or a selected group? So this is Alpha 2 Phase 2. Alpha 2 Phase 3 begins in May. Full launch is gonna be like 2 to 3 years. I think it's gonna be right in the ballpark of 2.5 personally. So it is a buy-in to the alpha. If you wanna start playing now, it is 110 USD. And you guys can do !ashes to make your account. If you guys want to, that brings up my referral link, where a portion of all your purchases come back to me as in-game currency for the skin store when that does come in. It's no pay to win, no pay for progression, anything like that. It's simply transmogs. But basically, while we have a minute of downtime, I can bring you guys through server structure and stuff like that going forward. So right now, we are in Alpha 2 Phase 2. So, that started back in December, goes until May 1st. Their goal, according to Steven, via Reddit comment, which is honestly like fucking Wall Street Journal level sleuthing for me to stay updated on all this, because this man is sporadic. They do not want to wipe these Phase 2 servers at any point unless something absolutely forces them to with character data, because they can still get information from these, and past that, they want to potentially extend Phase 2 into, like, these servers eventually into the private test realm, which would give them a more, like, a larger expansion of private test realm servers and testing infrastructure. So their plan is to not wipe character data unless absolutely necessitated by something. So this is going to be your 110 pack. With that 110, you can start playing today. Now, this will take you through May and the entire time until the game launches. You do not have to buy any other pack. If you buy that 110, you're here for the entire testing phase itself. So, with that being said, on May 1st, 1 month from now, we go to Phase 3. These will be fresh servers. There will be Wave 3 accessibility. Servers go to 24/7 accessibility. Typically, for Phase 2, it is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, uptime, Tuesday, Wednesday, downtime. Right now, we have Tuesday, Wednesday uptime because there was an oopsies. There were a couple bugs throughout this testing phase that they want to get more data on and shit like that. So, with that being said, if you want to play now for this next month, it's $10 more than if you hopped in on May 1st. With May 1st, it's just the 100, and you come into 24/7 server accessibility, fresh servers, and again, either of these packs get you in until the game launches. My estimate, 2.5 years-ish from now. With either of these packs, no matter which one you purchase, you have 90 days after your purchase of your pack where you can, no matter how many hours you played, get a full refund if you were not happy with the playtest itself, because we are in an alpha. That is a full 90 days, no hours limit or anything associated with that. You get your full money back. So, with that being said, these are going to be your 2 packs right now, Wave 2 and Wave 3 access. Only difference, again, is $10, whether you want to hop in now for the remainder of Phase 2 or on May 1st for the start of Phase 3. If you guys have any questions, feel free to hit me up. Also, this is a Phoenix. That is a Phoenix. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. How often can you play the alpha per week? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Typical uptime. You defending Winstead? I don't see a sign up anywhere, and I don't know why. Am I supposed to see a sign up in game? I don't quite understand. I've been waiting for the sign up this entire time. You have to go to Ash's Discord for it. In like the staging area. I'm sitting here muted and deafened. That's what I was told. Well, it's supposed to start in 6 minutes and there are 5 people here. 4 people here. Who's leading defenders and attackers? I have no fucking idea. I don't know anything about this. I simply just show up. Like, I am not like this super involved, everyone has to tell me everything streamer. It starts in an hour. Maybe they typoed, but... Okay, yeah, they did typo. Never mind. Never mind. Roche baited all of us. His original post had the times wrong for today and said Viro was 4 to 6, but it's 5 to 7 instead. Yeah. His original post had the time borked. That makes sense. Yeah, so that's in an hour. So we'll be there in an hour. So I might pop over to the Rogue a little bit. Do like an hour of leveling or so. Probably pop back over in like 35, 40, but I get a little bit of XP going. That roasted turkey. Okay, but yeah, so you can play the alpha as much as you want when servers are up. And starting on May 1st as well, servers will be up 24/7. Yo, Shade, I hope you're doing fantastic, by the way. I appreciate you. Sorry, we got on the apps there. I think the unfun part is learning how the artisan system works. There's a lot of unintuitive aspects to it that you have to talk to people to understand. Yeah, artisan system's getting a full rework though in the next month and a half. So it's gonna be a lot more like intuitive and a lot more like easily understandable for players in my opinion. I don't think it'll ever be like, you know, necessarily completely user friendly or anything like that. I did that yesterday anyways. Like user-friendly is always relative, right? But there's meant to be a level of inconvenience mixed in with everything. With that being said, UX is definitely going to improve, especially as soon as like this large kind of rework to the artisan system is put in. We'll see the mixture of rarities for refining. We'll see more scaling on like high rarity outputs. So like they're already taking steps to kind of like unfuck it up, right? But there's definitely a little bit of inconvenience that's supposed to be built in, especially if you're like a solo crafter. Should make an entire chain of quests to teach artisan skills, one quest for each artisan skill. So they do kind of have like a little bit of an intro where they try to teach you the artisan skill stuff, right? As you're coming out of the castle, you talk to the trades manager before you get your mount. You do gather and like refine and technically learn how to craft as well. But I just don't think that it's like a deep enough or intuitive enough intro to the crafting system. And I think that's always something that can be like refined, you know? So with that being said, UX stuff, that early player experience, I could see that at least in the form of like the life skill system, the artisan system, perhaps becoming a little bit more well-refined and handholdy at the start, so to say. Like not just an entire handhold where you don't have to do anything cognizantly, but just a little bit more of a like, all right, let's do more than hit one tree. Like let's actually batch refine real quick. Let's teach you how that goes. Let's get some different rarities here as well. So we'll show you how to refine like a stack of common versus stack of uncommon, so you understand that. I think there could be definitely like, even if it's just like a 15-20 minute little segment of questing, it doesn't need to be long to teach the actual like a little bit more depth to the refining system, especially where it is incredibly like necessary throughout, you know, 99% of your gameplay loop to progress past just like introductory gear. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Maybe like an enchanting introduction as well or something like that. Like have you craft an actual piece of gear and then like you enchant that piece of gear as well so you understand how enchanting works. There could definitely be a new player experience that's really like well-rounded. This game needs an MSQ or storyline. There is like a storyline, but there's never going to be a linear MSQ, I don't think. It's meant to be non-linear. Everything in this game is meant to be non-linear, like player decision making, because you also have to remember there are going to be over 80 nodes, and an MSQ would be completely impossible with how large the world is going to be. You wouldn't be able to span over 80 nodes without just like taking out so much of your like world building and progression with a linear MSQ. You could do like maybe little like node stories, but like I don't think a full linear MSQ would be anywhere near like what they want the questing loop to be or anything like that. I definitely see it for more like, I don't know, stagnated game, or more, I guess more like linear games. Something more along the lines of like a WoW or some shit like that, but direct you to town, become a citizen, do quests there. A little bit of like commissions and stuff like that. Yeah, introduction to commissions can be large as well if you're on like a server that actually keeps them up. Do you see the great news from Steven? Due to overwhelming demand from players, he's changing PvP to be optional in open world and only make it not optional in PvP zone, caravans, node wars, etc. I think that's a bad April Fool's joke. Yeah. You gotta understand, there's not an announcement, excuse me, there's not an announcement that you can sneak through me, Ashes related, bro. If Steven farts, I hear it. I will not lie. I know what goes on. I got the house bugged, bro. Rogue's fucking disgusting. Asmongold is playing Ashes tomorrow. April Fools. Asmongold's probably talking about politics for the next 6 months. He doesn't play video games anymore. Damien, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Missed the cat ears? We had him on yesterday. Yeah, they hit the chat redeem for him yesterday. I just ran from my love away from a wolf that chased me from Stillbloom to Winstead. Bro, wolves have been going fucking insano style with the pursuit lately. Yo, Pack, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in. Yeah, wolves have been going fucking nutty lately. If I can get up to here, I can just get this pull that I had going yesterday, I think. I just need to make sure that I'm not in a spot where I'm gonna ass pull more stuff, and then we should be fine. But I can use this area here. Pull. Oh, this level 7? What? Fuck my nuts. Oh no, okay. It's just that, what? Those two? What's the Bork? 13. What in the Diddy party is this? These are supposed to be at least 14. What the fuck? I'm pissed. Now I gotta find a different fucking area. Although maybe I can pull from the island. I just gotta, like I said, I just gotta have a spot that I'm not like ass pulling everything. You see my second April Fool's joke. What was your second April Fool's joke? You smell it too? So I actually have a fan on my desk that kicks on based on the propulsion, yeah. It's just like, it's basically a haptic feedback suit. Level 6, what the fuck is this? Please. I just want progression. Give me level appropriate mobs or give me death. Full server wipes coming when Alpha 2 ends, confirmed by Steven. Okay, hear me out. I also don't give a shit about server wipes because I played 10 to 12 hours a day. If they just wipe servers, I'll play fucking 16 hours a day and I'll just level a character up in another like 2 days. I'll just have a tank up. That doesn't bother me. What do you mean? That just means I got to work more hours. What up, Ken? How you doing today? Those are the different races, related to calamity, and we're trying to go from there. What, you done for the new player experience? Also, hello, Leo. How are you, my friend? FTUEs are a tough one. Too long and players can quickly lose interest. Too short and you risk players not knowing what they need to do. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. FTUE, by the way, chat, is first time user experience. So kind of like your little intro, your new player questing introduction, that first chain that you do. That kind of like gets you familiar with the game mechanics. Typically going to be like a combat introduction with an easy quest. Killing a couple wolves here and there that are super weak scaling, no special abilities. Maybe just a little bit of like gathering here and there. So yeah, that first time user experience is definitely a hard balance across the board because like I said, if you go like way too in depth with it, this hits harder than my tank does, by the way, then people are gonna get bored, and you definitely need to like keep it that manageable level of everything. Anyone else have the caravan request beacon locked? What do you mean? What you mean locked? Why can't you rotate? Type what it says 1 second. Curious about those combat pets? Oh, combat pets. I can yap your fucking ear off about combat pets, Taker. Yeah, combat pets are one of my favorite systems. Like, because keep in mind, I'm a group player, right? I don't even really care solo-wise. Like, most of my shit that I do, especially on my main, is just going to be all group all the time, right? So, combat pets are going to be an extension of, like, the animal husbandry system. And they're going to be huntables that fall into, like, the same rarity structure and all of that. So, different combat pets will fall into tank, DPS, or supporty types. Tank combat pets will end up holding aggro for you, so if you're something that's like a very glass cannony build, you may end up wanting like a tank combat pet that does a little bit less damage. If you're a healer, you may want a DPS, or you know, you may want another DPS regardless to try to just like blast mobs down. So there will be a lot of customization with that. With your combat pet as well, they'll be able to level up and you'll be able to put equipment on them. So more kind of like cool things with combat pets. But in terms of horizontal progression, what that is referring to with combat pets is like, as a summoner, for instance, I summon 3 mobs, and those 3 mobs all give me additional power scaling, right? If I don't have those summons out, I'm weaker. With combat pets, the second that you take your combat pet out, why did that iframe not just iframe? Weird. When you take your combat pet out and summon it, you're actually going to lose a little bit of your power scaling on your character to have that combat pet out. You put that power into the pet, and that pet's functionality serves as more of like an assist to you instead of just like a straight power grow. But with that being said, you will also have the advantage of like having that tank if you're a class that doesn't tank very well and you need that little bit of extra like defensiveness. You'll have, if you're a healer or if you're a tank, you'll have the healing or the DPS that you need to kind of like supplement your leveling process. So combat pets are going to be a really large system in my opinion for like solo levelers, small group levelers especially. So like right here, I could have a tank combat pet out and I could basically be like throwing my combat pet out on all of these mobs, And with that, they would kind of like hold aggro for me, and it wouldn't be like too huge of a thing at all. Am I dead? This might have been slightly too ambitious, I won't lie. If I get a bunch of rock throws at me right now, we're kind of cooked, but we're chilling. I didn't get my big explosion off, and I need to get that off on AoE pulls or I just get cooked. I also need to get buffs up. But yeah, so combat pets basically, you get the combat pet, hunt it, throw it through animal husbandry, and the animal husbandress trains it. Oh god. They can come out like different rarities, different levels, pretty much different everything, right? And with those combat pets, again, it's gonna be that like, I'm dead. Jesus fucking Christ, they all just hit so hard. It's gonna be that level of like horizontal scaling. So again, it doesn't give you additional power. You lose a little bit of power to have it out, but it complements like the weaknesses of your build through leveling. And so through that, it'll essentially be like a power gain for you in a sense, right? Actually, do I like this? I don't really like this. I have a caravan request beacon I bought from the black market vendor to resummon the caravan I delivered recently. When I right click it, I have 2 caravans to choose. One says basic caravan Halcyon summon. The other says basic caravan turquoise sea trading post awaiting deploy. Awaiting deploy. So do you have another caravan in your inventory, like a boat or a caravan that you didn't summon? Or anything like that? I'm not on my main to have the beacon, but if you have one that you kind of like launched into your inventory, but did not fully summon or like deploy out, right? Then that can cause that little bit of a bug. So I would definitely recommend checking that. I, for instance, like called one in Winstead, and I didn't end up like going through with the summon on it. So I had it as kind of like that just bug state. I had to go over, and if you talk to the caravan master in the area where you did that, then the caravan master will be like, I need help recovering my caravan, and they'll delete that caravan for you. That's what I had to do for mine anyways. That's what I did. I summoned it, but I didn't place it. Okay, cool. It had plating and stuff on it too, so it's a bug. So it's just because like if you call it into your bag, it technically deploys a caravan, right? And you can only have like one active caravan at a time, because if it let you put more into your bags, then you would be able to like summon different caravans in different spots, and I could like grab my caravan from Winstead, go summon it over here. So yeah, you just have to like grab that caravan, summon it in the same spot, and then that goes away. Or if you like me, for instance, I put the caravan into my bag, and then I was like, oh, I'm not gonna run this, and then I just destroyed the caravan itself. So I had to like go back, recover the caravan, delete the caravan, so I lost that basic caravan. But if you still have it in your bag, you just run over to where you like summon it into your bag, and then you deploy it from there, and that'll just solve it. So that's the player sacrifice event on the wiki? Yeah. So the player sacrifice is like a little bit of your power input. In terms of that like combat pet. So it's not this like cryptic you have to die to have the combat pet out or anything. It's just like, say this wolf was my combat pet. Anytime I had the wolf out, I would lose a little bit of like my character power to have that wolf with me, right? So the wolf would probably be like a damage type combat pet. If I had like a bear, it'd probably do like less damage than the wolf, right? But it may hold aggro for me. So there'll be a lot of differences there that kind of like complement different classes. And hopefully from there, that'll also be like a big kind of like bonus to solo levelers and shit like that, because you won't be able to have them out in like dungeon-based scenarios across the board. You won't necessarily be able to have them out in every group setting. So it's definitely meant to be that like that big solo level gap. Thank God I dodged that. Would've hurt. And I think that's gonna be one of the best systems for solo leveling that will help people a lot, especially in terms of like sustained mob grinding. If you don't have a lot of self heals and you just keep like trading with a mob, and you've got to keep stopping to like eat rations because you don't have soothing shadows, like a rogue does, where I heal 60% every time I go stealth, then you may have a lot of downtime while you're leveling. And that alone is gonna be an efficiency gap versus like group-based play, right? So combat pets will really be that like that nice consistent thing to add into that solo leveling, where you don't have to stop as much, you don't have to like take the brunt of the force as much. You don't have to like, you know, pay the price of all of the weaknesses of your class individually. So definitely going to be a very nice addition. I need to get sap, right? That's what I've been told. Sap's gonna be here. Confirm changes. So stab your target with a draining dagger that deals 50% fizz damage and applies sap, deals 8% necrotic every 1.5 seconds for each stack of poisoned, and heals the rogue for the same amount. So we want to get, like, pop our poison. We want to get up to 10 stacks on the mob, and then we want to sap the mob, and that's going to give me a little bit of self-heal as well. So that'll be a nice little sustain combo to throw in there. Forge! What's up with you and Forge, dog? What do you want from Forge? Like, what do you still need there? Pew! Pew! So we have 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're at 8 right now. Okay. So let's see what that tick is. Plus 100 per tick every second and a half. Yep. So that's some good sustain. That's some really good sustain. It's fun. I'd love to get a full rare set of heavy from there. Forge is fun, I will say. There is supposed to be the node siege in legitimately like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So I don't really know like what's going on there, but we'll try to figure it out. Maybe try to get into that if I can. Should have some good open spots with it too, but. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be very fast leveling, I think. Oh wait, what? It's just so consistent. Daggers can drop from Forge. Which daggers come out of Forge? Is it the Blades of the Jackal that everybody wants? I want to try to get the timing down. One thing I really like on tanks is drive-by tripping. And what I want to try to do is get the timing down on iframes where I can get a mob close to me. And then I can dodge through it, flick during my dodge, and get a backstab off. So, like, that, but not miss my backstab timing. Because you kind of have to, like, go through it, and then hit your backstab while you're facing it. You have to get it, like, with the attack timer as well. But if you can get it, and you don't fuck up your range, then it's going to be, like, an absurdly efficient way to just get guaranteed backstabs off. Oops. The invis weapon thing fucks with me, man. I can't tell which weapon I want unless I'm staring down at my UI every single swap. Do we know a fix for the invis weapon stuff? 1-star crabs are giving me 2 to 3k XP. They have the same HP as these goblins. What? Wait, really? Do the crabs spawn anywhere other than the Tropics Beach or nah? Every time I go on the wiki, there's just so many things that haven't even been implemented yet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like there's still gonna be so many more like system improvements as well as just like accessory systems that haven't been thrown in yet. And it's only going to continue to like add more layers to like not only playability and like the depth of the game, but also accessibility. So is it becoming your favorite class? Rogue? No, God, no. I mean, like, it's really well done, but just like canonically, the thought of playing DPS in an MMO is fucking mind-numbing to me. It's literally just to sit there and, sorry to any DPS players, but like, it's literally just to sit there, do nothing, press buttons, roll. And I would actually lose my fucking marbles if I played DPS every day for 10 hours. Unequip and re-equip might reload the models. Thoughts and prayers. Oh, we're up. We're up? Okay. You can hockey, pass, and greet all. Yeah. I haven't yet. Hasn't been on the priority list. I'll get to it eventually. Why are you using so much range? Isn't rogue melee? Yeah, so with Ashes, every class has both melee and ranged weapons equipped at all times. And those go into like your total kit output, right? So right now, I have a bow and I have a greatsword on. So between those, I can kind of like swap freely with Q. That's my bind for it. And when I have the bow on, I'm able to kind of like kite, throw out some of my ranged abilities. I can still put my poison on for like poison stacks. So we'll go into the fight. We'll pop poison. We'll get a couple stacks up. We'll go through a couple finishers. And then from there, every time I roll and create that distance, it's also a half-second iframe. So instead of being like melee range trading with everything, I'll kind of try to like play that distance a little bit. So I don't have to do that level of, all right, I got to stop every time. I got to heal up again. And it's just a lot more like fluidity in terms of the sustainability for leveling. Great sword, no stabby stabby. So stabby stabby good, but with stabby stabby, you'll notice a couple of just differences here. Not only is the great sword way better, but like even if these were equivalent, the core difference between stabby stabby and like big swing is stabby stabby is an even balance of power and attack speed 1-to-1. You'll notice big swing basically has much more power than attack speed. So with how abilities work in Ashes, it takes a percentage of your total power. So if you go into your paper doll physical offense, your power scaling is here. Zor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So like my power scaling is what powers not only like my left clicks, so these, I call them left clicks, but I have it on a thumb button, basic attacks. And then from there, it also scales into my ability output. So it takes that percentage fizz damage, and that's kind of like what facilitates all of my ability bursts too. So then you have another level of it where every weapon has an independent like combo. So longbow, for example, is 3 hits to a finisher. That finisher is like the final attack, and that can put on status effects and stuff that you get. Whoops, don't mind that. That you get from like your weaponry. So with those finishers, that'll be something that a lot of classes play around. You'll typically generate like class resources through finishers. It's a little bit more damage, you put status effects out. So finishers are super important as well. So essentially right now, the most efficient, and I say most efficient because like you can gear anyway, but the way that you're going to see the largest numbers is going to be just like pure like slow, hard hitting weapons. And hopefully they get attack speed into a spot where it's like actually viable to stack. My proposition to it was convert the attack speed into just like a general haste that improves like attack speed and cooldown reduction if you are a melee, and then cast speed and cooldown reduction if you are a caster. So that's kind of like where I think it would almost have to go to be viable instead of just raw power scaling. Because right now, especially with it being PvX, like with a PvP emphasis in areas, every single like emphasis in a PvX is going to be typically burst damage, right? So with a lot of burst damage, you need more and more scaling, and I have 170 fizz power on this character, and I already hit like as hard as my tank does in certain scenarios. So yeah, you really just want to like, you just want to keep scaling up that power right now, and hopefully with the attribute rework that they talked about coming in with the next major patch, we'll see a little bit of a shakeup in how all of this is allocated and distributed. But as of right now, it can definitely be a little bit just like one-sided across the board in terms of like, you hit hard, you hit slow, you do more damage. Dusty, try to kill Goblin Slayer. Where's Goblin Slayer? Vassal ship, node stages, node destruction, node types, guild warehouses and castles, housing freeholds, expansion, archetypes, overall storylines, dynamic quests. Yeah. Religions wiki page seems cool. Religions are going to be a core gameplay loop as well. Religions aren't just like this full like optional thing. I mean, I guess they're optional, but like you can also technically be like an in-game atheist. But religions are really going to be a core gameplay loop that will give like bonuses to the religion and the religion development. Like there are going to be so many things that just like give people stuff to do in the game that's not necessarily just like grind mobs, hit mobs all the time, PvP all the time. There are going to be so many different avenues of gameplay for people to like partake in Ashes that it really is insane. Even with all of the things that have already come throughout phase 2, like it only continues to get more in-depth, more accessible for different types of players. And I think a lot of people don't give that enough credit right now. Like it really is going to continue to just diversify across the board. Certain thing about everyone being able to use every weapon, mage shooting bow just breaks immersion. I mean, you don't necessarily have to like use a bow if you're playing for the immersion standpoint. I think breaking immersion to provide players with the options to build their characters however they would like is a net benefit. but that's all down to like personal preference. I think allowing players to take ownership of their character, like the archetypes, the gearing systems, everything like that is like a net positive in terms of people feeling attached to their character in the gameplay loop. It's just, yeah, it's kind of a weird balance, because definitely some people will be worried about like that immersion break and stuff like that. It's not something that I'm personally largely worried about. Like, my immersion just comes from like having fun and enjoying what I'm doing. So I kind of err towards that side of like, let people customize their shit as they want, let people like do with their build what they want. But yeah, I definitely understand the immersion side of it. Once systems will be in-game in an initial stage, then things will escalate content-wise. Oh yeah. And like the next few months really are going to be extremely pivotal for that, just across the board. So in terms of like content coming to the game, you have to remember we're getting the June Dark with the 0.8 update. Like that's going to be before the end of this month. We're going to be getting phase 3 servers like directly after that. And then into phase 3, we're also getting the anvils, which is going to be where the dwarves are from as like a biome. So we're getting a lot of like outward facing content right now that just continues to build the state of the playtest and give more and more options for people, especially people that don't necessarily want to be involved in that like super constant like PvP strife, right? As like the map expands, as nodes expands, as node levels continue to become a thing, like you will see people being able to spread out way more around the map and just kind of like play the way that they want to. Will there be achievements? I know in WoW, many players play to complete achievements. There will be achievements. I believe like, I don't know necessarily like an achievement board, but there will be like earnable titles that you can get that would be, you know, very akin to the achievements. The earnable titles will actually have different abilities associated with some of them as well. So like if you see somebody with a title from like, you know, a PvP game mode, that may come with like a bonus for completing those, you know, those prerequisites to earn that title. And you'll know that they're like a crazy PvPer and they're gonna have that bonus ability because of that title. So there will be some like play in to actual like scaling with those titles, just like mayors will eventually have extra abilities. There will be like mount abilities and shit like that. So yeah, there are so many things that will come in that tie in like all of those gameplay loops to even like impacts on your characters potentially. I think we're excited for when the nodes actually reflect their purpose, martial, scientific, etc. Yeah, same. I'm really excited for religious nodes. Like a religious tier 6 node is one of the most exciting prospects for me. I think having a procedurally generated dungeon that is going to be a literal one-of-one, like, not replicatable dungeon is going to add so much to the actual, like, variance of what's available, what people are rocking for gear, what people are farming on each server. Like, as soon as there is a T6 religious, it changes everything in the entire game. So, yeah, I'm really excited for that. Martial node acquisition is going to be fun to watch as well, those military nodes, since it's going to be like a PK and point based like process during the 1 hour windows when those activate. It'll basically be like you can hold objectives to get points, or you can go out and PK like player kill to get points too. And at the end of the election window, after all of those like, you know, PvP windows have opened up, whoever has the most accumulated points becomes mayor of that node. So it'll be a really cool system. It'll be interesting to see like what strats come out, if people kind of like coordinate to like feed each other the objectives, if people end up like prioritizing PK versus objectives. Like, it all depends on how they scale it too. You could very well see it become an objective based game mode for that entire hour too, where you're kind of trying to like king of the hill that most worthwhile objective. You could even maybe get like extra PK points if you're on an objective. So many thoughts with it. That'd be really cool. Make the PvP mayors Drake breathe fire. What would the like fuzzy one do? Like, what would TMX's mount do, the Miraleth one? Because it's all just like fuzzy and chill. I mean, I guess it could like beat its chest or something. But I don't necessarily think, I can't think of anything crazy for that like mount ability. Make you sneeze from the allergies. It's just a bunch of pollen. Kicks up pollen and dandruff and shit. It just sheds on you. You have to get a lint roller after. What an inconvenience. That would be terrible. Yo, what up, Korea? Do you think having more high-level characters is useful for gameplay or just for fun? It depends on what you want to do, honestly. If you have a lot of different characters and you want to kind of like, you know, have different purposes with each of your characters, you may enjoy having multiple different characters. If you're someone who wants to kind of get like peak optimal performance and try to gear the shit out of your character, you'll probably have more success trying to go like the one character Andy method of it, right? I actually don't want to fight these. I want to go back over here. Where were we where it wasn't fucking skellies? But yeah, I would definitely recommend if you're someone who's like trying to quote unquote grind, right? And get a character all like slotted out. It'll probably be in your best benefit to focus on that one and gear that out, find a community to play that in. But gearing multiple characters, like it's a really long task. Leveling in itself is meant to be a long process as well. Right now, 1 to 25. Probably like 100 hours first time player on average, I would say. Gets shorter as you have gear, you have understanding of like mob spawns and stuff like that. But yeah, I could definitely see new players easily spending like 100 hours on it. So, Redraw for alts. Yeah, I mean, I would just say like across the board, it depends on like what you're looking for. If you long-term, keep in mind, there will be different like biomes, different continents, different everything associated with the world. So like long-term, if you want to be in multiple different areas of the map, you may want different characters parked there because it's going to be a massive run to all of those different areas on the map. So I think when the game comes out, leveling won't be that bad. I think at 25 on a new character way faster this time. Well, that's because of like your knowledge and stuff as well though. So that like leveling figure was for first time players, and leveling 1 to 50 on launch is intended to be about a month-long process of playing every day, according to Steven, like 300-ish hours. So with that being said, like you will have a percentage of the player base that can optimize it and do it faster, but that's going to be like your intended average for progression, and that's with a leveling focus. That's not even like getting distracted along the way with crafting, refining, gathering, like all of that shit. So yeah, you could easily go past that leveling 1 to 50 on launch. And I definitely think like, you know, long term, you'll probably see people that play thousands of hours like me who may have multiple characters. I may get my tank just fully kitted for the content that's out and not have a worry in the world, be hitting for like 12,000 and then like, you know, go through across the board. Gets extremely quick when you pass gear to a lower level. Yeah, I said that earlier as well, but again, this is for like a new player specific experience. And that's that. You guys are saying exactly what I'm saying. As soon as you have that like second character, you have alt gear, you have knowledge of spawn points, you have shit like that. But on launch, you're not going to get that. On your first time playing through, you're not going to get that unless you have a plug. You're not going to have that like leveling group associated already to play with on launch. Well, not on launch, but if you're a new player. There are so many things that impact like the true new player experience versus like the second or third time leveling. But I 100% agree. Like it can be done in 30 or less if you do have like a full kitted like 0-10 set waiting for you. Like that's really all you need, 0 and 10 enchanted to +6. So if you get that, you're vibing, like you'd be like fucking 3-shotting shit. You go out, you do some crabs, crazy XP, get up to like fucking 15 in an hour from here. Like the potential is definitely there, but it also takes that like level of having the information, having the gear itself, having all that. Well, 1 to 50 would take a month through do playing 24/7, or do playing 3 to 4 hours a day. It's meant to be around 300 hours from what we've gathered. So like everyday playtime, like playing a lot, it's meant to be a long leveling process. And for casual players, that's going to be like a longer process, but you'll also have a ton of things to do along the way where it's not just like, okay, I have to level before I can do absolutely anything. And again, Ashes, I say this a lot, but Ashes is kind of like one of those games where it forces a little bit of a spot on the totem pole of the game, so to say. Like if you don't have the 10 hours a day to play, then you won't necessarily have the output of someone that does have the 10 hours a day to play. And so you kind of have to like fulfill a role within the game where you may not be like, you know, rank 1 power scaler or anything like that, but you do still have a place in the ecosystem. You do still have your own content loop and all of that stuff. Are crabs better XP? Crabs are insane because they're beast shardlings essentially. They don't really do anything. They just kind of exist and scuttle. And I think across the board, like they're probably one of the best like XP to effort payouts right now. The thing with it is you go over to the tropics. So going into the tropics, you always run a risk as a low level trying to level of somebody going through and just kind of like cooking your shit. So there's always that level of risk reward to it. Towns also need to be leveled, and that in itself takes a long time. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Yeah, there's more than just personal progression as well. So there's like node progression, which will be different on every server. There's like the level of disorganization that'll naturally happen as, you know, 84 nodes are there. There are going to be so many things that will be impactful on progression past just like, I rush to 50. Even if I hit 50, like right off rip, I probably won't have access to all of the best level 50 gear, all of the, you know, enchanting scaling, like guild progression, which they need to work on. What do you mean? You don't have 1,000 people all with 10,000 gold to get to guild level 3? Fuck off. Guild progression will be great. I agree. I agree. Right now, it legitimately takes a fucking army. I don't know what level Fed is, but the last time I talked to them, they were like level 8. Dusty, want a bard? I'm level 13. Yeah, come through. I will probably switch back over soon to see what's up with the node siege, because that's going to start up at 5. Are you journeyman lumber milling? Yes. Yeah, my tank's journeyman. Why, what's up? Which mounts do you like the best? I always see you on the snail horse. Right now, Snorse and Maelstrom's Crown are a couple of my favorite, like, aesthetically. I'm sure there will be a lot of other mounts that come in and are, like, added across the board, but yeah, as of right now, I actually like both the Snorse and Maelstrom's Crown a lot. I like things that look very, like, unique and have a lot of, like, oh, shit. Fed's level 3. Oh, shit, wait. I talked to Church and I thought he said they were level 8. Goddamn. We didn't bother with it after we unlocked 100 slots. That makes sense. Yeah, that middle tree is really just gonna be the biggest thing. Ow. The fuck? That middle tree is probably gonna be the biggest thing. Church is a hoe and a fucking liar. Those rat bastards. But yeah, guild progression's chunky right now, man. But I also think a lot of that is because, like, the scaling being built around, like, you know, the higher end of economic things with that definitely creates a big discrepancy across, like, what players across the board will have access to versus, like, what that top player base will have access to through, like, static nodes and shit like that we face through phase 2. So it'll be really interesting to see, like, how phase 3 actually continues to, like, change things up. How especially that whole gathering, refining, crafting rework goes. I think my guild is level 4 right now. Jesus fucking Christ. How much has your guild put in? Because that's a lot of grind. That's a lot of grind. Almost 45 mil XP to get to level 5. Fuck me. 4x8 van from the desert to wind and sea is 150 gold. Good luck getting out to wind and sea on Vira if you're not one of the top 4 guilds, though. That's we had somebody who spent over an hour in guild doing it earlier today, just solo trying to get the data for it and, like, what the payout would be. And they were, like, almost done, and then somebody came out and hit them, and they were mad that another guild was, like, chilling with us. Like, not even that we had people out there, but they were like, oh, you guys are working with these guys now. And then they hit my guildie's solo caravan. And it was before I was on stream, so I don't care enough, but I want fishing to be a little more in depth. I mean, if you look at the paper doll right now, you do also have, like, nets and harpoons. I would assume harpoons and nets are going to be more for that, like, deep sea level of fishing. I don't think there'll be a lot more added in there. Can you dry a legendary Acacia playing for me in Winstead? Yeah, I'll do it when I pop over. I'm parked in Winstead right now, so I'll be able to do it over there. Well, the server's up on a Tuesday. Envious broke the game. Yeah, I blame Grapply, but also thank you, Grapply. No, there were a couple bugs, so they wanted more, like, node siege testing data, so they're giving us Tuesday, Wednesday uptime here. Happy Wednesday, Corthan. What did Envious do this time? What did an Envious do this time? No, it was a node siege bug in Winstead. So basically there was, like, a big desync thing where somebody respawned and was still channeling the flag. Poor Grapply got stuck in a rock, and then everyone accused him of being a dirty exploiter while he was just trying to find his goddamn way out of a rock. Yeah, there were a couple bugs. So they kept the servers up this Tuesday, Wednesday. So they'll be able to get more data. They're actually doing a couple, like, node siege tests across, like, Vira, Lyneth, and Lotharia each day. So yeah, they're getting a lot of data through this. We will still have Tuesday, Wednesday downtime the rest of the month, but basically they're doing PTR sieges live because they need data and see how easy defending is if the defenders are competent. Yeah. Always more data. No rewards from this, no deck costs or anything like that. I also haven't seen the pop-up for the sign-up yet. Now, I think you just joined the stage in Discord. I don't necessarily know how they're planning on doing it, because I haven't seen anything, like, going there. Don't you think the skills and movement are way too fast? It makes the game way too arcadey when the world mobs farming PvPing completely gives revealing. This is a rogue, so rogue is supposed to be the fastest, most nimble class, like, that there is in any game. So seeing this and saying this looks insanely fast just means they did a really good job with, like, the rogue design itself, in my opinion. And with that being said, like, this is supposed to be an extremely zippy, like, extremely movement-based, extremely in-out class. So this is going to be your fastest pace, like, your chaotic-looking class across the board, zipping around everywhere, doing all that. Not every class has this level of just, like, full input chain movement, big exaggerated animations, all of that. A lot of classes are actually much slower paced than Rogue. So yeah, it may just be a problem of like, not a problem, but like a personal preference of like not necessarily enjoying like the Rogue like zippy movement or anything like that. Most mobile character still the Bard. Oh yeah. Like in terms of uppies and shit, and what uppies offers, I absolutely agree. It's just like how zippy and like targeted the like Rogue movement is. It's definitely a point where like people can look at it and say they're like a caster main or something like that, or like a range player, or just anything that doesn't really like that full zippy high action movement or anything like that. Like Rogue can definitely be a little bit of like, all right, what's going on here? I totally get that. But like I play a tank as my main, but that's also one of my favorite things about Ashes as a whole is the movement system and like how much you can carry momentum. A lot of tab target systems tend to have like very, very fucking shitty movement. And then in WoW, you kind of have the like, you are immobile or you are like setting land speed records. So I definitely think like, it is a nice skill-based movement system over here where it's not just like all through abilities and shit like that as well. You've got your dodge roll, which you can then jump after, and you can toe tap to carry like a B-hop for more momentum carry. So like the movement system does, in my opinion, offer a lot of customizability with everything, but I could definitely see how like Rogue specifically would be like, ah shit, like this is a lot. Who dis? What up, Henry? How are you? Anyone able to make me a wolf mount? Probably Nelly. I don't know where Nelly's at, but she could almost definitely do that. Dodge is pretty far with this perk at the moment. Yeah, I mean, dodge being a movement gap is what it is. You have a lot of like long range systems. I think a lot of the dodge also you have to keep in mind comes from like the B-hops itself. Like the jumping after the dodge is really where you get a lot of your value, because just the dodge itself is that, right? So the thing with it is they're just basically allowing you to momentum carry and keep a lot of that. So it's literally just gonna be a Rogue since it's just a better ranger. Yeah, I mean, with only the first half of the trees, you'll see a lot of imbalance, and Rogue coming out with a very polished kit is probably gonna make a lot of classes feel like quote unquote worse for a little bit, right? But I think like latter half of kits, secondaries, stuff like that, we'll see a lot of things shored up, but Rogue does feel insanely smooth, insanely like fluid, and I think that's a big emphasis of it. But yeah, I think this will maybe open the doors to like other classes getting a little bit of a fluidity polish pass. Like I play tank. I don't expect tank to be one-to-one fluid with a Rogue. Personally, I don't really think tank feels like overly clunky, but like maybe through how good Rogue feels, they kind of see some things within kits where they're like, oh cool, I see this design, right? There's there be a better way to distinguish classes when you're around people, more clear, I mean? Well, it would help if every single fucking physical damage dealer wasn't wearing the exact same gear, armor, weapons, jewelry, underwear, fucking cock ring, everything. Like, if you are a, like, phys damage dealer, you're wearing the same shit right now. So, yeah, that's definitely something that takes away a lot of, like, class variance and shit like that. I 100% agree there. Invite crows. I'm not leader. Oh, wait, I am leader. I wish I already read that. Am I the only one who thinks B-hopping is a stupid movement meta? I mean, it's all personal preference. Not everyone will like a B-hop toe tap meta. Not everyone will like a more like slow meta. Yeah, I mean, it's all personal preference anytime systems are involved, and you know, that all really just breaks down to like what people enjoy, what they don't enjoy. And I'm not necessarily here to be like, you're stupid for enjoying or not enjoying anything. My job is well, I actually don't have a job. I'm unemployed, but ads. Oh, wait till he's out of the ads. Skirt. What's cracking today? Corthin. So I've been doing a little bit of rogue leveling. I need to actually pop back over onto my tank because there are node siege tests that I'm probably going to try to hop into. I need to see what's up over there. We're meeting up in Winstead, I believe, because that's where the siege is going to be. So that's starting in 20 minutes. So I should probably pop over in a sec for that. I haven't seen like an in-game sign up or anything like pop yet. People are asking global now too. So yeah, I don't really know like in-game sign up or anything like what's going on there, but we'll see what happens with it. I think they did say like try to get in like the Discord stage or anything. You streaming that? Yeah, I stream everything. Yeah, absolutely. Ranger, fighter, rogue, even tank. Yeah, and every caster uses the same shit too. Nelly! Hello, Nelly. How good or bad is stealth for PvP? Do you find it hard going back into stealth after the initial engagement when surrounded by enemies? It all depends on the area. Like, stealth is also going to be an LOS, right? So, with a lot of environmentals and stuff like that. So, say I'm trying to go stealth, Vigilance over on YouTube, by the way. And, like, there's a lot of shit that's all the way around me here. I can kind of, like, pop into this area, and then I can, like, pop my stealth here. And it kind of, like, requires you to play around that terrain a little more. I do believe Steven said in one of his posts, too, that they were going to be changing the kind of like functionality of re-stealthing through sight. So with that, in your smoke bomb, I believe you'll be able to re-stealth. So you'll have like smoke bomb into re-stealth, almost like a vanish type shit. So like you throw that smoke bomb out, you vanish in like the puff of smoke, kind of like rogue-esque, right? So I do believe that was something that Steven said would be coming in a future like rogue implementation across the board. So that'll be really nice as well. But man, yeah, and I kind of like, I see that too canonically with it. Oh, fuck me, wait. Jesus. Oh wait, Henry, I didn't even see what you said. I'm rabid for boy. Oh god. Okay, maybe it's best I didn't see what you said. Jesus. I think rogue AoE damage should not be high. I think they should have different options for kits, but I think an all-inclusive kit will probably be a little strong. But yeah, I think like different options and specializations for classes are fine. Like you could have a single target fighter loadout, single AoE fighter loadout. Like I could definitely see that as long as they make like the AoE types kind of like unique. I can see that being like solid. But yeah, I don't want everything to just be able to do everything across the board constantly, right? I do want class specializations and shit like that. Isn't it under NDA? The PTR is under NDA. Sieges are not under NDA because this is live. Sieges came to live testing. Sieges came to live testing last patch. So there has been one on Vyra, one on Lilith, and there were a few bugs with them that they want to get more data on. So they're opening up some kind of like focus testing on each server. So EU already had theirs today, I do believe. So Vyra is next in like 15 minutes. And then Lilith has a siege later on at 7 p.m. EST. So yeah. Already does 12k damage in like 5 seconds. Oh yeah, Rogue fucking slaps. Rogue genuinely goes insane, but it's also just like a really well implemented kit. Like its numbers are fucking nuts. Backstab goes insane. Like total backstab damage mod is like, isn't it above 550? Isn't it like 550? It's above 500 on a fully scaled out backstab, right? Shit's fucking nuts. It's crazy. So yeah, like we're gonna see numbers tweaks. We will absolutely see numbers tweaks. And right now, Sync's gonna see some snore sussy. Do you have tips to survive a rogue ambush as a cleric? Pop your wings on an ally, run past the ally, and hope that they go on the ally instead of you. Like, it's legitimately kite them to someone else and hope that they hit them instead of you. You don't! Yeah, you don't. Where's the Riverlands? This is all the Riverlands. Yeah, the Riverlands is a biome here. So this is the Riverlands. This is going to be the desert, and then up here is the tropics. So yeah, within the Riverlands, you have your 5 nodes, but it'll be this kind of like whole biome area. Yeah, rogue full jumps go a little crazy. Yo, McLovin, have you run into the 8-second thump yet? Like the 4-second silence in the thump into the, or the 4-second silence with the thump into the double strike thump. Hi, Combat. How are you, my friend? I'm down to scrap, but I feel like it's just a murder at the moment. Well, Rogue's really fucking good right now. Like, Rogue is overtuned. It's going to get nerfed. Like, it's either going to get nerfed or other things are going to, like, take over. It's usually just 4 backstabs. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you don't even really need to, like, thump when you can just quad stab. Yeah. That shit has too many options. I was thinking condemn with divine infusion will incap. If you can get it off. It's just that rogue opener, dog. That rogue opener is so scary. But I also think like group-based stuff, it'll probably be a little less scary and a little more manageable, but CC doesn't really matter on this TTK. Yeah, TTK is gonna get slowed with the 0.8 patch, hopefully. I don't necessarily know like what it'll end up being, but rogue TTK is so fast. Like in a fast TTK era, rogue is a faster TTK. So yeah, it's dude, a kitted rogue is gonna literally probably 3-tap you. Probably 3-tap you. I'm not even exaggerating. It's real fucking strong. The important part is the gameplay itself is fun. Oh yeah, the class feels insane to play. So even like if they have numbers to tweak, that's the easiest part of it in my opinion. I'm not a dev, but I can only assume numbers to tweak and the class feeling insane is the best case scenario, because then you just tweak the numbers, you balance the numbers, and the class still feels really good. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. What happens when a node levels up and you're standing in the center of the city? You get spawned outside when it upgrades? I actually don't know. It's a good question. I haven't been in a city when it upgraded. I've never been asked that before. I don't know. I don't know if it would kick you out. Like when it live upgrades. I guess I gotta get to a node when it upgrades, huh? Yeah, I don't even think I've heard anything about that. Chat, anybody know that? It's a really like small chance scenario, but interesting nonetheless. I have some guildies posting their rogue hits and one posted a damage of 5.4k. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, if they're geared out in any way, shape, or form, absolutely. You become NPC. Yeah, you work for the node now. You can't escape, you're trapped forever. So some say to this day that all of these villagers are just Alpha 1 testers that never made it out. Yo, Zorth coming in with the primer. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Helios, it teleports you to the nearest Ember Spring. Happened to me in phase 1. Holy shit. We got the man that's been struck by lightning. All right, so it teleports you to an Ember Spring if you're inside. Good to know. What's going on here? Good day. What kind of tiers or grades items have at the moment, just in terms of like rarity spread and stuff like that? So basically, it is common, uncommon, rare, heroic, epic, and then legendary. And then you can enchant your items as well. So different rarities, different roll brackets within those. Like higher rarities will give you additional stats as well. So yeah, there's definitely incentivization to go to higher rarities. But it's not just like you get more stats all the way up to legendary. Certain items will get all of their stats at like heroic. Certain items will get it at rare. So you notice rare and heroic are the same thing here. It's just a 3 different max health between the 2 rarities. So like some items, it's extremely worth scaling up, getting those additional stats, getting those higher breakpoints. Some items tend to scale a little less hard, so. I feel like it's kind of immersion breaking if you get TP'd to a random location. I mean, I also don't think people will typically like be standing in the middle of a node when it levels up. And in terms of like immersion, I don't necessarily think like a full like just poof in the middle of like a node would be the most immersive or realistic either. Just from that standpoint. Majority of nodes got bugged on Linux from upgrading and they had to restart the server. Oh no. When was that? Was that like just now or was that way before? Are there any equip sets or just random equipments? Oh yeah, so like item sets. Yeah, there are item sets. Some of them are just like named item sets. Some will have like a secondary set bonus as well. I'm not currently wearing any like item set pieces, I don't think. I just kind of like slapped together the highest like main stat scaling that I could get. But there are definitely item like sets that do give a secondary set bonus as well. One cool thing with set bonus is you get your armor like weight set bonus, right? Which you can see at the bottom. That's where it says heavy armor. And then you can also get like item set bonuses. So through those, you'll also notice that my 3 piece is blue. That means that I have blue rarity for those 3 pieces. The 5 piece is green. That means I don't have enough pieces to, you know, have the 5 set at blue. So I get the weaker version of that set bonus. So you also have set bonuses that scale off of the rarity of your items too. Back when they're upgrading from level 2 to level 3. That's fucked. Most of the items you craft yourself, and some are just drops from bosses you acquire. So craftable items are all items that are in the world loot table. The way that it works is as a crafter, you PvE in areas, for example, like long sight bow. Long sight bow drops from Tower of Carfin. So I can mob grind in the Tower of Carfin to try to get a long sight bow to drop at high rarity, or I can mob grind in the Tower of Carfin long enough to find a recipe to make the long sight bow from the mobs that also drop this bow. So once we get the recipe, we give that to a crafter that can make the bow. They learn the recipe, and then we get high rarity materials, give those high rarity materials to our crafter, and they can make a controlled high rarity output. So that's it's quite nice. Which side do you guys expect to end up on? I don't even know how to sign up. I have no idea how to sign up. I think we just have to go into the stage for it. I'm just gonna go sit in the stage. There are 14 people in the stage right now. Recipe and typically a special item from the boss to craft the item too. Yeah, if you're farming a named mob or anything like that, you will need that like special item that drops off of the boss. So typically if you're killing like a named item, a named mob or a boss, the loot table will be like the items themselves, the recipe, or the kind of like crafting reagent to make those items. And they did also just recently add in a deconstruction system, so the first pass of those. So we don't have all of the like finalizations of deconstruction or anything like that, but I think they're handing a flag to someone. You'll see a red flag in the end menu. Well, whoever's fucking leading it's AFK. It's like me saying I'm gonna start stream at 2 p.m. EST. Looks like it's just gonna be a few minutes late. I'm gonna restart my game real quick before this pops. Axeman, for example, in Lineage 2, you have Draconic set, and if you have all parts for that set, you get the specific stats for it, named and unique sets. Yeah, so those are gonna be like your item sets as well. So there are like, you know, Academus Monitor is a set. So you can get the Academus Monitor pieces, and then you'll have like your heavy armor set as well as your Academus Monitor set bonus. Yeah. So you do get set bonuses for those like named item sets as well, but not everything is going to be part of a named item set. You will still have different named items that like don't offer that second set bonus. But yeah, the second set bonus like does exist for the actual named item set. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged right now. Well, camera is. Can I join the siege as a rando? Yeah, you just sign up. I mean, it's 5 p.m. on a Tuesday, so I don't really think it's going to be like the highest player count ever. But I look like an FBI informant right now. So give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, of course. Good question. Good question. Yeah, I'm more than happy to always clarify stuff as well. Ashes is a very community-based MMO, and I'm a very community-based streamer. So I am always like extremely happy to like help people learn the game, answer any questions, anything like that. So. Officer Dusty. Skiest to the east, thou Drewski. Sammy, thank you for the hydrate. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick before this starts. What's happening? Your mom. Okay, Roshan's in the channel right now. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go get coffee. Forgive the scrub question here. No, you're banned. So I know we have kind of open world dungeon and stuff, few instance dungeon plans and world stuff. Is there any other like large player count content like raids planned that we know of? Oh yeah, there'll be like full build out raids, like grand dungeons are like the big dungeon build outs as well. And in addition to that, there are going to be a lot of things that like aren't necessarily available everywhere on every server, through like node progression levels, through like story arcs, everything like that. So there is definitely going to be like a lot of group content.
Apes together.
Yo, Helios, thank you for the primer. I appreciate you, dude. Much love. Sammy, thank you for the 40-day streak. I appreciate you. Don't ban. All right, well, I was going to, but since you broke out the wallet, I'll let it slide. All right, I have to pee. I'll be right back, chat. still a flashbang? Oh my god, it's worse now. Wait. Okay. I think we're good. Whew. That was an interesting lighting setup, boys. Has it gone down yet? I don't really know. Ooh. Jesus Christ, I'm cold. I would assume I'll probably just end up getting the most value just off the simple swap there. Yeah, we're up. We're up. Siege channel. Yeah, I'm sitting in here. I'm just deafened. How hard is it to craft epic and legendary gear? Difficult, but not like unachievable. There are a couple of really good resources for new players that I would absolutely recommend getting familiar with. Ash's Codex being one of them. I'll drop the link in chat here. So with Ash's Codex, you actually have under the Artisan tab a crafting calculator. So with the crafting calculator, you can go here and you can search up anything. So you can go polished tin belt. And so say you want to make a polished tin belt and you have somebody who has 450 crafting rating, their quality rating. So they have that. And what this will do down here is show you the threshold. So this shows you all the materials that you need. And so you can drop down these and you can see how each of those different material inputs will scale up your total output. So a lot of the time, it'll be important to keep track of like how the stats scale up. So over here, you'll notice that at epic, it's 3 con, 1 strength, 1 ment, 1 dex. And then if we drop it back down to heroic, high heroic is also 3 con, 1 strength, 1 ment, 1 dex. And then the lowest heroic is 2 con. So like you're not really missing much for a much cheaper investment. So with that, you could then just go boom, boom. Oh, wait. There. And then you have a heroic. So then you can kind of calculate like which mats you want to put the rarity in. And some things will be like more skewed towards, you know, one material. So let's go for Forsaken Blade. So you need your fragments, and then this is going to be 10 copper ingots, 1 ash plank. So your ingots are going to weigh a lot heavier on this. So the second you go all 10 copper ingots, you're already at that heroic. If you go up to your legendary ingots, then this will weigh like less. You might be able to sneak epic there. Yeah. So it's a really nice resource with that crafting calculator. On my way to Winstead, how do I get into the siege? So they'll give somebody a flag and then it'll pop up in here, I do believe. I don't think it's active yet, but they are in Toad for attack lead. They're in voice right now, kind of like sorting it all out, who they'll give the flag to and shit. So I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for the sign up to go off. I'm deafened in the Discord, so I'm not just like fucking blasting it all over stream, because I don't know if they want the setup blasted over stream. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it. McLovin, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Billy Joe,
tier.
welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Boys, if anybody else out there is new, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name is Dusty. I stream Ashes full-time every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I typically stream right around 10 to 12 hours a day every single day, 70 plus hours a week. So if you guys aren't already following, make sure you do. I've streamed now, I think 641 days in a row. So I stream pretty much all the time. If it's past 2 p.m., I'm probably here. Eddie, thank you for the follow as well, dude. The double supporter from YouTube and Twitch. We love that. The true effort. Thanks, dude. Are you guys Lineage 2 nerding out? Nerds! No, I'm kidding. I never played Lineage 2. I need to watch more gameplay of those. P3's gonna be nuts. Dude, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. I'm sure, like, because I'm in that guild summit as well, that Discord server for that. Like, I'm trying to decide if I think we could be competitive on the mega server at all with, like, how we've set up in P2 and stuff. or if it would be wiser for us for P3 to try to find like a server the tier under the mega server, and then have our like more competitive players maybe try to like alt over on the mega server with like alliance companies. I'm trying to go about it like 2 different ways because I want to get the entire community questions. How do you not get bored playing 10 to 12 hours a day in a game so early in its actual content wheel? No Flame, just curious. Oh no, no Flame taken, dude. Good question. So first things first, I come from New World. I also stream New World this much. So it's like, this is nothing. This already has more than New World ever did, right? So on top of that, like, I also have the added benefit of like having the community streaming and stuff like that. So it's not like I'm just sitting here by myself in a room just like doing nothing. And not that there's anything wrong with, you know, just chilling in a room by yourself gaming, but like, I consider myself extremely lucky to have a lot of people to yap to while I'm playing. I build up my community as well, like the in-game community, so I always try to like have more people to play with, and a lot of my gameplay loop personally, it's kind of like a sandboxy MMO, right? So my gameplay loop isn't just my gameplay loop. It's not like I need to get myself best in slot gear, I need to get myself up. I mean, right now I'm sitting at 340 unbuffed power, which is probably going to be like middle to low end in this siege. And a lot of the reason that my power scaling is lower is because part of my gameplay loop is like, you know, being the one that's building up the community and has all the time to play. I invest a lot of my time in like getting the community up now too. So I've put off a lot of like my personal progression to help the people in the community, new players, you know, people who need gear, stuff like that, gear up. And so as a result, I kind of consider myself very lucky to be able to do that. And so, you know, I have a lot of extra content there. Let's see. Who's defending? Who's attacking? I want to go defender, I think. Do we go defender or attacker, chat? I want to attack. I think I have to get out. We go attacker. Dusty, don't move. I need you right now. Oh, well, I don't think it's a good idea for me to be in here right now. I don't necessarily think that's wise. We have a fighter that has like 640 power. He's a degen though. Oh yeah. So question on that too. But yeah, so basically like how I play 10 to 12 hours a day every day without getting bored. My gameplay loop is a lot of community-based stuff. So like all of the PVX of Ashes, I also like. Whether it's just like straight grinding mobs, whether it's gathering, whether it's trying to like test out systems, whether it's doing shit that I don't usually do, like everything that I do is just like community-based and I enjoy the fuck out of it. So yeah, I consider myself kind of like lucky to fall into exactly kind of like what Ash's target demographic is, right? Like I am the definition of like a PVX player. I'm the definition of like a solo not solo, like a social sandbox enjoyer, right? Like I like the community aspect. I like cooperating with other players, like building those alliances and shit like that in game. And so I kind of get so much content out of just what Ashes is. And not every player, Palinor, thank you for the follow by the way. Not every player will fall exactly into that like, oh, I love every aspect of the PVX. And like, I'm not paid to say that. I happen to enjoy pretty much every system with Ashes. I don't fuck with caravans that much right now, but I will when we're stronger. So yeah, I mean, I think personally, like there are a lot of different options for gameplay loops where people can specialize in something. Or if you're someone like me, where you just like enjoy good games and fun parts of games, then there's genuinely a ton that you can do. Smartcast changed my life. Although, did that actually go off or no? Am I interrupting my absorption field and consuming the cooldown? Zah, thank you for the hydrate. Your money's in the mail, sending this afternoon. Corthan from Intrepid confirmed. Confirmed. The spies are here. What's Smartcast? So under game options, let's see, gameplay, is it combat? Where the fuck is it? Combat or targeting? Oh, here. Targeting. So ground target ability selection type. So you have normal, you have Smartcast, or you have Smartcast with template. So basically wall, for instance, if it's normal, I have to press Shift V for my wall bind, and then I have to like click to confirm the wall. if I have it on smart cast, I can like yeet yeet, and I don't have to confirm it, right? So if you're someone who like has that confidence that you won't have to like, I'm gonna press and I'm gonna aim, then it can be like an entirely reduced action. And by reducing the number of inputs that you have to successfully cast abilities, you reduce the time to cast, increasing the actual effectiveness of your abilities. So in the time that I summon my wall, click my wall to confirm, that's going to be another like half second plus of inputs probably where that person could hit an iframe out. Whereas if I see that snap to it, have the mouse precision to put it where I want it, and kind of like aim that wall in the right place, then it'll be a lot quicker. So smart cast is a really nice thing as you become familiar with like which of your ground targets are a big thing. So like if I wanted to throw my absorption field right now, I wouldn't have to like press Shift R, aim it. I just go here and then it throws. So literally just like one reduced action. Desert Mama. What do you mean Desert Mama? I'm a Throne and Liberty guy. Love the PVX stuff. Just gotta find a group to game with. Pull up. Pull up. And if you're friends with other Throne and Liberty streamers, my boy Winning, I'm gonna try to get him over here at some point. I love Winning. We met at TwitchCon last year through like our mutual friends, and that man is a fucking blessing. A blessing to have in my life. He is wonderful. A great friend, a great dude. Quick cast does mess up the potion launcher on the new boat. Fuck my ass, man. I can never have anything fun. What's the problem with quick cast in the potion launcher? Does it just not give you like the aim prompt so you gotta Kobe that shit? My phone just started buzzing. I think the neighbors locked themselves out, but I think Doug's got it. Winning announcement, played with him against him a bit. I haven't spoken to him as much as I wanted to. Oh, Winning's a great dude. Winning's a great dude. What up, Betty? Just doesn't work since you have to place a circle on the ground. So you literally like can't launch it? Wait, that's fucked. Go answer the bell with that maid outfit and duck shoes. No. No. Please say I have all the shardlings to myself. This would probably be the best time in human history to run a caravan. I'm not gonna lie. Attacking or defending? Attacking. Is there a 100% chance after you learn the recipe? Like to craft the thing? Yeah, you can't like just fail the craft once you have the materials for it. So you get the recipe, you learn that recipe, and then it goes into like your crafting menu. I'm like a refining and gatherer person, personally. I don't really do too much crafting. I go to the other people for that. But it basically just pops up in here in your craftables, and then you have like the capability to continue crafting it. So different recipes can offer different things. So like you'll have bows that give strength. You'll have some bows that give like dex and stuff like that. So you'll want all those different recipes. Join the Discord, time to apply to your guild. Hey, just posting that request to join, and then we'll get you your perms, and then we're over on Vyra, so make your character. We got 4 guilds right now, and we'll get more structure going for phase 3 launch as well. So we're going to, in the next like couple weeks, move over to like a standalone Discord. So we have like just more organization over there and can go like more in depth with shit. So we'll move over there. We'll get signups up for phase 3 leveling groups, and we will be going crazy with the start of phase 3, hopefully. Any use for duplicate recipes besides selling them? Just selling right now. Let's see. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, just selling right now. You just need to learn it to be able to deconstruct it. So yeah, just selling. Duplicate recipes can be some bloat, but maybe there will be something with like deconstructing recipes or something eventually. I don't know. Skills you get. Bring it up. The only thing you can fail is when using enchanting scrolls. Yeah. Good explanation, Mac, too. So basically with your like craftings, with your craftables, what Mac was saying is like there are different levels of like, if I hit this tree right now, I may get anywhere from common all the way up to legendary wood. So if you use enough like high rarity material input, then you can get yourself like a guaranteed high rarity output. If you use lower mats, then you'll get a lower rarity. So there's no chance to like fail crafting, but there is a way to like get worse results. Oh, this game's so bad? Dude, it's genuinely so fun. It really is. I have an absolute blast with it every single day. We're representing for cats out here, boys. Savo! Let me find the cats that are on the defending team. Hold on. I know who we're targeting. Savo and I about to be in duo comms. We're bringing back the New World Kill Squad meta. Here there, I wasn't even paying attention. No, it's okay. I figured I would have got kicked. What side are we on? We're attacking with the Penvious boys. Better materials, better craft stats, Papa John's. Means you get a better roll, which means there are different tiers of a legendary craft. There are like brackets. Yep, the Ashes Codex crafting calculator is quite possibly the best resource in human history because of that, because it shows exactly where you're gonna come in with that like that bracket allocation as well. Ashes Codex is a fucking godsend if you're an idiot like me and you just want like to input stuff and be told exactly what you need. Dude, it's so good. Like the one that says Ancient One, level 7 Bard. Oh god. Monster coin test? Let's see. Ancient One, level 7 Bard. I mean, attacker has maybe a level advantage? Maybe not, though. Nah. Nah, this is stacked. This is stacked. Will there be siege weapons? Siege weapons, siege vehicles, a whole lot of siege. Yes, indeedly. Do I need to get in a raid over here? I think that's just for the defense. Tend to make a rogue is dwarf the best player. What? There are no like racial bonuses that impact power scaling in any way, shape, or form, but if you like short, dwarf. Also, if you make a male dwarf, you get kind of like a flip. It's not really canon, and I don't really know if it'll like stay that way. It's kind of weird, but you get a flip. Yeah, I don't know why, but just dude dwarf flips on jump. I don't flip. I'm booba dwarf. Maybe it's because I'm like too loaded. It must stay. I feel discriminated against. I don't get streamer loot. I don't get to flip. This is insane. It's a mockery of democracy. Gonna tell all my streamer friends it sucks over here and to go play New World instead. Hi, feeder. Yes. The headbutts. This should do damage. The snorts should get ramming power. I got my fighter at level 6 called Grenton. My tank called Bald King is a dwarf and now rogue time. I love that. It's a callback to EverQuest. Man, frick EverQuest. Got my first dagger drops. Are they good? What's the snail's mount animation? The flourish? It has two different ones. So when you're standing, it kind of like comes up for head scratches. So you give pets. And then when it's down, you go here. And it kind of like goes into its shell. And it'll peek back out. Yeah. There's so many EverQuest devs on this project, like the OG good ones. There are also New World devs on this project. Also the OG good ones. The ones that left and killed New World by leaving. You assholes, but also thank you. I think. It all led to this, so like, thanks. But also, that was 3... I need you! The fuck back here. Huh. But yeah, that was 3 years of pain. They went to the better project IMO. Well, they could have fucking told me that it was gonna get really hairy over there. Like, I don't understand why I got fucking left behind. Fuck did I do to them? They could have been like, hey, yo, Dusty, this shit's about to get real bad, brother. It's about to get real bad over here. Like, come through. They could have told me. I would have played earlier. They wavery daggers? Wait, what do you mean? It's a coolness filter. If there was a coolness filter, I wouldn't have made it in the first place, brother. That shit started filtering less and less as it went on. Yo, what up, Ragnar? We have remnants of death and taxes and fed from Atlas. We have a lot of boners for naval combat. Ooh, well, if you guys want to check it out, Vyra is putting together a free-to-enter caravel tourney, 8v8 caravel, so you get points for capturing ships, but like less points for destroying ships, so you're not like incentivized to destroy ships unless I guess you really hate the people. Last ship standing to not get captured or anything ends up like getting, I think it's like 30% of the total points, but I'll be doing some casting for that with big homie Cricks, so should be an absolute vibe. Absolute vibe. You got a thing going on Sunday. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Y'all need casters? I would need a flyer, but I don't have a flyer over here actually, so I would need 2 flyers, but sure, I'll pull up. I'll watch party that at least. I love watching events. No delay? Fuck a delay. It's a test with no reward or anything. And honestly, like, I equate it to New World, right? So realistically, New World Wars for the first like 6 months of the game existing, people were like, we can't stream it. We need to have a 10-minute delay. And then eventually people realized that it was the attacker attacks and the defender defends. And then no one used delays anymore because it doesn't really matter. Like, realistically, the attacker's gonna push gates and then like hit gates and then go in and try to channel, and then the defender's gonna sit inside, maybe push out if they're feeling froggy. So yeah, I would say across the board it's pretty negligible, especially for tests. Now if it was like a big ass thousand gold deckaroo, I may be more likely to throw one up, but yeah, it's just tests. At least Siege will get rid of your XP debt. Will it? That's huge. Mayors are gonna have that info in seconds anyways. Yeah, everyone's flying. Like, there's no real, like, I don't necessarily think there's any scenario where it's like, oh my god, this is proprietary information. Like, you have a view from inside the town, you have people on flyers, like, all of the information's out there. People keep saying defend is 100 times easier, but only attacks have won. Have other attacks ended in, like, desyncy buggy stuff? Can we just chill? Siege on the 7 Seas, perhaps? Linus didn't? Oh yeah, I watched that one. That was kind of a brute force push-in. Holy shit. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I was watching that. Okay, so Vyro was the only one that ended bugs. Well, at least they got 2 bugs for 1 out of that. We won versus pirates in 20 minutes because they're pirates. Someone in chat said that, because I don't keep too much, like, into what's going on over there, honestly. But someone in chat had said that pirates also recently lost, like, a lot of PvPers. So, yeah, from what I gathered, they were a little bit not ready for that. It looked like just a brute force run over, I won't even lie. But sometimes there's only so much that you can do in, like, that mass scale that it's like, we saw it in New World a lot too, and New World was only 50 versus 50. But, like, if you just have better players in 40 of the 50 slots, it's rough. It's rough. And then if you have a really shallow fall off in these, like, these mass skills, like if your bottom 50 is just complete butt cheeks, and you have like a really strong top 50, but your bottom 50 is worthless and just feeds, a consistent army may be able to hold out against that. So there's a fracture in the player base. That's tough. We picked up some really good players though. That's good for you guys. Maybe like, what if you figured out like which of your PvPers you liked the least and then kind of made them walk the plank over to pirates? You did like free agency acquisition. You guys each set like a roster cap. You gotta like switch players like it's FIFA and shit. Propose trades in this bitch. No more free agency signings. It should be starting up very soon. Oh shit. Michael Jackson, Scorpion. Polar plus Dusty on top. Listen, Polar plus Cats is just Pats, and I kind of fuck with that. Pats for everyone. And don't worry. So there's actually a third mode for the Snorse where it just fucking takes off with its like turbo jet booster ass. So I haven't shown that off on stream yet, but yeah, we'll be rocking that. Repair now. I think we're chilling. We just simply don't die. I hit wall. People run into wall. No, I need you. Huh, please. Fuck me. I wonder how desyncy it's gonna be. Because the other ones were a bit desyncy from what we watched, but we didn't like the we're just gonna wipe you off the server, so we decided to dunk on them ever since. That's fair. That's fair. That would definitely take it to another level too. Yeah. That happened in New World a few times too. People yapped a little too much and then ended up getting run off of their servers respectively, like after saying they were gonna kill the server. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, dude, in this game, or in like these games in general, right? There's always a level of like, once the bear is poked, one side just usually starts like fucking a Rocky X anime like training arc to bolster their side. And then it just never ends well for the first side to like yap, I feel like. It's always like there's a greater response. Still think they need to finalize a flatulist class. I thought that said like flautist at first, like a flute player. And then I read, give Bard some fart magic. Strange, what the fuck? Strange, don't project your fetishes into this game. Is there a setting for how many players get displayed like on screen or? Nothing to adjust that currently. So like between mount and player clutter, it can definitely be a little cluttery. You can adjust your render distance though, like how far you render people in from and shit like that, but. Tried propaganda to make us look like exploiters and they shot themselves in the foot. That's so sad. Yeah, that's the propa comes out. Propa can either be like the most uniting or divisive thing in games. I see players loading in and out. Yeah, it'll probably be a little bit weird. Twill probably be a little weird. I hope the desync isn't too crazy. Cause like respawns were a little a little wacky with the first viral one, but I mean that's to be expected. Like the first live iterations of a 200-person just full dicks out game mode. It will be such as alpha. Absolutely, absolutely. I believe they're also going to be running live logging during this, so they did say expect performance to be a little bit which honestly, I serve one purpose. My quick cast. Excuse me. It's that. It's literally just that. I put wall up. That's it. If you're not on a Winstead siege team and you're within Winstead's zone of interest, you'll be slain by the siege exclusion zone. That's so tragic. RIP everybody. But yeah, I just hit walls. Mount Cinder performance so much. I know, and it's weird that like, it feels like they're in a weird spot with it because mounts are a very important part of like putting them in a good place, right? To have that accessibility for PvP and shit. Like you want to get away on your mount, you want to be able to like weave that in and out and stuff, but this game, like every other large scale game where it's just range of casters who have fun and melee, just sit back and CC shit that get close. I'm a key to bump with you right now, yep. But I also feel like Zerg stuff and mass scale is always to an extent gonna be that because there's only so much like damage that a health bar can take, right? So balance here is gonna be in Ashes around 8v8 combat, ideally. And once you get up to these numbers, it's like, I can go in, and right now, I think the biggest thing that's missing from tank is no, like, melee initiate. So, no melee, like, AoE initiate, really. Just, like, a full AoE. We have, like, a frontal cone with shield assault ground pound. But one thing I talked about in the, like, tank round table that we did is a grapple augment. I would like to see, like, a secondary option for grapple, where instead of a 25-meter range, 20-second cooldown, target, single target, and it pulls them, I would like to see it go to a 5-meter range for 5 different grapples that shoot out from my character midpoint that then pull 5 people around me into a frontal cone in front of me. I can then shield assault ground pound, go into an actual initiate, and then you also increase the cooldown of that while reducing the range of it. So, personally, that's kind of like more of the type of initiate that I would like to see to kind of counteract that, like, full just I sit range clump, I throw AoE out, you die to a bunch of AoE that you don't even see. Because right now that is definitely like part of what it is. A lot of what I'll be doing right now is just kind of like finding, like, I will literally probably follow Delore around and just peel for him the entire time. I'll keep my protect up on him. I'll get like intercepts if he gets into shit. But like we really as tanks play a little bit of like an initiating role, but also like a peely role. Fighters are also really good at peeling, but I'll be looking for like opportunities where I can like wall a choke or anything like that. If I can get walls off, if we have a big group of people pushing in and I get like one of those off, then that'll also be a large thing with my absorption field. So yeah, we kind of like play a mix of that, like initiate, peely, all of that stuff. Yo, Streg, I hope your day is great. I appreciate you. Oh, God. I don't know where my fucking Snorse is.
Control point 3, we are going to be pushing up onto the gate right now.
Yeah.
We should have our...
I can just go cap it behind us. Just start hitting the gate immediately.
Hit the gate, we're good.
I'm capping behind us. Everyone else can go to the gate.
Heard, everyone on gate, everyone on gate.
Do we have eyes on the enemy?
Actually, Bardash got it.
We need to make sure they don't jump down.
They are
Like
up at Mayor still.
They are gonna come from the left for sure. Surely coming from the left. So prep left. Start getting on top of the house to your right. Get on the caravanserai.
Yeah, start moving to the right. Get a flying mount to our left just to make sure we know when they're coming.
Yeah, I'm on.
Enemies pull to the right. We're going to use the caravanserai with.
Yo, rogue group. I want you to
protection.
start. Rogue group, if you can start hitting control point 1 now. Swap to the other side. Cap control point 1 right away.
Kill them as they come out through the gate. A couple of them are coming through.
They
die instantly to AoE.
they are jumping down from Mayor's to the gate. They did not jump over the fence.
Okay, I see a couple to your southwest, but it's not many. I don't see a massive clump, but they're just not rendering in for me.
No,
You're the first person there, so if Purple sees them, just let us know. Just stay wide. Purple on that side. Everyone else at gate. Purple, you're wide on the southwest side. Gate's at 3.3 mil. Keep pumping it.
Bard, make sure you designated who's doing damage and who's doing mana. It's super important. Don't stand too far forward, guys.
We're
They're
taking
sending
a bit of
AoEs out the
damage.
gate. Yeah, they're sending AoEs outside, like
Yeah, watch out for magma fields.
Yo, right now,
Watch out
listen.
for vine traps.
Comms right now. Make sure you are flagged. We had an issue with this last time. Make sure everyone in your group is flagged.
That's not gonna be
Everyone flag up, especially bards. It's insanely important bards are flagged.
If you do a shielding dance right now and you don't see it healing everyone around you, you're doing the wrong thing.
Yes, everyone flagged. Bards
Yo,
and
comms
clerics,
to the devs. The gate is not updating damage for people.
Yeah.
Can anyone see what it is? I see it at
Envious
3.2
roster,
now.
make sure that
It's
you
a,
guys...
it's a, at least 2.2.
Okay.
Envious roster, make sure that you guys are enchanting weapons.
Yeah, get buffs out. We kind of started quick. Start getting buffs out right now. It's a really good time to make sure everyone around you is buffed and everything's good.
It's still at 3.2 mil.
It's definitely it's
dropping.
doing damage. We just can't see it.
Yeah,
happening
it's
to me now.
lower.
Watch out
just
for the
not
magma
updated.
pools, guys.
They are not pushing, by the way. They're just waiting for you to shore the gate.
That's fine. We're not going to go out. Listen, when we destroy this gate, we're rotating to the other side. We'll get both gates down.
GBK's A fans, we're going over to.
Rotating to
Get
the other
down.
side. Let's rotate, 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 rotate.
Yep, everyone around the
We're
caravans.
rotating
right?
around. Do not go out. Do not go out. Do not go out. We're going to the other gate. Right away.
They are just waiting. They're not
course.
following you guys.
Yep.
We have
We're gonna-
epic melody, just use it.
I think that
Take
guy
that
just
extra
lagged
stamina
out.
buff and move.
We're breaking to the other gate. Let's go.
Are they moving up towards the gate that you're heading towards, Zar?
That's
So
fine.
expect some resistance, but I mean, they're probably
I'm
just
literally just gonna
waiting.
like pocket
There are
support Mr.
unflagged
Delore
players in here, by the way.
Make sure you guys are flagged. Very
Everybody
important
gets
you flag.
teleported
I'm
out.
like his personal
Spam
little
in your group
tinky
chats.
winky here.
Flag up.
Sorry, not unflagged, but not people in the event. There's people with cats and abs that are just white.
Good comms to the
not
devs. We have people that are
Hey,
not
Dave,
supposed
thank
to
you
be
for
in the
that.
event.
Thank you for the
The
raid,
comp
brother. I
is hitting
appreciate
the
you.
gate now.
Welcome in, boys. We're in the middle of a no siege right now.
Devs can hear
Going
you,
around
so
to
if
hit
you
some
notice
gates
bugs,
and
just voice
shit.
them out.
Okay, guys.
Noted
The
that.
cliff to our
I
right.
appreciate you coming
Be
through, boys.
incredibly careful. They could drop down on top of us. Do not get baited by that.
Yeah,
a
we're
lot of
gonna
them are
be
standing
sitting-
behind the wall here. You can see them.
We're sitting northeast max range. Heard?
Yes.
Heard.
There is no significant clump up on the rocks, by the way.
In
They're
this group, we
almost
are going to
entirely
the
all
northwest.
behind the gate.
In this group, we're going to be near the orange bush. Max ranging from over there on the
There are a
southernmost side.
couple stragglers coming
I
up.
wanna
though,
say it's
who are gonna
northwest.
jump over, probably. T-Max on your right. There's someone, for example.
Yep, killing Winnaker now.
Gonna go
Should
over
be dead.
here.
Keep hitting the gate.
Get back to the raid if you died.
Yeah, do we have the res behind? We have the cap behind us, yeah?
Or it's capping right now.
Okay. Did we lose the cap on the other cap or no? Did we lose the looks like control point 3 or
we
down
did
below?
lose one right now. They walked outside and took it.
That's fine. Rogues, you're just gonna rotate over and cap it again.
Rogue groups start moving over right now.
Group of like 6
Walls being
jumping over the
buggy as
rocks.
shit.
Probably not important, but they're there.
There's a little desync
The
starting to
ones
kick
on
in.
the right of the game.
I think we have a rogue in us.
Overlooking the right.
We're just chilling. There's no rush here.
Yep.
Yo, our entire raid groups all should be on the north side of the gate right quick. Everyone should be north side. I can't really see you rendered in, so I'm just assuming you're all here. So all of my calls are going to be off the assumption that
What
you guys
up,
are doing the
Douglas?
right thing. Last time I was making calls based off things I could see. I'm going to make calls off, basically, like, I'm just going to assume you're in the right place. Everyone should be right now north
Barge
of the
should
gate.
be prepping up these right now.
Yep. Prep that stuff. We're waiting for the gate to be
Non-stop the
destroyed.
entire raid. You guys are prepping that.
Are we going to do a
Even
full
on-
push this time? Or are we going to split again?
I don't think
No,
any
we're
of
doing
my
the full
ground
push.
targets are going down.
Yeah, heard it.
But try not to ask questions because they probably have some people in here listening to us. So. Yo, Purple, I'm gonna want you to push through gate. Envious and Polar, you're jumping over.
there
You're gonna
vines
jump
there?
over, and we're gonna once we enter, we're gonna push to red. We're gonna push to the red house. We're not pushing market. We're gonna push red house all the way down through the past the lumber mill and then into market herd. So Polar, you're jumping over a fence just like east of this fence here. You're gonna jump over. You're gonna clear all the way through red house, past red house, down the line, past lumber mill. Purple, you're pushing
We're
through
on
the gate.
we're going to
Somebody
be on
just
the
got
left
tripped from that,
side
they're
of the
pissed.
red house, guys.
Yeah. As you guys look to your left right now, there's a tower over here. I want to do our jump near this tower. We're gonna jump near the tower and then make our way up to red house. While
Gate
Purple's
is
Tower
about to
directly
die.
to the left of the gate.
Oh, the
Envious,
DC.
Wait till gate's
for
down.
anyone who denied
Gate is
that,
down.
we're
It is
just
dead.
gonna cover up this
Purple,
fence.
you're forming up at gate. Do not push through yet. Purple forming up at gate. Don't push through yet.
Wait.
Envious and Polar, you're moving down towards that guard tower, just a little bit east of you. Go
little
east, go east.
Move east.
Not
Envious
yet,
coming
not
down
yet.
to the guard tower.
We're going to speed jump over in 3, 2, 1. Everyone speed jump over.
Envious,
We're clearing
pop.
up to red house now.
Pop up east.
Purple envious. We're clearing up to
Red
red
house,
house
up to
now.
red house.
I went
Purple,
too
you can
far.
push through. I'm throwing roots down. You're gonna get kind
Their
of killed
whole
here.
rate is to
Purple,
our right.
careful.
Keep walking up.
Play for your life,
Up.
Purple.
Walk,
Play for your life.
Walk forward. Walk forward.
Purple envious. You need to clear them. Clear,
Pushing,
clear, clear,
pushing,
clear,
Keep
clear.
walking forward. Keep walking forward.
Yo, listen, we're not going behind red house. Go in front of red house. In front of red house. Turn. In front of red house. We're clearing to lumber mill. You need to help Purple.
On the back
Going on,
side.
I'm
Get
going.
I need
Go
nimbles here. Massive root behind them.
everyone in.
Purple, you need to dive through. Okay, envious and envious pull. You're flanking them now. Crush them here from behind.
trip.
Okay, good, good,
Pushing
good.
through right. Guys, push through. Blink the fuck
Yes,
in.
all the way
Use
on
your
top
first
of them, Envious.
Yep. Keep going through. You're behind them. Clear them.
Push
Clear
through
them.
them,
Clear
push
them.
through them.
Yo, if you negative, go to the God Spike now. Heard? Okay, negative's going to God Spike now. Whoever's in negative got in the negative group, you need to calm with me. Purple, you're holding the ramp. You're holding banana. Okay. Purple and envious holding banana. Polar move to God Spike now.
Polar rate, turn toward
I
God
got
Spike.
such a big trip there, Jesus
Purple
Christ.
envious, you're holding purple and envious. You're both holding the banana. Yo, get people on top of the caravanserai house. Don't just stack up bottom banana. They're gonna try to drop to the caravanserai house where you turn in. Let's have envious take over the caravanserai house. Purple, you're holding the bottom banana.
Behind us.
Polar, you should be on top of this flag point.
nothing
Let's have Polar group
Yikes.
1 and 2 on the flag
cover.
point. Group 3 and 4, you're moving to the caravanserai house.
Holy shit.
Polar group 3
We
and
have
4
that
moving
road
to the
somewhere,
caravanserai
Roads
house.
need to be getting us cap points, Tim. We have no points capped right now for residents.
Yeah, I'll figure that out now. I can try to cap point 1 again.
Make your way back to
yeah,
everyone who
roads.
died,
We
make
have
your way
really
back
good
to
control
the
right
Sovereign,
point
you
B.
can't
We're
leave
going
at
to the
cap
market.
point. Sovereign, you need to be at point 1 permanently. Who are the other rogues? Sun Tzu, you need to be at point
Almo.
3. Amo point 1. Sun Tzu point 3. Heard? I need you guys sitting at cap points permanently. We lost both cap points. It should be okay though. I'm capping point 3
should be
now.
fine. Where are
But
we
rogues,
re-entering?
you literally can't leave cap points. I know you guys want to play.
Guards are one shot in.
Yeah, it's
the
fine.
Envious raid.
Okay, back off the banana if you have to. Then
I'm
if
so
guards are
scared.
killing you. Devs heard that.
You guys are
we're good.
running back
Guard-
and you're going
guard's
to the
bad.
market.
I'm capping right now. I'm recapping point 3. Desert, can you
right,
cap
out we go.
point 1, please? Guys, you're in full control of the space of the raid. GBK, call your banana like pushes and pulls.
We're working on it.
They're gonna look to make a big push there. So just be aware,
We
aware
have a
GBK.
big group coming
Where are we
in
pushing back in from?
through the B gate. Guys, push
We're
through.
pushing,
Push through them.
North
The
Gate
whole
right
group,
now.
the purple
Fighting
group needs to
Bark
walk
Road.
through. Walk through the
We
gate.
have a
Don't
whole
get
raid
distracted
that's
chasing them.
doing back camps.
I don't
So
think
we're
we're
just
gonna
gonna
be
go
able
to
to
take them by themselves.
Right now. Push
We're just
through
gonna have to
the
go around,
ramp
I
right
think.
now, Purple.
I'm capping right now on point 3. We really want point 1 is the point we want. It's the closest to where we need to be. Desert, you just need to lock down point 1, okay?
I got
you don't leave
back
point 1.
from my flying mat. I'm grabbing it now.
Lloyd, you're going to point
Okay.
1. Fuck this point. It's good, but
Purple,
we
come
don't really want
take
this point that
ramp.
much. I can take this, Lloyd. You can leave.
Should I pop over and help? No, we're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling.
This point is good. It's great. I'll recap point 3 over
There's
and
a
over
group
again.
defending control point 1. I can't take it
Yeah,
all.
we want control point 1 is what we want. All rogues need to go control point 1. We have point 3 again, so if you need to res on point 3. Heard?
Heard.
How are we doing on the point? Are we getting
Envious group
interrupted or
4,
no?
go back, go assist on the point 3. Or on control point 1, control point 1. There's just a large group there.
Are we pushed off the control point or what?
Yeah, they have a
Negative,
full group
negative,
there.
get a grapple
negative,
on
how's the
someone, but I don't want to like.
Godspike is
Don't wanna
clear. There's no one in
overextend.
market at all.
So group, Envious group 4,
that's
head
not
to
gonna
go
work.
help with the control point 1.
Grapple's a
Looks like we
myth.
lost control of the market completely, actually.
Yeah.
If you're in the
guards
purple
just kind of wiped through
raid,
the
we're
group
on top
defending
of the
market.
ramp right now.
Okay.
We're holding
We're
it.
all spawning.
They're pushing up right now.
I'm capping point 1.
Envious 1, we're going to be up at the
Okay.
northwest gate. We're regrouping everyone
if
together.
the polar raid, if the polar raid is wiped, we need to make everyone make your way to the B gate. We're gonna group up there,
Yo,
and then we're gonna push back to market.
listen, all 4 rogues. Like, I'm gonna say this right now. It is
We only have 4
instrumental that you sit on point. You cannot leave point 1 at all. We need to hold point 1 and never lose it again. We lose point 1 again. We
Point 1
lose everything.
taken.
Desert, you're also
Took
not
the
leaving point
ramp
1
back.
either.
What'd you say?
You're not leaving point 1 either. You stay in point 1 the entire time.
Keep prepping up easier.
Okay.
All right, polar raid is regrouped.
Did
For
get a
the
bigger
most
reflector.
part outside of B gate with Envious.
Envious,
Purple wiped off of,
everyone's
I think we
prepping
hit
up
that.
is.
I can't even see my walls going up anywhere.
All right, let's.
But I'm pretty sure we just walled behind all of them.
Well, so we're all here.
Envious head to the orange bush just
They're-
north
they're
of
taking back the gate.
That's fine. They can have the gate.
Don't
We
be
don't
standing.
care
Don't
what
be
it is.
standing in front of. Don't be standing in front of the gate and diving.
We're not gonna put.
Back
We're
up.
not pushing through the gate.
Yeah, Envious, you should have uppies prepped, and we are on the orange bush.
We're standing at B gate right now. We are all grouped at B gate. You are not You're not in the gate. You are standing back. Don't get hit. Don't get.
Hey, listen, we're
Where
gonna
are
make a
you?
bar push here soon. Is purple ready? Push up or no?
Yep.
I need to make sure that we have.
Yo, guys, we're gonna go in
protect up.
first. Purple raid, we're going in first.
Purple, same as you're at purple. You're going through the bottleneck, but like don't over push and die. Envious and Polar, we're pushing over in 3, 2, 1. Uppies. Envious and Polar over.
Uppies.
Purple, push low. Purple, push low. You're just
push,
in
push,
front.
purple.
Go over.
Massive root at the
I do
front, purple.
damage.
If you want to get some picks.
They have a bunch in the market. Look at the market. Look market. Look market.
Push
Look
the
market. We're
market.
killing all of them.
Yo,
Envious,
purple,
push
Envious.
market, push
I'm
market.
sorry.
Hard through market. Hard through market.
Envious, Polar, you're clearing market. You're wrapping behind
Center
them.
market.
Purple, you're
We're
pushing
killing all
slow.
of them in
Careful.
the
Wait for the
market.
flank.
Killing
Oh,
all
I hit him.
of them.
That's a wall,
I need
that's a wall,
nibbles on
that's a wall.
purple.
Oh, shit.
I need nibbles on purple right now. They're getting kind of crushed.
They all just died.
All the market is being wiped. We're wiping all of open market.
Okay, you need to get behind quickly because purple's kind of getting crushed here.
I'm getting fucked here.
Keep
You
pushing
need to come behind them
Envious.
fast.
Pushing up. Keep
We're
pushing
push
up.
all the way to the well. All the way to the well.
They're
Envious.
all dying.
Yo, purple, get ready to make a push. Purple, you're gonna push in 3,
Right,
2,
turn around.
1. Purple, you're pushing. There's a
Alright,
massive
we're
root there.
pushing,
Pushing
we're
out.
pushing,
Pushing
we're
out.
pushing. Go, go, go,
Purple,
go.
full push. Full push.
Turn
Roots
right.
go
Turn
out.
right. Turn right. Turn right.
Oh.
Turn right. All
Dive in,
all
purple.
the
Don't be
bottom
slow.
right.
Dive in,
Bottom
purple.
right,
Don't be
turn
slow.
right.
You're actually killing all of them. Dive in. Don't be
Good
slow.
day.
Don't be slow. Don't be slow.
Hello?
Full push in, purple.
We're saying grapple to go assist negative for the channel.
We're about to go back. To
I don't
market.
know.
Yeah, back to the spike. Back to the spike. Back to on the spike. We're channeling. We're channeling. Get back here.
Envious
Polar,
comes
you are
back.
sitting
Envious come
spike.
back to
Polar, you're
market.
sitting
That was like-
Raid, respawn, point 1.
I just hit a massive fucking wall
Move
there.
it to the market. The spawn point is in the market.
That was
Yeah,
such a
turn around.
fucking
Come to
fun
the
initiative.
market. There's a group here. We're gonna
Clear
push them
market,
out,
clear
and then
market,
we'll
clear
go
market.
hold the
Market.
well.
Market is clear. Market is clear.
Polar and Envious, you're just holding market. Don't worry about the.
Yeah,
don't worry
we
about
got
the
it.
market.
We're already
almost
taking
the
we
ramp
clear
right now.
market.
They got respawns coming though.
Yep.
Yeah.
See it. Yo,
GBK,
behind.
do your best to hold the
well
ramp,
side.
the
You're
ramp,
looking,
just-
I have a full group coming well side and Polar turning clear well side now.
Look at the storage.
We're getting
right
so
now.
many
Full
like
group well side.
just so many
Polar
picks
look,
right
Polar
now.
look. We're gonna push in 3, 2, 1. Uppies send into the well right now. Into the well. Into the well. Into all
Well
of
to be
them.
full clear here. Clear well.
Full clear the map.
Careful.
Full
Envious
clear
group
the
2,
map.
3, 4. Stay on
Don't-
God's
don't
spike.
overpush
2,
too much,
3,
don't
4.
overpush.
Stay on God's spike.
God's spike. Back to God's spike. Turn around. Turn around. They're full white. Nice. We're back to
Envious
God's
back
spike.
to God's spike. Look north.
Envious
There
needs
is
to protect
small
the-
people
Uppies
trying
is so fun.
to get onto our God spike.
Okay,
Look
that
at-
was
look
huge.
in Downy House.
Yeah, we're
Look in
just
Downy
full
House.
initiating
Purple,
and killing them.
purple, don't push up too
We're
much. Purple,
holding
can you
the
hold
ramp
this
right now,
bottleneck?
Purple raid.
Yeah. Can
Yeah,
you pull back a
micros
little
are
bit here?
huge.
Just look
TeamSpeak
at my
is
flying map behind you.
fucking
Hold
massive,
this
by the
bottleneck
way, for
right here.
stuff like
I'm holding-
this.
I'm talking
In
about
New
right
World,
here.
everyone
I don't want you
had
to push up there because you
TeamSpeak
don't have a
servers.
bottleneck. You don't have an environment.
We
can
specifically
push
did
it
like
as long as
macros
possible.
with
Purple,
shot
look
callers
behind
and
you.
then
Purple, look
micros.
behind you.
Purple,
There's a
pull back a little
bottleneck
bit,
behind
pull
you.
back a little bit.
In the market, not outside the gate. Go down to the
Okay.
market. There's a bottleneck right here on this little ramp here. Let them
Yo,
push
come
between Red
towards
House
the
and this
market, guys.
guard
Come
tower,
towards
okay?
the market, Purple raid. Right here.
They're
We're gonna
pushing
hold
you,
this
Purple.
choke
We're gonna
right
have to.
here.
We're gonna have to fight here probably soon. So be
We're
ready.
gonna hold this choke right here.
We have
Yeah.
eyes on the rest of the raid.
All right, we're vibing right now.
Yes, I'm looking at mass raid. They're
Quick little
just trying to
meta.
go behind the market.
Look
into
at TS
purple,
and
but
Canary. I
purple's
think we're
gonna
staying
fuck
to
up.
Canary.
Turn around, look
Yeah,
behind the market.
Canary's a good start, and then TeamSpeak's
Can you
just
get
so much
people
more
on Red
efficient.
House?
Everyone
Red
started
House.
with Canary and then went TS for like
Are
global
you trying to
comms
push
and shit
Polar
like
up there,
that.
or you want to be us up there?
Yeah, well
We
side
can
is
head-
kind of clear. We don't,
Because then you can have, like,
people
group
on well
feedback
side. We
as-
need some people.
I got a
They're
burp.
dropping into
That's
market
well.
behind Red House now. But like,
Envious prep uppies. Envious prep
yeah,
uppies.
get ready to clear here. They're like between, I don't know. It's kind of between Downey House and fucking Sniper House or whatever. Be ready.
We'll
They're
have
like
Envious prep puppies after we push this group back. Envious
they're
can go
south
down
side of
to
the
Red House.
South side of the Red House.
Get ready to
There's
push
super
around.
stack here. I want you to kill these people when they come down.
Get ready, guys. And then they push into us.
They're gonna look to make a push here soon. Purple, how are you guys doing over here?
Stand
on your
further back.
bottleneck?
Stand further back. Stand further back.
Purple, can you make a counter push on them right now?
Yeah, we
wanna counter push in
are getting
3.
pushed off right
I know.
now.
I want you to counter push. I know. I want you to push
think
in
they're
3,
jumping off the
cliff. They're jumping off the cliff.
1.
Alright.
I want you to push now. Push
Push,
into them
push,
now. Push into them now.
push,
Full
push,
push.
push.
All purple, you're pushing into them. I know you're probably gonna die here. It's fine. Just push into
Yep,
them.
it's okay.
I'm willing to die for this.
Polar Envious, walk
Push
up.
in,
just
everybody,
tiny bit,
die
do some
doing
damage.
damage,
Help them
die
out.
doing
Do some
damage.
damage and help them out. We're not.
There's a
we're
large
going-
group
Envious
on
at this-
point.
They're actually fucking them.
Control point
Purple's
one.
actually
At the
fucking them
gate.
up pretty good here. Purple, you're
There's
actually full
8
push.
We're
people
gonna
on
go.
control point
We're
one.
helping
Go.
purple.
You have to watch control panel sync.
Back to market,
Your
back to
control
market.
controls like
I'm out,
market.
I'm out, I'm
Like
out.
purple
We're
actually
at
won
market, we're at
randomly. I don't know how you won that purple, but whatever you won. That
Envious
is
come back to the
We're
control.
running,
Envious come back
Control
to
point one,
market.
go.
I'm dropping another root in them.
Cap.
Yo, purple,
Oh,
push
fuck
them
it.
again. I dropped the
Jesus
full root in
Christ,
them.
I'm dead.
Push into them right now. Right now.
Push,
Push into them.
push,
You should all
push,
die.
push,
Go into banana. Go into banana. Go into
That's
banana.
a lot of burst.
Kill them all.
Oh, super burst.
turn to storm. We're pushing through.
Clear well
Turn,
completely.
turn and push
Purple
into
deployments
the-
in
I
turn,
target.
got instant respawn. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. I got greedy there. I thought I'd be able to shit on all of them with another initiate.
Oh yeah,
Turn
that's
towards
exactly.
I've
the
been
well.
catching like
Push through
fucking
them.
20 people per
Yo,
wall.
On our left.
they're respawning again.
Engineers
Purple,
group
pull back
forward,
to your
go
bottleneck. Purple,
assist
pull back to your
on
bottleneck.
control
Purple.
point 1.
Same bottleneck we had before. You won that fight. Pull back to the
Turn
bottleneck.
back around. Don't push
Engineers
us too
group
far
forward,
out.
head
You're not
to control point 1.
killing them.
Purple
They're
raid,
behind the
pull
house.
back to the bottleneck towards
Yo.
market. Pull
And
back to
Purple,
the
you are
bottleneck.
guarding the
Engineers
shots by
one, two,
No,
three.
Purple.
imagine
You are
if I
guarding
was
the
at
shots right now.
150 power. Oh yeah, imagine if I
You guys
wasn't
back
running
up,
around
back
at
up off the wall,
350
back up off
power.
the wall,
Yo,
back to the
they're
house.
forming up wall side. They're forming up wall side. Purple, you're gonna need to flank them. Okay, they're forming up wall side. Can you make a push to flank them right now or no?
Oh my god.
Purple, actually, I want you pushing in. Purple, push into this group, completely clear them,
Is
and I
Supple
want you
coming
pushing
to
all the way
ashes?
to well.
Oh,
You're
wait.
pushing full around Purple right now.
Grant, are you
Everyone
in
from purple,
Supple
push into them
Ashes?
right now. Push,
I was
push,
in
push,
Supple
push.
New World. That's funny.
You
as
guys
shit.
are weak.
Come on,
Guys,
guys.
Three,
Look
watch
at the
well
well
We're all
side.
kind of
Polar,
stuck
look at
taking
the well
control
side.
point.
We're going
We have
through.
multiple
We're going
mages
through.
and rangers over 600.
Envious, push. Go with
Yeah,
Polar.
exclamation servers
One
is my
big
New
clump.
World
One
server.
big clump.
You have to
Before I
push
quit.
here.
Plural though.
They're looking to make their
Holy
final
shit.
push here. We need everyone guarding the.
Envious back up to Spike. Envious back up to Spike.
They're looking to make their final push here. You guys
coming
need to
from
counter
the
push them.
red.
They're pushing from metalworking. From metalworking.
Yeah, on
You need to
Silicon
push
Spike.
into them.
Protect
We need,
negative.
That's
Protect
bad.
negative.
everyone's going to
I
market
should
now.
not have
Everyone's
come
coming
in
to
this
market.
way.
Everyone come to market. Full
Everything's
healing on
bad here.
negative.
Everything's bad here.
I can get a room
That
that's
was
masked
not
up here.
the
I
way
want
to
to push
push
into
it.
Kaiser. Push
That
into
was
it now.
not the
Push
fucking
into it
way
now.
to push
On the
it.
ground
Charge
here. I
red
got a mask.
building.
That's not
Envious.
it. That was not it. We can go 2.
We are
10
full
people
defending
coming.
market.
5 seconds.
10 people coming from storage.
We have such a good view of this though.
Everyone who's in our raid right now, you're defending
I
market
went
right
wrong
now.
way.
Look at storage. Look at storage.
That's no bueno. I thought I'd be able to sneak
I'm not
through.
there anymore, Kaiser.
Uh-oh.
You're full in control right
Uh-oh.
now. Looks like we lost negative.
We're full desync. Okay. Sick.
Okay, we need to regroup and go again.
We send again, boys. Listen, we lost the control point again. I don't know how we lost that again.
I was coming. There's a group of 8 people we could not stop.
So are
it
they just like
before we had-
backdooring with
Purple's taking control point 1.
Okay. Heads up to the devs. Resing full zombie res in a completely different dimension. Not going to a res point. Just back on the point completely.
We're making our way back to the.
I think
Envious
Kailash
one,
came
back
a
to the
little
orange
large,
bush.
this would eventually come to Ashes. I mean,
Envious
Ashes
we're
is
orange bush
legitimately
and
going to take
prepping
over. I'm not
uppies.
even gonna lie. Like Ashes is going to have
Fully
so much
resident
appeal
buffs.
to pretty much
all
every
over market.
PVX community that exists.
They were fully regrouping.
It
That
takes
was
all
really
of the
good.
systems that pulled people
Like,
into
we
New
just
World
can't lose that
and just
control
like
point 'cause we lost our-
extrapolates on
I
them
guess we
so
lost our
fucking
res
much,
and
improves
shit.
on
I
them
think
so
we need to leave a
much.
full group.
Oh my god, it's
because
so
they're
good.
sending a full group to go after it.
Okay, put
Wait,
an envious
these
group.
Envious
fights-
can just hold
guys,
that.
These fights
from
are
now on.
incredibly extended. Every single cleric, every single bard in every single group, one of them has to be running the mana saga. You need to be calming that to your 8 man.
OGTNL guys.
Otherwise, our clerics are going in. I'm getting comms from every single group saying that.
Fair.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
guys gotta be
incredibly
running
important for this. We are locking this down forever.
TNL's
We're
full with
fighting
will
forever.
guilds.
Designate it right now. He was doing it in
Yeah, I bet
reverse.
TNL
It's a 5
streamers just got
it's
like
a 5-minute fight
fucking
because your other bard might be
20,000
dying
subs a
too, so
piece
you
or
might
some
want to just
shit.
run double mana.
Although
at some
probably
points. Listen,
everyone's spending their money on pay to win, huh?
okay, so we're gonna do the same strat again. Purple is gonna be holding purple, just so you understand the choke I'm talking about.
I just
you're
need to stay, like,
holding
in
the
the
choke
club
between
board.
this red house and this guard tower. Envious and Polar, you're holding the market, and you're basically holding well side. Okay.
Get your food
Listen.
buffs right now before we push in, guys.
Sync,
Group
I
up
want
at
you.
the- at the
I want.
gate.
Listen, I want all 4 rogues. All 4 rogues are sitting at control point 1. I understand it's not very fun, but that's like the main reason we're losing this right now is because we're having slow respawns. You have to hold control point 1.
Is just occasionally getting overran.
Okay, I understand that, but 4 rogues plus desert. Can you add like a cleric and a bard there from Envious as well too? Just add a couple
Yeah.
people there, Sync, to sign a few people. Okay, we're rebuffing right
we
now.
can-
We're full rebuffing. I want everyone to food buff here. Listen, we can
Yeet.
actually win this.
Yeet.
We had it at 70%. We can pull
Lexi
it.
and Victra,
I blame me.
you can hear me message in raid chat. You guys are going to help the rogues out.
Full food buff right now. If you want to send whatever you want to send consume-wise, send it.
I don't know like why
Let's get ready.
walls
We're looking to
just
make our
feel
push.
weird.
Everyone should be outside
Like,
the
my
gate
ground
currently right
targets
now.
just feel
Purple's going to be
clunky.
pushing the gate. Purple, I don't want you to overextend. You're just there to keep them engaged, and then we're going to do the
We're
flank,
prepping
okay?
uppies right now, guys.
All right.
Oh, fuck you.
Try not to die if you're purple. You
We're gonna
have a
uppies
hard
into
job
the
here.
market. It's gonna be fine.
Okay, listen.
All right. Play for your
Polar,
lives, guys. We're gonna go
Polar and
over.
Envious, we're jumping down. We're jumping down near this guard tower, and we're making
I
our
almost
way
got Rise
up
slipping
behind
there.
the red house, and then going behind them. Okay.
Oh, I almost got
Purple
him
and Envious,
slipping.
we're setting uppies now. I'm sorry. Envious and Polar, we're going in 3, 2, 1. Purple start fronting
Polar,
up.
uppies,
Uppies,
Polar
uppies,
uppies, Polar
uppies.
A little bit, purple.
Over the wall.
Push in a little bit.
We're in and over. We're in and over. Send your beams. Wipe them out.
Play for your
Nice and
life.
easy. They're up
Look,
on top.
right
They're
behind
up,
the red
up
building.
on
Right
top of the
behind
red
the
house.
red building. There's a
The
huge
back of the red
cast.
building.
Move into the left now. Go, 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 go. Pop your shields, tanks. Pop your shields. Go, 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 go. Wipe these
They're
on the
wiping,
left.
they're wiping, they're wiping. Polar and Envious, you're getting behind them. Purple, you're
We're
going
up on top of
Purple
the
Purple
rock.
dive.
Up
Purple
on
dive.
top
Purple
of the rock.
dive.
Up on top of
Past
the
the
rock.
red building. Be up on top.
Purple dive. If you die, res immediately, and you're coming right back to market.
We're off.
That's a
Move to flag.
soldier.
Move to market, Polar.
Envious needs help. Envious
Better
needs help.
left.
You have to come behind them, Kaiser. You have to come
No,
behind
it's a
them.
guard. Ah!
Okay, hit
Guys,
behind. Hit
wait,
behind.
come behind them, come behind
Envious
them,
one,
come
we're gonna
behind
hit behind right now. In
We're
3,
well, we're
2,
coming
1.
behind.
Envious hit behind this group.
You have to help
They're
Purple
pushing
here.
us. They're pushing us.
Yep, we're coming behind now. You guys need to push behind them. Sync, your
Yeah,
group needs
move
to
to the
move
right.
forward.
Move to, everyone needs to be at the well.
Stop playing
Move
like
to the right.
fucking
We have
pussies.
to come
Move
behind
forward.
them to help out our envious
We're
raid.
pushing in right
Move
now.
up. Everyone come up. Everyone come up from the right. We have to help them.
We're up.
Yeah, they push through Purple. They push through Purple. They're full wrapping. You need to keep wrapping around them.
Abilities are just not going off right now.
And clearly they are. People are done.
We're
Keep
sitting in
wrapping around them.
market
Keep
right
wrapping around them. They're in market. They're mostly in market now. Listen, they're pushing into
Yeah,
market. We
maybe,
need to clear
like,
market
hold
here.
this little area off.
You guys need to res. We should have
They're
just as
pushing
fast
through
as res.
market right now. They're pushing through market.
Where'd he
for the
go?
Group. Envious Polar, turn around, come market.
These abilities are.
You guys need
Yeah.
to clear market right now. Clear market. If it doesn't look like they're regging, they're regging.
They're out
Probably.
the market. We
You
have
just
control
keep
point
sending
one.
this.
Res control point one. We have it. We have
Envious respawn head to the market.
Yo, res is up in 8 seconds. Res is up in 8
Envious-
seconds. If you're making a push, make a
Clear
push
that
I
now.
can't do anything.
Res in
That's
4,
fine.
3, 2, 1. Res is going off
I'm
now.
definitely gonna rubber band.
Clerics, do not res people on the area. Just like actually
Hold,
just
the,
like
hold the market. Negatives coming back. We're on our way back. We're on our way back. We're fine. Okay, guys, through the B gate and down to market.
They're coming in from the other side of market.
All right.
You guys-
If you're
Good
resing,
wall.
if you're resing, stop at the gate.
Yeah, we need
We're gonna
to-
all push through
you
together.
expect-
Oh yeah, push behind them. Push behind them. Everyone push through. Everyone who's standing at the gate right now, push through them right now.
They're rooted right now.
Everyone
You can clear them.
Everyone through. Push all the way through them. Don't stop walking forward. Push through them right behind. Everyone, walk up. Look at Kaiser.
I just hit such a big
They're
trip.
all run over. They're all run over. They're all run over. Keep going. Keep going.
I don't
Never
know what's
stop. All right,
happening,
We're in the market. We're in
but
the
I think
market.
I
Good
shit
push.
on them.
We have market. Negative
Envious,
start
we should be
channeling.
all in marketplace.
Listen, you need to
we're
position
good.
yourself. Polar, you're
We're
going
good.
to the well right now.
That's
Full
fine.
polar raid is going to the well. Envious, you're staying on the god spike.
All right, Polar, move towards
purple,
well.
purple, you're holding. Everyone in purple raid, which is raid 3. You're all holding the bottleneck I talked about already.
I'm
We're
There's
standing
people
here,
on some of top
Polar.
of these houses.
I need to
You
get back.
can't. You have to look for people on top of these houses. They're doing a lot of damage to you. Like aggressors above
Let
you
it
on
go,
this
let
house.
it go,
It's doing
nice.
hella damage. Desert,
Okay.
you need to try to clear the top of these roofs if you can.
I'm at control point 1. Do
All right, Polar, look.
you want me to get our break off it?
Polar, we are on well side. They're pushing from well side.
Circ's
Look at
dead.
well side.
Yeah, Envious,
is where we're
we're
holding.
at marketplace. We're looking towards red building.
Oh, fuck
They're
me.
pushing in from well side.
That shit hurted.
We're kind of just posturing right now. We're not pushing all the way through.
If I can get some mana, I can
And
just
yes,
like.
we need
look for
everyone back
traps.
here.
Oh god.
All right, we have to look. We have
We
to
have
send
that
well
mana
side,
here.
okay? We're gonna
Held
push
right
well side.
Yeah, Envious, I need you guys
We're
back
pushing-
in here right now.
Push right now. We're in. We're in.
No, Desert, you need to stay on the
Push through
control point.
the
More important.
They're in. They're already in
Purple
at the
pushing
market, bro.
behind them right now.
They're in at the market. Their whole rate's
Okay.
coming in
Purple
from well
pushing
side.
behind them. Reinforce the
I
market
have
right now.
no mana for any of this.
They need to come in from the back of from the well side on the
Pushing
market.
behind them. Look at that huge root right
They
there.
have a huge clump.
They're
Huge
trying to
clump.
full
They're
send
all
this.
dying.
They're wiping.
Krios dead.
We
need to push this
push
stuff
another
under.
group.
Push
Pushing
this
next to us. Pull back towards the gate.
Someone
here.
on the roof here, careful.
I'm slept.
Hold this choke again.
Please,
They're
please,
gonna
please,
be
please,
pushing down.
please, let me out of this. This is hectic.
There's
as
two on the
fuck.
roof
We should
above
be
you
fine, we
guys.
should be
Guys,
fine.
be careful.
I
These
see
ones on the
Rick
roof above you. They're on the
tank.
sniper
Get back in
house.
here. Get back in.
Tripped
Just
again.
keep- yo,
We're
listen,
over by
keep-
the gate, choke
Yo,
again.
spawn is
Grabbed him.
going off in 8
Oh, what the
seconds.
fuck?
Spawn is going off in 8 seconds. They're trying to dive negative. Be careful, okay?
Get ready. Guys, be here. Be defending negative. We're fine.
You
We
have aggressor and
we have the
Zephyr on the roof
Dead.
next to you. Careful.
We have the market and we're good. Protect voter
Might
fraud.
be able to catch Cirx.
Res just went
Cirx
off.
Voter fraud
dead.
channeling. Right, they're
We have
still
grappling
standing
going
in front of the
inside.
market.
I just hit a big wall there.
We're good here. We're
Or did
good.
that spawn at me? fuck's
Don't
going on there?
overextend into the well, guys. Polar raid. Look behind the
I need to go back for some
behind the
mana.
storage where there's some over slipping around.
I have no mana right now.
We're just front to back in them right
Remember,
now. Drop your
Envious, look
balls, drop
towards red
balls,
house.
balls and magma pools, guys, into their whole
So
raid.
you guys push
Start
out there
casting your
and
spells.
take
We are in.
1.1.
Envious, we're in market. We're
I'm
looking
holding
towards
control
well.
point 1. Control point 1's held right now. It should be completely fine. I don't see
Wait,
anyone.
is the
I think we're
channel
chilling
no,
around
no,
here.
is the channel glitched out? Do we have
No,
someone?
it's, we have the
have
market.
channel,
Don't we have
go,
control?
go, go.
Yeah, no, we have complete control of the market.
Okay, just hold the fucking
yeah.
the panel.
Right side.
Send nimbles on our
right
people
side,
in the
right
front
side,
line.
right side, right side. Careful.
Guys, keep sending AoEs into them at the well. Do not let them walk up for free.
Yeah, we have a good clump on well right now. Good clump on well. Can we clear it? Let's clear well right now.
We're
there's a lot of well.
3, 2, 1.
Push well, push well, push well.
Push well right now. Push well.
I'm so
Full push
dead.
well
Push
right
through
now.
them. Push through them. Push
Up
through
the
them.
ramp,
I
up the
can't
ramp, up the
even get
banana, up the
anything
banana.
off.
They're all
My
rooted on
indom didn't
banana.
go off because it's so DCK, please.
They're all behind. Oh my god, they're behind the house.
Okay, we should be fine.
We need envious
We
raid
got
to
such
push
a big
to the
hit there.
right
We
of
got
the
such a big
well
hit
No,
there.
house.
pull back to well. Pull back to well. We got
15
enough kills.
We should be fine.
We can't make a push.
We should be
We can't
fine.
make a push. We have control. We have
Look
control. We
towards
have
red
control.
building. They're pushing towards us.
My defense
They're
is
near. They're
another
clear the market. Clear the market.
Turn around at the well, guys. They're behind the building on the left. I have no clue what to even call this area.
No clue what to call this area. Is
Hold
crazy.
market. Hold market. Hold
Underneath
market.
the red
Okay,
house.
we'll
You're
pop
still
back
on
up
top
in
market.
like
They're
10
trying to kill. They're
seconds.
trying to kill. You have to clear the market. They're looking at market right now. You have to clear this. You have to clear this. You have to clear this. Clear the actual fucking.
No,
They're
no.
diving. They're diving. They're diving. They're diving.
Keep Razzo alive. Keep Razzo alive.
Keep them up. Keep them up. Keep them up.
Okay. Everything's
Razzo's
fine.
finishing the channel. They're pushing. They're pushing. hard.
Everyone come to market. They're looking. They're making a full push. I need
1%,
roots.
1%.
Roots well side. Roots well side.
Envious,
We
look.
lost one person with it.
Get ready.
Well side. They're dropping well side.
I think we can push in through here.
Send your
It
tank
should be
walls.
safe.
Send your AoEs
Purple's
right
here,
now.
they're fighting.
Send
I can get in
all
with
of your
purple.
shit. Do not
They're
let them
all
push
well
through.
side. They're
We're
all
gonna
well
finish
side. We
this.
need to control well side. You need to root it.
They're
You need to
all on
push
the
into
well
well
side.
side. Push into them. Push into them well side.
forward.
They're dropping
Guys,
on the
push
house.
forward.
They're dropping behind the house. You need to push in.
Yes, they're diving.
We have to hold this for like 2 more seconds.
3, 2,
Pull it,
1.
push
Go
through.
in. Envious, get in there.
Everyone push
Push,
into them.
push,
Be
Stop
in their
playing
back
back.
line. Push.
Send
Stop
your
playing
AoEs.
back.
Send your
Push.
AoEs.
Everyone in.
AoEs are delayed. It's fine.
Oh god. You guys have to hold. We need reinforcements. hopefully in the
Heal
wall.
razzle.
They
Heal
told me to
razzle.
push in. I pushed in. Was it enough? Did we delay?
It's like one more
3%.
second holding.
Please.
Push everything you have. Stop playing back.
Please,
Push
should
in.
we delay?
Push in. Push in. Push in.
Wait, what happened?
Oh my god.
Channeling progress reset to
What is
50.
happening?
Oh. Okay.
Okay, we're going back. We still have
That
control
was
now.
like
Yeah, we
99.9%,
still
I think.
Our guys are still channeling. They're not dying, and the channel keeps jumping backwards.
Weird.
It's fine. Whatever. We just keep holding. We keep holding.
No,
Keep
Kaiser,
holding.
someone got
We're
knocked
still
out of
holding
it.
it.
Is what happened.
Okay, so knockback is probably still. You probably still knock back people. I need you
Yeah,
guys
you
to
can.
push in. Yo, listen. I want to make a push off this wall. We're making a push in 3, 2,
So we had
1.
it
We're
at
pushing into well now.
99%?
We're pushing into well now. Everyone push.
On the red
Or
house
did it
wall.
break?
Red house wall. Push up. Push up. Push up. We're pushing through.
They're just holding well here. We have it again. We just hold it
To
for
the
another
right.
minute.
To the right. To the right.
Oh,
It's the most insane siege ever.
Can't even
but
be hot.
whatever. There's some on this roof here. Careful. They're really
Dude,
sporadic and
once
they're
this
running in one by
feels
one.
good,
Listen,
like,
they're
once
running
this
in one by
feels
one.
fluid,
This is
server
good for
side,
us.
this is gonna be a
They're not
fucking
grouped
movie.
up at all.
This shit's gonna be an absolute fucking
We're
movie.
fine. They're fully clear.
Kaiser, I want to do a
Let's
push
regroup.
up and down. I want to do a push up and down. Can you group everyone?
All right,
I want to do a full uppies push.
Towards the front of storage. Move towards the front of storage. Over towards well. This is where banana is.
Purple, you're gonna make this push with us, okay? We're pushing in 3, 2, 1. Up banana past lumber mill. Up banana past lumber mill. Come behind the rock. We're going now. We're going now. Pull in.
Right up here. Up the well. Up
You're
well.
pushing through. You're
Envious,
pushing through. Pushing through.
the
Pushing
well,
through. Pushing
well,
through.
Push through.
They can't
Look
see
where
you
Kaiser
because
is. We're
look
pushing
at
well through
Humblebee.
them right now.
And Mark's
I
go
need
in there.
hard pushes here.
All right, Pizza.
You need to push into that.
Everyone through. We're fully
Envious,
fucking
keep going with Polar. Keep pushing up.
Massive root. They can't get out. Massive root. They can't get out. They're all stuck in the road. They're stuck in the road. They're stuck in the road.
We're fully pushing them back.
We'll get those up.
Nibbles and fucking heals.
I save flash.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You're
Slowing
winning.
down
You're
our
winning.
push.
You're
We're
winning.
still going. Keep pushing through.
Envious,
Keep
keep pushing
through.
up with them. Keep pushing. Keep
Hold
pushing.
W. I know there's a wall. Hold W. It's fine.
Tim grapple. No, it didn't go off.
Hey,
Envious,
make sure
come
we're
back here. They're trying to come up from
You
the
can't
right
read over
wing.
there.
I need Envious
We're
back.
pushing through and wiping them.
What's up?
Okay.
Envious to red
GBK,
building.
I want to make a push here. GBK. Oh, we don't have enough people here. Yo, that side, the gate
might
side
be
is gonna
fine.
get fucked up here. Kaiser, I need you gate side. I need you
Okay,
gate side
turn
now.
around.
They're making
Turn around.
they're making a
We're back to
massive
the
push in the
B
flank.
gate.
They're
B-side
pushing
gate.
flank.
Massive push
Everyone in the
coming
wall
from
turn
the
around.
B-side.
Everyone in the wall
Behind
turn around. They're
us.
coming behind you.
Stand walls
Turn around on the well.
We
Turn around on the well.
Towards the gate.
Hey,
Envious,
stand
look towards
walls.
the
They're,
gate.
they're wrapping. They're wrapping the back and market. They're wrapping the back and market.
Need you guys to full turn around.
Yeah, everyone turn around. Who was at the red house? We're
I
defending
think
here.
we're fine.
They're on the spike. We need you here. We're on the spike. They're on the spike. They're on the spike. They're on the spike.
This is good.
Yes,
Protect the
walls.
spike,
Don't let them
protect the
push super
spike,
free.
heal.
Don't let
Heal
them push
us.
super free. Stand walls.
They just had us so locked
This
down
should
there.
be over in a
It's
second.
so
If we hold
hard
this-
to
Send
get
your
out of
AoEs.
any
Send your
lockdown.
AoEs.
We're fine.
Keep
We're fine.
defending.
We win. Yeah, we win. Okay.
Oh, we did it. Let's
Sick.
go.
All
Yeah,
right.
boys.
Holy shit.
Good shit.
Dude, it's scary trying to initiate anything in this shit.
Everyone
Oh
turn
my
up your
fucking
blue
god.
flag.
Everyone on flag.
It's
Don't-
so
don't
scary
go
trying to
corrupt.
Do not go
initiate.
corrupt as the victory comes down.
Flag come off. Flag
Holy
come
shit.
off.
Nice
Get
job,
out of
guys.
town. Watch out for guards.
Holy shit.
Them changing the spawn to be
Nice
the
job,
market
boys.
made it so much more playable.
I was still extremely
Okay.
hard. Like they're just
Huge.
bad. To be honest. Against an act.
Okay. So anyways. That was very fun. Initiating was extremely clunky. Extremely clunky. Like, I would cast a wall at like far range. It wouldn't visually like pop. We'd get closer to it and then walls would just like randomly render in and stuff. But like honestly, as soon as that is refined, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insanely fun. Is it over? Yeah, we won. Yes, indeedly. Big W. Did a great nice job. Yeah, I just gotta personally like not get too far like. Normally it's a lot more chaotic. See, I scream during New World Wars. Cause like in New World Wars, I was always like group lead, right? Like calming for the entire group. Brother, I scream at the top of my lungs for New World Wars. You need to understand, those were the most tame comms that I have ever heard in an organized PvP mode. I yell more than that in 3v3s. TMX was just like fucking zen. You were attacking or defend? We attacked, we won. I was with the polar envious side. Have they set an actual release date or not yet? 2 to 3 years probably is like the most kind of like common consensus. My guess is like 2.5 years across the board. Set release date, there's nothing set in stone at the moment, just because it's, you know, in development. It's all a moving train there. So there's gonna be siege weapons, multi-person siege vehicles, and keep in mind, chat, that was a siege of a tier 3 node. So this is the size of a tier 3 node. This square here is called a node cork. So a metropolis will have the entire node cork occupied with the town itself. 4 out of 4 sieges have attackers winning. I don't necessarily know that attackers have any disadvantage on like lower tier attacks, right? I feel like most of the defender advantage comes from like metropolis-esque like upgrades. They've talked about how that's going to give like a substantial juice across the board the higher tier your node is. What would normally be the result of that attacker victory? Total destruction of node? Yes, total destruction of the node itself, and then eventually any goods like not in player storages, any relics that are held in the reliquary, anything like that, those become lootable. So the node itself would be like in a ruinous state where you would go and it'd be visually like just destroyed. So there you would have like lootable instances of like player storages and shit like that for people to kind of like scour the ruins directly after the siege. So literally picture like you lay waste to a castle in medieval times and then you guys are like going through, checking all the shops, seeing what's there. Like that's literally it. That was some fun initiating though. Good fucking God. That was a shit show. I had fun. It was a little desyncy at points, but I hit some massive fucking initiates. I'm not gonna lie. I hit some fatty initiates. How much of that was server lag and your PC lag? A lot of it's just server lag and that server stress. But with that being said, Node Wars, when I first started playing Ashes, like back in December-ish, Node vs. Node Wars were more desyncy than that. And within like a week, I did my second Node vs. Node War because my first one, I was like, this is kind of shit. I did my second one a week after and like grapples were going through, everything was connecting, abilities were popping off, like it was really nice. So in terms of like a server stability standpoint, they also were doing live logging to check for bugs during that. And like there were a lot of things that were weighing in on it that made the like server side performance worse. So that's just all kind of that like short-term like shit for long-term gain, right? So they do the live logging, they get all the information that they need from this period of sieges, and then from there, they're up tremendous. So okay, so yeah, if anyone has questions about sieges or anything, feel free. Right now, I'm gonna go around and see if I can hit my tree loop again, because I did have success with some trees earlier in the day. So it's been about 4 hours, which is a tree spawn time. So that's max tree spawn window. So we'll check some trees. We'll see if we can get a couple high rarity things. I think Sasuke, before the siege itself, needed me to refine something as well, because I am 47 lumber milling. So if anyone needs a GM lumber mill on Vira, feel free. Join official stage. Oh.
Like to bring up some of the shot callers up here to kind of treat this like an impromptu office hours.
Good concept.
We can get a couple hands up of people who were the shot callers from last time. We'll bring some people up.
What's
Brian,
DA
I'm not
doing up
100%
there?
who your shot callers were. If any of the people with their hands up are the ones, can you approve them and bring them up
Rogues
to
and
the stage?
sieges are going to be interesting. I could definitely see it being that like flanky information gather. Raise your hand. I wasn't a shot caller.
Like PI.
Oh, I thought they wanted people for feedback. My bad.
I wasn't a fucking shot caller.
Oops, you fell off the stage. Yeah, just I don't know who the actual shot callers were on both sides, so just let me know.
Oh no!
Damn, he just got IRL get off the stage.
It's TM for our
DA
side,
just got big booted.
Mage, Sync, Desert R, and Helios was available.
I feel gates need to be more defendable.
Razzle.
I feel as though there should be like right now in tier 3 nodes, there's like the fence, right? I think in higher nodes, it'll gain that like kind of fences like this. Higher tier nodes, it'll be like this, and then stairs up to like ramparty
Do not
areas.
allow Michael up
because
here.
that's how like New World did like.
Okay, we'll just call this good enough.
You can have
hey
your
Brian,
casters
here's
up
your
above, your
impromptu
melee
group to
stuffing
ask
gates.
feedback about Note Siege today.
Yeah, gates definitely just felt like an extra step, I think.
I was taking a lot of notes. So yeah,
That was really fun, guys.
Open the floor.
Give me like a
all the
1 to
shot
10 on how that was to
for
watch,
general
despite
feedback
like
about,
the desync and stuff.
The new layout.
Aside from me
with
not
the
yapping because I
cap
was
point
locked
and the
in, I'll
market on
yap
this
so
map,
much more during those later on.
How the gate health was looking, how respawn timing was looking at, or any other points of feedback. And if you have a point of feedback you want recorded and you're not
Maybe the gates need to work like New World where you can go out and kill the attackers.
We're also watching.
Are you not able to go out right now? I think you can come out right now.
Yeah, with that I'll open it
Mute
up.
Kaiser and it's 10 out of 10.
I don't think the gates are real. Side, I was gonna say from the attacker side, the gate change changed nothing. They didn't push us at all on it.
Yeah, gates don't do
anything.
anything.
Well have been 1 mil. Might as well not even been there.
I think pushing the gate. I think pushing the gates is just a throw at that point because just holding the choke is twice as simple. And if they wanted to jump over the wall anyways, they could either way. So
it's missing a gate repair mechanic.
I feel like placeholders.
So. Yeah, it's on your server. No, that's the other
server.
server.
Delay in time while we wait for for more content for the gates.
Yeah, maybe if there's like siege weapons and stuff, it could be much more viable. But
New World had.
I also agree.
I'm muted in here, so they can't hear me. But
I think I forget who was saying it. I think it was Kuden who was saying it. But I think offense should have ticks on the capture rate, because there were a few times there where they lost like massive ticks where they were just playing better and they shouldn't have been sent back to 0 necessarily.
Like a D-tick process.
Yeah,
would be
we were
nice.
saying like 25, 50, 75.
Also,
I think it's.
I'll repeat this in case.
It should just be a linear D-tick.
Ryan did. We had multiple people finish the channel, and then it would just drop their channel.
You could also do a defender channel interact to accelerate the D-tick.
Yeah.
I think if you get knocked, that happens.
Like a passive linear D-tick with the enchant, with the defense
Interesting,
being able to
yeah, 'cause we
channel
had
as
like a
well
95%
to accelerate the
and it
D-tick
just
would be
dropped
nice.
to
If you get hit by a like any kind of interrupt, so like a cone of cold or anything else like that pushes people back, then that's probably gonna interrupt your channel. I don't know how fast the channel drops off.
Yeah, linear D-tick.
That's
the solution there.
No, they were fully sitting on it, and it went from 95 to like 50.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that seemed fun.
Like
linear D-tick's the
velocity
easiest fix there.
CC was causing the channel to just lose percentage. It was weird.
Yeah, it seemed like WoW pushback almost. Like it was. It
Were you guys
pushed back my spell from 90 to?
I do appreciate you guys calling out when you had like zombie channelers and whatnot. Obviously that's still not fixed, and that's something that needs to be looked into.
Really quick, really important. Roshan or Brian, T Mugsy dropped, or TM. If you can be added back to speakers, please. I think he's raising his hand.
Were you guys ghost
Yeah, appreciate the call. I'm tabbed out doing the notes.
On certain waves, we were, but it would come in waves. Like we would get
All right,
like.
hold on. I'll be right back.
New location
I
though,
gotta pee.
really nice. Sure, the last one looks kind of cool, but for both like holding, it provided a ton of choke points. It was like a decent space away from defender spawn. It was much more
Yellow,
playable.
we got wiped like once or twice, and we did have to full regroup from the camps, and we didn't get zombie reses then. But then towards the end there was a lot of zombie res. There was a significant amount of zombie res.
As the lag picked up at the end of the fight when we were all in the same location is when it got worse.
Okay.
It was actually happening at the control points too. I was defending
really bad at the
control point 1. It
too,
kept happening there.
I want to circle back really quick on the gate thing. I think the gates actually are completely fine. I don't think they tried to push us or defend the gates at all, and that's kind of why it looked a bit weird. If I was defending that, I would have dropped immediately from the mayor's office and pushed them from the side of the gate. I think gates are fine as long as they aren't stacking damage on them with like debuffs like stagger and all the lightning stuff. I didn't actually take note if that was still happening. I think especially when in the future you make it so siege weapons can only do damage to the gate, they will definitely be fine. I think
that's a whole different story. I think that's a very long, convoluted conversation.
Sitting from 35 yards, but like mowing it is not interesting.
I don't think like
you could.
I see
that open field fight.
I understand your point, but like especially in this case, I was choosing not to fight because we didn't have a well-organized raid. We didn't have like well-organized teams or anything. For just timing issues and things like that. I think there's a lot of ways you can throw trying to push something like that right now.
So, we did have an organized raid. You guys did push us.
What I missed?
You guys
Anything
did
cool?
push, and that felt pretty strong. Are you just saying you didn't do that again this time because of like difference in raids? Or
yeah, there was a lot of
feedback about gates not being useful.
Well, I still like. I still don't think
gates
are that useful. Like especially if you can't put them. No, here's a mechanic.
Looking down, and there needs to be a repair with it.
Being able to rebuild gates on a timer or something like that over time. That's definitely something interesting.
I have valid
the other thing
to
too,
add on to that.
There needs to be a repair station in the camps for.
So basically, New World had
because with
Like,
all these zombie
New World-
reses and deaths, we have people with fully broken
New
gear.
World had its shop, right?
There were vendors in the camps.
Just real quick. New World has its like vendors where you can repair and stuff like that. Well, it would be the equivalent of where you can repair and stuff. And then they also have a repair part shop, which is a separate shop that passively ticks up repair parts to a maximum of X amount, as long as you have somebody pulling repair parts and storing those repair parts who would be your dedicated repairers. Basically those would give gates more of like that dedicated, okay, we're gonna hold our last gate, we're gonna hold our first gate, all of that stuff. So like your dedicated repairers would typically be your support roles. They would run to those vendors and they would empty repair parts every X amount of time, or when they respawned or stuff like that, they would hit those. Bob the Builders, exactly. And that would give gates more of like a long-term like validity. And then from that, you also had the advantage with New World where you had ramparts up top to attack from. So you would have your repair, you would have people go up where they could like drop down, they could throw AoEs from the high ground advantage. So that level of like any form of rampart in the town, that high ground for people to attack out from while the gates are out, is necessary. Because if it's LOS versus LOS and they have to run out to hit the gate and then they get put on a 30-second timer like as the gate's low, it's not going to be worth it. They need to have, as a defender advantage of the gate, and then as we broach in past the gates, they lose more and more defender advantage. That's a big thing that made New World Wars really nice, is as you lost agency in your fort, it became less and less your fort. So you lose control of your ramparts with kill squads, and you lose control of all of that, like that agency up top where you're able to just like look down and free cast. So then you have to play from the ground level. Then, you know, you start losing control of your ground level, so you start losing like point tick and stuff like that. So that, with emplacements up on those rampart areas that increased as you kind of like leveled your town itself, would be massive for defender advantage and making gates actually viable. That's the biggest thing. They just can't defend the gates right now without just full sending their life away.
Inside the gate, where you could be sending groups into our sides. Like, you have to think, like, in the future when these are like less laggy, like, you're gonna be basically, the groups are probably gonna be more split up. It won't be as clumped, because like the more clumped you are, the more AoE you take and things like that nature.
Right.
And you could probably...
There's a lot of theoretical
like
play
that
around the
upgraded-
gates if they live longer, for sure.
I also think the towers are meant to function, and the towers would matter, especially if there were a couple more. Like with the
They're
garbage
saying
system,
exactly
you're
what
meant
I'm
to
saying.
be able to eventually get in those as a non-ranger rogue and fight from them.
Yeah,
I
they're
think
saying
that would
exactly what
help
I'm saying.
Somewhat, it wouldn't really help in the current state, but especially if like you could walk
This is
in
the same
walls,
thing as a
say
New World
higher
War,
level node
and
has
these
real
sieges
walls
have
instead of
maybe
just
had
wooden
tens
fucking
of
spikes.
reps.
That
I have
would make a lot
thousands
more
of New
sense for
World
the gate
Wars for
fights. And
reference.
maybe early on,
some
sieges
kind of,
could be a
like-
little more.
I could
based.
legitimately
Kind of
consult with
kind
this
of
entire
armor thing,
gameplay
like how,
mode.
like, upgraded caravans have, like you have like matches.
I will
that
literally
on
sit in a
walls.
call with Intrepid and
Steven
pass
already
ideas.
mentioned that eventually they're looking at making like the barracks where you can basically
I have
have your town
thousands of New
upgrade your
World Wars.
barracks to have more NPCs that will come and help fight in your city, or like maybe better wizards or guards. Not the NPCs that are out now that are just one-shotting us, but like, you know, think like Dynasty Warriors.
It's a
NPCs
finished
is
bit
what
chaotic,
you
no siege
mentioned.
weapons
So, I
return.
don't know if that's 100% going to happen, but that would be pretty cool.
Designated siege mounts
Oh
would
yeah,
also be
TeamSpeak
nice
will
for,
clean that
like,
up so much.
shot callers who aren't mayors and things like that. I don't know how much you guys are even thinking about something like that,
That'd
or
be cool.
trying to limit those mounts, but having those available to, in the number of like maybe one, maybe two, for
I like that in New
actual
World the
designated
gate was
shot
further
callers
away
and
than some
the
walls. Oh yeah.
sieges could help out with people actually being able to shot call and do not. And the other thing I
Doing a
saw
debrief
was
discussion about the No Roars and
have
Dolores
the
in there. I
sieges
didn't
be
know
a
as a
multiple
player.
of 40, so you don't
Yeah,
have people playing
Delore
out of
in game is
raids
Delore.
and stuff,
Like,
or like some
this
random
one.
group that's not.
That was the
within
one that I was
49
pocketing.
raids.
I don't know about the flying
Speaking of-
thing. I think less.
And by me pocketing him, I mean basically keeping my protect up
Yeah,
on him
yeah,
and then giving him
agreed.
intercepts whenever it
Maybe
looked
make
like
it
he
so
was
the
getting
mayors-
in scary
I don't know,
areas.
making it so the mayors can't use them in this
But yeah,
area,
dude's a
that'd be
god
weird,
gamer.
but I don't
Maybe
He just doesn't
only the
stream this
defending
stuff.
mayor
I
could
don't
use
think he
it.
streamed in
That would be
probably
kind
like
of gas
vlogs,
if
but-
only the defending mayor could use it, right?
Yeah, dude's an
Home
actual fucking
territory.
god gamer.
I don't really think the
Intended
defense
system-
needs any more.
His group won the 8v8
like,
tourney. Like he's
advantages, really.
nuts at everything he touches.
I think eventually they're planning on having other objectives to
It's
take. Like, you
hilarious.
could
Oh,
go
fucking
kill a
riot.
storage, for instance. They want to make it hard to cap these. In a normal situation, it should be very difficult to level someone's node if it's an equal playing
Yeah, I
field.
used
If you
to
don't
watch
dwarf them,
so much of
absolutely,
his fucking content.
you probably shouldn't be able to burn them.
Especially like when I was first starting streaming. He was in like an Apex era that I remember fucking vividly.
Oh my god, that
Yeah, I'd be totally down with.
that is an amazing idea. Half your raid gets wiped, but the half that's inside is still holding down the market, for example, and then the defenders are able to repair the gates. They block out all the people who are outside.
Yes, that's literally that's New World.
They gotta have
Yeah.
resources, and if they run out of resources, they can't rebuild it anymore.
That's the New World.
I just want to cut you guys off too quickly. We've got about 10 minutes here. before we need to start breaking up and setting up the next node siege. So just so people don't feel cut off, we got about 10 more minutes here with this group.
Yeah,
Are you looking for feedback on like balancing?
I could give them
feedback
on everything.
Probably bugs, I imagine, right?
That they're like.
Brian, what
talking
are you
about
looking most for? Bugs or feedback on balancing?
Yo, GTR, thank you for the follow. I don't know where the node is, but I just saw it pop up.
Balance.
Okay.
We did see some people who were not part of the event that were just like white to us running around at the start of it, Brian.
Is Firebrand up right now?
Yeah.
When you were rezzing and able to not see anyone, basically zombie res is what we're calling it, you were still able to channel things. And so that was a thing that was happening with the control points, as well as I'm sure it could theoretically happen with
Yeah,
the
I don't think it's up right now.
or whatever it's called, the node capture point.
Yeah, we
So-
definitely
Alright,
saw
we're still
like there were people calling out that there were like zombie node capping into.
Yeah,
whatnot.
So what do I
You would
need?
zombie res right on top of where you died, right? So like,
I
I've got
really
the god
like
spike,
node
killing
sieges. I just
people
don't
when
want
I die,
Ash's
and I
node
res right
sieges
back
to
on the god spike, and
be
I can
fundamental
just
World 2.0.
That's obviously not
A
intended.
really bad
Same view
one
the control point.
That is valid, but like I think Ash's sieges can have their own like validity and systems while
where, like,
taking those good
I know
elements,
I
right?
personally got stuck
Like I'm not gonna lie, New World Wars are honestly like a 10 out of 10 system.
Staring at a loading screen.
I'm not even gonna
I don't know
lie.
what was causing it, but
Just that is
it definitely
probably
fucks
one of
with
the best
Brian,
designed
off the rip,
PvP
we
systems
did
that I've
not-
ever
that's a known
played.
bug. I don't know if it was the
Oh,
same
wait.
one, but
A bunch of us did not get ported off the rip.
I have a
so
problem with
the
Ashes.
porting to a
has
section of the
this,
starting
you can
area.
copy New World too
totally
much.
not working.
Oh, yep.
we
I
were
didn't even miss that. Yep.
Yeah, we sat at the caravanserai.
No, that's extremely true.
Like the siege tower, we
They
saw the
could
gate
definitely go the
literally
route
appear in front of us.
of-
We went straight to the gate.
Hear me out. Like
So I
It
think
did
that
kick me off
could-
my mount though, and I went.
They could just
flying.
go the route of like 1-to-1 copying New World Wars, and it would still be a fucking banger. It would still be a banger mode. But yeah, they definitely will have to have their own like their own systems to it. It's just in terms of this as like a core gameplay loop is like 1-to-1 what New World Wars were. It's just like a 2-hour timer right now. It's like a 2-hour siege window where the siege is active. It's 30-second respawn stagnant throughout instead of increasing respawn timers every 5 minutes. So like there's, you know, there are a few differences, but like at its core, if you just strip away like the New World skin versus the Ashes skin, like it's so similar other than like the recapping stuff. Fab, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's so much that goes, I don't know, as like similarities between the two, but there'll be a lot of differences that pop up.
It just dropped. I'm
It
sure
could have been though that you dropped it
cement.
at some point in between and you got back on it fast enough and it just didn't show that it went down.
When they
is
start talking
potentially
about
what was
having
happening,
3
or did it
flags
kick
out
them
front
off
that
when
they
they
start
got
wearing.
I'm pretty sure
Also,
it took them
like,
off. They hit 100.
They did have different points out
100,
front.
Yeah.
It's just
It
like
dropped
those are
because
like
it
your
kicked them off?
respawn
Oh, that's
points.
weird.
It didn't kick them off. The
we
channel
would try to
continued, it
control
just
those and
went
had a
down
group
percentage.
like
Yes,
set to
exactly.
controlling those.
So I think
So it might have been a
it
desync
could have
issue?
been, yeah, it could have been desync, but it could have been
But
something
they kept
else.
getting like
Do
recaps.
we know
either
if taking
recap
damage takes you off the god spike, or is it like you have to die?
No, nothing should take you off the God Spike.
you die,
Knockback
right?
shouldn't take you off. CC shouldn't take you off.
Nothing is
should
meant
affect-
to,
Just
but
death,
I
then.
believe right now Kona Cold and get off the
Can
stage
you
do,
displace
but they are not
allies?
meant to. That's what Steven told us. That's got to be fixed.
How
Just
could I
death.
displace an ally?
Yeah, so it looks like it's resetting for some reason. Also, the channeling from distance, like I know people in Envious and Polar, someone were mentioning in the shout chat, like didn't hear that in comms at all, but people are mentioning in shout chat that you
Wall,
could
maybe?
still channel from distance.
Interesting.
So that's obviously an issue. I don't know if it was actually working or a visual bug.
That'd be
But yeah,
such a
being
small
able to channel
displace. Is there a way
on
that I
the
can
God
just
Spike
like
very bad.
yeet an ally? Though?
I'm trying to think of any other big bugs that people saw. If you guys saw bugs, you can type in Guild Chat or Raid Chat. I'll read it out to them.
Back and forth. And
Did anyone else figure out any bugs that they saw that were like, okay, this is obviously needs to be fixed?
That's just some way for defenders to play
I can see every rogue stealth.
Yeah,
That
I
sort
agree.
of the thing that extends
Especially in
outside of
those
here.
like stalemate
Okay.
The
scenarios.
biggest one to me that needs to be looked at is the respawns.
Like their nameplate.
Like not getting respawns on the same timer and not having raids like getting together and whatnot, like or having people stuck in respawns for multiple minutes in a row can really hurt in sieges like this, especially
Also,
just
the
depending.
ghost channel feels like the biggest thing because multiple times we could have cut their res just by walking up to dying and then just taking the thing, and they could have done the same thing too.
Right.
Obviously, you just cancel it with a quick escape, so they should. But that sucks because people are going to abuse that. Someone's going to hide it, right?
I think having a control point would be better than a channel of Godspike personally, but
Yeah, something we're standing inside of. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I think control point's more interesting.
Or
Yeah.
you can make it something with a big health bar, you know, like the big
It's
tree
New World!
or the
Oh,
mayor
no!
building, and let us
It's
destroy
New
it.
World!
Real quick, another
Those
bug.
would be really fun.
Non-event people were still in the area at the start of the raid.
Oh, no!
There were people there who were non-event people. They were not in the rosters. They were white
Hi, Jack.
people,
Yeah,
so
I
you could
mentioned
not
that
attack them.
too.
These
Yeah, they're
types of
capping some
wars
points
are lame and
early
always
on.
get kept for sweaties.
I would
or
like
We
to
also
say,
have
like,
we have a clip of the ghost.
We need ESO or Guild Wars kind of PvPing / war. Well, like, There are going to be both. So this is the siege, which is going to be like, it's definitely going to be more than 100 versus 100. But sieges are definitely going to be more of that like dedicated roster. But for the like inclusive side of things, you also have node versus node wars. So with node versus node wars, that's like all citizens of the nodes participating. So if you're in Winstead and Winstead gets a node declared on it, you participate in that node war. So they have their like exclusive systems where those are more of like, you have to work really hard to get geared enough to get selected for this. And then they also have the inclusive version of those systems between node versus node wars, guild versus guild wars. So like they do have a ton of accessibility with that. This isn't their only like, you know, group-based PvP mode by far. So yeah, I definitely think they have the type of PvP that you're also looking for. Guild versus guild, you could even have like 2 different guilds within your community that you just like intra-community guild versus guild. So there's a lot of accessibility with it, much more than New World.
There a certain point that you want to cap on how many people can stand in there to make it go up faster? Do you want it to be uncapped? Like,
it's New World.
I think Throne and Liberty does this the best with the throne mechanic. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. You cap the throne,
they just
and
want
then
New World.
basically your entire health pool is shared with the raid around you.
They just want New World.
It's really, really interesting mechanic. So it's like if
They
your
just
40
want New
man
World.
is there,
Intrepid,
one guy
just
caps
call
the
me
throne,
in.
he has to be leadership to do
Intrepid,
it. Like
literally just call me
I don't know why
in.
they do that in that game, but you
I
have to be
can
an officer
help.
or guild leader to actually do it. And then his health pool is basically shared with everyone around
I
him.
don't typically say
So
I'm
to
qualified
basically
for things,
recap
but
the
I'm
throne, you need to
ungodly
clear that
qualified to
entire
help
raid,
with this gameplay mode.
And then you can recap it on your side. So it's
Interesting.
pretty cool.
And there's probably like a range on like the
7,000
shared
hours
health or
in
something.
this,
I'm not
but
100% sure how it works, but yeah, I think
So
throwing
you sit there and you hold it and you protect the king. That's interesting. I like that.
They
That's
have a
cool.
feedback for
I had fun time. We have a little bit less than 5 minutes here before we
there's
have to
too
wrap.
much
And
to
even if we
say.
don't get it over voice, like you can type up feedback for us later.
If you had something kind of like a flag in the longer, more people you have stand on
in the
it.
chat is
Yeah,
that
and
if
then
you died
like
beforehand
if the
and you
defender has
rezzed,
more people on the
during
flag,
event, you would get stuck in the war as well.
It
even
detakes
if
the
you weren't part
flag
of the war.
instead of an instant
If you
detake.
died at what point and got stuck in the war?
Died before the war and rezzed after
Yeah,
the war started. You would be stuck
it's just
inside
New
the
World.
war.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like it's a universally agreed thing. No one likes the channel on the God point. That would be cool if that changed.
It does. Having a person like removed from the fight feels kind of
Might be some
meh,
rogue
and the
leveling.
way that you have to layer it, it's multiple people.
We want to level smalls.
I agree.
And
It
just
doesn't
5
feel that
minutes,
interesting.
5 minutes
or
of
cool.
standing still is super
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
It could be more fun, but yeah.
That is valid. I would hate to be the dedicated channeler. Wait, that would be
yeah,
awful.
I mean, other than that, I think agreed upon to just balancing
That
wise.
would be
I think,
so bad.
Outside the actual city could be more interesting at the beginning. If this is going to go on for an hour,
I'm surprised they didn't hit
I
me
think
with that. Like, hey,
phase of
Dusty, you want a
camp
channel? We
control and
need
stuff could be
one.
pretty
You're really
cool,
good
and
at
same
it.
with the sieging on the doors. Obviously, you guys are going to be adding siege equipment and stuff like that. It's just going to change, but that could just be more interesting. But
also another bug.
On EU, we put 3 mega tanks on channel.
Another
JJ, otherwise I gotta hop out for some family stuff.
Another bug that matters here.
Okay. I was gonna take my goddamn armor off if they try to get me to channel. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a valid point where like the channel is an instant detick process if you do get like knocked off of it. Like a linear detick with a counter channel from defender would be really nice. If the defender is able to control it, they could full detick it at an accelerated rate by maintaining that channel if they do want to go through the god spike process itself. So there is that form of like, we can switch out channelers if one's getting low. We can stop channeling to fight and then start re-channeling. There's that level of kind of like playing around that objective process as well. Where it's like, you know, early on you may try to sneak like 20% tick with backdoors and stuff, and then once you hit that 20% tick, you're like, okay, everybody pushing through gates right now, we're pushing. You start to get to 60%, then you're like, okay, we're gonna all in this. By the way, that's New World. It'd be great for channeling though, just stand there and yap with us. Yo, that's honestly so fucking true. I won't even lie. Yeah, I put on like 10,000 fucking HP worth of con gear, and then I just sit there channeling and yapping with chat, drinking coffee and shit. It's huge. Yeah, it's a solid idea. I love the concept of it. Myth of Empires did that. The flag ticked toward attacker, defender based on how many of each were in the flag zone. Pretty common mechanic for these types of battles. Yeah, and the thing, honestly, with having it be like an area control point instead of a singular person channeling the flag, you instantly give viability to like those melees and those front lines that are right now, like, you saw me throwing a bunch of walls and stuff on corners, like segmenting like parts of their army and stuff. We got a lot of kills off that. But if you gave us that like area control as like they at a certain point as defenders have to push into us, we can get like walls around like that and shit, you know? It can be large. Yo, what up, Wrath? It looks really good now. I know, dude. Ton of recent updates that made it way better, right? Did anyone actually like shit their pants a little bit from my tweet or my post in Discord? Did anyone believe it for a second that I was gonna play New World today? I tweeted and I posted in my Discord and I was like, boys, back to the roots. The GOAT returns. The best melee to ever fucking do it. I'm back. I'm playing New World today, all day. I didn't even have the balls to like set my directory for New World at the start. I didn't want that on my record. Cause like Twitch Tracker knows all. Twitch Tracker would know that I stream New World and it would show people. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't commit that much. I couldn't do it to myself, dog. How you been, brother? Makes my mage even more valuable since I can just slap AoE on the flag all war long. Listen, man. Yeah, you slap that AoE all over me. Yo, see... Did you see when people were magma fielding and I was just to piss them off popping reflect and walking into it so they'd randomly get tripped? How pissed would you be? You're just living your dream throwing out AoE and I just fucking reflect and you're just like, hey. How do you use magma field in PvP? Well, whoever was pissed off. Whoever was getting very angry because they were on the ground. I just smashed a munchie box from Jack in the Box. We don't have... Are you saying Jack in the Box? We don't have that up here. I don't think, chat, where's the closest Jack in the Box in Maine? Free damage and choke points? Yeah, until you get tripped. Yeah, no, like, we don't have, like, Carl's Jr.'s, Hardy's, Jack in the Box. We don't have any of that. We don't have much here. We're kind of uncultured. Idaho, what the fuck? Jack in the Box is in Idaho? Is it, like, only in Idaho? I don't know how I feel about that. That's the closest. You're making that up. Idaho is really far away. Wait, are you not making that up? That sounds like a lie. It's April Fool's. I can't trust a soul. Is that real or fake, chat? I don't know, dude. I'm so conflicted. Do we want to do some alt leveling, by the way? I would be more than down to hop over to the rogue a little bit. April 2nd in EU, we can't lie. That is true. Yeah, you're just assholes at that point. Oh, that's fair. That's valid. Ancient June Dark proverb. Jesus fucking Christ. When in need of Jack in the Box, look no further than Idaho. Depends on where in EU. Yeah, isn't England still, like, able to fuck with me for another 30 minutes or so? That is kind of some bullshit. I will say. I will say. Alright, I'll pop to the rogue for a little bit. Because the rogue was fun as fuck. Does anyone want to level alts? I am level 11, I think? Yeah, 11. Level 11, soon. We maybe go oak. Were they doing more testing? There is another node siege on Lyneth, so if we want to, we can chill and watch the node siege on Lyneth too. We can find a POV and just watch party that hoe. Run around the last 4 hours trying to harvest copper to make some copper weapons. Could have spent 14 silver and bought them. Treasure maps are really good for copper too. Yeah, we just gotta find somebody that's streaming it. Fed defending. Ooh, Fed POV would be cool if we can find one. Also, I want to find what it takes to make a Flayer's Flesh Ripper for my Dwarf. Like for my tank. So let's do a little bit of sourcing real quick. Flayer's Flesh Ripper. Tin ingots, Bork bone, and slate weapon mold. I would just need the Flayer blade fragment. Okay. So where does that drop? Because I could go farm that up. Nice videos, thank you. Because realistically, how much is Lego tin? We could go like, nar. Okay. So that's not that crazy. Like, unless I push it up to Lego. But even then, I feel like that's not that Insano style. Drops in Oakenbane. I do love me some Oakenbane. I do love me some Oakenbane. Lego slate weapon mold would be tough. I mean, I feel like we could just push a high epic. Cause like, what's the difference between this? No strength? Yeah. We just push a high epic then. So as long as we don't lose the strength, we'd be fine. Now, like, do we think this will necessarily be better than like Firebrand Energy Focus? Probably, especially with enchanting. Scale up way harder. So I need to try to get 20 Lego tin. I need to try to get my polished tin pants and my belt made. I do have epic polished tin for this. It's 10 tin between the two. So I think we just need heroic on the belt. Otterhide. I don't think we're going to push up to epic very easily, are we? That seems a little unachievable. Do we have blue Otterhide? No, we don't even get anything for epic. Are polished tin legs a play? Those seem kind of meh. When did the font change in Twitch chat? I don't know. I don't see Twitch chat. I'm on my OBS. So like I just have my font. Eh. Like those are nice, but I feel like there's probably better. The belt is what's fucking insane though. So I have epic here, and then we would need uncommon, rare, and then that's all I would need there. And that's just disgusting. So if I can get a rare slate armor mold and then a green tanned Otterhide, then we're balling there. Finding blue Otterhide would be kind of rough. What about green? Is green easily achievable? I think we might actually be able to go uncommon. Yeah, I need an uncommon slate mold and an uncommon Otterhide if that's doable. And then we'd be chilling. Is this commonable? No! But if someone's higher than 450, we could also just common it. This could genuinely be like the... Oh, green is free? Okay, huge. So yeah, this is with 450 qual. Even if someone has 400 qual, it's still heroic. So that would be fucking huge for me to get. And then we just enchant the shit out of that because that's quad stat. It's so good. So I get that. That'll probably be the next thing that I make. Because that'll be easy. I just need green Otterhide, green slate, armor mold, and I can probably make that, so. I gave a bunch of green carcasses to Grumpy yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to get that made probably before the end of the night then. Do we know an armor smith in chat by chance? Just by the by. Because that would be absolutely wonderful. Nope. Yeet. Yo, please throw. I do love that. Oh god. This shit hits insanely hard. Am I dead? Yep. I didn't expect that to blow up. That's my fault. That's my fault. I misplayed. I sold the bag. I fucked up. I did it to myself. I got a little too confident there. What in the fuck? What in tarnation is this? How was that not a backstab? Okay. What the fuck is happening here? Hello, Corla! I don't know what they're doing here, but Maybe this is the group farm? Maybe I'm the one that's wrong? Okay. I don't really know what happened there. My day's great, Corla. I did the node siege, so that went well. We won that. I hit some large initiates, overextended as always, but we ball. It was very fun, pretty desyncy, but it was good overall. What are you up to? Yeet. Is this guy stuck? Stepwolf? Oh, woo! Okay, I think he's stuck. Yeet. Being a cleric felt like a madhouse, but could be experience diff. What felt like chaotic in particular for you? Like, what was like the weirdest part of it for you? I bet Rogue felt pretty solid. I mean, Rogue just has such good, like, single target gank, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe it felt really bad, actually. I won't lie, because Rogue fluidity is very dependent, I feel like, on those inputs being extremely crisp, extremely concise for all the movement, all the combos, like all the positioning on your backstab and shit. So, like, I don't know. I do kind of feel like it might have been rough. I don't know who was playing Rogue, but it'd be interesting to hear about it. What happens? Servers are on longer this week? Yeah, they're doing some extended testing this week for Tuesday and Wednesday, and they're doing node sieges each of the next 3 days on all 3 of the servers. So they are just, anyone can sign up for them. If you get picked, you get to run out the node sieges. So we just finished the one over on Vyra. We were attacking with Polar and Envious, ended up winning that. It was extremely fun, a little desyncy. But that's to be expected. They were also doing some like live debugging stuff to try to get more data on what was going on like server side. So they did say performance would be a little bit, you know, a little bit rocky with these, but overall it was still really fun. And I think they have like good bones to the gameplay mode. I think it definitely could use some like, you know, some further refinement and shit, but it's the first like week of it being iterated on live. So I think it's going to probably continue to come a very long way very, very quickly. Very decent key, so my chains of restraint felt YOLO as hell. What the fuck was that? Scared the shit out of me, dog. The HP regen is so silky. Any iframe enjoyers in the chat? Are these mine? Nice. Okay. It's not the worst. How much did I lose? That's not that bad. It's not that good, but I'm level 11. I feel like if I get 12, 13, I could almost definitely go over to Oak with a group. Day's going good. I got cute clothes for Vegas again. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Are you gonna end up going to see a movie or anything? AoE heals are so important, and I have 3. If someone gets bursted, I can save maybe 1 to 2 people with Divine Judgment Infusion. Consecrate Wave felt great. Yeah, it felt really good, like, on the fights that were actually shaping up. When I was able to go in, like, from a tank perspective, like, if my wall went through, like, if I was able to get my, like, my frontal combo off with ground pound shield, or shield assault ground pound, like, it felt real good. Sometimes it didn't always go through in the most fluid way, but that's to be expected early on. Ow. The fuck was that, man? Yeet. Jesus Christ. That fucking hurt. I have an 11 cleric. Ooh. Ooh. Now, what time is the siege on Linus supposed to start up at? 7, right? Because I do definitely want to watch that. Absolutely. 20 minutes? Okay. If it's organized groups and not pugs, it might be way more fun. Oh, yeah. So, in an ideal scenario, like, the structure for that is going to be probably in a TeamSpeak. And you have your group leads who have like global comms, right, set up. So they can press a keybind and then communicate with everybody in like the TeamSpeak, but then you have your main callers, right? So your main callers are always calling, and then within the TeamSpeak, you have what are called your micros. And your micros are different rooms, like where your like groups themselves go into. Pax, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Your like rooms in the TeamSpeak are dedicated to like those 8-man groups or 8-person groups, sorry. I'm not a bigot. So basically, like your 8-person groups go into the TeamSpeak rooms, and from there you have your microcomms within your group. Your group has like an elected representative, so your group lead, so like me, for example, I would be the one to like comm in the TeamSpeak, hey, like group 4 is pushing market right now, like we have a really good flank on market, we can initiate, let us know. And then main caller will be like, okay, like you group 4, get ready to initiate 5 seconds. He counts us in, and then we're like, all right, we're going here. And then within that 8-person, you'll hear the main caller calling, but then we have our 8-person where we just hear the main caller. All of the comms to the main caller are done through a whisper to the main caller, so it's not getting like blasted to everybody. And from there, you hear the main caller relaying everything, and you hear like your 8-person group and nothing else. I'm dead. Jesus Christ. Played EVE Online for a while. There's a lot of large group coordination needed for that. I assume logistics will be similar. Oh yeah, so depending on like, I didn't play EVE Online, but if it's like one of those, I think EVE's one of the true sandboxes where it's still like infinite numbers, right? So depending on like whether it's numbers match or like non-numbers match, just like full Zerg that you're used to, there will be both available in Ashes. They will also be adding throughout phase 3 like arenas, dueling, more like small to mid-scale stuff as well. And you do also have like guild versus guild wars that can just be, fuck me, I didn't mean to aggro you. You do also have those guild versus guild wars that can just be like declared through like one of the declaration scrolls. They're adding like a guild energy system for charge up in declarations. So like those systems do continue to evolve as well. And those are a form of like numbers match to a certain extent because of the guild versus guild aspect. So yeah. It'd be amazing if Intrepid were able to build in-game comms that can be used for sieges, but I know people will ever drop Discord's easy use. Yeah, like they will have in-game comms that can be used in taverns. It's like a prox chat. And I don't necessarily think like prox chat would be the best usage for a full node siege, although it would be good. I always wanted to do a both sides full prox chat war in New World where everyone was just in in-game prox chat, but they made it so you couldn't, unfortunately. So I feel like a full prox chat siege would be fucking hilarious. But yeah, like between TeamSpeak, like Discord Canary, stuff like that, TeamSpeak was what everybody opted for in New World just because of like how well designed it was. You could have your main caller with like global comms, you could have your like your group leads with a whisper to your main caller. So like if I was like, yo, main caller, we just got wiped, not everybody else would hear that. It would be just to the main caller. It's just a really clean way to set everything up. So I could definitely see things heading over that route. People are still using Canary for sieges right now. And Canary was also the way that New World started up with their like war comms, but it very, very quickly evolved to TeamSpeak once people realized the value. And just like how clean it kept comms. No one talks about the use of TeamSpeak for 3D audio. What do you mean 3D audio? Like being able to hear around you? Apparently y'all can just bard leap over anyways. I don't know what the point of the gates was. Just watch them die, plus apparently y'all can just bard leap over anyway. Gates are a hard thing to like get set, honestly. Because the defender needs to have like some form of like advantage on the gates themselves outside of simply a gate existing where you have to sacrifice your line of sight advantage and like your option to duck behind walls, up and down height. So like someone in that call had mentioned the towers. In New World, you had the ramparts, which were fully controllable, like within your fort, right? So kill squad groups would fight for control of ramparts. Like it would always be that battle over ramparts and that full like control above gates. And if you had control above your gates, then you could put casters up there that were just like free casting, raining hell down. And it created another element instead of just like Zerg point, Zerg ground. You then had the like 3D height of like fighting up on the walls and stuff. Now Metropolises will have like more of like a ramparty feel to them, I'm quite sure. This is just tier 3 node siege, so these are going to be smaller, but I would still love, I don't know, maybe even like on the inside of the fort, like little steps, or on the inside of the town along the wall, like little steps up throughout the like fencing area where you could have casters that like go up, poke their head up, like get a good angle for LOS, drop LOS out. Like it doesn't even need to be a full rampart, but it could literally just be like say this is my wall, right? Like, if I'm looking at this as my, like, fence inside, you would just have, like, step, step, step up to the top of it. So I could basically, like, run up the steps. I could jump. I could peak height. I could get my AoEs off, my abilities off, go fishing, and then drop back down. And from there, like, if you're able to control that, then you could have, you know, that advantage. You control the gates through, like, you know, maybe a repair system. I have a full repair system as well from New World that I could yap about. So... yeah, like there are so many similarities between like New World's wars at its core and like sieges right now that it's large. The whole benefit of a defender is having a defensive vantage point. Yeah. And if you're just staring at the same wall that the attacker is, then you're not really getting much value out of that like defensive vantage point. Because right now it's essentially like they sit behind the gates, we hit the gates, and then like unless you overextend like crazy, then you just kind of die. Like, and nobody melees. Everybody just sits on their bows right now, and like everyone's on a ranged weapon, just full saucing out ranged attacks. So there's not a lot of incentivization for like that true like melee hold front line. It's definitely a little bit peculiar in the state that it's in, but I'm sure it'll get refined. I'm sure it'll continue to improve. It was definitely fun, despite the parts that were like, you know, server side desyncy and shit. Oh yeah, I know that guy. What up? Yeet. Yeet. Wait. Okay, we're good. That hits so hard. Back in the day. Back in my day. Yeah, so with New World, you also had like an entire gate phase. So you had your like outside point phase. Once all 3 of the outside points were capped, you went into your gate phase where you kind of like started on one of the side gates and it was called waterfalling. So like with the gate phase, we would... hold on, I got you. So like with the gate phase, I'll just do this for simplicity's sake. This would be your fort. You would have like gate, 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 and then flag. So basically, you would start with your entire like, we'll go blue. You'd start with your entire like roster. If this was the last point that you captured, you'd go everybody here, get this gate down, and then once that gate goes down, you essentially leave the dedicated groups that are pressuring this gate because you have to kind of like wait till all the gates are down. And then you don't have to, you could push in through one, but they'll just be able to stack that gate. And because of the defender advantage, because of high ground, because they can play up here and look down, like there's just really no way that you're going to ego that gate unless you're just completely diffing. So you leave the dedicated group here and then you waterfall. So the rest of it goes over to B gate. And then you leave your dedicated B gate groups and then the rest of it goes over to C gate. So then you leave the rest of your groups, and then your kill squad groups are typically the ones that are like controlling the height and shit like that. They go around to the back gates, they control the back gates, and then from there, you have this gate phase where it's kind of like this numbers match. And then internally inside the fort, it starts out with like the full 40, and then they kind of like match that waterfall around. So that's essentially like an ideal gate phase. Then within each of these, like this is a built up stage, and you have like shops at each of the corners. So these shops, once you're inside the town, have a finite HP bar and they can be destroyed. So it's basically like a shop where you can like buy consumes at and stuff. And then there's also a repair parts shop. That looks like a penis. We're just not going to draw the shops. So basically it's like shops. Shops are here, here, and then here. And with those shops, you have 2 separate shops. For ashes, it would essentially be like a repair shop. For your items and shit like that, maybe basic foods if they wanted to provide those. And then you would also have the repair parts shop. Repair parts would accumulate over time at a maximum like of X in the shop. When it stops ticking, you could have somebody empty the repair parts shop, put the repair parts in their inventory and their materials tab. So that way, even if they died, they would drop half their materials, lose repair parts. So then through that, every like X amount of time. It's shorter in New World because 30-minute war instead of 2 hours, but these shops kind of like respawn even if they're dead. So you get accessibility to those shops, but then the shops become like a minor objective throughout the long term of that, controlling shops, stopping their like objectives, their cleanse pots in New World, which get like debuffs off of you, stopping the repair parts from ticking and shit like that. So from there, you have people grabbing your repair parts. They accumulate repair parts. The longer it takes for the enemy to like get into the gate, the more repair parts you have to stall the last gate or whatever it may be. And like you can also hold all of that. They can just wipe your left groups and wipe your main by grouping. Wipe your left groups and wipe your main by grouping. So the thing with like defender advantage in New World is that I can actually pull up a New World War for reference. It would actually be a good time to kind of like look at one for a sec. Let's see, content, video producer, highlights. So, no New World visuals. I just want to show off like the actual like ramparts of it. So this is essentially like how the New World like rampart structure looked here. So let's see if we can like go all the way forward or anything. Do we get forted? Okay, yeah, so we get forted here. And then once we get forted, you'll notice that like we go in, we interact like through the gate. We go in, and then as we run up, this shows literally everything. So you interact, you go in through your gate after the outside point phase. And then from here, you run up the stairs. And this is your shop where you buy your consumables, your cleanse pots, stuff like that. This is your repair parts shop. So from there, you have people who have been like pulling repair parts. They're able to like repair the gate, shit like that, keep the gate from dropping. You also have this little like built up rampart area. So from here, you send casters up, and then we can also go up to that. Or once the gate breaks down, you kind of like stuff the gate. So this works as a funnel because of the gate. So like if they push in, you let them push in, wait until LOS hits, and then you just nuke everything here. So if they tried to ego with all of this, we would pull back, we'd let them come in, and then we would just like, you know, dump on that. Or we can push out, and since we have so many people on like high ground up here that are just free casting down, then it allows us to like drop shit down. Yo, Elscott, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So yeah, that's essentially the gist of it. But like, so here you see that we like get an advantage, so we'll be able to push out. So because we're kind of like stuffing the gate with the bodies in the actual choke, and we're body blocking this would be like where tank walls and stuff go up. We get an advantage here, and then we push out. So then we kind of like use our advantage, and this entire time that we're fighting out here, we have everybody safe inside looking out at us. We have people up to the top as well. So we kind of have all of that level of support. And so we have people up on those ramparts actively looking down that can just free cast because we're pushing the advantage here, which is something that you can't do in Ashes because there's not that like big LOS. So yeah, that's the biggest thing. Other than that, like, so you'll notice here, it's like the waterfall itself. So we were matching numbers over at A. We run back. Isak, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, we run back in. B gate's still up. C gate just went down here. So then we run over, and this is our dedicated gate. So we basically do the same thing over here. Once they start to push in, they'll kind of do like a coordinated push. And so you see they start to contest that. So once they start to push in, this is where it gets kind of hectic. You try to save some AoE abilities and stuff like that to play around when they push. And so that way, once they push, you can kind of like step in. You can get like AoE CCs, you can try to get a couple picks and delay that. And the entire time there's a tracker up here showing like what the tick is and what each individual gate's health is. So right now the point itself is 25% tick. Everybody has to like get in to stall out that enemy tick. And then we kind of like play around this objective that's ticked up based on like, you know, their health. And then as we reclaim control in the fort, then we like push out here. Then we basically like reclaim control inside, and then we just push outward. And then from there you go crazy. What if you just sack one gate to wipe half the offense? Respawns are a thing. So like once they capture the 3 outside points, they can respawn at any of the points. So like you can wipe, but they'll just respawn over the course of it, and then they'll kind of like come back in those wave-based respawns. So yeah. So that's basically like the gist of it. Oh, and this is actually a good example of this too. So funny enough, I go over here and I say, oh, I'm buying. they broke our gate, like to buy at our gate. So I came up here. I couldn't buy because they had killed our shops. So at 10 minutes, those would pop back up and those would have more HP. But yeah, they killed our shop, so I couldn't buy any more consumes. So I went back to the gate and I had to wait like later to buy my consumes. So small things like that were all like little mini objectives and like points of control within New World that like made it genuinely insanely fun. New World was, man, it had so much potential. So much potential. But yeah, that's the biggest thing like that I think Defender Advantage New World gives that creates a gate phase that like Ashes just genuinely doesn't have at this point. Were you in the siege? We left you on the roster? Yeah, I popped the fuck off. Yeah, watch my VOD. Yeah, I went crazy. I overextended a few times, but dude, on your initiates, I swear to God, I was the first person in and I hit so many fat walls into trip combos. Like one of your initiates when we were on point in market and then they kind of had like the house here and they were dropping off cliff into this little like L here. You called an initiate and I swear to God, I hit a 15-person like trip, like the shield assault ground pound. Yeah, dude, I was absolutely like, I was sending my cock in for you. I want you to know. I was just showing New World stuff, bro. If the caller says go, I go. I initiate. I'm not afraid to fucking die for a play. I will say though, one time, I didn't know where we were going in. I walked in a gate after a respawn. I looked around me to my left. It was like 20 of them. I looked to my right. It was like 20 of them. And I go, boys, it appears I've gone to the wrong gate. So don't look at that part. Don't look at that part. I'll get back in tomorrow for the defensive mirror. Peep my VOD. Peep my VOD. If I did shit, don't social slot me. But peep my VOD. I'm also going to craft a couple pieces before tomorrow because I was walking around at 350 power. So I need to get myself set up a little bit more there. But yeah. If you like what you saw in the VOD, slot me. I don't ask for social slots because I stream, but if I did well enough for a reslot, I'd be more than down. And if there are people that you think would be better than me, I take no offense. I take no offense. I'm not a very like entitled streamer, but I'm also open to feedback. So if you like, I don't know if Grapply's chilling or any of your tanks are chilling, feel free to like have them review that shit. I know for the most part, I was like overextending a little bit just because TTK's ungodly fast, but like initiates, my biggest thing was just trying to get like choke point walls off, segment them off, like get us like 5 people that were just like sequestered off so we could get that initial clump into the snowball. So that was a big thing. More just positioning stuff. I was also like pocket protecting the fuck out of Delor. I did not want him to suffer any sort of like mental anguish. I was his anti-tilt mechanism that war. I was perma protecting him, and anytime his health started to tick, I intercepted him. I was like sitting there just watching him outside of initiating. Are you gonna try Dune when it comes out or not? Dusty's a Dune hater. I'm not too like big on Dune personally. You're in the Canary as well, so you can talk to your group. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be beautiful. Also, you guys should look into TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak keeps it so much more organized than Canary. Because with TeamSpeak as your main caller, like you would have globals, and then each of your group leads would have a whisper set to you, so it doesn't calm your globals, so you don't have to be like, everybody shut the fuck up. So everybody would be in like their group room. Your group leads would have a whisper to you. You would have a global calm to everybody, and then groups would be able to calm. So like all of your group leads would talk to their group unless they needed to relay info. It would go directly to you in a whisper that nobody else heard, and then you'd say, you know, heard, I got you, Dusty. Your group just won markets. We're, you know, push here. And nobody else would hear me calming to you, so it would keep your comms super clear. I would recommend looking into a TeamSpeak over Canary. It was the same way that it evolved in New World with just like Canary first, and then everyone was like, TeamSpeak's so good. We have TeamSpeak. We used it for WoW rating. Of course. Yeah, I forget you guys have done this before. TeamSpeak is best for cross comms. Dude, it's so organized. Everyone talks shit because it's TeamSpeak, but it's so good. Never heard of Canary? Canary is Discord Canary, so it's like not third party or anything. It's supported directly through Discord itself, but it's essentially like a sandboxed version of Discord where you can just run a second version of your account in a different server at the same time. So I would essentially have my Canary, which was quieter on my input in main comms listening to my caller, who was in main comms yapping freely, and then we would have our like main Discord in our group comms, so I could talk to my 8-person group in Ashes or 5-person group in New World. So it was basically just a second instance of Discord to keep everything a bit more clean. You do have to pay for more than 50 people in TeamSpeak. Yeah. I'm sure they'd be fine. Not everybody out here is a poor streamer. Kind of seems like shit. TeamSpeak keeps it way cleaner. I won't lie. It keeps it way cleaner across the board. Okay, do we know when that Lineth Node Siege is happening? And who's streaming it? Let's see. Motherfucker. Ain't no way. This motherfucker Grenton got a goddamn tag that says hair loss. Ain't no way. Ain't no way dude has a tag on his channel that says fucking hair loss. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Alright, someone stream Lineth Node Siege, please. Respect. Absolute legend. Chat, do we know anyone Lineth Node Sieging? I literally don't see anybody in the directory actually streaming it. Cause like, Pirate wouldn't be streaming it. I don't know if he's live. Any Lineth streamers? Dusty's just jealous? I can't own up to the fact that my hairline's receding. What a tag? Yeah, what a go. What a go. Not everyone around here is a poor streamer. Some are just poor. Fuck. Pirates offline. Fed isn't streaming. No one in Fed is streaming? Ain't no way nobody in Fed is streaming. That's fucking insane. What? Yo, get me a flyer and let me like run around. What do you mean nobody's streaming? What in the BB back bullshit is this? Such a missed opportunity. Yeah, I just want to watch party it. I want to hang out, hydrate after all of my hard work in the siege. Shit. All right, well, if anybody ends up streaming it, let me know. I'm gonna pee and fill up my water, and then I guess we just keep leveling. So we'll pump here for a little bit, and then maybe pop over to Oaken in a few. So yeah, if we can't find a stream for the siege, then I'll just pump my rogue. See if I give a shit. See if I need your content. I'll make my own. Fed took like 45 minutes to beat Pirates. Why aren't they streaming? It's not like they have any meta strats to hide. Okay, and in all fairness, my take on this is, you know what the objectives are in the gameplay mode, right? So it's like either the defender defends or the attacker attacks. So it's not like there's this big proprietary shit. Like after 10 node sieges happen, everyone's gonna realize that it's simply push gates, kill gates, get in, take areas, fight for areas. And like streaming isn't gonna fucking matter. You don't have proprietary strats in an objective-based Zerg like numbers match game mode. Like it's not proprietary to say, oh, we're gonna hold this gate, we're gonna rotate, we're gonna give this. Everyone's gonna fucking do it after 10 node sieges. If you think you got proprietary information in this fucking numbers match objective-based game mode, you don't. It's been done 1,000 times before. I've done it thousands of times before in New World. Nothing needs to be hidden with this. There's no secret meta. Attacker attack, defender defend. All right, I'll be right back. People thought the same shit on New World? Dude, you do not understand. When I was a 10 viewer streamer, how many people said, Dusty, like, you are the best player on our roster, but we need you to put a delay on your stream. So that way, like, people don't get our strats. And I said, dude, what do you mean our strats? I play melee. I save up a combo, I throw a combo, I kill people. They know it's coming. Hoofsy, thank you for the hydrate. Dude, I caught so much shit for it. Oh yeah, I mean, so that wasn't even just at the start, Sir Child. Keep in mind, even in certain competitive guilds, towards the end, part of the reason why, like, guilds that recruited me stopped liking me so much in terms of, like, slotting consistently was because I refused to VOD review with them, because I was like, can we VOD review on stream? Like, this is literally, like, I can't just pull down my stream to VOD review on your schedule. And they were like, we can't VOD review on your stream because the information will get out of like what we're doing macro-wise. And I go, brother, we tick the point when it ticks and we kill people. I was like, there's nothing to fucking hide. We're looking at my VOD and you're telling me what I can do better. Like that's literally it. And they were like, oh no, there's macro. And I'm like, dude, no, there's not. But yeah, I literally was just like, all right, I'm not VOD reviewing with you then. So yeah, I'll be right back. Good day, lads. I'm back. All right. Sorry. Oh, I feel great now. I took like a 3-minute pee refresh, and Doug actually made food, so I stole some food. Okay. He's another tank. Found a stream? Thank you. We're up tremendous.
In the call right now, so should have a nice spot.
Oh, we're up so tremendous. Is there a barcode over there too? Jellyfish now? Maelstrom's crown. Yeah, it's an aquatic mount. Sir Child, have you seen the tropics since you've been back? I started calling our kitten Little Man. Ain't no way. Yeah, this is the tropics. Are you talking about wanting to see a view of it? I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the POV. Listen, I gave you the blueprint. I expect fat walls, don't overextend, and be nice and patient. What's that ability that's your 2? Why does that look different than mine? Am I tripping, or does your ground pound look different than my ground pound? Am I on Fent? No, I guess it looks the same. It's just darker. Okay. Oh, wait. My fault. Sorry. First time streaming. I'm not gonna share. You guys don't get to see. Twitch got me? How'd Twitch get you, AMC? What'd they do? Did you hear about the ongoing? I think it's still 15% off on 5 or more gifties. My favorite thing's exploring. So I want to wait till more zones release. June Dark end of this month. That's gonna be the jungle as well. So we just got the tropics. We got the jungle at the end of April. And then we go fresh starts for phase 3. So by the time that's in, the like functional map from when you were there will probably have like 4x'd, because like when you were here, the desert wasn't like functional, optimal. Like it was functional, but it wasn't like optimized or anything like that. You didn't really interact with it too much. So hopefully by the time you're back, you'll see like a lot more actual functionality in the different areas of the map. And you should see legitimately like 4x more playable space on top of that. Let's see. While this spins up, I have this. So this is like where the invisible wall is for the tropics right now, right? And then once the June Dark's in down here, it just expands the invis wall all the way down through here, opens this up, and then also goes all the way through here. So much like the patch, this entire ocean is going to be a big W. So I'm super excited for that next map expansion. Plus phase 3, we get 24/7 server accessibility. Now with that being said, a lot of water for sailing, and there's only going to be more. This entire area, this is all playable area, baby. This is all playable. All of it. You can sail into here, you can get up to here, you can get over to here, you can get into this. All of it's playable. All of it's water. Dude, you could live your entire life out in the ocean. You could legitimately just move around and be like a traveling fisher person that like fishes, cooks, and like stops and sells exclusive stuff in certain areas, chills for a couple of days, fishes in the waters, and then moves on. Legitimately could be your entire playstyle. This game is not just all about the PvP side of anything. And keep in mind, I just did the node siege over here. That was like one of the first like big organized PvP things I've done in weeks. So yeah, it's a game that genuinely has so fucking much to offer, man. It really does. It's insane. Ooh, an action camera enjoyer. Or is he? Well, it sounded like there's just a hippo in my ear. I made myself joke because of the thought of I almost killed myself. I just almost killed myself because the thought of the hippo in my fucking ear just. Chat, pray for me. I'm not gonna make it through stream. Holy shit. Check out my gear. Show me. Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, that's how I'm trying to be. Yeah. That's how I'm trying to get for real. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's nice. I need a wolf and maw. Oh, you got the reckless doublet as well? Okay. Okay. Do some people use Ashen Haunt chest as well? What's the chest of choice for 10? That's nice. That's real nice. That's solid. Yeah, 450 power is gonna feel great. I was running around at 350 during that, still feeling good. Bro, my first, like, time jumping over the wall with Bard uppies, I accidentally sent myself a little bit too far because I charged with the uppies and just, like, I fucking sent it. So, I bounced off of one of the buildings. A little? Bro, you saw that? Bro, I went so far. I had the first time jitters, man. I didn't want to be behind, so I was like, I gotta hit the charge. I gotta make sure I'm at the front of the pack. And I was like, pew, just gone. Just gone. I had to bounce off the house and turn around. So yeah, we gotta be a little careful with that one. But I will say, if I get Bard uppies and a charge, I could go in through that L in the air, and then I could hit a wall behind them. I think that's what I'm gonna try if I get into the one tomorrow. Actually, we'll be on defense tomorrow if I do get into that one. So I'm already thinking of some good strats there, though. Wall is so fucking impactful, though. Wall feels great. I just hope they can make it, like, consistently show up a little bit more. But, dude, you could tell when I hit a wall. The second they would start to push forward and overextend, I would get that wall up, and then just, like, they would die. They would run into the wall behind them and die. There was nothing they could do once they got caught. It felt so impactful. I just want that little bit of like an AoE initiate so I can just full send charge in and be like, this fight ends here, me or you. If I got that, I'll be so happy. Hey! Hi, Chris. Chat, do we have anybody on in 4th guild by chance that could invite? If not, it's perfectly okay. I just think we have a few cats that would like invites. So this is this basically gonna be like not barcode, I'm sorry. Is this gonna be Fed versus Pirates again? And Fed on defense? Because we could see this go, excuse me, we could see this go 2 hours. Hey! What up, Miss Lime? How do? How are you? How you been? I don't know if Pirate's on at all. Yeah, I don't know. He did his attempt to break the hype train earlier. Like the re-break the hype train earlier. So I don't know how that went. I popped in while I was taking a shit before stream. And I was like, damn, he's at like a level 60 some. I don't know what it ended at. But my hype train record's like 17 or some bullshit. Which is still insane to me. But yeah, his chat was like all gifties. It was crazy. It was insane. How much is Uncommon Willow selling for? Not that much. Not that much. 17 hype's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's nuts. I'm spoiled. Chat takes too much care of me. Like much too good. I'm basically like extremely spoiled by chat for how shitty my content is, I won't lie. I just get here and fucking yap all day and like run around and hit sick movement stuff and flick my camera around and you guys are like, whoa, Dusty, you're so fucking sick. So like, I'm kind of okay with it, but yeah, just know I appreciate y'all. His personal best is 137. Well, yeah, because he broke the hype train record and then Iron Mouse re-broke the hype train record, right? So, yeah, he said they were gonna like re-attempt it, but, oh, it's Vidal. I'm sorry. I'm racist. Wrong VTuber. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's my bad. God, the truth comes out. I was trying to avoid this. My fault. My fault. Sorry to any VTubers in chat. VTuberist! Don't anger the VTuber crowd. I love VTubers. I'm sorry. I hosted a VTuber. I hosted a VTuber like 2 days ago. I host Chili all the time. I love VTubers. I'm not gonna take this slander. This is a community built on hatred. Bo, you're on the list now. I hope it's worth it, dude. Yeah, so I'll have you know my dad works at Intrepid. Surprised Lineth has, what the fuck is that? Jesus. Sewer just flashbang me. Okay, so I think they're still getting set up, so I'm gonna pull a few while they're getting set up. Surprised Lineth has the least amount of players? Well, so Lineth is like... Lineth is basically this if-then statement, right? I guess it's more like an if-then statement. Yo, Mr. Doink! The big 2 months. I appreciate you so much, dude. Where's that Snorse having ass? What you doing today? But yeah, so like, it's literally an if-then statement, like then with an E. But it's if pirate software is on, then the server is the most populated. If...
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're yapping. Okay. If pirate software is not on, then it's dead server. Like, it is the equivalent of like a fucking Asmongold appearance on New World. That shit always cooked us. Hoofs, how's the day been, brother? What you getting up to now? How'd everything go? Dusty software. Listen, man, I have no mana. There's nothing I can do. I have no further comments at this time. No, I have to be careful. I'll actually get on the list, bro, and then I'll get like banned from fucking streaming Ashes or something. Cause like I don't have the say to like fight for myself there. I'll actually get on the list and then I'll just like die. I'll have a fucking Sunny V2 video made about me. How Ash's highest potential streamer dug his own grave. It all started one day while he was waiting for a node siege to fire on Lineth. Not the Sunny V2. Bro, it would be bad. It would be like, there'd be like a more Pegasus video about it. Like, it would be full rough. List mentioned, you're on the list. What list? I didn't mention a list. I was talking about my groceries. I'm innocent, please. Please. VOD review it. I'm not on the list. I can't be on the list. I've worked so hard to get here. The VTubers hate me. The pirates hate me. I'm cooked. I'm the Dave Chappelle of the streaming world. Oh no. The downfall of DustyWhy. Okay, I have always said, like, if there was going to be like a DustyWhy hit piece that went out, like a whole downfall of DustyWhy video, I would want it to be this like, this screenshot from one of the cat ear days, right? And it would be like, claws out the downfall of DustyWhy. That's kind of like what I would be like, you know, picturing it as. I feel like that would be a banger. Like, I don't really have like the KSI level thing where it's just like, you know, DustyWhy is over. Like, that wouldn't really draw many people. But they'd be like, what the fuck you mean claws out? The fuck this, why he has cat ears? Start shilling male health supplements before it's too late. Okay, but like low key, how cool would it be if like you guys had the opportunity to buy like essentially moments in time from stream? And what I mean by that is a very limited one-of-one ownable picture of me through different high points in stream. Now, once you own that picture of me from that big stream memory, whether it's your favorite memory or like, you know, one of the high points in viewerships or gifted subs. No one else can own that, you know, that point in Dusty time. So yeah, we'll call it like a DFT. So yeah, I feel like that'll be a really good startup. We'll get a couple of those circulating around, and then I'll rug pull it. It's fine. Non-fundable Dusty. Yeah, no, it's okay. We won't go that route. To buy DustyWhy merge? Okay, hear me out though. I do want to cook up merge. I won't lie. Oh God, NFTs. Dusty coin anytime soon? Thanks for the 30 bandos, chat. Thanks for the 30 bandos. I'd buy a Phoenix. Listen, man, I want to get like the Phoenix logo. And if you guys are wondering like what Phoenix logo I'm talking about, it is this Phoenix logo. I don't know if I can use like the text, but I want this. If I just like get rid of the text is graphic only. But if we got this on a hoodie, like embroidered without the text, I feel like we'd be chilling. I don't know if I like need a lawyer for that or anything, or if I should start like an LLC so they sue the LLC instead of me, and then I just like delete the LLC app. But just for old time's sake, can you make a hoodie with an ice wall saying "not my ice wall"? Jesus fucking Christ. So basically, chat, there was an ability in New World that you would get with an ice gauntlet, and you would basically like move your gauntlet and it would summon this like, oh, hi Cheeks over on YouTube, by the way. I see you go. Server's still up? Yeah, they're up all week this week for node siege testing. So yeah, basically like you would make an ice wall, and it was like this literal wall of just like dropping ice. You'd run into it and it would just like root you, right? So you wanted to avoid the ice wall at all costs. And before there was a way in New World to tell like what was friendly and what was enemy, there was legitimately no way to tell like which walls were yours and which walls were enemies. So if you ran through a friendly wall, you got a speed boost. If you ran through an enemy wall, you got absolutely stopped in your tracks. So I was notorious for just running into the wrong ice walls no matter what. And I would always be like, oh, I'm going through this ice wall. And then I'd be like, not my ice wall, not my wall, not my wall, not my wall. And I would just be permanently ice walled. So our entire 5 stack was just not my wall for a little bit. That was our 5 stack name. Bo was one of my healers from back in the day. Ears, 100 gifted. Simple trade. 100 gifties, I put the ears on. A reasonable man. Yeet. That damage is so cool. You might end up wearing cat ears until the end of your life. Wait, me? 50 monkey bucks or $15? I'll have you know. I'll have you know. Is that retroactive? Listen, man, listen. If you buy something at a store and it goes down in price later, do you call the store to try to get the difference in price back? Don't answer that, because some stores actually offer that as a policy. Please don't answer that. Actually, just forget I said anything. That once I think about that a little bit. Yeah, so yeah, don't. Somebody ban him. Get him out of here. Yeah, so now that I think about that, that might not be a good angle for me to take. Let me reevaluate this for a little bit. And I'll get back to you with a reason why I'm not going to allow that. Something pay to win influencing the integrity of the monkey buck game as a whole. Oh wait, I do have to switch over the sub goal. I will say, it's the first of the month, I forgot. So first of the month is when Cat Week comes back. So I have to switch it over from the, from me having to complete whatchamahoo's getting over it, to Cat Week. Now that could be absolutely torturous, but I'm a man of my word. It's the first sub goal every month, and I plan to honor it. God damn it. Excuse me, pardon me. When's Siege starting? Hi, Squatty. How are you? I was a brainlit hatchet great axe main in New World. Hey, Bearju coming in with a 5 gifted? Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Absolute legend. W Bear. W Bear. Boys, do me a favor. If you're lurking out there, you hear my voice right now, and you are currently subbed to the channel, click on your emotes and do me a favor. Do me a favor. Drop down one time for the one time. Dusty W Booty, the single greatest emote on all of Twitch. Rumor has it, if you summon in enough Dusty W Booties, you can call in a 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake on the Dichter scale and trigger Punami that washes over the entire screen, boys. It starts as a small wave, but it ends in an absolute massacre. Now, if you work together as a chat, you make this. Oh, God, it's already happening, chat. It's already happening. That's how we do it, boys. That's how we do it. W Bear, I appreciate you, Bear. Thank you for the 5 gifties, dude. Much love, much love, much love. So I gotta check on this node siege, see if it started. Looks like they're still in spin up over there. So we're balling there. Keep doing your thing. I appreciate you, dude. I love that you guys allow me to keep doing my thing. I wouldn't be able to do my thing in the first place if it wasn't for all of the support that you guys give me. So it is entirely like this, you know, this circle of love, man. It's always great vibes in the community, and I'm extremely grateful for that. Like, half the time we don't even have fucking mods in chat. So it's just, I'm eternally grateful for like the community that we have here, man. The Ashes community is amazing to make content for, and I just consider myself extremely lucky to be your guys' content creator, man. And I hope that I can keep making content that you guys enjoy watching. All right, so sewer's still waiting on startup there, but they are getting in raid, so that's good. Is that why I've never been banned? No mods to do it. I mean, I've banned people before, but like, I don't really feel like banning people's necessary. How does one become mod? So, fun fact, we were actually talking about some expansions to the mod team. So we're gonna be cooking up a little mod app, because one thing with modding is we try to get people who would be interested in kind of like cooking some stuff up behind the channel as well. We have been, you know, expanding, and people are getting busy with like IRL shit. So we're always trying to get people that are like, yo, Taco, congrats on the bow. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. But yeah, so we are always trying to like look for people who would be like extremely interested in like helping out the channel through, you know, obviously just chilling in chat, but also kind of like helping out the current cycle of like content funnel that we have, so to say. So what we're trying to do in terms of our next expansion is get someone who's very active in like a couple of people who are very present in chat, and from there, oh, it looks like their siege is starting. Beautiful. So from there, we essentially want to have people with Ash's knowledge who would like clip good moments for shorts, good segments of stream, good yaps, you know, for like 8 to 10 minute videos. And from there, we ramp up the YouTube posting from like, you know, once a week, once every other week, stuff like that, right? Into just like near daily posts. So that's kind of like our next step. We have both Drew and Carla editing right now. So like Drew cooks up shorts and stuff like that. Carla's really interested in cooking up more long form, so we just gotta like feed her the long form in addition to stuff that I record. And if we make that expansion, then it's gonna up the YouTube side of everything a lot, and that always kind of like carries over into Twitch. So if anyone is interested in that, just right off rip, you can always hit me up in Discord. There are always more opportunities to get involved with more shit as well. And then as it expands, like YouTube ad rev, as that kicks up, is going to be reserved for like mods eventually. Now, with that being said, it's like a can of Chef Boyardee right now, unironically. But yeah, that's all. If it does scale up to the point where it's viable, then that'd be like mod sided things. But that's all a pipe dream right now. Everyone works from like the good of their heart on the channel. So I can't offer much in the meantime other than my undying gratitude and appreciation. But there's hope someday that you may see like, I don't know, a Christmas card or something. Just know that. So we're serving the hydration global bot. 9883. Wait, so when are you starting up? SpaghettiOs with meatballs? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You get the good name brand if you guys do well. At least you're upfront about that. Some people are just vultures. Oh yeah, no, I mean, there's a reason that I don't really ask people to be a mod like crazy, and it's not that I'm able to like, you know, compensate people for their time or anything other than just being extremely grateful for stuff like like restarting 5 minutes. Okay, cool. But yeah, like I'm not really in a spot where I can just be like, oh yeah, I'll be able to pay you guys every month or anything like that. Like, people that mod for the channel and like do stuff for the channel, it's literally out of the kindness of their heart and like the time that they volunteer because they believe in me as a content creator to grow, like with the help. And a lot of the help that I've received from people, either modding chat or, you know, making videos, editing videos, thumbnails, like all of that accessory stuff is all what's helped grow the channel so much. So there is that level of like, I would very much love to eventually be at the size of like, you know, fucking Pirate Software, where his YouTube just generates ad rev that he uses to pay people in his team. Like that's the dream. For now, that's literally a dream, but for a lot of my life, being here was a dream. So I don't rule it out. It's just like, I'm very upfront. The thing that I have to offer right now is undying gratitude and a work ethic that probably beats 99.999% of content creators out. So if you like the content, you want to help it grow, then, you know, it's a good chance to get involved. You do also get to yap at me more directly because I have notifications on for like all of my mod channels in Discord. So I won't ignore everybody's messages accidentally. But yeah. As of right now, it's literally just like a full volunteer basis, man. There's a reason that we don't have many, and it's because I don't want to make people feel obligated to work when they just want to hang out in the chat, so. Don't lie, you send them feed pics? Oh, they get paid, baby. They get paid. They do get paid. I want to know that. I would just clip the stuff you talked about, all the new stuff. I didn't think about that. That's okay. I mean, honestly, so there are a lot of things that the community can do, from like clipping things and sharing them. Like, send them around, getting views on the clips. If you guys like fucking have Twitter and stuff like that, like post clips on your Twitter if you really like the clips. A lot of content creators become very known off of like a clip that just hits somewhere and starts circulating, right? And that's how honestly a lot of like modern content creators, like best known clips are spread, is through like those other means. So, you know, as a community, there are always so many things that you guys already do for me, and those that are interested, like people can just throw out clips, sauce out clips somewhere. You guys can clip stuff and post it in the like the channel in our Discord, where we have like Dusty content. You guys can post stream clips that we'll take and post shorts out of. You can post like timestamps and be like, oh, Dusty yaps about this. So, you know, all of that stuff can just help us a lot. We're a very like small team. It's mostly like 3 of us, 4 of us that are like here doing shit a lot. We have some more like, you know, just friend mods that chill, but yeah, for the most part, the active team is really just like 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. So we're always looking to expand it. Yeah, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill though. I'm not really a crazy streamer in the sense that I expect everybody doing everything perfect all the time. I'm just super appreciative that everyone does like so much for me, with me literally offering nothing. Between like the mod team, between, you know, everyone that's like edited videos, done thumbnails and stuff, between everybody that comes up and supports stream every day, like it's always been crazy to me. I bought the alpha last night and got wig split by a rabbit. Oh no, Grunch! Did you get your revenge? Oh no, brother. I hope you got your revenge at least. Grem's hurt, dude. They catch you off guard. Grems at the start of Ashes are like, it's basically like boars at the start of WoW if you're leveling a dwarf. So boars in WoW will have a charge where they like charge to you, and then their next hit gets bonus attack power. And so if you're like super low level, you can die to boars real fucking easy, because you'll try to get away and then they charge gap to you, and then from there you just die. So yeah, from the highwayman, then I fucked on them. Man goes back in ready for like the fucking Punisher arc. Yo, what up, Pac? How you doing, brother? Yo, there was some shit in the directory that you would probably cackle at. Oh my fucking god. So, one of my boys that comes into stream, he's starting to stream up Ashes as well. One of his fucking tags, hold on. Let's see if it's still up. Yeah, here you go. Fucking Gretton. A French Canadian with the hair loss tag on his fucking profile, dog. Absolutely goated. Absolutely goated. The actual goat. He's insane. I hope you're having a great day, dude. What have you been doing today? Is there mouse over heals for cleric or just target and heal? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ready? So, party and raid. Show party as raid frames. You turn that on, it makes it this, right? And then enable hover target for party members. So you turn that on. And then there's also, under targeting, you have allow dual offensive and defensive target lock. If I turn that on, I can target Merc. And I can also target something over here. So, that's real nice. I love those settings. It's a lot of accessibility. I don't use the dual offensive and defensive target lock, but I highly, highly, highly recommend party as raid frames, as well as hover target. I have to have it as my target healer. Not with hover target. With hover target, it doesn't have to be your target. You can just hover over the frame itself. I don't think men works for that, though. At least it never did for me. Interesting. Sewer, you have no sound. Interesting. So hover target is not working with mend. Is it intended to? Should be intended to, you'd think. What's hover target do? So with hover target, you can like hover over somebody's name in the raid frame, and you see how it's like lit up here. So as a tank, if I want to intercept somebody, as long as they're within range. Oh wait, okay, I hear it. But yeah, so basically, as long as they're within range and they're like lit up here, right? You can hover over them and you can use like friendly abilities on them. So that's a very nice like ease of accessibility thing. So it works, just not with some spells. If there are any things that are like not working with hover target, I would absolutely recommend bug reporting it, like ability bugs, shit like that. Very important to submit. So across the board, make sure you're doing that if you are running into things that seem suboptimal, seem a little inconsistent, because consistency is definitely something that they want to like not fuck up across the board, right? All right, so Fed's gonna be on the defense. Looks like a couple people got caught out early. We'll see how this gate phase goes. Huge walls around the map. Sewer actually has wall hacks. Is that just visual? Cause that's like pay to win right there. That's Insano style. Wait, that's so good. I might roll healer when I restart back up. I've had 25 ranger and just needed a break. That's completely understandable. You think you're gonna wait till fresh starts to start back up on May 1st? Wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Men does not work with hover targets. You have to hard target. Same as the Bard Shield. I use men typically for self heals only. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And it should definitely work like as a hover target, right? Just like you would think. I don't really understand why it wouldn't. Oh, that's a huge push out. Oh, God. Oh, Fed got the push out from the left side. Oh, no. Oh, they're getting full wiped here. Some big damage going back out on Fed, though. They're going to get heals on the front line, though. This is just going to be a full wipe across the board, I think. They do have all the control points. They have 3 of the control points outside in the attacker camp, so they'll have some good respawns. But Fed just pushed out with a massive wave during the gate phase. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That was a huge Zerg. I think that was like a full drop outside of the gates themselves. So, I mean, I guess Fed showing that the gates do give some advantage. It was much more passive over on the virus side of things, but if it works, because that's a good wipe. So, from the attacker POV, I don't know if that's their flyer or Fed's flyer. Okay, so that's one of their flyers, but they rolled over him so fast. Time to kill is definitely a little bit fast. It's something that will be getting a change in the upcoming 0.8 patch. 0.8 is going to implement some changes to the current like boat system. It'll allow people to put like actual commodities on boats. The boat inventory will come into play there. They're going to rework caravans through that 0.8 patch as well. We may see the tank rework come in there. So yeah, we're also going to get some TTK changes that should be in at that point that will give us some attribute changes that should adjust TTK a little bit closer to what they want to, but So what TMX was saying, you can drop down and push while gates are being attacked. Even if you die, you'll respawn before the gates are fully destroyed, so you don't actually lose anything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is definitely plenty of value within the time that you can drop down. You just have to kind of, like, play around that, catch them off guard through, like, the sneak arounds. And honestly, they should have seen that coming through the flyers, like, because with that, they had to give up their space on the inside gate, and whoever was like on flyer duty for the attack didn't see that, or whoever was supposed to be holding that left side. And the way that TMX had it like set up for us was like they were watching our flanks all the time in different areas. So anytime that somebody tried to wrap or they started a shift, we had the comms going through there, right? So here there wasn't that level of like, you know, comm going out, you know, they're jumping out left, you know, they're soft on gate. And if there's not that level of communication, then it can make it very easy to just get blindsided and full cooked. So we almost see one gate down, so that is good. 481k left on this gate. Fed pushing out again though, and it just, maybe they have like a split on the gates right now, but it definitely seems like Fed may have a numbers advantage over on this gate. Dusty's soft on gate. I'm always hard on the gate, baby. Definitely. 0.8, the phase 3 update or sooner. That's going to be pre-phase 3. So 0.8 will be our April update, I do believe. So it'll be like towards the end of the month, but it'll be that pre-phase 3. Typically, the update each month will come like prior to the dev stream. So if I look at my calendar real quick, hold on. Let me cheat real quick. Calendar. I would have to guess that 0.8 comes out the 24th would be the deployment. And then we would go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then we'd have our last downtime before phase 3. And then phase 3 starts on May 1st with fresh start servers and 24/7 live server access. So yeah, I would definitely say that's when we'd be getting that. This looks sweet. Imagining siege weapons. Not only siege weapons, but also siege vehicles. We'll go hopefully sleep within a couple hours. Hey, Okenko, I hope you sleep well. I'll see you in like 30 minutes when you can't sleep. Summoner when? Yeah, probably like 3-ish months at this point, I would have to say. It'll probably be a couple months into phase 3, maybe even 3 months into phase 3. So some nice little outside point battle, a little bit of small scale, and you do see like server responsiveness a lot better in these small scale fights. That grapple almost went off. Like that grapple really thought about going off there. I won't even lie. Margaret's in the Defenders Discord. Oh shit, is that why they're winning? Is Maggie healing them? Steven is the attacker for this war? Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. 0.8 is next week? Wait, is it 0.8 next week? And then 0.9 is the week before P3. If 0.8 is next week, I'll shit my pants. But yeah, maybe 0.9 is the June Dark patch. And then... yeah, that would make sense. 0.8 being this patch, 0.9 being June Dark patch, and then through Alpha 2 Phase 3, you have like 0.9 point. I don't really know how it works, but I thought it was 0.8 and 0.9 both before P3. It very well could be. Yeah, I have no idea what like the 0.9 plans are. I've only heard 0.8 stuff, so I think 0.8 is more gathering updates. That'd be so nice. The gathering updates are supposed to come in. Actually, yeah, that would be right, because they talked about an early April patch, and then they talked about a late April patch, and then a mid-May patch for the 3 steps of the gathering, refining, crafting updates. Yeah, I think you're correct. Is that missing wall a graphic error? Yeah, something tells me that Sewer could probably cook a steak to mid-well on his GPU right now based on the graphics missing. I would have to say. Pretty sure right now, anyone not in siege is insta-killed. Yeah, anyone not in siege is insta-killed. Yo, what up, Evan? Can we walk with WASDA or only mouse click? Oh yeah, it's a full, like, so right now, if you want to turn your camera, there are 2 ways to do that. So movement is WASDA. I pivot my camera with like right mouse button. But if you press Z, it brings on like the action camera. So you do still have to like rotate your mouse a little bit to like move your camera, but you don't have to hold anything, and then it's just left click to attack, right click to block, and it's just that kind of like free mouse movement with the WASDA move. So yeah. I would say Waz is gonna be your primary movement though. Looks like TNL. A lot of people have said that like base level looks like TNL. Yeah, I didn't play a ton of TNL. I was New World myself. So I came directly from New World to Ashes, but from what I've seen of TNL, it does kind of have that similar like core concept. Within the combat being that like, yeah, that kind of like core base. The way that I've always described it to people, good wall there, good wall there. That's a really good wall, Sewer, good plays. Play your life here. That wall might have actually won that fight. That was a disgustingly good wall. Oh, please tell me he has the backup for that. Oh my God. Man, like Sewer just hit such a fat wall there. That was such a good play. The only reason they didn't get full wiped is because of Sewer's wall there. Well fucking done, Sewer. That was massive. Extremely good wall, dude. Extremely good wall. Hot take here, New World PvP is much better. So I think like New World combat, in my opinion, at its peak was a one-of-one MMO combat system, and the combat alone of New World was almost enough to carry it, despite all of the other parts of New World holistically as a game being like worse. But I will say, right now, PvP is going to look worse than New World and stuff like that because New World had a longer TTK. Like, you were able to do more in those fights. There was more setup to these big, like, penultimate moments, and these big, like, you know, dick-on-dick wipes, right? So, I think as TTK continues to adjust and, like, develop, and we also see more small-scale stuff, can you imagine how fun this PvP system will be in, like, 3v3, 5v5, 8v8 arenas with numbers match? Like, I think it's gonna come a very, very, very long way compared to where it is now between like TTK, between numbers match, server stability, all of that shit. I think it definitely has a lot more to go. I will say though, I'm completely unbiased, man. New World combat at its peak is a fucking one-of-one combat system that is like incredibly hard to even partially replicate. New World at its peak of like server performance, like best meta, like, oh dude, it really had the potential. You're watching Sewer? I am watching Sewer. Yes, I am Dusty. I play on Vyra, but Sewer comes through the chat, so he heard me asking for a POV to watch. So I am I'm content thieving Sewer's POV with his permission. So yeah, I play over on Vyra. I did the Vyra siege earlier today. I was on the attacker side for it. We did get the Dubski. So now we're showing the homie Sewer some love, checking out the Lineth siege, and then I'll probably be doing a little bit more rogue leveling, trying to also get a couple pieces crafted for my tank tomorrow before the node siege tomorrow. So it's been a good day, man. It's been a good day. Happy you're here as well. New World outside the desync was very crisp combat. Oh yeah, one of my favorite things about New World combat as a melee player was also the weightiness of it. Like the fact that you had like the actual weapon tracking and everything associated with it as a melee player made it very nice because you didn't have to be like in somebody's ass if they were like arranged to like pull to them. It wouldn't necessarily go as well with weapon tracking over here, I don't think. I don't really think this is a system that's like meant for New World-esque weapon tracking. That's cool how the gate degrades. Our gates died so fast in the attack that we didn't get to see that. Oh, this is gonna be a big push out. Another good wall. All of them are dead because of that wall. Oh, that's nice. Good shit, Sewer. That's a really nice wall. Really good plays. Just create that full choke point where they can't completely push out. They can't hit anyone. Really good plays as they try to push out of that gate, man. That's that impactful ass wall. I love that. We might have a ground pound coming up in 3 seconds for this as well. So potentially some really big plays coming out here. That's nice. It's a really good wall. Good play, Sewer. I love to see that. I love to see that. Unfortunately, especially duels. Every duel felt like a Dark Souls boss fight. Yeah, until it was like two bruisers dueling and we just kept dodging each other's hammer half heavies, and it would be like I would hammer half heavy, they would hammer half heavy, I would hammer half heavy, they would hammer half heavy, and we would, dude, me and Drew, when he was playing melee with us, would literally be cackling to each other in VC mid-duel because it would just be I hit him, he dodges, he hits me, I dodge, I hit him, he dodges. Melee duels were fucked. It was so funny. If you get into gathering, does it show up on your mini or is it just visually seeing things? So right now it is visually identifying things, but there is also going to be a survey pylon system that comes into the game where you can get information about gatherables in an area. So outside of just like the visual run around and scour for shit, the survey system will allow you to buy different like pylons of different types And through there, you can put down those pylons in an area, and they will give you information about like respawns, what types of things will be spawning, when they'll be respawning. You could potentially learn rarity of those things as well. So there will be a lot that comes out through that. And that's something that's going to be further implemented throughout these next few patches as well, that we get in between like now and mid-May. That's going to fully redo the gathering, refining, and crafting system. I actually talked about these changes in my video as well, but that's going to significantly improve the the gathering system. Like dynamic respawn areas, so when you chop something down, it doesn't just respawn in the same place. They've already got dynamic respawn timers on things, so it has already come a very, very, very long way, and I'm excited to see even more changes coming through. Defenders heavily favored in these sieges. I feel like right now it hasn't really, I mean, I've only done one so far. I'm not a PTR player or anything, so everything just comes to me like as it comes out, right? But like it didn't feel defender crazy, but I'm hoping I can get into the defender one tomorrow as well, so I can see like what it actually feels like. Because the second that I get into them, I have literally like 4-digit New World Wars, so I am like very, very, very like accustomed to how these types of gameplay modes will play out, especially with the objective numbers match stuff. So like I look forward to maybe getting a defense in, seeing like how the gate functionality works, especially as a melee. Like I think everything for melee is just like insanely different than playing it as a range, so I'm excited. I hope that I can get in. I hope they like the VOD. I told them to not social slot me if I sucked, so we'll see. Can you no cost respec your secondary class? Through testing, yes, you'll be able to free respec everything, abilities, secondaries. You obviously can't change your primary for free. But like secondaries and abilities will be free respec for testing phases. And then once the game is actually live, you'll be able to change your secondary with like friction. The same thing with like abilities. You'll have to have like an input to respec when it goes live. Season 8 will save New World for sure this time. Yeah, dude, they get to play the whole OPR map for a week. Woo! Jesus. I think Fed's just diffing in skill and maybe gear. And depending on how many people are on, like, I don't really think that Fed, like, would lose to anybody else on that server, right? Especially in something like this large scale. I feel like if they have a lot of Fed within that roster and, like, Pirates not there, then they probably, I don't know the full makeup of Lyneth, and I did hear Pirates lost a lot of their PvPers, so I don't really know like what the entire like structure is over there. But yeah, it does really just look like Fed's been able to have their way with it. I mean, even here we do see a really good push coming out. We don't want to see Sewer overextend, but really good push coming out here. They're pushing Fed back, so if they're able to take control of like where they actually want to get established, looks like they may head down market area. If they can set up there, it could be good for them, but it looks like market's still going to be completely controlled by Fed. So even when they get momentum in one place, it's like, where else can they really get it? We see Sewer getting a good pickup here, but is he going to get picked off himself? He gets the indom off. He's going to get the shake it off. Did he shake it off? Where's his shake it off? He gets the indom. Yeah, he indom shake it off. Okay. I was watching his health bar and I saw that self heal. Yeah, his shake it off is 3. It's good play. Good plays coming out from Mr. Sewer. Some good high value picks out there, really pushing the front line out. Another good trip here. They're really getting some good momentum. We actually might see a channel start on the flag, man. Sewer's out here cooking them. Sewer's actually going crazy right now. Love these engages from Sewer. Dude, he's playing great. Yeah, Sewer's going out of his fucking mind. He's doing really well. Sewer diffing Fed. Sewer is literally like one man showing these initiates, man. I'm a proud tank dad right now. Sewer's absolutely fucking putting on a show. This is great, man. No overextensions. Like, he's playing clean. He's playing clean. That entire push, like, he stopped a couple, like, gate pushes coming out from Fed. He led that front line as well. The only reason that this channel's even channeling right now is because Sewer's been going crazy on him. So, I mean, I like that, bro. I like that. His healers deserve pat too. Absolutely. Just that whole group that he's initiating with is going fucking crazy. They're doing great. It looks like they might be in their own little mini raid as well. So, Wall might come out a little bit early there before the initiate. Hope that doesn't come back to bite him, but good zoning wall, just making sure that they can't push up to that side. One thing that I've been liking to do is actually bait them into that little choke point in between those two buildings, and then once they start to push in, I drop my wall kind of in that same corner spot, but I try to get them split into 2 different groups for it. But Sewer's been playing great, man. If this grapple connects, ooh, close. He's got to get back here. Indom, but he survives. Huge save from the healers. Huge save from the healers. Indom, shake it off, comes in, and then a big heal comes in as well. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive plays. He does also have dual offensive defensive, so he could always get those quick intercepts out. But yeah, Sewer's going crazy. It's a huge fucking save coming out from Sewer. Playing his life really well on the 10 FPS. This is going to be a big push, though. He does have the ground pound the ground slime available, but he's going to drop down first. Looks like this cancel is going to be the channel's going to be canceled. Fed just comes in with a full wipe there, yeah. So that's going to reset the channel entirely, but I mean, they had good agency off that push, man. That's the most momentum they've had this entire time, so that's nice. Some really good initiates. Can you wall in mobs? PvE just kind of says no right now. Cleared the point, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a really good push. That was probably more than Fed expected to be hit with over the course of this war, or over the course of the siege, so I think that's some really good progress. It looks like they might have a ghost channel going right now, so hopefully that gets canceled. Sometimes zombie channels will happen, or like ghost channels where people will res, and it desyncs during the channel, and so it starts ticking up. That is how the first siege on Vyra ended, because of that desync. And that caused an uproar. So hopefully we're not seeing that here. But it does look like there's a ghost channel occurring somewhere post respawn. Now they may be desynced, but someone's channeling right now. I hope they cancel the ghost. I know it would be best if they canceled the ghost. But if they really just want to say like, we beat Fed, then that would probably be the easiest way to do it, but I think that would also be probably the worst way to do it. So only thing I know about Sewer is like every other hour or so he tells everyone to drink water. He had it pre-typed in global. I think it's on his copy paste. That's so funny. Just bought a set of level 10 gear and weapons from a vendor. Feels like a whole new game. Yo, Helios, and while you're out and about looking for gear, make sure if you're fizz scaling, you grab strength gear as much as you can. If you are magic scaling, grab int gear, and that's gonna multiply just like your power scaling across the board. You're gonna go crazy. Hello, Sewer. This is going well. You're popping off with the walls. Like, if they had a few more people... Sewer in chat. Sewer's streaming his POV in chat, running back during the siege. What a fucking commitment from the Ashes community, boys. This is why I say you guys are too good to me. Sewer's probably laughing to himself right now. This is insane. This is insane. Channel's still bugged? 44... 45, it does appear to still be bugged, yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like it's... Nope, just reset. Just reset, we're good. Back down to 0, it's an ethical siege again. We're good. Is it better to do quests or just farm mobs to level up faster? What up, haters? If you're just looking to level as fast as possible, mob farming is definitely going to be the way. Ashes has very fast mob respawns in most areas, so while questing will have you running place to place with some downtime where you're not getting any XP, you do have in those static spawn areas just that consistency of like, I'm pulling, and as long as you're not dying and you're in a safe area, it's just real consistent XP gain. Ugh. Hello. Someone's jumping near me in game.
Thanks for the water, Hoosie.
Bane says, have the devs ever said anything about instance PvP like 1v1 or 3v3 arenas? Yes, so throughout phase 3 we will get arenas. Those may be through military nodes like martial nodes, but they've talked about 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s, and up to 20v20s according to the wiki. Now, some of these may even feature some cross-server compatibility. But yeah, so arenas will be coming in phase 3. There'll be numbers match of different sizes. I am extremely excited for arenas. I am a huge arena enjoyer. Like, as a melee player, this Zerg stuff is very fun, but like, we basically just sit in the clump and throw some abilities and try to impact it like supportively, right? As much as we can. But in arenas and smaller scale, when our health bar isn't just getting fucking like a Spectro Patronus off of the face of the earth, like, we can actually start cooking as melees. We can go in, we can initiate, we can push the bar a little bit. So that's where it starts to feel really nice. Another good wall coming out from sewer there, by the way, securing like 3 kills with that. How fast is your mount? I believe it is 160 since change. Yeah, 160. Yeah, I need a couple more pieces. I need a wolf and maw, and then I need my 2 polished tins, and then we'll be chilling. Uh-oh. The tunnel vision got him. Sometimes you just start seeing red. So in New World, we call that an overheat. You start to go absolutely sicko mode, and then you look for another kill. Sewer flank almost went hard. It was a slight overheat. It happens to the best of us. Is the jellyfish a gifted mount from stream, or is it able to be farmed? It's in the loot table now. Yeah, it is in the loot table, so that is a very nice thing. It is called Maelstrom's Crown. I believe it's farmable from a boss in the tropics, if I'm not tripping. I would rather level slower and do quests than grind mobs. I hate grinding mobs so much. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and that's what questing is intended to be, is like, if you are one of those people that just doesn't like the actual mob grind, like, doing those quests, especially once combat pets are out, once quests become a little bit more optimized than they are in their state right now, it should serve as that nice alternative where it's like, I know I'm going to level a little bit slower than if I were to just be pumping, right? But at the end of the day, it's going to improve my sanity, improve my experience, right? So, very, very, very important to keep in mind there. So, I think questing just continues to get better. Margaret saw someone channeling the flag while in the attacker's camp. Oh no. Did Maggie Thanos snap them? What happened? Like, that can happen on desync respawn, but... Oh no, did she yell at them in like Discord or something? Oh, that would suck so much. Good leader in these sieges are gonna be essential strats for the win. I mean, strats will get you so far. A lot of it's just like, you can drop a strat, but the best like large scale leads, whether it's like army callers, siege callers, whatever. Yo, JSoft, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. I feel like across the board, a lot of the best leaders are able to just like improvise to whichever situation. So that's where you have that good system of like, you know, raid lead, group leads, all kind of like communicating across the board with each other. And when you have that really good system, that information chain just like gets so much out there. This is a fucking bloodbath compared to our compared to our siege, by the way. I feel like this has like double the deaths already. Maybe I'm tripping, but Ghost Lag, it reset again. So if it was, it's taken care of. It seems like it was a ghost. Ain't no way it restarted again. Is someone trying to just like ghost constantly, or is it it may be a backdoor, because they did push all the way out. These are good fights. These are good fights. We've seen them go both ways as well. This is a fucking bloodbath. And I will say, like, servers looks okay over there, given like the large scale. Like, ours was definitely server desyncy and a bit choppy, but it really wasn't the worst. It was playable. And I think they will probably get it in a much better state after this round of testing all the data that they're getting. I believe they're also like live logging or whatever the fuck it's called. So they're able to get more information out of the event as it goes. So I'm pretty optimistic that, you know, after this kind of like 3-day period, they get 9 guaranteed node sieges to check out, 3 on each server. And from there, they just kind of like build and implement more, refine it more. And I feel like it's going to feel completely different. Siege weapons are going to make this totally different. Siege weapons, siege vehicles, nodes expanding past tier 3. Sieging a metropolis is going to be absolutely near impossible. So yeah, I would say like it definitely continues to ramp up and a lot of things will change it. I like grinding mobs with the guild, but I like quests to be meaningful, group downtime, XP to supplement. Yeah, I think that's the ideal place for it, Hoofs. Probably got a warning and then kept doing it. Tried quests in Alpha Phase 2, but they're not viable unless you spam commission and just grind mobs away. Yeah, I mean, like, viable is all going to be relative. Like, someone's name is Roach Software. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so with viability, it's all like, some things are meant to be less XP output in like a certain degree than group grinding to like incentivize that group gameplay, right? And to a certain degree, if they make questing too like viable, then it detracts from that actual like group MMO type beat, right? So there is a balance that they'll hopefully achieve that's like better than it currently is, but I wouldn't ever expect questing to be like just a complete replacement to group grind. More of just that like, all right, I know I'm gonna be a little worse off, but it is what it is. I'm gonna play solo. Defense POV is much smoother. This is just tier 3 towns. The bigger cities, the more scattered people are. Yeah. T6 Metropolis will take up the entire node cork itself. Like, you're gonna have fighting in the streets in like drawn out small scale fights with different groups instead of just mashing cocks in like 2 streets. Like, there's gonna be so much. Group leads are gonna be massively important, relaying those comms. Like, all of that leadership, all of those routes and shit are going to be extremely important. And that adaptation, like, we win here, okay, as a lead I need to know, like, we win here, what's losing right now because of my group leads. I redirect resources to help what's losing after we win and like reinforce that area. Is 2 hours enough for larger nodes with siege weapons and vehicles? I think so. One thing that I would like to see. Hold on. Sorry, I'm chowing. One thing I would like to see is like an escalating respawn timer as the war goes on, right? So like starting off, it's like a very quick respawn wave, so it's not that punishing to die, right? And then as the siege continues to go longer and longer, fuck, did somebody get that willow that was over here? Damn it. There was a willow and I brought this character over for it and it's gone. Or is it? Am I in the right spot? Someone took my willow. Rat bastards. Absolute rat bastards. But yeah, what I would like to see is kind of like a longer respawn window as the siege continues, right? So like early on, quick respawn waves, get everybody back respawn, keep the fighting going, keep the gate phase going, keep that like early momentum, right? And then from there, as the siege continues, goes later and later and later, you have those more punishing respawn waves where kills matter a lot more, and it's a lot less like focus around the objective side of it and really try to focus on like, you know, securing kills, winning small trades, and capitalizing on those trades during respawn windows. That was one thing that made New World Wars feel incredible across the board. Like, you just had that constant level of like escalation across the board where the later it went, good self-heals coming out, good counterplay. He might turn this. I think he gets a kill here. Oh, that rogue jump. Oh, God. Oof. That was a good play, but just that smoke screen. But, like, in New World, you always had that level of as it went later in the war, you were able to capitalize on just, like, 1 or 2 picks, snowball, a little bit of power, a little bit of momentum here and there. And that would just continue to be, like, another element, especially across, you know, the course of 2 hours where these node wars are taking place. It adds more and more and more scaling into that. The shot callers are interesting. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Is it just like rough initiates or... Yeah, shot callers could be a big thing. Maybe like start at 20 and then go 28, 36, 44, 52, 1, just spitballing some numbers. Yeah, because that even, like, it doesn't even necessarily favor, like, attacker or defender. It's just kind of like this, I don't know, ongoing extension to the respawn time that balances out across the board. But it just makes that element of, like, kills early, less impactful, kills late, super impactful. I was like, who the fuck is flying around? I really think they should just make grapple shorter range. Give us the augment that I was yapping about. Hello, Rocks. How are you? They should make the respawn timer influenced by how many outside respawn points you have. That could be a cool system too. My enchanting is borked. It won't let me. Rocks, thank you for 3-day streak, by the way. Were you in the? You were in the virus siege? I can't believe I won the siege. It was very fun. What are you trying to do when you enchant meta? It shouldn't be fucked. I think enchanting's working normally. What's going on with you? I ordered the PC, I'll get it the 1st of May. Oh my god, what a good time. What a good time. If it comes preloaded with ashes, or you get it early enough for like launch, you'll be up tremendous. Do you have this stuff equipped?
True. And I shall get some water.
Because you can't enchant stuff while it's equipped. Already got a video countdown timer if they go these time. Yeah. Can I not? Yeah, no, you have to put it in your bag. Yeah, don't worry, it gets everyone. Mana bartery is insane. What are you trying to enchant right now, Crow? It's a good little skirmish here in the road. I don't necessarily know how many they have behind them right now, though. So this could get a little hairy a little quick. The second Fed starts pushing, you're going to see that wrap start to happen on that left side of the screen. If that flank starts to push up, that's where you're really going to start to see it collapse. They're starting to send more and more to that wrap side on the left side of the screen. And they're going to start to get that momentum push up soon. It's going to start to push them out. Macro. If they can win this left side, then they might be able to win this fight. It's all about that left side right now. Because if you win that left, then you just swing them up. But you see that left side starting to push forward. That's going to broach in on their back space. And they won't really be able to have that. So left side pushes forward. And then that mid initiates off of that left push forward because it creates that wall. And then they lose the fight. I know macros. Blue Snarbone? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's Biss. TGF is streaming Node now, too? Oh, wait. Are they on defense or attack? Snowballed? Yes, sir. They literally, that left side started to push up. They got a few kills, and then that left side pushed up. And the thing about it is, like, everything's going to be that wall, right? So as it starts to, like, swing up with the left side, then your right side just floods in and jams, and the left side turns in, your right side pushes, and then you just kind of like attack it from both sides. You pinch it and they die like they did there. It's literal like stereotypical snowball in these Zerg based Zerg, and it's super important for callers to like recognize. And so once you saw that kind of like there was that red wall and you started to see the red wall trickle from right to left, and that's when you saw that real momentum start to come out. They just allocated a little bit more of their resources to that flank one, and then it just pushed out all of their space. Good little push here, though. They did get a few kills on the attacker side. Good wall coming out of the gate here, though. Gonna stall some of their momentum. There is still a huge fed Zerg on the inside, though. We don't know when these respawn timers are kicking. You're running into a wall right now. Your walls are invis, but that doesn't mean that you can wall hack. You're not a GM. You don't have the no clip. I wish there were more together. Yeah, it just seems like the attack keeps splitting, and I feel like they're splitting and not really like winning their splits, so it just ends up killing like a quarter of the attack, and then there's no like other answer. It just seems like kind of this Zerg difference of a sort, right? You just have that fed side on the inside constantly, and they get that little bit of a snowball, and Fed just capitalizes on that snowball. As soon as they get an advantage, they push that advantage, and then it just goes crazy. The 3 shot callers are all split on their ideas. It's rough. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that makes it real tough. That makes it very tough. Got 3 levels out of the 5 so far for 5 decks. Oh, yeah. That's, Blue Snarbone is an absolutely insane amulet. I would use one of those on my tank if I had it. There are, like, 5 pieces, I think. 5 or 6 pieces to replace on my tank before I'm, like, well geared, other than just getting, like, better weapons, higher rarity weapons, right? But yeah, like, my tank's gear's okay. Could be a lot better. Oh, you need the selves. Nice. There's a name that can drop it blue. What level is it? I could always farm that on my rogue if it's lower level and try to get the blue drop. That would not be a bad thing to farm. And then I just need to get not even 10. Oh, that'd be huge. Sewer on sicko mode. Oh yeah, Sewer's going crazy. Or Sewer is going crazy. Picking up another kill here. Another good conversion. Like, they're trying to get the backdoor channel as much as they can. There's only so much they can do, but Sewer's right at that power scaling that I want to be at, where it starts to feel real impactful to have. I won't even lie. Like, I'm about 100 under this, and if I could juice up to what he's at, like, that 1500 damage burst from 2 longbow shots is crazy. Really nice initiate coming out from Sewer there, picking up another couple kills, man. Sewer really is going crazy. He's trying to frontline. He's trying to get the heals going. He might have just walled himself off, but they secure the kills anyways. I mean, Sewer's doing everything he can to keep them in it, man. Any of the channeling right now is just off of those big initiates. Wonder what a Lego one has? I think that it, I think it stops being viable at blue plus, right? I think blue is really where you need that at for the double step. Hello, Fupo! I did all the killing in my node siege earlier. We won. I'm just saying. We're watching the Lineth one right now. Our friend Sewer Servants showing their POV, so another tank POV, but Sewer's doing a whole lot of killing, I will say. I will say. The Virus Siege went great today, though. I was on the attacker side for that. I, too, got to hit some fat walls on their initiates. So, that was really nice. A lot of large trips as well. It did feel quite good. I still have my desires for the tank class, but those will come when they come. Jolly! Hey, what up, dude?
Just got to Boston. Hope you doing well, my friend.
Boston? Thank you for the 19 months, dude. I am doing well. What you doing in Boston? How long you up this way for? Pull up to Portland for a day. We'll get food before stream. Easy peasy. Snart is hard to get heroic plus and not really worth. Yeah, I think it's just blue for the double main stat. Work trip we shopping. You're shopping for a work trip? What the fuck do you mean? Sounds like a pretty good work trip. Oh, sieges are amazing. Hello, Diaper. How are you? Started Ashes this week. Is the action combat mode okay to use in high-level PvP, or most folks use tab targeting? It really does break down to a little bit of a preference. Familiarity with the systems is definitely a big thing. I came from New World originally, where I had like 7,000 plus hours as, you know, the full action combat, right? Well, I say originally, but most recently. I had 7,000 hours plus in the full action combat. When I played WoW, my entire life growing up with like 5 digits hours, close to 20k, if not more, I had tab target my entire life. So I play on the tab target system personally because it gives me a little bit more like control over who I'm targeting. But I do also see a lot of people, Sewer for example, who are watching right now, plays on the like action combat system. So it really does just break down to like preference and kind of like where you feel you have the most control. And, you know, what you feel comfortable with. I think both will probably continue to improve as well over the course of, like, further implementations. But, yeah, both feel great. The tab target systems, it feels intuitive. The soft lock on the, like, action combat also is really nice for switching targets. I just feel like sometimes that can get a little hairy if you're trying to, like, select targets, like, in a big clump and pull out a high-value target. But just for like ease of access area targeting, the action combat's super nice. Getting inspirations for design for shoes. Ooh, what kind of shoesy woozies? I think it's Jover. Yeah, I'm not quite sure that the offense will break it here. Diaper, thank you for the T1. I appreciate you so much. Feel free to ask whatever you may be wondering. We are more than happy to help out. Make a Dusty shoes? Listen, man. You make some duck shoes, I'm in. I'm in. Mainly just casual and sandals. Diaper, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. I mean, sandals are a popular commodity in the Ashes scene here. I won't lie. I won't lie. Siege fun. Fubo Siege is very close to being insanely fun. I think like a few implementations, a few passes, and it could really be like a great mode. It reminds me a lot of just the base structure of what New World Wars were built on. And with thousands of those under my belt, it's just, I'm super excited for the future of this mode. Numbers match large scale is always super nice because you have that macro element to it. You've got like the small element of gameplay and how you as a person can impact playing your role as best as possible. So there are just so many things that go into modes like this in addition to like the smaller scale. Get out of the rocks. We already have extended downtime this week. But there's so much that comes into play when you go from like small scale to large scale to everything in between. And I think if Ashes is able to really do all of that well, all of those different PvP modes, it's gonna be really hard to take momentum away from Ashes. Maybe it's a stupid question. Are there only American servers? 2 NA and 1 EU right now, and there will be surely more for Fresh Start. I hope we see more for Fresh Starts. As EU playing on NA doesn't feel bad. We have people playing from OCE that are on Vira, and a lot of people that I've talked to said like netcode wise, like input delay, latency, shit like that, it feels remarkably good. So take that with a grain of salt. I'm on NA East playing on NA servers, so I'm kind of spoiled here. But yeah, everything that I've heard says like server fluidity, like netcode, all of that is great. So Carla said she made bad financial decisions a couple minutes ago and then texted me. What's going on here? Oh, she bought Pandora charm bracelets. I'm texting her back. Yeah, she fuck. I typoed. She went to Pandora and spent a lot of money, I think. From New Zealand here, and I get a very smooth play. It's like 180 ping. Interesting. Sounds like you have a new puppy. No, she just bought new bracelets. Can't wait for Trebuchet and Ballistas. The Trebuchet, it's in my opinion. Oh, nice. Good place, good place, good place. Small scale PvP is going to be so fun, man. I cannot wait for more small scale. Holy shit, it's going to be so good. Sewer coming out with the nice plays, though. That big power scaling hitting hard, brother. Large combos across the board. You do love to see it. Sewer hunting him down. He's dogging him down, man. Like, everything's so split and gorilla-y at this point that I say just go for the frag out realistically. Maybe a little grapple here into the trips. Okay, they're still gonna have that grapple, so you gotta be careful knowing that that's gonna be another tank. Smart play, playing the LOS there, kind of playing it a little safer. I don't know how many more like dedicated attacker pushes we're gonna see though. Do you guys feel like 2 hours may be too long? The big Wumbo combo! That's that tank CC, baby. That's the power of Pine Sol. We love to see that. The full trip set, dip set into the stuns. He can't see walls, but he can see death. You saw them? I spent almost 700. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? They upsold you. Holy shit. What the fuck? I mean, good for you. They look nice. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of gifties that you could have dropped. Have you ever played Albion? But they have a system really called Miss, where it's an instanced area with hidden names, so it's significantly harder to group. Confirm some lower tier mats, grind mobs, etc. and Miss. Interesting. Hey Lothar, thank you for the 3-day streak. Finally my 300-day streak. Hey man, thank you for the 3,000-day streak. I appreciate you, dog. You're an absolute legend for that 3 million-day streak. Ever since before I started streaming, you've been here. I appreciate that. I feel like 2 hours is a long time to watch, but it probably goes by much faster playing it. It just feels like right now, you're like an hour and 40 in, right? I think. Right around there. Hour 30, hour 40 in. And it definitely seems like the attacker at this point is just like, alright, what the fuck do we do? Originally, I thought there was intended to be like an attacker HQ that the defenders would be able to like push out and destroy and end early, according to the wiki. I don't know if that mechanic isn't like currently in for the defender during a farm to go and end, or if they're just like not doing that. But I think like with 2 hours, like an anti-farm mechanic where it's like, okay, you know, you're being cooked, you're not getting much progress. If they're able to push out and just get out to your like HQ or anything like that and destroy it, that seems like... I thought it was only 1 hour. Is it 1 hour? Oh wait, it's 2 hour spin up. Yeah, 1 hour. What time did this start at? Have we only been here an hour? I thought it was 2 hours. How long have we been here? It's 83 minutes. You shush. Really doesn't feel like I've been watching for 90 minutes. Node Wars seems exciting. How long have we been watching? This started at 7, right? In terms of the node sieges and such, are they going to be set times once we're actually playing full AOC? So right now, the node siege deck is like next server prime time with a minimum of 24 hours. There will be a larger spin-up cycle with like the long-term declaration system, where it'll be longer than that minimum 24 hours. It's by like node tier size. But I don't know exactly what the long-term like scheduling of them is intended to be, past just like you will have a buffer and like a spin-up process, and it won't be this like instance thing. Since plan started, it's been an hour 30, but they started late like everyone else. I don't think they started 30 minutes late though. How long Sewer's stream been up? Yeah, Sewer's stream's been up for an hour and a half, and they restarted, right? This has been at least an hour. How long is the siege timer? Is it 90 minutes? I thought it started like 45 minutes ago. Did it only start? Steven said at least a 3-day cooldown. So in terms of like node sieges, it's even gonna be longer than that, like in the grand scheme of it. Right now, it's a reduced cooldown, different like deck process and everything like that. But spin up. Hey, Hoofsy with the 5 gifties for Sewer. Did I get one? W Hoofsy. Hey, Hoofsy, you're ruining my viewing process. What the fuck? Like, please, keep the shit off the screen, dog. Keep the shit off the screen. But yeah, so basically the spin up process will be like 1x node siege level, right? Or sorry, like node level. So it'll be 3 days for a T3, 6 days for like a T6 for the spin up. And then the cooldown, according to the wiki, which we know that's subject to change at any point, but was slated to be 10x node siege level. So like 30 days for a T3, 60 days for a T6. So that's like on launch. Right now, it'll be different with that kind of like 3-day cooldown shit like that. But yeah, it'll definitely change like more towards launch as more node types, node levels, all of that shit come into play. They just don't have enough, I think, on the attacker side to hold this off at all. Yeah, that's gonna be a full wipe. They did what they could. Sewer did everything in his power. He tried his best. That's why we can't have nice things, Hoofsy.
Hoofsy, thank you so much.
I've been starting a lot of stuff in New World because sieges were later at night, at least when I played on launch. Yeah, with New World, a lot of people like set their timers just to like later at night or like their guild's prime time, their company's prime time and stuff like that, right? So I'm not exactly sure if it'll be like a set node time or anything like that. If it'll be, you know, node dependent, if it'll be server peak time, whatever it may be. But I'm sure we'll figure out more about their long-term intent with it. Right now, it's based on server peak time. These are like standalone times just for the testing period. But like previously, the server peak time was, I think it goes like 11 p.m. EST or something like that. They do it at like 8 p.m. PST, I think. I don't really know why it's PST, but, you know, I feel slightly discriminated against. But I think their normal startup time right now is 11 p.m. EST, if I'm not tripping. Yeah, Sewer can have 5 nice things, and that's 5 gifted subs. West Coast, Best Coast? Listen, man, everyone on the West Coast for New World always said, like, West Coast, Best Coast, but I'm gonna keep it about NA West servers fucking sucked at New World. I don't know what it was. It was just like, everybody over there just forgot how to play the game. There's a wall there. Is there? Wait. Are there not walls there? Is he no clipping? Sewer. I'm so confused right now. Sewer, I think you're in the wall.
I can't see the thing.
I think you're fucked, Sewer. He's stuck forever. Oh no! Wait, you had to climb to your left. Oh, they would win right here if Sewer could get out of the wall. I guess you're just a turret now. Oh, that's so sad. He no-clipped it. Legit just had 1 server for West Coast. Yeah, and even that server was dead. US East has EU sweats too. Yeah, that is true. I think Ash's like server structure and like how smooth their servers feel are really conducive to actually there someday being like a somewhat competitive mega server across the world. New World always tried it with like different regions, companies coming over to NA, and like our best companies going over there to their regions. And it just like, it was always so bad because of how bad their ping was. I love how they're just ignoring him. Yeah, they're probably wondering like how the hell they're getting shot. Alright, so is this the first Defender dub that we've seen in a node siege so far? I want to say this is the first Defender win, right? Oh, so what, unstuck? Yeah, you just gotta unstuck. I think you're full fucked. I don't know what you did to make your walls not pop up, but I need that. That's like the bennies of a flyer without a flyer. You can just see everything. I mean, it looked like you guys had a lot of good fights, though. I feel like ours was less fighting and a lot more like strategic positioning, like decisive wipes. You guys had a lot of good like scraps and shit to yours too. The only answer was not end up inside a wall to begin with. That is true. That is true. Those walls, they giveth. And what they giveth is a lack of movement. Okay. Good libs, good libs. Someday grapple will connect. I absolutely believe in it someday. It's just today's not that day. I connected like half a grap. Boop. Oh, the miss on that sucks. Anytime you miss a fucking pulverize, you feel terrible inside. It's our hardest hitting ability. It's a guaranteed crit on a recently tripped target. Make sure you don't corrupt. Careful, careful, careful. Sewer, careful. Don't corrupt, don't corrupt, don't corrupt, don't corrupt, don't corrupt. Everybody's gonna corrupt, I think. All right, all right. I just hope he doesn't corrupt. I think he's fine. They don't see him. I think he's fine. Do they not see him? Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way man just hit the mannequin challenge and lived. What do you mean? Dude literally just hit the... Sewer might be decent. Sewer's fucking dead now. The boy who lived, not quite. Not quite. Yo, what up, Shrimp? You made me realize the other day that I was playing on low graphics when I say your tropics look better than mine. I question life. Yo, what up, brother? I hope you're having a great day. Oh my god. Yeah, that guard just ruined your entire day. Holy shit. GG, dude, you played well. You played well. That was a banger to watch. You had some really good fucking fights. I won't even lie. You had really good fights. Like, very good fights. You were cooking. I need sleep now. I hope you sleep well. I'm gonna bring my bowl out real quick because I was eating food during that. And then I think I might level the rogue a little bit more tonight because we're getting close to some oaken leveling. I could also try to go farm up Snar's bone. Because I think, where is Snar? Where does Snar spawn? Alright, I'll be right back. 1 sec. Either way. With full team together, shot caller, you guys might have had a chance. Like, you were cooking on a lot of those initiates. But yeah, I need to get a few pieces crafted as well. Chat, if I have anybody that wants to, like, help me refine and so much, refine and shit like that for my crafts, let me know. Because I need some help. I'll be right back. Okay, good day. Let's level the rogue. How Fed was doing because they were a different team. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I have a hair in my mouth. You could definitely tell Fed was just like organizationally diffing you guys. I will say, like, you guys had good pushes, you had good initiates and like good opportunities, but the biggest thing in those like large Zerg versus Zergs is capitalizing on those opportunities themselves when they do pop up. So it's like what Fed did really well. One of the fights that I actually like, you guys had a really standoffish area at the gate, so it was able to be shown really well. But like your flank on your left side, it just started to wear down over time. And so like Fed then ended up like dropping people down to that weak side that got like pushed up. And so like as soon as you would get momentum, like you guys would lose it because you're shot callers. And then like Fed, as soon as they would get momentum and start the snowball, it was they were just capitalizing on that across the board. So yeah, you guys could never really like get your momentum established, and then the second you did, it also got like snuffed out extremely quickly. You leveling the same spot? I feel like we could go over to Oak and Bane, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like at 11 we'd be fine for Oak, because it's extremely chill. You can just see mobs outside of there at 11. We can go over to like this farm here. Where does Snar spawn, chat? I need to figure out the Snar spawn. Dusty, I don't know if you saw my text, but I'm so happy. Yeah, I saw your... Are you talking about your bracelets? I did see those. I didn't see if you texted me more, but... There are 3 shot callers? Yeah, Yeah, that's not gonna help much. That's not gonna help. In celebration of April Fools, I'll have to buy the third wave game. April Fools. Should have been 2 and that 20 going to one of them. I just sold all my planks. Got almost 6 gold now. Oh shit. Yeah, you're up tremendous. Is that all from the double refining? It was me losing my mind a little, but that's all. What, just like about the bracelets? I mean, they are very nice. They are very nice. That is a lot though. That is a lot. That's a good amount of shmoolah on some bracelets. I spent 20k on my wrists, but it was screws to put them back together when I broke both of them. So I can't really shame you for spending a lot on your wrists, but mine are more expensive. Mine are more functional or fashion though, I will say. I got a little D chain just for you. Something, something. I too have a little D charm. Cause you know, Lil D. I mean, yeah, it is my calling card. So are we going Oaken? I guess this Skelly might be coming with us to Oaken, chat. He might be coming. Nope, he's gonna aggro onto me, that's fine. I'm gonna be so pissed if I see like Willow or Braidwood, I switch over to my tank, and then the Willow or Braidwood's gone by the time I get there on my tank again. I pulled my tank all the way over here to try to get a Willow, and the Willow was gone by the time my tank got here. So that was unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. I was inside Oak at 11 full group, seemed fine with smart pulls. Yeah. Oak isn't bad at all. And you can either go inside, or my favorite spot at Oaken is going out the waterfall. You just do this line pull here, cut along that area. You go to Oak? Yeah, I'll probably go to Oak if we want to get a group together. I'd be down. Where does Snar spawn? Times for Siege tomorrow, just posted. Stunna, I appreciate you, go. Let's see. Let's see here. Let me check it. All right. We want your Node Siege feedback. If you have anything to share based on your test for this today or any Node Sieges you've been a part of outside of today, please share it with us here. Who's that? Drevney. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Lotharia, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. EST. Lineth, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. EST. Vira, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. So Vira will be the peak time test tomorrow by the look of it. Yeah, I mean, he's striking a little pose. Like, he doesn't even need to, like, put in any effort. He's very nonchalant. He's a cool guy. Like, you don't need to worry about it. He's simply mastered the art of frictionless gliding. He gets a good start, and what you don't see is that I actually bought the Heelys DLC, and when you have Heelys on a bear, well, you see the result. It's very efficient. Bears are great with Heelys because, well, they have 4 feet. So he's got 2 down right now. He's saving the other 2 wheels for an emergency situation in case he has to go into 4-wheel drive. And right now we're fine. Honestly, see, we can even accelerate. It may defy everything that you know about movement, gravity, bears, and, well, Heelys. But it is what it is. You have to live with it. Game's not made for everyone. 10 out of 10 bear movement tech. Who's coming through, boys? Does double refining mean refining the planks a second time? If so, I did not do that. Yes. So, oh wait, not the planks a second time. Okay, no. So you just refine the planks once. You did it right. You did it right. You go wood into timber, timber into planks. That's your double refine. First refine is the timber, second refine is a plank. Sorry, I baited you. No, you're good. You're good. As long as you did planks or beams, you're good. You don't want to do a third refine. You just want to do timber into planks or beams. Either one. Yeah, sorry. I stretched when I went out, so it took me a second. It took me a second to catch up. My mouth went faster than my brain could process. And like, I tried to catch it and I was like, yeah. But yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're good as long as you're doing planks or beams. I prefer beams because I can say that I'm selling beams. It just sounds a lot cooler. But I got sent a video on things I need to learn for my job. It's in Korean. Is this an April Fool's kind of thing? Is it like Korean tax law? Wait, that's so good. Do you know Korean? Damn. I think I sold 750 planks. Shit was a grind. Oh yeah, but it's good. It's good. Because like, while it is a grind, it's one of the few grinds that actually levels your professions and gives you profit to complete. It is such a double benefit. And then if you really want to like sequester it off into like profit margin and stuff for the input on launch, you could legitimately like allocate the funds that you get from your lumber milling, lumberjacking into a second gathering refining. So that way you kind of like soften the blow of that second refine that you work your way up on. So that way it costs a little bit less in terms of like the grand net. And then you're able to kind of like work that second one up less harshly. Now, with that being said, I don't necessarily know that the ratios for refining payouts and stuff like that will remain the same. Considering it is 1.2 gold net for every 250 wood that you get, I think that could potentially be a little bit strong. We'll see though. I don't necessarily think it'd be a bad thing for like gathering and refining to be incentivized like that, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they didn't want it to be that much of a net. But there are also a lot of like gold faucets in the economy, so I don't necessarily think it would be like enough for it to get changed. I could see it maybe being slightly adjusted, but I don't necessarily see it changing much. Never mind, that's Japanese. I know 0 Korean. Well, clearly your Korean isn't that good either. Or, well, wait. Yeah, I was gonna say, clearly, like, you're qualified with neither. If you were in between, like, if you thought it was Korean originally, and now it's Japanese. Don't even know what you can buy with 5 gold. The refining fees for more wood. Like, everything on the player market is going to be a little bit inflated at this point because everyone's just going to have like a lot of gold accumulated if you have been geared, if you're one of the people that's been farming up a lot of those things. So player market can be a little expensive if you're getting like more endgame type stuff, especially as a level 10, because you run into a scenario where some level 10 gear is the best level 20 gear because of how enchanting works. So 0.8 is April 9th, 0.9 is April 21st. 0.1 is May 10th. Oh shit. Wait, how does it go from 0.9 back to 0.1? Isn't that just cheating? Wouldn't it be 1.0 after 0.9? 0.10. Okay. I don't know Steven math. Motherfucker said Vera's round because he said so, and then he just like rolled back the odometer on the decimal system. Dewey Decimal worked hard for that system, man. Steven math is insane. Wait, is it 0.10 or is it back to 0.1? What the fuck do you mean?
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
All right, undercover Steven. It's enough from you. It's 0.1. That point doesn't make fucking sense. Like, what? Steven, why? How am I gonna explain that to people? It has to be 0.1 point. 0.1 point looks like a penis. Anyways, 1.0 is release. Touche. But I will say, couldn't you just do like 0.10 point? Or would that not have any impact? Like, would it just canonically be 0.1? I feel like not having the 0 there makes it seem like we go back in time, because the 0.1.0 build was a different build. Oh, my head hurts. I don't like all these numbers, chat. There are other games that use 0.11, 0.12, and 0.13. It's 0.10, but that's still technically 0.1. I don't think it is. I feel like technically 0.1 was 0.1 and 0.10 is 0.10. I'm not one for like semantics, but refunding the game of these decimals hurt my soul. Yeah, I don't think 0.10 is the same as 0.1. Like in math it is, but like I don't like in versions 0.1 would be like your 0.01, not your 0.10, right? Right, but we're not doing it in terms of like addition. In math it is, but in serialization it's not. Yeah, I usually don't have cereal for breakfast, but I know about decimals. They should have been doing 0.01, 0.02, 0.03. Well, yeah, so I feel like in terms of like just counting upward, that's essentially what it should in theory be, right? Like just that, like this is 0.01 as the equivalent of like the 0.1 patch, and 0.1 wouldn't be like 0.10. I mean, I'm not a software dev or like a game dev or anything. I'm just some idiot with a camera and a microphone. But like, I feel like I've got a case here. I'm like, I'm not willing to die on the hill, but like I'm climbing the hill. You know what I mean? Like I'm on the hill, but I'm not gonna die on it. But there's definitely a hill there. I feel like this should be addressed, and everyone says like, wow, mage using a bow ruins my immersion. Bear hitting the mannequin challenge with some Heelys on ruins my immersion. This ruins my immersion. How am I gonna explain this to people? Yeah, so we got like 0.8 coming, and then we got 0.9 coming, and then we got 0.1 coming. And you're gonna be like, Dusty, 0.10? And I'm gonna go, no, 0.1. It just starts over. So then it's gonna be like, okay, well, is there gonna be a whole other like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5? Or is it gonna be like 0.11, 0.12? Like, I'm confused now. I'm confused. Which means that April 24th patch is the last update before fresh start servers. The next patch in 10 days is post phase 3. It's the important thing. Isn't phase 3.1? You've got a case. You've got a case. If it restarts for phase 3, I'm willing to see. That's why I'm not dying on the hill. I'm willing to concede that you have a case there. If it is phase 3.1, that makes sense. Yeah, that would check out, because then it would be like phase 3.01 basically. According to Steven's patch, 0.01 is May 10th. So does that mean, is that going to be a post fresh patch? I tagged you in Discord with a screenshot. With that said, we're planning to introduce gatherable spawning system in 0.8 April 10th, 0.9 April 24th, and 0.10. Yeah, it's 0.10. Yeah, look. Motherfucker, 0.10, May 8th. DustyWhy on top. I'm the best mathematician in the world. I'm not a serial killer, but I know the serial system. We're up tremendous. Yeah. May 8th. We're up tremendous. 0.10. I'm the smartest man alive. I am an actual Mensa Scholar genius level streamer. Like most streamers, they've gone the route of like brain rot and just like non-gaming content. Or is that 0.10? We just got out of the hole. We're not going back. We're not going back into that rabbit hole. I was right about numbers once. It's 0.1. It's 0.10. It's 0.10. 0.1 and 0.10 is the same thing. Not when it's versions. No, if you're doing math, it's the same thing, but not if it's versions of something. Like the first version is not the 10th version. It doesn't just like reduce like that, because otherwise your first version wouldn't exist. I don't think that's like how... Again, I'm not a game dev. I'm not like saying that I'm dying on this hill. I'm not like 100% fucking set that like this is the way. But I'm quite convinced, because math is binary. Wait, match or math? We are matching because we're adding numbers. Brother, you're not even making sense at this point. You're off the fucking goofy juice. You're off the goofy juice. The numbers are consuming your soul. He's stuck in the Matrix chat. Pray for seat. He's gone. We've lost him. Somebody dunk him. I'm on mobile. Well, that's another issue. Maybe your phone just keeps like reducing the fraction automatically. I don't know, but I can't get behind it. I simply can't. I'm on a low-level character, and what do I find? Willow. Oh, fucking really now? I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart. This isn't math. This is serialization, according to chat. I learned that word today. Thank you, chat. I can now use it against people. This is serialization. I know exactly what that means. This isn't math. I know my weaknesses, I know my strengths, and I'm willing to argue into my strengths and not my weaknesses. Let's ask AI. Do exclamation AI in chat. And you can ask it questions. This is addition. 0.01, but it wasn't 0.01 because they would have to denominate the 0.01. I've got the screeny right here. Like, this is like saying my penis is 8 inches, 9 inches. And then it doesn't go to 1 inch, it goes to 10 inches. Now, all of those would be lies if I said them. But like hypothetically, all of those are lies. There's no way it's in Idaho. Jack in the Box has no locations in Maine. The closest locations are primarily on the West Coast and the southern states. If you're looking for a specific city or area, I can identify the nearest options. The fuck did I come back to? We're just discussing stuff. We're just discussing stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not there. Is it Idaho? Where is the closest Jack in the Box to Maine, chat? Closest Jack in the Box to Dusty is North Carolina or Illinois. The fuck's in Illinois? Chicago? There you go, Dusty. I sent you the AI response. Anything you send to me is a fucking AI response. Version 0.1 and 0.10 are not the same in most versioning systems. I'm right. The AI agrees with me. The AI agrees with me. Are we trying to triangulate Jack in the Box locations? Hello, Gary. How are you tonight? Are you running Oak? Yes, I'm running Oak. Someone invite me and then invite other people. Count yourself lucky. Jack in the Box is horrible. Y'all need a Whataburger. I think we got a Whataburger in mass, right? Surely Boston has a fucking Whataburger. I feel like it would be canonically inaccurate to not have a Whataburger. If anybody takes that fucking wood before I get there from this chat, I swear to Christ, I swear to fucking Christ, I will send Planendorf half of my monthly Twitch check to fucking Thanos snap your character. I swear to fucking God. If that braidwood is gone by the time I get over to it, I am going to absolutely come at you with the power invested in me by twitch.tv. I swear to Christ almighty. That's a 5 or 2, chat. I'm across the map. So, okay, someone go get it. Someone go get it, please. Someone go get it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I need... All I know is my pledge pack comes with a name reservation. Guess whose new IGN is DustyWhy? Oh no. I'm being held hostage. Carla, do I have name res in my pack? Oh no. Surely I have name res in my pack, right? I can't remember. Not if I get it first. No! I don't. The extortion begins. Can I upgrade my pack? I need to check the store and see what I could upgrade to. Because maybe I can change and get name reservation. I wasn't spending another 150 for you. Is it another 150 for me to reserve my name for launch? Name res for the win. Shut the fuck up, Hoofsy. I don't want to hear it from you right now. God damn it. I'm gonna drive your Tesla and stare at my phone so I get you a bunch of strikes. You can upgrade to Voyager Plus still? Oh, okay. Well, I take back all the mean things I said to you. That was Carla, actually. Yeah, sometimes she just like yells from Arizona and the mic picks her up because she's very loud. That was her. I would never say anything like that to you, Hoofsy. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for looking out for me. I'm not stealing the name, I promise. I already have me reserved. You want to know some crazy shit? So, be me on New World launch. Yo, what up, Acadian? I will show you a graph in just 1 second, my brother. I got you. So, basically, be me, New World launch. I only have one character. I take a break. I come back for Fresh Start servers. And I come back on my first character. And I'm messing around, brushing up. Hi, Henry. I hope you're having a great night. I'm brushing up on things. And Fresh Start rolls around. Day of Fresh Starts, I'm gonna make my second character. Second character that I've ever made, right? So, my first character, DustyWhy, right? So, my second character, I'm like, all right, dope, you can do spaces. I'm gonna do Dusty Space Y. Taken. Name taken. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? This is one of the dumbest names in human history. Who the fuck would take this name? So yeah, I ended up adding a second Y. And that was my Fresh Start character. All right, so the question was posed. How much is Ashes? Currently, we're in Alpha 2 Phase 2. And while I run, I'll break open a little bit of a graph for you. Boys, do you know what time it is? It's time for the Phoenix. So, we're currently in Alpha 2 Phase 2. That started back in December. It goes until May 1st. The servers will continue past May 1st. Their plan is to not wipe the servers unless they absolutely have to. Boys, as Pock says, give me the thickens in chat. Give me the thickens. So, what we have are eventual legacy servers. It is currently $110 to start playing for the remainder of Phase 2, which is going to be a month. Then, on May 1st, we start Alpha 2 Phase 3.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Fire Staff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use?
Everything's fine.
Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
I don't need grit.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
It's fine. Moving on. Alpha 2 Phase 3 starts on May 1st. So with Alpha 2 Phase 3, we go into 24/7 server uptime. I can't stand you guys. I can't stand you guys.
I miss the good days.
Everyone's queuing them. I'm just gonna take a drink.
Back when
take a drink.
Bruiser
I'll be right
was
with
a
you. I'm
bruiser.
so sorry.
Clumps were clumps. Everything was simple.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
They're a bunch of hooligans. Not another $100. So, what I was getting at before I was rudely interrupted by some fucking hoodlums.
Cleanse, you grab, you yeet, you yacht, and you mail.
I'm gonna start streaming on Kick.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I hope somebody keys your guy's car.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Or need self heals.
Please help me! Where the fuck did Kevin Malone come from? What the are the fucking lurkers getting their kidney shots in too? What the fuck is this? Who the fuck is Kevin Malone? It's fucking Posty's cousin? What the hell is going on here? Where the fuck did you come from? Jesus Christ. Lurking in the shadows. Hi, Kevin. So, what the got the best chili in town. Jesus Christ. Fern, what up? So, the good news with the packs, I think they're done. So the good news with the packs, you only have to buy one of these. The only difference is when you start playing, but the result is that you get to play through all of development until the servers go live for the full launch of the game. So, if you want to start playing now in between May 1st on these Phase 2 servers, it's $10 more to hop in. If you want to wait until May 1st, it's just the 100. So you don't have to pay twice. You don't have to buy both of the packs. If you want to start playing now, it's just this pack and you're good till launch. If you want to start on May 1st, it's just this pack and then you're good till launch, but you have to wait till May 1st for fresh start servers to hop in there. With that being said, you also get a couple of kickbacks with either of these packs. You get $15, 1.5 in the in-game store when that does come out. It'll be skins only, transmog only, no pay to win, no pay for progression, no pay for convenience, anything like that. Just skins, no impact on the actual game. And the skins will also be less cool than the hardest, like, to earn skins that are, that are play to acquire. So, past that, you also get your first month of game time included with that. So, when the game does launch, there's no box cost, no DLC cost. It is $15 a month, and your first month of subtime is included with the pack purchase. Future game is included with these packs. No box cost, no DLC cost. Just that first month of game time included with these, and then the $15 in the in-game store. So yeah, you won't have to like WoW, where it's like you buy WoW, then you sub, then you buy Wrath, or you buy TBC, then you sub, and then you buy Wrath, and then you sub. Like, it's just the sub as it goes out. You won't have to pay for expansions, like DLCs, anything like that. Past that, you also end up with either of these packs having 90 days from the day you purchase your pack, where you can get a full refund on the pack itself, right? So, regardless of how many hours you played, if you're unhappy with the playtest, for whatever reason you think you're gonna burn out, you're just not enjoying it, you don't want to chill for the entire development phase, then you can just open up a support ticket on the website and you can get a full refund. And if you guys haven't made your accounts yet, and you're lurking in chat, and you plan on joining us at any point, make them using that link.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
And I get a portion of your purchases as in-game currency for the skin store. I appreciate you guys. Let me know if you have any questions, because they have their cooldowns up. I'm gonna be CC'd in a few. Thank you for your hydrates. Can I see your mount? It's called a wisp whelk. So this is also affectionately referred to as a snorse. So the snorse is its street name. The Govy tries to call it the wisp whelk, but it wasn't its like assigned name on birth. Well, it was its assigned name on birth, I guess, but the snorse is its earned name. It's its preferred name. So it does feature the best traits of both snail and horse. The evolutionary traits include resistance to salt across the board, so both salt water and, you know, salty content in general no longer harms it. It's got the protective outer shell. It's got some absolute fucking hops. So it really does have the best traits all the way around. It even comes with 160% move speed and some bonus HP. So big value across the board. I didn't know what a Wisp Whelk was until I Googled. Is a Snorse. You know that the like Snorse name is taking off and like really just sticks with it. When Steven ran into me that one day, or like I guess I ran into Steven on Steven's stream. Me, not you. Get jebaited. If you guys got jebaited there, you have to gift us up. As rule intends. But anyways, Steven, like I ran into him. What the fuck is that? Creeper moonwalking? But he went to summon a Wisp Whelk in and he typed Snorse in his like dev console and he was like, oh shit, it has a different name. I hope they rename it the Snorse. They really should just rename it the Snorse. Like, it's a better name than Wisp Whelk, I won't lie. I don't want to like devalue the namer of the Wisp Whelk, but like sometimes there's the method of kiss, keep it simple, silly, and like really a lot of the time all you need is a little kiss. So I feel like petition to rename Snorse to Snorse, and it wouldn't even really be a rename. It would just be an update to the actual thumbnail. Norwegian. Jesus Christ. Despite using the same rig as the normal horse, its animation is 100 times better. It uses the, isn't it like an anteater descendant? Like the fucking Daystrider, it's the same rig as that, I believe. Isn't it keep it simple stupid if you're toxic and like demeaning people? But it can be a reminder, it doesn't always have to be like mean. Unless they put in a rare mob version called Snorse the Wisp Whelk. Ooh. Ooh. I would like that. I would also like different shell color variants. That would be nice. Chase down some different shells for a little bit of aesthetic. Oh wait, I have to go past Oak. This was like right outside of the node cork, dude. There's no way that it's gonna be up when I get over there. Dusty, my credit card is shaking. Listen. Just know, you got 90 days. No hour limit. If it sucks, if you hate it, you get a full refund. If you like it, you're in until the game launches. And if you're like, oh fuck, who am I gonna play with? I have no friends. Welcome. Roll a character on Vyra. We have 4 guilds right now. We have a lot of new players that are getting familiar with it before phase 3. And then on phase 3, Jose, thank you for the gifty, brother. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. So, before phase 3, we are kind of like helping people learn the game, get all onboarded and stuff like that, right? And once phase 3 hits, we group up for fresh start servers and we go crazy. Yo, what up, DustyWhy? Nodes 3, you mean phase 3? Phase 3 is May 1st, and that's when we're gonna have 24/7 server uptime. Typically, the playtest is down Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but there were a few bugs where they wanted to test node sieges more during these typical downtime days. So we got extra uptime this week. For the rest of phase 2 until May 1st, we are going to be down Tuesdays and Wednesdays after this week unless something changes. But phase 3 hits and it's at 24/7. One summoner, couple months into phase 3 most likely. So 2 to 3 months into phase 3 based on like what Steven's given us for a timeline. Could always change a little bit. Better you can't play every day. It's down Tuesday, Wednesday for dev time right now so they can develop on it in a closed environment since it is a playtest. It's not a fully finished game or anything like that. It's still 2 to 3 years out from its full launch. But there are just a few more weeks of that. Then we go into 24/7 uptime as close to like, 24/7 as possible pending any updates or anything like that. It goes live service on May 1st. So if the 2 downtime days are put off, you could just wait till May 1st and then it is into that everyday uptime. Yo, what a breath. Is there actual content besides grinding mobs? Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of like the quote unquote most efficient way in terms of leveling, in Ashes, it does tend to be that static mob grinding for level appropriate stuff with a group, just because respawns are very, very fast. Stronius, thank you for the follow, by the way. So like with respawns being fast and with quests naturally having like an area that you have to go between before you get any sort of reward in the downtime where you're not getting any reward at all, like you're going to be incentivized to partake in that like group mob grind if you want to do the most efficient 1-2x leveling with XP per hour. But with that being said, Yacadian, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. But with that being said, like questing is functional in the game. It's not anywhere near the level of like finished, polished, anything like that they want it to be, and they do continuously implement the questing experience. There are also a lot of solo player like systems that aren't in the game, including combat pets, which will really help solo players and small group players. So I definitely think like more content in terms of the leveling experience will continue to diversify like as Ashes continues to expand through phase 3 and more of those systems are polished up. Past that, late game is really when it starts to open up. You start to partake in that kind of like social sandbox level of things. The actual gameplay loop is a complete like Ouroboros of PvX. So you have obviously the mob grind system, but through mob grinding you can get recipes for these items that you're grinding for.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
I'm going to fucking murder this man. I just ran across the entire fucking map for this. Yo, Z, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Okay. So yeah, say you're mob grinding for like a long sight bow and you want to craft a higher rarity one. You kill those mobs that can drop the bow. They can eventually drop the recipe. You get that recipe to your crafter who can then make it. They learn the recipe, they craft it. But to craft a high rarity output, you have to get them the high rarity materials. So you track down material drops until you get high rarity ones. You funnel those high rarity mats over to your crafters, and then those crafters from there make a guaranteed higher rarity output. So crafting is going to be the #1 way to incentivize like getting the best, most consistent replicatable gear drops for your characters. You can mob grind for like lower rarities, but the odds of getting like a super high rarity drop are pretty low from the mob grind itself. Past that, you have all of the like PvP systems, the accessory systems like naval combat, caravans. You have different pocket dungeons, different built out dungeons. You have world events, which can all impact the world in different ways. Relics just got introduced. So relics are something that can be discovered throughout the world in many different ways, from puzzles to killing certain mobs to even constellations in the sky, giving you an indicator of like where relics are. There's going to be an introduction of a relic in the tropics with the tropics pass that's coming next patch. So like relics, if you do find those, you get a caravan, you escort those back to a node. The node gains control of that relic. And then while that relic's active in the node, the like area around that node's zone of influence gets bonuses. So relics are in their gameplay loop that can be discovered by anybody. And as long as you have that relic in a safe place, you can potentially like sell that to a node or anything like that. So there are going to be more and more systems that are continuously added. But as of right now, one thing that I'm doing right now, you notice I'm not mob grinding. I was trying to get over to that braidwood that got cut down right before I got to it, because braidwood is like the highest tier tree that you can get right now. So that's going to be your most expensive tree. There are desert trees, but in terms of the riverlands, like that's going to be your highest tier tree that you're looking for. So I tried to bring this character across the map to get to it. It got cut down literally as I got over here, which hurts my soul. But if that was high rarity, that can be a lot of gold. So I'm currently trying to like source materials, get what I can either to sell or to make myself higher rarity item outputs than I would normally be able to farm, unless I get super lucky on the farm. So yeah, I definitely like personally, I think there's a ton of content past just mob grinding. I play about 10 hours a day. I'm over 600 hours since December myself. I stream every day starting at 2 p.m. EST. So like I have an immense amount of fun with the gameplay loop. It is definitely still rudimentary. There is a lack of polish overall. There are systems that aren't added. Some systems that are added need a lot of refinement still. But for the most part, especially if you're someone who embraces like the social sandbox and like doing things with your community past just like, all right, we get loot and then what do we do after that, right? If you're someone who really does embrace that kind of like sandboxy route of games too, then I definitely think there's a lot of content, and there will only be more and more content as the map continues to expand. That was kind of yappy, but we move on. What's the shadow above your character? Wait, where's shadow above my character? Right now? Or are you debating me? Been sitting here watching nothing but a couple of people play this the past couple days. Dude, it really is addicting once you get into it. And I will say, like, when I first got my pack, like, Carla had got me watching some dev updates and stuff like that. Then ended up getting me my access once I was interested back in January 2024. And I had access for like 10 plus months before I actually started playing in December, right? And I had watched and I like wasn't entirely sold, like just watching the game, because visually, like system wise, expansion wise, like, oh, this, yeah. So this is just like my nameplate itself. But yeah, so like systems wise and everything like that, it wasn't in like the most appealing spot to me personally. So I was waiting until it became like a lot more developed across the board. And I finally hit the point in December where I was like, all right, yeah, I'm ready to go. This looks sick. So I hopped in and I was immediately like, oh fuck, like this feels way better to play than it does to watch. And watching it was still fun at that point. Like watching it was what made me interested. And then I started to play it, and like once you're actually in the world, it's like, oh, Dusty's like running around, what's he doing? And it doesn't look like much. But what you don't realize is during this run around, I'm literally looking at every single tree that's popping up, trying to find like braidwood, trying to find weeping willow. And so like something as simple as running across the map and going back to town before I switch to my characters, like before I switch to my rogue to level more, ends up being this roundabout like, okay, well, I'll just check this for a tree, I'll check this for a tree, I'll check this for a tree. And then from there, you're like, oh fuck, I've been running around for an hour just looking for trees instead of leveling my rogue. So like it really is a really immersive gameplay loop in some of the most basic ways, but it also does have a lot of like complexity mixed in with it too. Can you ask Steven for terrorists from other nodes? Jesus Christ. If I'm a solo player and I don't want to level up my crafting, how do I go about gearing up? Shmoney! So yeah, I would recommend farming up gold at that point. If you don't want to level your crafting like me, you'll notice that even on my tank, my crafting doesn't exist. My gathering is lumberjacking to 25, and my lumber milling is level 47. So for me, I could basically, if I wanted to farm up full bis, just spend a lot of time chopping down a bunch of trees and sell all of the high rarity trees that I get. I could also refine like braidwood and those higher end trees into like, you know, dried planks and shit like that for crafts and sell those. So I would farm up gold through that. I would use that gold to either purchase, or I would farm up the mats myself and then use that. So kind of like the mix of, if you don't want to craft it yourself, go within your community or out to like a trusted person within the community of like your server and have those people craft it for you. But yeah, it's all in that player to player. Feels very responsive. It really does make caravans for money. Caravans can be tough if you're solo though, especially if you don't have a ton of money. Yo, what up, Josh? Trying to get my brother into phase 3 with me. Help me. I mean, so depending on like what they're interested, man, I really do think phase 3 is just gonna be a fun time all the way around. It's gonna be fresh start servers. So anytime there are fresh start servers in an MMO, if you start right up at launch, it's like that insanely populated experience where you get that shotgun start. Everyone's there across the board, just like taking off, right? So I would say the best time to get into any MMO, especially like Ashes, where it is still a playtest, it's still an alpha, that fresh start on May 1st, if you want it to be your best first time, is gonna be insanely fun. Even if you kind of like need to learn, you need to clamps, you need to learn, you need to take your time and go about that way, right? I definitely think that's not a bad thing. I did that all of phase 2. I started phase 2 a few days late, so I didn't even get that fresh, like full off rip experience. But I did have the experience of a ton of levelers. I met a ton of people. I formed the entire community that we have in game now, and a lot of people that, you know, trickled into the Twitch throughout coming here just from phase 2. So I do think there's a ton of time to learn, and there's no pressure in like being behind or anything like that, because it's an alpha. The game isn't going to launch for 2 to 3 years. It's not like you're going to get behind and like forever be behind. Phase 3, we're already looking at like, we've caught up so much across the board. We're actually useful in PvP now. So phase 3, we hit the ground running, and instead of taking months to gear out and figure out what we've got to do, it ends up being, you know, the first week we're gearing out, and then we're making money, we're scaling, we're getting into endgame content. So from there, it gets more fun the more that you learn and the more you kind of like develop. So past that, you guys have a really chill community to come through with. We have a lot of people that are leveling right now that are both new and experienced players. And on phase 3, like I mentioned, we'll be re-rolling on fresh. And my guess is that as of right now, we're gonna have a lot of guilds for fresh start. We have 4 right now that are filling up, and that's with us kind of like having a lot of people since the start of phase 2 that have fallen off that are definitely coming back through phase 3. So my prediction is that we're definitely gonna have a lot of people as soon as phase 3 hits, and it's gonna be a very fun time for like our experienced players, our newer players. We'll be moving to a standalone Discord soon as well, so we can get like leveling signups out for groups. So what's your guild name? Cats with Abs. It is the single greatest community in all of MMOs, hands down. It was born in New World, and democracy of the community inspired this name. So originally we were on a server called Metnal, and we had a guild, well, a company over there called Metnal Institute. And we went through server merges, first of many. And basically, yo, Hoofs, thank you for the gifty, brother. I appreciate you, much love. So we went through server merges, and when we left Metnal, we could no longer be Metnal Institute, you know what I mean? So we were like, all right, boys, we're voting. And the top 2 recommended were basically Stray Cats and Dudes with Abs. And it ended up being a tie between the two. And everyone had voted. We pinged everybody. Like, it was just a deadlock tie. No one could decide. No one could break the tie. So we're like, all right, fuck it. We're going to combine them. Do you guys want straight dudes or cats with abs? And so Cats with Abs was born, and we have the Sleeper Second Company always available as stray dudes if we need something undercover. So, like, the opportunities are there. We've solidified ourselves a good spot across the board with it. So, yeah, we look forward to expanding. Yo, what up, Swole Dad? Does $100 for Phase 3 get you the game when it launches as well? When the game launches, there is no box cost or DLC cost. It is just going to be that the sub itself each month. So you won't have to pay like $60 for the game and then start your sub. It'll just kick in with the sub, but with that $100 pack for Phase 3, you do get your first month of game time included with that. So that first $15, and then you also get $15 in the in-game store for transmogs only when that does come out on launch. So a couple of kickbacks there, but yeah, you will never have to like buy box cost, DLC cost with Ashes. Evidence-ability. Would I be at a disadvantage playing? I can't really play mouse and keyboard games. I use controller. Native controller mapping isn't in the game right now. I don't necessarily know if there's a long-term plan for native controller mapping, but I do believe there are some people in the community that have set up like either Steam overlays or even like a Rewaz to set up potentially. So I think Zine has a controller setup that he's mapped out. So I do know that there are people that like are cooking it on controller. I think it's definitely like gonna be a little bit wonky to get used to, but there are similar games with similar targeting and mechanic systems and ability selections that like do make controller work. You'll just have to really be comfortable with like button modifiers. So like, you know, right trigger or like R2 plus, you know, triangle or whatever the fuck it would be. Like just different button mod combos to give yourself like layers of those binds. Invite me, whisper me. The fuck? Oh, Jesus, this isn't good. Oh! The Rock. The Rock hit so hard. Dwayne Johnson just punished me. That shit hit me for 420, chat. That's like... it's almost a third of my damn health. That shit hits so hard. Yeah, I don't know what Zine does for his controller, but... his mouse and buttons where your thumb's at. An MMO mouse is really nice as well. I know there are quite a few people that play MMO mouse. If you're playing PC as well, you could always look into, depending on the whole like leg situation, you could always look into a foot pedal setup for additional binds as well. So if you have an MMO mouse, you could always go like very minimal keyboard binds, and you could do like a lot of your binds through here on your MMO mouse, and then you could do foot pedal modifiers bound to like Control Alt Shift with 3 foot pedals, and that would basically give you foot pedal 1, foot pedal 2, foot pedal 3, and then the MMO mouse buttons. And you would basically just have to worry about WASD if you wanted to move with that, or you could even potentially bind that to your mouse. So I definitely think there are quite a few options across the board. Like controller could be good, foot pedal options are always solid too. I'm a huge foot pedal advocate for setups. I don't personally have any because I just like have spent so much time mechanically on mouse and keyboard. I use a 2 side button mouse, and all of my binds are keyboard binds. Like I use my side buttons for my attack and my block. So all of my binds are keyboard binds, and I've just always played heavy board binds since I was legitimately 4 years old playing Diablo 2. So yeah, I kind of am used to it, but for a lot of people, I definitely wouldn't call you crazy for doing an MMO mouse. The MMO mouses with Ashes are S tier. What are popular MMO mouses now? Mouses. I don't even know. I'm just like, I legitimately just use a G Pro Wireless. I have used nothing other than a Logitech G Pro Wireless for so long. Their new super lights look, they look nice. I saw a yellow one today during an unboxing video I was watching. That kind of makes my pink look a little bit like underwhelming. Now I have a super light right now, but I have the OG pink like G Pro Wireless as well that I got on launch. And then I have my G Pro 60X or my G Pro X60, my wireless keyboard. The first wireless keyboard I've ever used. I got that at TwitchCon. I was extremely terrified to go wireless keyboard And then chat was like, Dusty, you already use a Logitech wireless mouse. What would be the difference? And so I started using the X60, and it's nice. I was Super Light Pro because I came from Valorant. Yeah, I don't know what mouse of choice is in Valorant, but I also have takes on Valorant. I have takes on Valorant. I know Razer Naga V2. Do you play Valorant? I got banned for aimbotting on Valorant, and I'm not even good at Valorant. But I think Valorant and CSGO are both old man shooters. I think that if you're mechanically nutso and you want to play a shooter, you gotta play a movement shooter. You either have to play like a movement shooter or something that just requires more than like a knowledge head peak gap. And that's my take. I think Valorant's more fun to watch than CSGO, but from a like playing it standpoint, I've just always been so bored anytime I tried to go into Val. Like anything Valorant related. And I know a lot of it's just like knowledge gap, like map gap, shit like that, right? But I'm a very like tracking and flicking oriented aimer instead of just like a point and click, like, you know, cursor placement, because I came from like thousands of hours in Fortnite. So my like native aiming is also not complementary to success in Val, right? So it's always just been this like antithetical thing of I have ADHD, I like to flick my mouse to aim, and I like to track. And so it's like I'll be sitting on a corner and I'm like, man, I haven't seen anybody in 0.4 seconds. Bah! And it's just gone. And then I just throw my life. So like, it's a whole patience thing. Played Fortnite before, I made 20k tourneys. Hey, making anything off Fortnite tourneys at peak was a fucking difficult task, man. People underestimate how many people really competed in those fucking online tournaments. Like, it was insane, like, genuinely, like, the quality of people that you were playing against. As soon as you went into comp, it was crazy. I was legitimately, like, doo-doo tier comp. I was in my, like, Fortnite prime, good enough to make pub stomp content like crazy, bad enough to go into comp and like hold my own and have a chance, but never be like, well, I'm retiring off of this or really making anything substantial off of this. But pub stomping was fun until they ruined that entire content scene by just devaluing every single pub game with bots. The second that happened, my entire like grind, because I didn't really have a desire to be a comp shooter player, like I recognized how much went into that. Like I did a fucking hour of Vax a day. I went into creative and just did enough to like be good at the game. But like, bro, at the level of like what people were putting in, like peak fort and everything, I didn't have the fucking time for that. I was working, I was like fresh out of college, like trying to work my first job and shit. I didn't have the time for that shit. So I was like, I was good enough to be good and like respectable, but nowhere near anything like fucking succeeding in comp. So it's a good time. I gave up my high school life for that game. I was in all the discords and shit. Yeah, I was in all the scrim discords, but like I was those lobby fillers in scrims, bro. Like I won't even lie, like I wasn't bad, right? Like I was not bad by any means, but the difference between top like 1% and top 0.1% in Fortnite was fucking immense. You know what I mean? Like you could be good enough to drop 20 every single pubberoo, and then you walk into like scrim servers, you walk into like high tier zonies and shit, and it's just a different world, dude. Like it's a mix of like you go from fighting people who are either mech'd or aimed out of their mind to just fighting everybody that's not mechanically misplaying a single bit, never missing a shot, like getting the jump on you with shots, bro. Fortnite was crazy. Shit was crazy. Oh, it's top 5 IGL in East. Oh shit, big tourney boy, who dat? I very much followed comp much more than I played it, because at the time when like comp had really taken off, I was just out of college, like I mentioned, but the college that I graduated from had just started up a collegiate esports program. So I was actually like working as their director of esports at the time. So I didn't have time, like I mentioned, to play anything comp. So I was just following the fuck out of everything through that. Yo, what up, Simon? How you doing, baby? Can't get over rogues being green in the raid frames. Me either. So the thing is as well, you want to know the kicker? You can go into your options and your gameplay, party, and raid, and you can change the color of anything else except rogue. So like you can customize the full UI on any class that is not currently your rogue. If you want to customize a rogue, you're cooked. But hopefully that'll be soon. Am I stuck blocking? Weird. Play Valve for my school, beside that I play Ashes. Collegiate's crazy now. I mean, that's honestly, people like you. No, I'm kidding. So I'm assuming if you're top 500, you're probably at one of 3 colleges. And I could probably guess which 3. But with that being said, depending on the college, you're probably online courses, part-time. I'm not. Listen. So part of the reason that I got out of collegiate was because I was at like a local school, right? And basically when collegiate started, nobody was giving like athletic scholarships to people for collegiate, right? Especially early on. Colleges were still trying to be sold on like what could collegiate do. So I had to go out and like organically recruit people and convince them to come up to campus, be full-time on-campus students, and participate in esports for any of like the good players, right? So it was like this actual task. Then you fast forward a little bit, and like a couple of years into it, a couple schools just get permission to start handing out athletic scholarships for their esports program. And the kicker is that they do not have to be on-campus students, full-time students, or anything, because it was through COVID. So you had schools that were going out getting like top 500 players across their complete roster, right? Just full like god tier rosters. And what was happening is they'd be like, yo, you can just take one class and take it online. We'll pay for your class, and then you just play for us. And as soon as that started happening, I went to my deans above me, right? And I was like, yo, like, this is kind of where it's shaping up right now. It's not in a good spot. This is what we're gonna need to do to like compete in any way, shape, or form. And they were just like, I don't really think that's something that's in the cards for us right now. And I was like, I don't think me working here is in the cards then. And yeah, so we ended up parting ways. I no longer work in collegiate esports. It went downhill fast. I don't fault those getting their bags though. I don't blame you. I would do the exact same thing. But god damn it, my deans cooked me, dude. It was so impossible to recruit at that point. People were like, so I actually got to come up to the school, and I was like, yeah. And they were like, well, so-and-so university offered me a scholarship to just stay at home and take one class. And I was like, yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that for you. I'm sorry. How'd I get here? I wonder if this mob spot still works. They fixed a lot of like mob logic, but this one's a weird one. Oh. Oh, wait a sec. Yep. Oh, they fixed it! Geniuses. Sorry I glitched the mob. Nice. They did fix it. This was one of the first like bugged mob spots that I ever found, and it had quite a few bugs with it as well. I'm incredibly happy to see they fix that. Just bought Alpha 3. $10 for second wave. I'm gonna hit it. Yeah, I mean, they let you upgrade in the entire month. Keep in mind, like this week, there's no Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. So the next downtime is April 8th. We're gonna be getting a patch with that downtime. So that'll be a significant patch. That's gonna be our 0.8 patch, right? 0.8 will be after this upcoming downtime. So like next week after the downtime. And then past that, we will have the Tuesday, Wednesday downtimes, but we'll be looking forward to May 1st, where we no longer have those full block out days unless something just goes completely wrong. So it's going to be massive. It's going to be massive. Good content, baby. I appreciate that, Go. I appreciate that. I just try to vibe and have fun with it, man. That's the biggest thing we try to do here, and I'm glad that you enjoy it. It means the world to me. Man, what up? I hate the fact that I was born too late for esports in school. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. I mean, it just got really weird really quickly to the point where, like, collegiate esports was originally like a feeder system. So there were actually like T2, T3 Fortnite orgs that I was like in talks with, had regular meetings with as like feeder systems from my collegiate program into their org. And like was meant to be that bridge, kind of like, you know, high school to the pros. So as it went towards more just like we have scholarships for professional players, it was just like, oh, fuck me. All right, like I see how it is. So it's literally just like, if you're not a pro at that point, you're not doing anything. Love competitive games, so when Ash's Phase 3 comes out, definitely gonna be tryharding. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's when the entire community is just gonna accelerate. Like, I spend so much time leveling other people in Phase 2, like not gearing myself out in Phase 2, learning the game, learning all the systems, teaching other people the systems. Phase 3 launch, I'm going to be leveled and geared like the first week. We will, with our core, be very far ahead of the curve, like on the server that we choose to go to. And it will help us so much more across the board because, like, if you're ahead early, then you get to run caravans for free because people can't contest your vans. You do massive guild caravan chains where you call in like 20 vans and you don't get hit because people aren't in a spot to hit you, or you just farm them and run your vans anyways. And then your entire guild starts making a shitload of money. You get access to all the gatherables because you can just like push people off gatherables. You get like world boss drops because you can cast the world boss. You can take the best spawns for your levelers. So like being ahead of the curve in this is everything. And for us as a community, we're super excited to take everything that we like learn through Phase 2, re-roll with all the people that are gonna be with us on Phase 3, which is gonna be even more people than we have now with even more knowledge, and just like take off from there. And I think as a community, that's gonna be the biggest thing, is just going into those fresh start servers and like being on that playing field where it's like we're no longer months behind in terms of progression, constantly playing from behind, clawing back up, poor as fuck. Like, we have people who understand the econ side, the crafting side, the gathering side, the refining side, the grinding side, the PvP side, the PvE side. Like, we've got all of those specializations now. The only thing that we need is a weaponsmith, I think. I think we very much need a weaponsmith in guild. And maybe even another armorsmith. I haven't seen Ball on lately. So scared to run a caravan? Yeah, caravans can be rough, but if you're a solo player, I will say, like, a lot of the time people won't even like spend their time hitting solo vans because a payout isn't necessarily like worth the time investment if it does end up in a struggle whatsoever. So like solos are safer to run than even like small groups, I would say. Like if you have the choice between like running solo or running in a group of like 3 to 5, I would go solo, because 3 to 5 is enough for people to get like a group of 10 together and hit and profit off of. And like solo, if you get a group of 5 together to just decisively hit it in a timely manner, then you're not really gonna have enough to like profit off of it, you know? Excuse you, sir. What are you doing lurking back there? Pew, pew. What are the XP payouts for these? I feel like we need a couple more people. But this farm will be good if we can get it going. I just wish we had another tank. My good golly. Anytime I'm not tanking, I'm like, man, what if I just made a second tank? What if I just leveled another tank to 25? I feel like crabs are overtuned. God damn it. They're low-key very good. They're so efficient. We could go out there with this group and be fine. Let's see. Anyone else 9+ for XP farm? If we're just doing like 13 to 15 mobs, we could do anyone, literally anyone 9+. What level are we all? 13? At our highest? Yeah, we're fine. 9+ will be great for us. I think there are also, like, in terms of Van Saker, there are always going to be safer routes that you can run. You could go the route of like, if you do have a lot of glint to burn, you could go like shorter routes for just that guaranteed turn in. You could also snake all the way around the outside of the map and try to do that like Squall's End to the Trops. Like there are so many routes that you can do. And I feel like, I want to say it's a 4x6. Squall's End to Trops dude, it's an ungodly amount of gold for a van turn in. So I would definitely say like there are multiple ways where you can make gold other than that. Have you played any BG3? I played a little bit of BG3 for a while. I never got like crazily sucked in. It was very good, but I just always had like New World while I was trying to play Baldur's Gate 3 as my main. Not play Baldur's Gate 3, but New World as my main, right? So yeah, I wasn't able to get like fully sucked in, but it's like a 3.5 to 4 hour caravan. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. So Squall's End is down here, and then you would go up here to Wind and Sea, so it'd be entirely across the map. Wait, what level are you guys doing Carf? Oh, god damn. Oh, they're pumping. Oh, I love that. Jesus Christ, we got actual pumpers. And max distance, 2 hours used to be the max, but the map nearly doubled. Now, is that with a good Beast of Burden, or is that just like default Beast of Burden and shit? Mikoyski, hello. Because Beast of Burden, rarity, and shit can impact a lot. If we can get a couple more, then we can do this really efficiently. Chat, anyone want to come to Oaken? Rare tin wheels and runic. Jesus. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So what are we looking at? Like, what are we looking at with a base van? Like, Squall's End to Wind and Sea. Did a caravan with a blue bob someone gave me last night. Lasted all of 3 minutes. I don't have the patience to sit there and do that. Yeah, vans are a little slow, but the payout is nice. Good luck. An actual week. Is that cat cakes? Any tanks or clerics or anything else in the chat? What's Selly doing? Selly's offline. God damn it. Why DustyWhy still cooked? Toad? Toad's gone. I haven't seen Toad today. Making one now, huge. Just buy a Bistout caravan for 50 gold and return 125 gold. You think I have 50 gold to spend on a Bistout caravan, Ron? That's where you're wrong, me boy. You think I've got any expendable income? Your arrogance will be your downfall. I contributed to that mob kill. What you got on this? I wasn't gonna look, but... you got nothing. Chris, make sure you get your loot. The best part, if people nuke it, you're in the hole. That's why I don't run caravans anymore. Because I was literally just buying, like, the 5 gold, like, braidwood chassis, braidwood, like... Or... Yeah, braidwood from the vendor, like the 5 gold one. Yeah. Braidwood chassis, braidwood, whatchamahoo's it? Caravan. Right? Carriage. That part. So, I was like 5 gold in. I would get my glint in. And I lost like 3 vans in a row. And I was like, man, fuck this. I'd rather just have the 15 gold I spent on this goddamn caravan. So, I stopped doing vans. Oh, thank you, sir. Like, I would do them if I had more of like a guaranteed payout. And I could like, you know, ensure that I wasn't going to get my shit rocked. But at this point in time, there's just no way to make sure. On fresh start, we'll be out of the curve. If someone pulls up, then we'll have a group of people who are power scaled through the roof, and we'll be fine. Protection in numbers too. So there's a certain scaling of it though, because there's like numbers, yes, but if your numbers are all just like cannon fodder, right, and they all just get 2-shotted, then your numbers are simply just bloat. So at a certain point, it's this like scaling thing of you have a lot of numbers, right? But if you call in 5 vans with 10 people protecting it, and someone pulls up with 30 people, then those 5 vans with 10 people protecting it aren't really safe. So the numbers game only plays out if you have both like the raw numbers to outnumber stuff and like the power scaling within those numbers to win the fight. Because there's like the numbers intimidation factor, and then there's the actual power scaling. For the longest time, the Penvious caravans went untouched because of numbers, and then like the entire server, I guess, got together to like hit their caravans one night and fucked up their caravan train. So like all of that does kind of hit a certain point where like no matter how many numbers you have, there can always be like a larger number. So I feel like there's kind of like a bell curve. Where it's like you have hundreds of people, you're really safe. You have one person, you're probably really safe because people won't spend like the full investment time to just get one van. And then from there, like in the middle of that curve, you kind of have the most risk. If you're only making 60 gold for one person, what are you missing out for the group? Well, so ideally you have a lot of people that are escorting trains. That's kind of like the bell curve of it, right? So if you have 5 trains going with 10 people escorting it, that doesn't really make sense. But if you have 30 trains going with 10 people outside that are scouting, and if one train, like one van gets hit, then the entire train just hops out and kicks the shit out of what gets hit, then like it's going to be a lot more of that money. So it's all multiplicative in terms of like what you can actually like just brute force escort between your numbers and your power. So early on through phase 3, we will be doing like guild caravan nights where we literally get together and like nightly we'll group up, we'll all summon in caravans in a certain area. And once the vans are in, like we'll be able to actually defend those, even if we get hit with large numbers, because we'll be like stronger, we'll have more people, and hopefully at that point we'll also have alliances to run with early on that want to like hit the train as well. So with that, we'll be able to like secure stuff. If I see a convoy, I'm getting the server to hit the convoy. Yeah, that's that level of scaling too, but you just have to get like that many people, right? So it's all that balance. It's a really cool system. Everything in Ash is risk reward though. It really is. It's one of the core things that it all boils down to here. I just want to be a pirate and loot other ships. Well, if you guys in guild can get a group of 8 and can get a caravel summoned, which will be 25 gold and 100 wood instead of 50 gold now, then who just said X? Word. Then you'll be able to get into the, I believe it's on the 11th of April. There is a Vira ship versus ship tournament that I'm going to be casting with Crix. And you guys can hop in. It's free entry. All you have to bring is your own ship. They obviously can't provide the ships for you. So you've just got to like, you know, bring your own ship, show up with your 8-person group, and then you guys can pop in there, frag out a little bit, get your yar har har and yodi ho ho on. I'll be yapping about how good or bad you're doing. So sister's husband's Xbox gamer tag is Bojangles. Yeah, same Bojangles. He was actually telling me the other day when you came in, he was like, yo, I'm Gary Mustang's sister's husband. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, same bow, same bow. Crazy you guys meet up here, actually. It's almost like fate. A little salad for me. Yeet. I can't wait for phase 3 launch though, man. It's gonna be so nice. There'll just be so much to constantly do. Weapon swap feels so weird when you can't see your weapons. Oh god. At least I can see my bow, I guess. It's not the worst. Oh, I want to do treasure maps later. I win. Streamer loop. I can't do treasure maps on my tank. So this is like a whole ass gameplay loop that I simply can't do and like farm anything up on. Streamer luck, get absolutely fucked on, peasants. Complain to somebody who cares. All three of them, by the way. The salt fuels me. It's what I use to cool my PC. Steven playing favorites. What? Lazy Peon didn't win the map. What do you mean? We all know who the real favorite is. We know. Yeet. It's okay. I too love Lazy Peon. Is there alcohol? Can I legit drink rum and be a pirate? There will be taverns. There aren't taverns yet, but taverns are also going to be prox chat. So like you could have a huge naval combat battle and then go to the tavern and like get shitty with everybody and then talk shit in prox chat. That's entirely doable. Oh, you and prox chat's going to be a bad combo. Yeah, that's not... You and Envious are going to be like fucking yelling at each other in a tavern one day. I'm already calling it now. They're barley and wheat ready. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I mean, a dwarven meat is going to be the finest. Like, a stein with some meat in the tavern? What else would be better after, like, killing Firebrand after hitting some dungeons? You win a node siege, like... Honestly, node siege losers buy the mead. Winner never has to buy. I'm actually gonna drink rum and be on my ship trash talking, raiding everything. The ship combat is fun too because you can board other ships, right? And if you board other ships, then you can obviously kill the people that are on the ships. So with like the whole boarding system and shit, you can make some plays. You can make a lot of plays. It's a very, very, very cool system. The aquatic mount changes as well. You'll be able to like set traps. So you'll be able to go underwater, and some of the new aquatic mounts have like infinite breath mechanics. So you can just like camp underwater until somebody comes through. That's scary. What up, Philippe? Virus Siege was very fun. Linus Siege was a little more like one-sided. But the Virus Siege was, in my opinion, extremely fun. It was a good attack. I hopefully am gonna get slotted in the defense tomorrow. I told them to take a look at my VOD, see if they want me to come through. But yeah, it was a blast. I think overall, like, desync on server side is something that's to be expected early on, and will definitely like sort itself out. They'll surely improve that the same way they did with node versus node wars, guild versus guild wars in large congested areas, and everything in between. So yeah, like, I think it was a very solid, like, early test of it. I think there were a lot of fun moments with it, and I think the game mode definitely has a lot of potential. I think that, like, server stability and stuff will improve the enjoyment of it a lot. Getting into higher tier nodes will also be a thing that makes the mode itself feel insane. Like, sieging a metropolis instead of sieging a tier 3. You're gonna have so many different like areas of skirmishing in the streets and shit. It'll change it entirely. So I am really, really excited for future iterations of it as well. I think that the test went great today though. Overall, there wasn't anything glaring that was just like, this is bad. There were great fights both ways. And I look forward to the one tomorrow. Yeah. Drink up, you yellow belly land lovers. Free rum to the pirates that can sell my food across the continent. Dude, there are literally gonna be trade agreements. It's gonna be so insane. Only people I don't like. I'm sure. Why no yokai? Was yokai in New World? Wait, and why no heal station? Is it because heal station was one of my other healers? Is that like a territory battle? Because heal station also healed me. Are you guys jelly of each other? That'd be so cute. Like, two of my past healers are like, no, I love healing Dusty more. I don't like you. I missed watching the Siege today. Were you live streaming that? Yes. So we did a viewing party for the Lilith one, and I was in the Viro one on the attacker side for Penvius. So by TMX's mighty calls, I hit some mean-ass initiates for the boys. I did overextend a little bit. I got impatient sometimes, but we improve for tomorrow, hopefully, if I am slotted, and we'll go crazy then. But yeah, I hit some nasty-ass walls and some big trips. It was a few absolutely dubious initiates, if I do say so myself. Chat wasn't flaming me, so that's always it's always a sign. Mechanics to win the siege were fun without looking for sync and lag problems. I think the flag channel itself is definitely a little bit of a weird build-up. I think like the big thing that a lot of New World Wars were like I talk about this extensively after the siege as well, by the way. So earlier in my VOD, I go into a lot of detail about this and some systems that could aid in this too. But really like with just a 5-minute channel and the instant wipe of the channel on like interruption of the channel, it kind of makes the victory feel kind of anticlimactic. Also with stagnant 30-second respawn waves, it kind of makes the entire duration of the siege feel the same in terms of death impact. So I would like to see, in terms of respawn waves personally, more variance in respawns like as the time elapsed in the siege increases. So in New World, for instance, there were increases to the respawn waves every 5 minutes, where it started out quick, got longer into the war, where it was up to a minute-long respawn for each death, like late in the war, in the last 5 minutes of the war itself. So like with that, there was this incentivization of like, early on you try to do what you can, death isn't gonna matter as much. You may try to, on the attacker side, take some more aggressive plays. You may see more like scrapping come out, and then later in the war you do have more of that incentivization to like play your life, make more strategic plays. Every death can lead to a snowball, every death can be a bit more impactful. Past that, like the actual singular channel of the Godspike type interact seems a little weird to me. I do wish it was kind of like an area interact. So with the Godspike, it's kind of just like one person AFKs and sits there and everyone sits around them. So I think with it being like, hey, TGFT, what up? We're talking about node siege stuff right now while I level my rogue. Thank you for the raid, Raiders. I appreciate you coming through. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I typically stream 10 to 12 hours a day. I play Ashes full time. So if you're not already, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every day. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you guys are great as well. I heard you got in that Lilith node siege. We're giving some node siege yaps right now. So basically we're talking about staggering the respawns. Like earlier on in the siege, respawn should be faster. Later in the siege, respawn should be slower, to incentivize more of that like late build up to these largely impactful fights where it's like a full wipe and it's going to be like more punishing later in the war, right? So that basically will make it feel less stagnant the entire time. Will increase the cadence of fights early on and make it more scrappy early on. Past that, I think the final interact shouldn't be the interact with like the Godspike type event for 5 minutes. I think that it should be kind of like an objective area. And with the objective area, what it does is creates an actual need for like area control within the front line. Right now, it's just like full-on scrap. You see them coming, they're taking a jump. We dump all of our ranged AoE, mage spells, everything wherever they're coming and hope that we kill them enough to like, just kill them before they interrupt the channel. But with an objective, you have that ebb and flow of like, okay, they're coming, they have a good initiate, we're gonna give them a little bit of space, and like they overtake some of the objective, they de-tick a little bit, which is another mechanic I'll get into in a second. But like, I feel like overall an objective where it's actually like, number of people on the objective, similar to New World's point capture system, would actually be like much more engaging, and would also necessitate the use of like more frontline mechanics, more walls, stuff like that, instead of us as tanks being really like, we just sit there, we wait for an initiate to be called, and then we drop a wall, and then we're done for a minute. It would give us more of that kind of like poke and prod on the exterior of the point while we kind of like push outward once we do have it solidified. So past that, D-tick. With it being a 5-minute channel, if they do intend to keep the Godspike event itself, I think that there needs to be some form of a D-tick and a counter interact with the Godspike. So right now, if you interrupt the channel at all, even if you're 4 minutes and 59 seconds into it, it goes from a 99% tick all the way down to a 0% tick. So from there, my recommendation would be to have a natural linear D-tick, so like X amount of tick lost per second or anything like that, like a slow D-tick. And then if it's able to be interacted with by the enemy, so like I'm on defense, I interact with the Godspike, then it gives a faster rated D-tick, similar to what the rate of tick would be interacting with the Godspike offensively. So from that way, from that perspective, you can kind of like not just sacrifice your channeler and have them be like, I'm gonna die, I have to sit here, focus all heals on me. If your channeler's in a spot where they're going to die, they're able to be like, okay, I'm dropping back, I'm stacking tick for a second. You can have somebody else step in, you can transfer ticks. You could do so many things with that would make it more immersive, more skill bound, more player to player than just like, all right, you wear con gear, you sit on point, I'm so sorry, it's your role this time. So I think those like 3 core things would be what I would change. Past that, a small accessory thing. Gates in an even war setting don't really feel impactful right now, because if you push out, you're just gonna get jumped. If you stay in, your gate's just gonna die. I think on the inside of lower tier nodes, so for instance like tier 3 nodes like this, there should be little staircases along the inside of the exterior wall, where while the gates are up, people can go up on those staircases, get more of a little LOS peek over the top of the fence itself, use AoE from there, use spells from there with an advantageous LOS that they can just drop down after. So yeah, those would be like my main recommendations, at least for smaller nodes. I know you'll probably have more of a Rampart feel with higher tier nodes, but in terms of tier 3, those were the things that stood out to me, just, you know, in terms of like tying in thousands of New World Wars and the experience there to like the good things here paired with the things that seemed a little bit more lackluster. I think it's a few steps away from being very, very, very fun though. Very fun. Oh yeah, repairs. So that's another gate system that I talked about, like similar to New World Wars, where I went back in my early on. Have you played Fat Princess by chance? I have not. What is that? But yeah, repairing gates was something that I talked about as well, because New World actually has a really good gate repair system. So within the town, once a node siege spawns, a lot of people mention repairs and shit like that. So there are vendors in the camps, yada yada yada. But I think like near gates, you should basically have similar to what New World has. And I actually have, I'm pretty sure I have this just like chilling in the highlight. Hold on. I had this like time-stamped earlier. Where is it? Different one. Poo-poo. Is it this one? Did I just click on the same one? Where the fuck is it? Okay, so it's right here. So basically, in New World, next to your gates, you had 2 shops as you went up into the rampart. So you can actually see them really well when I run through over to here. So basically, these shops serve 2 purposes. In New World, you have a war exclusive consume called a cleansing elixir. That takes off all of your debuffs that you have, like on your character. So you have this shop, which is like your consumable shop. In Ashes, on the defender side, this would be your repair shop. And then if they wanted like war exclusive consumes, anything like that, that's where you would get those. But this would be your repair shop by each one of your gates. This shop is a repair parts shop. So the repair parts shop ticks up a certain amount of repair parts each like second, minute, whatever you want to have the interval be, but it caps at a certain amount. So the longer your war goes, you have to have people on the defense pulling repair parts, holding them in their materials tab for an Ashes instance. So with that, the more materials you're holding, if you die, your Ashes have those repair parts. So you lose those repair parts if you're a repair person that does die with more parts. Risk reward associated with the repair system. So with that, you have to make sure that you're pulling so this doesn't hit cap. If it hits cap on repair parts, you're not getting any more repair parts generating. You can use the repair parts on these gates either while they're being hit or once they're down. So you'll often see things called Bob the Builders in New World, where like point will be ticking up, where 50% tick here, and then like we'll start clearing point out, and you may see, I guess this is just kind of a stagnated one. Okay, so over here, you see point was like super high tick, and then we got A gate up. So A gate's gonna be on the far side, and once A gate's up, they can't really escape. So up here, you'll see A gate has no health, points 50% tick. We're trying to clear out this objective. I, as a melee enjoyer, am absolutely carrying everything. And then A gate goes up, and as a result, they can no longer control that side of dirt because they can't get people over there. So like this entire far side, and they're able to kind of like, from our perspective, we play from there a lot safer now. So as a result, we get that gate repaired, they lose that point of entry, we play as our strong side there, and then from there we clear off the entire point, and we end up completely deticking the point, and we win this war as a result. We get a massive wipe there because we played off a strong side and pushed them into us. So like, as many flaws as New World did have, their war system was absolutely fucking S tier, and I think a few system inspirations coming from New World would be absolutely insane. And like, personally, if I could choose one thing to work with Intrepid directly on in terms of like, I know a lot of the like, you know, more competitive communities have like direct consultation with Intrepid. If I could offer my expertise in one singular area and just shut the fuck up for the rest of my existence here, it would probably be this Node Siege War, because I unironically have thousands and thousands of reps in a copycat game mode that is simply fewer numbers. Same exact concept, same exact like risk of like the entire territory shift. So yeah, I would definitely feel like I would be able to provide so much input across the board there comparatively to so many other systems. It feels like the one system where I'm just like, all right, yeah, I know exactly how this should go. People were in the post like siege briefing, and they were like talking about ideas and shit that had come up, and I was talking about every single one of the ideas before they were brought up and offered like the full solution before they even got brought up, and I was like, yeah, see, this is where I come from. What if we connect Dusty? If we connect Dusty like this, he'll stop yapping about everything? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I think Artisan... Fat Princess was a party game on PS3. Had like 6 classes, which is a bloodbath effectively, but you could also gather cake and feed the princess to make her harder to carry because she was heavier. Interesting. Interesting. Is it on Steam? Or was it like PS3 only? You said if you can work with Intrepid on this one aspect, you'd shut up about everything else. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, just in terms of like being qualified on things. I don't pretend to be qualified on things that I'm not qualified on, because that's how you embarrass yourself. But I will say, I'd be qualified as a motherfucker for feedback on this. This is like my specialty in terms of a game mode. That and like engaging arenas. I hope that wasn't too much, by the way. I don't know if that was like community info sourcing or if you were just like picking my brain on it, but sorry to yap your ear off. You probably weren't ready for all that. Probably just wanted a good or bad. Combat objectives are so cool. Interesting. Hey, Rog, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Anyone that walks in here willingly needs to accept the yap. The yap is a way of life, man. I will say, the yap is legitimately a way of life. There are some times where I like, if I try to watch other content creators, like, there's a reason that I like watching YouTube videos before stream in the morning, because like YouTube videos are heavily curated, right? And so you can cut out all the parts. You can just jump cut where you're not being interested, where you're being boring, where you're not yapping, like whatever it may be across the board, right? And so YouTube's always extremely easy to make it seem like you're always saying something interesting. But I feel like the art of the yap and actually having people engage, talking nonstop for 10 hours a day is something that not a lot of people can do. And so I try to embrace my strengths. And for whatever reason, I can just yap constantly and people are just cool with it. I don't really know. I just keep it blabbering constantly all day. And by the end of the day, when I get off stream, I'm just like, fuck. I don't want to talk anymore. It's your superpower? Yeah, I don't really have many other like cool features. Like overwhelmingly my dick is quite small. I'm 6'5", so that's cool. But there aren't really many like bragging points about me other than the fact that I can talk a lot and be relatively like podcasty during that and make people not want to punch me in the face. So I should give a gap like that. Usually very chill, not talking to a person, but I love the energy around me. I mean, it took me a lot to be comfortable with this as well. Like as an early streamer, there were definitely a lot of times where I'm just like, you're annoying as fuck. Don't talk so much to yourself. And then like, I'll legitimately VOD review my streams. Like I will watch my streams and I'll put it on and I'll be like, okay, am I like, would I want to listen to this conversation? And I legitimately try to listen to my conversations. And if it's not engaging, if it's not fun, I'll be like, all right, how can I make this more engaging? How can I like be better to watch? Super reactive happens in my class as well. If you get me on a story, I always have something to talk about, but I do bounce off others a lot. I mean, that's a good thing too with content circles. So especially like if you're a content creator who likes to collaborate with other people a lot, I mean, I tend to just like fucking sit here by myself. Like I don't even hop in VCs much unless it's something that like requires a VC, right? Because with the way that I stream and like how much I talk, it's just like I'm constantly talking. So if I am in a VC with somebody, it's either gonna be like me muted in the VC with like the other person talking as background noise and me talking to my chat over that, or like me ignoring my chat, talking to the person in PC most of the time. So like integrating it can be hard, but at a certain level, if you're one of those content creators who's like, you know, more reactive, you can chill, you can play off other people's energy a lot better. That can be really, really, really good for collaborating, much more than like, you know, sometimes I can ramble a lot, sometimes I can over talk people, like, you know, I can be much more like the center of the app. And so that can be a little hard from like a collaborative standpoint, because sometimes I have to like tone that down. But let's see, a headband. I was like, what do you mean a headband? Like Tyler Blevins? Like I just won my first Fortnite game of the day? Little pon. Chat's perfect for background watching while working on other things. I enjoy it. I appreciate that. I know there are a ton of other types of streamers as well in the world. Ooh, I leveled. Like there are a ton of types of streamers in the world, from people who will just like scream into their mic and their chat spams W's, to people who don't really talk much and everyone just vibes to music or whatever, to people who yap all the time. And I definitely have found my place as a constant yapper, a constant talker. And I'm super thankful that I have a community that for whatever reason likes to listen to me yap constantly, because it's a very synonymous relationship. Let's see, a headbang. Why would I headbang right now? What do you mean? This isn't like a headbang energy. Next tune should be Dusty Apps. I don't know, man. I don't know. How long is on stuck cooldown? 10 minutes, right? I want to say on stuck cooldown 10 minutes. Might be on Fent though. Actually, if I was on Fent, I'd be dead. I'm allergic. I used it, but it didn't go through, so now it's CD. Speaking of Fent, I gotta go get water. I'll be right back. I thought it was 5. Is it 5? Maybe 5. I don't know. I'm talking on my ass. Google it. Am I dead? Hello. It looks like you got a good hair length for one. Listen, there are headbang vibes. I don't even know. There's probably a headbang clip out there somewhere. This is the longest my hair's been in a while, though. Emerging deltas. But yeah, I need like a large hair, not a large haircut. I need any form of haircut right now. I know I'm fading hard, someone run away. Ayo, Vertec, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I hope your stream was great tonight. I appreciate you sharing the community with me, and I hope you get some good sleep. Looks like you guys need a cleric, brother. You read me like a goddamn picture book. You send me a DM and I'll get you in here immediately. Hopsy, what are you doing? You had a busy day. You better be chilling. Call me Nostradorfus. Jesus Christ. Instead of like a crystal ball, what would a dwarf have for a crystal ball? Lurkin? Good, you better be relaxing. You had a long ass day. Motherfucker never be taking time to himself and shit. He's probably like munching on carrots and celery while he like runs around. Gold rock? I feel like dwarves would worship the rock. That is true. That's very true. I don't think that's far-fetched at all. Yeet. Y'all almost 15 and able to group with the cleric soon? Ooh. Maybe tomorrow, a little cleric groupie whoopie. Cause like, you know me, brother. You know me. If there's one thing about DustyWhy, I do love some Oakenbane. I think Oakenbane goes insano style. It's one of my favorite XP pumps. I think it's super chill. I think it also drops a shitload of treasure maps. And I love me some treasure maps. A nice clean golden mug. I hope if I get into the McCleric. It's like a McDonald's cleric or like a McLaren of clerics. Two ways that it can go. Boop. Boop. Hello. But yeah, if I get into the content creator program at any point, I just want really cool like hoodies and coffee cups. I'm a simple man. I don't need anything cool. If they do like content creator, I said do. If they do content creator packages, I would love to get some cool coffee mugs. They have so many ones. I want Steven's 2-month mug. Let's hope it's not McDonald's. What's wrong with McDonald's, man? Actually, I haven't got McDonald's in so long. I used to get it like in the app from time to time, but the value in the app went down so far, I feel like. And I don't know, I actually haven't got fast food a lot lately at all. It's good for my budget not to. I'll be buying the store when they get one. True. Yeah, the Intrepid merch is gonna go crazy, Puck. I'm sure you've applied to their content creator program, right? Doodler! Cook at home crew? Yes, Sirski. So, you guys will love to know that you support a content creator who values budgeting as much as anything else. I have my monthly spending under $2,000 rent, everything included. My meal prep for the week takes place basically every Friday. I'll shop on Fridays or Saturdays because every Friday my grocery store app refreshes its sales. I go in, I look at what proteins are on sale, and I build my meal prep for the week around which protein is on sale, typically for the best like cost per pound. So I essentially buy everything on sale, even down to my meal prep. I meal prep at home typically for about 20 bucks a week. So from there, everything that you guys like gift, donate, any of that goes directly towards responsible spending. I'm not out here buying fucking McLarens, drive a Honda Civic that's paid off in another month. So I'm extremely excited for that. I had a 0.9% interest rate on it, so it wasn't even like it was an irresponsible new vehicle purchase. That shit was a slapper, and I'm kind of sad it's paid off because I won't be able to say I have a 0.9% interest rate anymore. Because realistically, in today's day and age, if I'm like, yeah, I got my car and it's a 0.9% interest rate, people are like, what the fuck? So yeah, I won't be able to say that. I'll be like, back in my day, I got a 0.9% interest rate on a brand new vehicle fresh out of college. I also got $500 down payment assistance when I got it. So I went from a 2008 Civic to this Civic, got $500 down payment assistance, got a 0.9% interest rate, and I have had to do nothing other than replace a tire because I hit a pothole because I live in Maine and it absolutely decimated the sidewall of one of my tires one time. So technically I replaced 2 tires, but I knew the person that was working at the place, so he gave me his manager discount. So I lucked out. Why did I just hit for 1,000 at level 12? What? Why am I hitting harder than my 25 tank? What in the huh? What the fuck do you mean? Oh my god. I did, not holding my breath, but would love to make it in. If nothing else, when they get an Ashes Con, I'll be at every one. I personally think they should have some non-digital creators, so like physical things like your art would be dope to see. Specifically in their like content creator program write-up, they mentioned that if you make any form of Ashes content from digital to like any medium in between, whether it's like a publication in game, whether it's like a physical creation, they want all types of people who make any form of Ashes content to apply for that. Like, it's not limited to just streamers, it's not limited to just YouTubers. Like, they genuinely value all types of content that's being created for their game. So yeah, if you do anything Ashes content, I would definitely recommend you apply. Whether you're large, small, anything in between. If you're consistently here, you're consistently like, you know, a good aspect in the like, in the community, I definitely think doors will open up there. Me, on the other hand, I'm a little fucking shithead, so I haven't heard anything back yet. Thoughts and prayers, though. I'd love to get commissioned to do an entire armor set for them. That'd be so fucking cool. So, if you got commissioned for an armor set, would you charge less if they got like a dunier for you to model the armor set after versus like a long leg? All right, what are your favorite pizza toppings and what kind of crust? 2-topping pizza, bacon, pineapple. Best pizza. I said it. Best pizza, bacon, pineapple. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will stand on that business. Radar Ranger, what up, baby? I thought Tuesdays and Wednesdays were down days. Not this week because Envious is filthy exploiters and broke the game. No one actually exploited. We're testing node sieges. I just wanted to say Envious was exploiters. But yeah, so we're testing node sieges during the downtime. So we got uptime this week. No Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. So we're up tremendous. Up to 6 on the Rogue, the first non-mage ever? Ever, Radar? So yeah, favorite pizza, bacon, pineapple. Stuffed crust or not stuffed crust? Either can be good, but I'm not paying extra for stuffed crust. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You're not selling me on extra cheese on my pizza that has a lot of cheese. That's a scam. If it's free, I'll take stuff, but I actually have access to Thokly, bro. Is like 5'4". Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no way. He's a real dwarf. That's amazing. Dunehold is a fucking way of life. So being 6'5", like, what would I be able to get like into Dunehold, or would I be banned because of like my IRL situation? Are they full committed? He's like 30 minutes from you? Well, that's probably like 45 minutes for him with those little ass legs. That's crazy. That's cool though. Nobody's near me. I live in Maine. The closest we've had are a couple of people that are like, yo, I'm in New Hampshire. But like, that's the next state over. So, oh, One Trick Pony, and we covered the bacon pineapple pizza king. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. How do I unsub? If you guys don't like bacon pineapple pizza, you're just having bad bacon pineapple pizza. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you, Duck. Like, bacon pineapple pizza is so good. Like, sell me on something else. Like, I like a lot of pizza. I'm not just a bacon pineapple person. I will eat a lot of pizza. Some people in Texas are further than a state away. Oh yeah, that's true. Pineapple pepperoni? You throw some jalapenos on that, that'd be really good. I would fuck with that with some jalapenos. A little sweet, a little bit of heat. A little bit of hot honey drizzle. If we're adding more toppings. It'd be a little extravagant, but I feel like that'd be good. I'm finally home and done spending money. What was the damage? What'd you do? I read sausage and green pepper. I dyslexia'd for a second. I don't even have dyslexia. But I read it as sausage and peen for a second, and I was like, the fuck, Dootler? Sausage and green pepper Chicago deep dish. It's the goat. Finely diced green pepper or like strips of green pepper? About 780 was the damage. Oh my god, that's like a month of streaming. Any meat and pineapple pizza, drizzle some teriyaki on top. Ooh. Pineapple and jalapeno? Hoofs, are you vegetarian? It's always like carrot, celery, pineapple, and jalapeno. I don't judge, I just need to know the logic. Like, what are your thoughts on, like, steak? I'm healthy. What's wrong with bacon? There's nothing wrong with being vegetarian. You just never say you're eating meat. I don't think eating meat's bad. I'm not, like, shaming you. I'm also not judging. I don't give a shit if you're vegetarian, by the way. I love you for who you are. Hot and healthy. I love bacon. Dude, bacon's so good. It's so good. You can't not love bacon. I have like 4 pounds of bacon from Sam's Club right now at the cribbo that I haven't cooked up. I'll probably cook it up and do like breakfast for dinner after stream tonight. Chat, what's the best way to make bacon? Anyone weird and like ranch with their pizza? Yo, pepperoni pizza. I'm putting ranch on that bitch. Yep, on God, on God, on God. Pepperoni pizza, I'm slapping ranch on it. And I'll always dip my pizza crust in ranch. Yep. Yeah, I'll say it. I'll say it with pride. Pepperoni and cream cheese. Interesting. Just like raw? I can't do pineapple peppers with hoofs. Wait. Can't do pineapple without peppers? Okay, so you like the heat with it? Yeah, so like bacon pineapple is like a sweet and savory 2-topping. And then like if you go pep pineapple or like jalapeno pineapple, you're getting that like sweet and that like sweet heat. So I definitely get that as well. Like pepperoni, jalapeno, and pineapple would fucking slap. And then like I said, some hot honey on that bitch. Oh my god. Bacon made with fire? What do you mean? Like bacon cooked over a fire? I like pan frying, like just if I care that much, but low-key, my favorite way is set my oven at 425, cold start the bacon on like a cookie sheet wrapped in tinfoil, and then you flip the bacon once the oven hits 425, and then you bake it for a few more minutes until it's done. I know that's like a very, very vague statement, literally until it's done, but yeah, you just cook it until it's good. I cook my bacon low and slow. Look at you with a lot of time on your hands. How low and slow are we talking? Do you smoke your meats? I bet you smoke your meats. You're a man of class. Then I broil it quick. Oh, you render the fat and then you get it crispy, you fucking rat bastard. How dare you have time? Oh, I thought you were just gonna leave it low and slow so it was gonna be like pull apart tender, but you fucking broil it for a little. Ah! Oh my god. Proceed, fly me out. Fly me out. Good god, just for the bacon. Okay, anybody candy their bacon though? A little bit of brown sugar? A little bit of brown sugar? If you eat too much pineapple, it gives you diarrhea and acid reflux. I eat my dinner at 1 a.m. I've had acid reflux the past like week. Legitimately, I think my stomach's just like fucking volcanoing because it's angry at me. Brisket, smoked brisket. The wiggle and the jiggle. Yeah, smoked brisket's real good. My dad used to do pig roast when I was younger. Yeah, my mom used to work at like a small dining like diner that did catering. And so I would go out to some of the catering events and I would just like eat out there because I was just a kid. They weren't gonna tell me I couldn't eat. So like my mom would be working and I would just be eating and that shit was so good. Yeah, I am a big fan of baking bacon though. I won't lie. I feel like it definitely renders the fat super, super, super consistently. Like, and I also feel like if you have a rack, like a wire rack, and then you put tinfoil underneath the wire rack, and then you don't really have to clean anything either, as long as you don't rip the tinfoil. Like, obviously you clean the wire rack and like the cookie sheet, but like, you don't have to like scrape fat on anything. Bacon on a Blackstone grill is elite. I don't have a Blackstone grill. No wonder you're 6'5", catered meals. Listen, I'm the shortest of my 3 brothers. Actually, I think I'm taller than AMC now. I think I ended up the second in height. I won't lie. But yeah, our tallest brother was like 6'6"-ish. I was like 6'3" through a lot of like end of high school, early college, and then kind of like got a couple more inches in the worst possible place. I was happy with 6'3", but unfortunately I came up short in other areas. I don't get to choose where the extra 2 inches went. It's a damn shame. So I'm stuck with what I'm stuck with. I'm 6'5". It's not the worst problem to have, but it is a problem that I have. I still cook it in the pan, then fry eggs in the oil after. I hope you do cardio, Rug. I'm not gonna lie. Like, deadass, it's a good idea. It's a delicious thing, and I bet your eggs are delicious. I get my eggs from my parents' chickens, so I always get fresh eggs. So like that would be absolutely insano style, but good God, I think I'd have a heart attack in my sleep. I just think I'm just super pissed. Why? What up? I put mine in the wire rack and then collect the grease to cook other things in. Where do you store your grease? Because I also collect grease. I put it in a mason jar, and then while I'm straining it, I put multiple coffee filters and then a rubber band around the coffee filters into a wide mouth mason jar, and then I strain it through the coffee filters. So it's like a bacon tallow type shit, I guess. I don't really know if that's technically a tallow or if I'm just trying to be too fancy, but the thicken. It's a goddamn phoenix. You definitely look only a foot tall on camera. Yeah, I mean, depending on the size of your screen, I feel like if you also had a really large screen, you might be like, damn, Dusty's like 13 feet tall. So like, it's all relative. If you're watching on a phone, I may also appear smaller. It all really just boils down to like, you know, your own situation, where you're at, and interpretation's a crazy thing. You got a point there. It's very rare that I do, so I'll take it when I do. Like, TwitchCon will be a good reveal, because there were a lot of people that, like, when we were going to TwitchCon, they were like, oh, like, I'm like 6'4", I'm 6'4", I'm 6'4", and then I showed up to TwitchCon, and motherfuckers were at, like, my mouth, and I was like, either I'm 6'8" and should have been in the goddamn league, or something's wrong here. Need banana for scale? Which brand of banana? I feel like sometimes I get very like long bananas, like very long girthy bananas, and then sometimes smaller bananas. I don't know if it's a seasonal thing or like, I don't know, a strain of banana maybe. Are there different like types of bananas that end up in supermarkets? Just like on the banana display? My grandson on my dad's side is like 6'1", and my mom's dad was like 6'7". The tallest in my family. Both my parents are like 5'4". Both my sister and my brother are like 5'8", and then it's me at 6'5". All of the height just went directly to you. That's so funny. You funneled it. Long lemons. Thor was a long lemon today. They tried to do their like counter break the all-time hype train record. Dude, I don't know like how many gifted subs and bits like went into his hype train, but like I'm pretty sure he got like level 70 or something like that. But holy shit, I don't even know how many it would take to get to that. Like it had to have been like $100,000. I may be exaggerating, but dude, that's insane to think about. I wish I could see his like post-stream summary. Holy shit. The elf ears. Shortest male in my family at 5'11". 5'11 is respectable. Cause like, Puck, you have the best pickup line in history as well at that height, because you can lead in with the like, I'm 5 feet and 11 inches, and those are two different measurements. So like, once you go into 6'1", it becomes very, very like terrible in terms of its, you know, presentation. So yeah, I feel like you do have an advantage there. Anywhere like, you know, up to 5 inches is just kind of underwhelming with that. But you've got it made there. My dad was 6 feet. My mom's 4'8". 4'8" is crazy. It's like the rest of the legs just stopped printing or something before the process was done. That's just like an inconceivably like small amount of human being. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't imagine like taking up that little space. Even like being 5 foot like Carla, I can't even imagine like I see like eye level with the highest shelves. I reach like this to put things on very high areas. If there's an old lady that's in one of those motor carts and she needs something off the top shelf at the store, I just go and I grab it. Like, if I'm in a clothing store, I can see over all the aisles. I'm looking for somebody and I go. And then that's it. I don't know. I can't imagine being all the way down there. Grannies love him? Oh, I'll push old bitches' carts back to the corral for them. Yeah, they got a hard enough job. Like, they gotta be all old and shit. Yeah, I don't mind helping. I got legs. I was robbed by a sweet old lady on a motorized cart. I didn't even see it coming. She's in disguise. She gets me to reach up and just hits me with a flurry to the fucking liver. Makes me shit my pants and then drives off. Runs over me while I'm on the floor with the cart. Holy shit. It's a planned hit. AGS is out to get me. New World wants me back. Did I put out an April Fool's tweet saying that I'd be streaming New World today? And I had the original draft like typed out, and I had actually like put the @play New World, right? And I was gonna mention them in it, but I was like, they've actually been so down horrendous lately that they would probably actually get excited if I tweeted that, and I don't want to like mislead them because I'm never playing that doo-doo ass game unless they pay me. And I'm not gonna lie, I can say that because they paid T-Pain, Dr. Lupo, Tim the Tatman, Shroud to not even stream the event, by the way. Agent, Duke Dennis, and a bunch of other people, and everyone was flaming the game during the stream too, and they still paid them like 100K a piece. So, you know, it is what it is. Shroud didn't even have to stream the event, and he got paid, so who knows? At some point, when everyone else refuses to play their game, they'll be like, yo, Dusty, you want to come do OPR week? Do you know what those motorized carts are called? Motorized carts. Trolleys? Hover rounds? I don't know. Is hover round a brand name? Lark scooter? Wait, what? Is that Cap? What is a Lark scooter? I had an old lady on a motorized cart asked me nicely one time to get a high shelf soda. I'm 5'6", smiled nicely back, and then proceeded to struggle getting it myself. Yo, that's crazy. And it's not like you can just eyes down keep going because it's just this sweet old lady that can't get it themselves. So you're over there with like the one leg standing on your toes trying to like jump and shit. That's insane. I love that. The struggles of an average height king. I think 5'6" is still technically average, right? I don't want to like undervalue you or anything, but Amigos. Interesting. Interesting. I used one a few times because when I was playing basketball, I fucked up my ankles multiple times, and I am not hobbling around a goddamn store in crutches. Fuck that shit. There's too much area to cover. I got pretty good on crutches after playing basketball my entire life, but holy shit. Yeah, fuck that. Dusty, have you tried the churro seeds? Yes, I have. The churro seeds, I feel like they grow on you. Once you get past the fact that it's not gonna be this super sugary like churro coating, I feel like it gets like, I have hiccups, like much better. I won't lie, it caught me off guard at first, but like they grew on me a lot. Like a couple handfuls in, I was like, oh, okay, I understand. Like, I understand it now. This all makes sense to me. $5'9" for men. Okay, that's not bad. You're like almost there. Like you're genuinely very close. Still has that salty undertone to him. Yeah, and their salt content's not even high. I haven't actually tried the maple brown sugar yet. I haven't been munching like during stream as much on them. I have some like off stream. But I still haven't tried the The maple brown sugar one. I'm excited for that. I will say, I want to see if they'll send me like specifically more cheddar jalapenos. Because they did say like with the partnership, there were like refills on us. So like, high key, I'm trying to get me some more cheddar yelps because those go fucking insane. Those are genuinely like, if I could do like a triple flavor with just like cheddar jalapeno, barbecue, and ranch. I mean, there are a lot of other good flavors, but like those three, I would go through like absurdly. I think someone broke Carla. Autumn, what up? Thank you for the hydrate. Barbecue slabs. Yeah, I'm gonna get some right now. Barbecue ranch or something else, chat. Hold on, I'll go through the flavors. All right, so first things first, if you guys like sunflower seeds, I'm gonna give you guys the single best plug in history. Smackin' Sunflower Seeds reached out and they sent me an entire variety pack of some of their most common flavors. You can do exclamation seeds in chat, go check it out. 10% off any order in addition to their sales using my code DustyWhy at checkout. So, dill pickle. I've tried these. Also, keep in mind, these are going to be way lower salt than like traditional seeds are, like David brand shit like that. Way lower salt. For example, my favorite flavor is the cheddar jalapeno. An entire bag of these, a 4-ounce bag, has 10.5% of your daily value of sodium. So, pick the flavor of seeds for me, chat. I'm gonna go through them for you. So, smackin' exclamation seeds in chat. Click on that link, 10% off using my code. I do believe they still have their spring sale going too. So, you can get their season pack. It's 33 of the 4-ounce bags, 66 of their 1.5-ounce bags. All 11 of the flavors I'll go through with you guys here. And that breaks down to like $1.57-ish a bag after my discount. So, check it out. But, dill pickle, cheddar jalapeno. Are the cheddar ones spicy as fuck or not too bad? They are like actual spice, not salt burn spice. Like they are actual like jalapeno-y spice to them. They are delicious. They're really good. So, dill pickle, cheddar jalapeno, sour cream and onion, cracked pepper, a classic, garlic parmesan, lemon pepper, cinnamon churro, ranch, which I actually haven't tried their ranch yet. So maybe we do their ranch, if that's popular. The OG, which is just gonna be salt and seed, backyard barbecue, and maple brown sugar. What stood out there, boys? Because I'm actually about to crack into one right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm down for ranch. Mix the barbecue and ranch. I've actually thought about that, like how many of their flavors would mix exceedingly well together. Cause like there are people that'll dip their garlic parm wing in ranch. There are people that'll like do cheddar jalapeno with ranch. Like sour cream and onion could be mixed with a few. You have just like a straight pepper seed for like accenting. Brown sugar. Brown sugar, maybe a dessert seed. All right, ranch. We're just cracking into the ranch. Also, if you're a muncher like me and you're not gonna eat every bag all at once. Cheddar jalapeno and ranch. Dude, cheddar jalapeno and ranch sounds so good together. It comes with like a little resealable, like Ziplocky corner. So you open from the corner and then you just reseal it when you're not eating them actively. But yeah, they also do a lot of like rotating flavors too. So a couple of months ago, they had like a teriyaki seed. They have a limited edition ketchup seed. So they have a lot of seeds, a lot of rotating flavors, a lot of new flavors. I'm back. I want a snack. Parmesan chili. I used to mix barbecue and ranch seeds ages ago. These would be a really good mix. A lot of like the flavoring coatings aren't just like extremely salty, so it doesn't wear off very quick. It's like this gritty coating on the seed itself. Almost like a Dorito coating, if that makes sense, but like with less of that salt. What's the enchanting process look like? If you're on Vyra, go to Halcyon. There you'll buy for level 10 gear apprentice scrolls. Basically, level 0 gear novice scrolls. Level 10 gear apprentice scrolls. Level 20 gear you need journeyman scrolls. Those can't be bought from the vendor. You unequip the piece of gear that you want to enchant. You go into your inventory where you have the scroll. Right click on the scroll. Add your inventory. Add your equipment like to that scroll drop down menu. And then you just enchant from there. It's just the scroll and then like a refining cost. And basically like the higher level you go in your enchants, there's a chance to fail the enchant. Eventually there's a chance to de-level one level. And then there's a chance to de-level all of your enchanting levels. And then there's also eventually a chance to lose all of your... you could actually destroy the entire piece. So enchanting gets very risky. And the higher level gear that you have and different slots of gear, the more expensive it can be. So there is like a risk reward associated with it, the higher level that you go. And then for each level that you enchant something, you get +1 to like all of the stats minimum. So like this sword, for example, if I enchanted it +10, it would then have 11 strength on it. Wouldn't be worth going all the way to +10, but just like in the instance that I did. What's your go-to, if you go to Hoggy Football game, what's your go-to snack? Like if I go to a game or if I'm like watching a game? Like viewing party with friends and family or like actually at a stadium? I think that's an important clarifier there. Cause like, yo, what up, Neve? How do you attack a purple player? To flag up for PvP, you can do Alt and F yourself, and you'll tell that you are PvP force flag because this sword debuff will pop up by your name. Just remember to unflag when you're done. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Holding alt while casting also works. True. Either one. If I am at like a hosted football event, like Super Bowl party or something like that, my plate would probably be mac and cheese, buffalo chicken dip with some chips, some of like the little hot dogs with like the brown sauce, and then like some meatballs. That would be like my 4-item go-to at a hosted event. For sure, for hot foods. And then like maybe a dessert, you get that like cinnamon pull-apart bread. That shit goes hard. Insanely hard. Little Smokies? Yes! Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you get that like molasses brown sugary type sauce. Yep. That is the like, if I'm going somewhere and I'm like, what is the spread? That's what I want to hear. If you told me all of that for a spread, we're up tremendous. Only thing I'll have at events is soft pretzels or hot dogs. I got a soft hot dog. Sorry. Soft pretzels are also good. If I'm going out to the stadium, I'm eating before I get to the stadium, and then I am sausage and bean peppers. I'm going out to eat before the stadium because, like, I can't afford stadium prices because I'm poor. So yeah, I don't know, I can't afford that shit. I would say I'm pretty, like, classic though. Even if I was going to, like, I don't know, back when I was in high school, if I was like watching basketball games instead of playing in them or anything, I would just get like, if they had burgers that looked half decent, like they had a flat top or anything, I would get like a burger and a hot dog and like some popcorn, some pretty chill stuff. Nachos could slap, but like if they had like bad nacho cheese, then it was not as good. But like I went to a smaller high school, so we had like basically concession sales went to like our boosters for our sports, right? Which was part of our budget. So parents would basically volunteer to make like different dishes. And so some parents would like make, you know, baked goods. Some parents would buy baked goods. But when one of the parents that could actually cook, like my mom or anyone, was like making food, well, I wouldn't have to pay for that because she would just make me extra. But like when somebody's mom that wasn't my mom that could actually cook was making food that was going to be featured as like a special, I would snatch that shit up. Yeah, so we had like actual home cooking at our concession stands. No! No! It's my movie theater go-to. Soft pretzel nugs with a spicy cheese dip. What are your thoughts on cinnamon sugar pretzel nugs versus like soft pretzel nugs with spicy cheese dip? That is good as well, but like, I won't lie, spicy cheese dip is very good. As long as it's not like a runny cheese dip though. Like if you have like a nice like thick one, I'm a whore for soft pretzels and cheese. Ain't no way you say you're a whore for soft pretzels and cheese, but you roast Taco Bell for putting like cheese on their burritos. I prefer savory to sweets. That's fair. I'm a huge sweet tooth person. Actually, I just like all food. I won't lie. Yo, what up, Jay Morty? Is this PvP or PvE questing? So right now we are in an area called Oakenbane Keep, and that is going to be like a PvE mob grind area. So this is kind of like a smaller like pocket dungeon type area, it would be considered. So with Oakenbane Keep, you just have a lot of respawns here that are like level appropriate 3-star elites. So we're doing just some chill static mob farming because it tends to be very safe, very secure. Hey, Steven. Is it just me or does it look super bright here? I've been getting a little bit more sun lately, so it could just be reflecting off of me. I want high global illumination. Let me check it out real quick. How did you think the node sieges went today, my friend? But yeah, so right now, I would consider Oakenbane to be a pocket dungeon. This may be the worst time to get any terminology wrong in history. But yeah, it's very safe, very secure, like a nice little static mob grind itself. So we have a chill little group out here, and we're just pulling these mobs back in a super safe way, limiting the chance of us dying and me rolling off of things. Hey, Jay Morty. Thank you so much for the primer. I appreciate you, my friend. Gameplay seems really good. Feels amazingly fluid to me for an alpha. Now, it is a true alpha. There are still bugs. There are still things that are fucky. Steven's favorite statement lately is shit's gonna be a little jank. He's been dropping that one, and I've been laughing every time I see it. So, yeah, we are definitely aware that it's not in a perfect state, but they've really emphasized building the bones and, like, the core fluidity of the game and all of the back-end improvements that I don't even know exist. And as a result, I think from a gameplay perspective, like, I'm not a developer, I don't know much about it. But from a gameplay perspective alone, I have been amazed with actually just how fluid and how fun the entire gameplay loop itself feels. Nothing really changes with global Illum, Steven. I run high by default. Doesn't seem too crazy. Greetings and quack to the Duck Lord. Yes, chat. Hey, can we get some thickens in the chat for Steven, by the way, chat? Can we show him, like, all of the hard work that we've done as a community? It took us hours to draw this. It's a good tribute. How does the 5-day play cycle work? Good question. And you're gonna, once I tell you, you're gonna be like, Dusty, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you crazy? So, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the game is playable. Tuesday, Wednesday, the game's down. I know it's Tuesday. This is not a fucking April Fool's joke. So they are doing some node siege testing. Node sieges are currently a 100 versus 100 like numbers match PvP mode that take place between two nodes or player-owned towns. So node sieges will eventually have a lot on the line, leading up to like a full de-leveling of the node itself down to a ruinous state. So right now there's no de-leveling, but they wanted to get more data around them. So they're like, hey, we're keeping the servers up Tuesday and Wednesday this week, and we're just letting you guys do node sieges. So earlier today in the VOD, I actually participated in the Vira node siege on the attacker side. It was a fucking blast. It was great. So hopefully they get a ton of great data from this. Node sieges just came out in our most recent patch on Thursday, where we got node sieges, naval combat, the rogue class, which I'm playing now as my secondary. I'm actually a tank main by trade. We also got the entire tropics biome, the turquoise sea up here, which also brought us the first iteration of naval combat. So I will be doing a little bit of casting myself for an event coming up on the 11th, where there is an 8v8 naval combat tournament over on Vira. So me and another content creator, Crix, will both be casting that. So it'll be a very exciting time, but Ashes has really come a long way since I've been here, even just in like a little over 3 months, from back-end improvements and like fluidity of the gameplay itself to now more like outward facing changes and really like, you know, people who have been on the outside looking in may not have been able to see all of the growth within the playtest so far, just because a lot of it's field-based, a lot of it's system iteration, system implementation, and now we have so many like outward facing changes where it's really like, oh wow, this is here. It's insane. Yo, Stronius. Thank you so much for the primer. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and supporting. But yeah, so with that 5-day play cycle, that is for the remainder of Alpha 2 Phase 2. So I do actually have a little bit of a helpful graphic that you may enjoy. I tend to break this out because words can explain a lot, but efficient graphics explain even more. So basically, Alpha 2 Phase 2 began back in December. I started playing just after Christmas, a few days after the start. Basically, Alpha 2 Phase 2 continues through until May 1st, and Intrepid's goal is to not wipe this character data, as there's always more data that they can get from these servers. So these will become what are called, as of right now, legacy servers. When Phase 3 starts on May 1st, we go from that 5 up 2 down cycle to a 24/7 live service cycle. So it'll be available every single day, barring any downtimes for patches, hotfixes, explosions, whatever may happen, right? But their goal is to not have that Tuesday, Wednesday downtime and have it be like more limited downtimes just as needed. So those will bring fresh start servers, an entire wave of new players coming in, and returners from Phase 2, with the new players from the Wave 3 pack. So if you wanted to start playing now, it's the $110 Wave 2 pack. That gets you entry immediately all the way through until the game's launch. If you want to wait until May to hop in, it's that $100 pack. The only difference between these two packs is when you start and $10 USD. They both get you access the entire way through the development process up until the game's launch. They both also include your first month of game time when the game launches. There's no box cost, no DLC cost. It is just a $15 a month localized sub. You get your first month of sub time included with that. You also get $15 in the in-game store when that does launch. It's going to be skins, transmogs, die system only. No pay to win, no pay for progression, no pay for convenience. So you do get a couple of kickbacks with that. I can't even talk right now. And then, in my opinion, the best part of this all is that with either of these packs, your alpha purchases, you do get 90 days with no hours limit, where you can get a complete refund on your purchase if you're unhappy with the actual playtesting phase. So a level of security that like you as a consumer don't frequently have in gaming anymore. And keep in mind that is no hours limit. It's not like you play 5 hours and it's just like, oh, we got your money now, haha, gotcha. You genuinely could play every single day, multiple hours a day, hit a point where you're like, endgame loop's not there yet, I'm not happy with it. They would rather have you hop back out, get your money back, save it for launch, come back when you're ready and have that like, oh shit, I need to be in Ashes, instead of force yourself to be in it now and hate the game for the rest of your life because of it. I think it's a very, very, very crazy approach from a developer that we don't see in modern gaming that makes an incredible amount of sense when you think about it. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. I came over a little after Christmas myself, and I have been absolutely loving every moment here. I came over from 7,000 plus hours in New World, so you low-key sound like Morty sometimes. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but the evolved is slightly taller Morty. Jesus Christ. The vocal cadence being used against me. What up, Snowy? How you doing, Goat? Yo, Gary, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your night, my friend. I appreciate you coming through. I hope you sleep well. Oh, lordy. Okay, we're just gonna back off of this for a sec. Weapon swap, please. Thank you. Men only want one thing, and it's me to take my goddamn bow out again. Okay, that bounced. We find the one with the mark. We're gonna poison, flip. We'll get a backstab. That'll explode. Did my mark wear off before that? Surely not. Wah, 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 wah. I couldn't get over there in time. That's so tragic. That's okay, though. I did it to myself. There. This stealth mechanic is so fucking good, dude. It's so strong. The fact that I can just, like, kite out in combat and then re-stealth mid-combat. Yes, Corlo, what up? How's your day going? My day's great. Ooh. What in the freak? I can't swear, so Ash's Moments gets a good clip. Look. Look at the red body. Everybody teabag it. Everybody teabag it. Wait, do we all want to pitch in on a Lego excavation kit and do this together? Yeah? Okay, Chris won it. If you feel like trading it to me, we can all do it together on stream and we'll pitch in for a Lego kit. I don't know like what those actually cost, but you'll trade me? You're amazing. I appreciate you. Yeah, I wasn't gonna steal it just because I stream, but if you want to trade it to me, we can all go get a kit and we'll all split what we get from it. That's huge. I wonder if Steven did this. No, it was Envious. I don't know how they would let Envious get away with this. We're up tremendous. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do real quick is immediately run back to town and put this in my bank. I'm not gonna lie. Cats is an Envious shell. Envious is a cat's shell. What do you mean? What do you mean? Cats runs all. It all comes back to Toad. It's all Toad. It's all Ben Toad. Toad's who got me here. Did you see the summoner skill on the codex? Man, like, if I was less of like a, well, actually, with Ash's systems and less excited about summoner, I would have been able to like get so far into it. But the second I saw that it was non-persistent summons, I go, this isn't canon with what we've been told the summoner will be. These are supposed to be 3 persistent summons that fulfill tank, healer, or DPS, like, roles and determine your active ability outputs. They're not going to be short-term autonomous summons. And I looked at it, and I just, dude, I couldn't get into it. They didn't put enough thought in it. They couldn't get it past me. I'm a summoner freak. I know that it's going to be 3 persistent summons on the summoner base class. I know that you're going to summon 3 of them, and it's going to, like, actually impact what abilities are on your bar. But what I don't know is what the summon and call system will be. Will it be a singular summon that calls the, like, least recently cast summon, like your oldest existing summon? Will that be called? Will it be a target call where you're at summon max and you have to call a specific summon? Will it be like an invoker style setup from Dota 2 where you call in 3 types of summons and then summon in mass and that set of 3 comes out? How the fuck are summons gonna work in sets of 3? That's what I want to know. I love summoners. Summoners are like my second favorite archetype to tanking. And as much as I love tanking, like, I'm moderately excited for Rogue because I want to go Rogue secondary probably just because it has validity in PvE and PvP. But like, what I'm wondering is what's the culling system going to be? What's the summon limit going to be? Like, what's the actual summon system going to be? Is it going to be a setup where like, if I want to cycle in 1 summon, say my tank dies and I need to go from DPS healer to like DPS healer tank. If I summon a tank, I'm then going to have to go DPS healer instead of just another DPS to get rid of that tank. Like, there's going to be more thought if it's like a linear call system, if it's just like a stacking queue. So I don't know, there's so many summon systems that they could take inspiration from. Probably make a summons point system like Lineage 2. Why all the games I never played? Take me through Lineage 2's summoning system. Prep me for this. Summons point system. Yo, King, what up? You have a bad day today? No more bad days, you're here now. It's a beautiful day because you're here, because you get to chill and chat with a great community that loves you. And we're all happy you're here. I hope your day gets better, dude. Is the map supposed to be in everyone's inventory in the party? I see the lag one. Wait. Did we not finish the quest? God damn it. Or the trade? Come back here. I think we borked the trade. I need to put it in storage. I came back here to put it in storage, and I think we actually fucked up trading somehow because I was so excited. What was that command for an inspirational quote again? If you're looking for an inspirational quote from Mr. DJ Khaled himself, that's going to be an exclamation key in the chat for you. So yeah, whenever you're feeling down, that'll get you through. Could be like PoE2 undead summon system where you have spirit for the number of summons. So like, in terms of the builder spender, I don't necessarily see like a reservation-based summon system. What we've been told about summon so far, according to the wiki, and everything's subject to change like system-wise, but their goal for the base summoner class is 3 persistent summons. Now, different like total, you know, primary archetype summoner will be that 3 persistent. In those persistent summons, we'll put the abilities on your bar. So the summoner right now is gonna like play through their summons essentially. But through that, different like crosses of the summoner, right? So either summoner secondary archetypes or different summoner primaries with secondary augments from other classes could have different forms of summoning. Some may have fewer summons, some may end up with more summons, some could potentially end up with like time summons. There's really like no telling. So you're like a commander. Yeah, it's kind of a good way to put it. Yeah, exactly. And so I have a lot of questions with that system, because then it's like, say I have DPS summons out and they have a ranged ability. Like I have a ranged DPS summon out and I want to take advantage of that ranged ability. Is the range calculation based off the summon itself, or is it based off of like my proximity to the target itself? So if the summon's like way over yonder and I'm within vicinity, will it cast through that? So like my mind's blown, because when you think tank, it's like I hold aggro, I don't die. When you think DPS, I press button, I do big number, thing die. Healer, I stop you from dying. Summoner, it's like the way that they're presenting it to us is like you do everything all at once, fuck you, have fun. And I really like that. I'm not even gonna lie. That's pretty appealing. Also, Carlo, why bear gaming? Because on my rogue, I didn't transfer any mounts over to myself or anything like that. So yeah, just using burr right now, but this burr is not basic burr. This is oath burr. So Nelly gave me an oath burr. It's a 150 ground speed. He's pretty zoomy. And honestly, chat pointed out, because I've ridden the Snorse so much, and like exclusively the Snorse, right, that we haven't really shown off animations or anything from other mounts. But like, look at the bear animations. They're really good. Like, I don't necessarily know that you've seen a lot of like bear in Arizona, but if you look up a bear running, even down to like, look at the little bear butt jiggle. Like when it lands, it even has like the little like wiggle. Like this is a good bear animation. So yeah, chat pointed that out. I kind of didn't even like take time to look at it previously because I spent so much time on the Snorse, but bears are awesome. Bears are cute as hell. They just mind their business, man. I personally have never had a problem with a bear. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. It's always a blessed day anytime my right click works when I'm interacting with my storage. That just makes the entire day better. I could be having a terrible day. I go to my storage, I right click. Everything's great. That's not my bear. God damn it. My bad. Hey, hi. Cronk the lever. All right, back to Oakenbane. Or can we get a legendary excavation kit? Bears are cute until he eats you. I don't necessarily think like every bear is just gonna eat you off rip. Isn't there like a whole like hierarchy to bears where it's like, if it's brown, get down. If it's like black, fight back. And then like, if it's white, good night, because polar bears just like eat you. So I guess if it's a polar bear, you're fucked. But like a brown bear, you're supposed to play dead because they're large, but they get bored without competition because they lose their like predator drive. Black bears are smaller, so those are basically like a dog where if you just like, hey, get the fuck out of the kitchen, like the black bear will run away. And then polar bears, I guess, are just absolutely fucking ravenous, like murder fiends. I would assume similar to like the hippos of the bear world. We need to find a Lego excavation kit. How would one get... Let's see. Maybe if I spam global. Anyone got a plug on a Lego excavation kit? Fuck, I typed in guild. Anyone got a plug on a Lego excavation kit? You can always improve the chat UI, but you can't improve my brain. I will continue to type /G for global, not realizing that it goes to guild. It's just, it's a me problem. Eventually global won't exist and that'll be okay. All characters' accounts will be reset on May 1st. I love the immediate someone asks a question in global and instantly gets yeah, no. I love global chat. I've never seen a bear before. Wait, really? You're a dork. We can make them. I've been saying I have mats. Wait, you have mats? Can you make me an excavation kit? Are we watching Severance again today? You're watching me get this bread if we get a Lego excavation kit. That's what you're watching. Yes? Can you make it right now? If we made that right now, I'll run this map right now. I'm 100% out. My tank hasn't been able to do maps in like 3 months. Maps are something that I've been deprived of that I really enjoy. I just want a yardy hard har. You lost your streak? No! That's so sad. That's so sad. Also, chat, once Tropics maps come in with 0.8, you're not allowed on my treasure hunting ship if you're not in full pirate cosplay and roleplay. Yeah, if you don't talk like a pirate, you're not getting into the treasure hunting group. I would have been at 40 today. It's okay. 40 is but a small streak in the grand scheme of things. I believe in you to build far past that. All right, I'll go back to Oakenbane and keep pumping XP while you make the thingy. Oh, for that I got a lurky. Hey, I appreciate the lurk, Pox. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. See, you're such a dick for that. You're such a dick for that. You're chuckling to yourself at your desk right now, aren't you, UFC? You evil bastard. Thank you for the 70-day streak. You're an evil one for that, Host. Man's having a bad day and lost his streak and Host just drops to 70. Oh my god, the world is cruel. The world is cruel. Oh my lord. How does one check their streak? I believe if you click on the monkey buck icon down at the bottom of chat, you can check out your streak there. All right, what are the odds I run past a third braidwood today that I can't harvest because I'm on this character, and then by the time I switch to my tank and get over to harvest it, it's gone? Like, what are the odds? Probably 100. I'm not even gonna switch. I'm not even gonna switch. I'm not worried about it. No switcheroo here. Excuse me. Pardon me. I have run up this way too many times. Like, Oakenbane is a far too familiar farm for me. God fucking damn it. Oopsie, that was so cruel, man. What's the longest streak right now? We've had multiple 250 plus day streaks. Thanos snapped. Let's see. Wubby recently lost his. He was the streak like leader for a while. I think his died at like almost 300. Drewski lost to 200 plus because of a fantasy football draft, and his team ended up sucking anyways. So he really regrets that one. Let's see. Who else has one that just got Thanos snapped? At 83, still not 100? I mean, the good news is, like, your streak goes up really fast considering I stream daily. Not everyone is going to give you a chance to get, like, +1 day to your streak every single day of the year, no matter what. But if you haven't missed a day, then you'd be at 641 since my stream streak started. The last time I took a day off was June 30th of 2023, I do believe. So, Carlos at like 150. Yeah, I don't know if Carlos is the highest. I think I'm the longest. Do you think? I'm at 184. Yeah. Yeah, you may actually be the longest then, unless there's somebody that's been lurking since New World, because that goes back to New World. That's like 6 months. So yeah, I mean, unless there's someone that hasn't missed a stream since New World. Literally been watching you since I started. Fair, fair. It's just you haven't had all of that time to develop yet. You're still in your infancy. It's okay. It's okay. I put 7,000 plus hours into New World in 3+ years. You'll have plenty of chances to build your streak here. Believe me. Believe me. Something tells me I'll be here way longer. Literally been watching you since I knew you. Jesus Christ. But literally. Are your bracelets clanging around every time that you type? After you spend all of your hard-earned dollars? Yes. They make me feel so purdy. What about the arm that you don't have them on? Does that side feel less purdy? Hey, Sammy boy. Thank you for the biddies, dude. I appreciate you. We don't talk about that one. Jesus Christ. So, I won't say the name because it'll mean nothing to you, but there was a basketball player who only got tattoos on his left arm, and he wouldn't put any tattoos on his right arm because he said his right arm was strictly for buckets. So, yeah, nothing other than bucks coming out of that thing. One of the most glorious word. One of the most glorious quotes. Sammy, what you doing? I think I'm gonna do the same. Carla, how many times would you say you have thrown a basketball through a hoop? New World would have 50k plus hardcore player base if they would have went full loop PvP route. It was, sadly on it. I don't necessarily know that full loop PvP would be the full answer for them either. I just think like whichever route they went, I wish they would have just stuck to one route instead of like 17 different routes and all of the directional changes that they went. Like, I think regardless of like where your project starts, it's important to stay oriented with like the start and the initial appeal of that project and like, you know, the populace that you want to appeal to. And New World just went through so many like core functionality and directionality changes that it was kind of like, I don't know, it was rough over time. See if they fix this yet. Chris, jump down here. I want to see if this pathing is still weird. There are 2 spots here that make mob pathing like really easy, and we could just kite the mob down. So you can go here, and then once he comes over, there's a little bulge that you jump up on the train here, and then you grab this low undercut here. And I don't think it'll reset the mob. I reported this when I was farming here originally, but... Okay, so he comes over. So we'll get a root here so he can't hit me. I'll get up here if I don't choke it. I might choke it. And then we go there. And then he has to come all the way through here. In this time, if I had any form of heals, we'd be chilling. But yeah, that's more or less the gist of it. You just full mob kite back and forth as long as you go here, you go up, and then you diagonal jump. And then you just grab aggro. And then it's a train kite. So it doesn't actually like fuck up the mob at all. I love areas like this. Just finding like weird little terrain pathing things. You wait for him to go down, wait for him to come down here, diagonal jump. And so like, even if you're solo, technically it's a little bit harder now because of like mob HP regen being higher than what it was when I originally did this. But this is a really good way to elite farm solo if you do have the sustain damage skill issue for me. I leveled my first tank in this area too, so don't worry about that. It takes a little bit. There also used to be like a full mob glitch here, but that fortunately got fixed with some mob logic changes that they made where if it can't hit you, it'll actually reset the mob. So it used to be right here on this little nubby build out. So you could essentially get yourself up here and the mob will come over here and stand right here. And then it can't hit you if you're in the right spot. But they might have fixed some of even like mob attack ranges and stuff. But originally you could like full pull this entire area. And then if you had it in just the right spot, then they would basically just stand right here and they won't do anything. Seems like it still fucks with them a little bit in terms of like being able to just path it. But yeah, this cliff in general has always been extremely wacky. Just a little wonky. Not about 5k XP though. Yo, what up, Alone Forever? How are you, my friend? Is Rogue out now for testing? Yes, Rogue is currently out for testing. It came out last Thursday with our update that included the Tropics, naval combat, node sieges, so the entire like Tropics region, the Turquoise Sea. So it was a massive patch. Rogue feels incredibly fluid, very, very, very zippy, very like good combos. I also like a lot of the forethought that went into like not just the class design itself, but small things with the Rogue. For example, your stab has like a backstab modifier to it, right? So one very small thing that they added is if you watch on my 1 key, the second that I'm eligible for the backstab, it turns into that like overhead. And then when it's the front stab, it goes to more of like the normal stab. So small things like that, little UI changes here and there, even though the game is only in an alpha, that are already being placed in that make me very excited for like future implementations like that. Small quality of lives through like UX modernization in other classes as well. I think there are a lot of small things with the Rogue that like add up to a very holistically well-made class through like kit diversity options to insane amounts of movement to really good fluidity through multiple like movement options. Ashes already presents a lot of very good movement through just like its momentum carries, its dodges. You add in an even like more stam cost effective dodge that's like a fast duration. You add in movement gap directly to enemies that can be used to go to allies as well. Like, it's a really fun class. If you like something that's extremely zippy, and like sometimes people even come into chat while I'm leveling it and they'll be like, why does Ashes look so fast? And I'm like, well, this is supposed to be like the epitome of fast. Rogues are supposed to be that fast. So I think Rogue is like extremely roguey, if that makes sense. It's real nice. Debating getting into early access still. I just want a PvP. Ashes will always be, in my opinion, a very hard game to like just PvP on that as well. In my opinion, it's a full PvX gameplay loop, right? So it's like a PvE to PvP. Whether you are mob grinding, whether you're part of a community where you're trying to like funnel things to your crafters so that way you can craft your item outputs. But like a lot of your PvP scaling is going to come from things that are acquired in PvP. But with that being said, if like your main goal is to be very PvP heavy, but you're willing to do the PvE to gear out for PvP for your power scaling and like the necessary like elements of a PvX gameplay loop for power scaling, then you will have an insane amount of content. I personally, 600 plus hours since December, and I still have a ton of content to do every single day. My tank, my main is nowhere near like best out, best in slot gear, like pretty doo-doo gear, honestly. So I definitely think there is a lot that you can get lost in gameplay loop already. There's like a full PvX where your PvE, your crafting loop, those are all going to be very like important and vital for you progressing as a PvP based player too. So important things to keep in mind, but yeah, I would say it's absolutely like a good place to be a PvP based player. If you like small scale numbers match, that's gonna come in through more of phase 3. There's not currently like a set right click I duel you or an arena mode yet. So those will be coming in throughout phase 3 themselves. I'm very excited for both of those as I really enjoy like small scale numbers match as much as I enjoy medium to large scale too. So just in terms of my personal preference, like I'm a full PvX enjoyer. So I kind of like struck gold with Ashes in a sense with how like well intertwined with each like portion of the gameplay loop each other portion is. It's really that perfect fit for me as a gamer. It's not gonna be that full thing for everybody where everyone loves, you know, good PvE in addition to good PvP, but yeah, I've been really enjoying it. What do you say is the most to least played archetypes percentage wise? That's a good question. I mean, right now you're gonna see a lot of rogues that are leveling and stuff, but that's just because they came out. But I would say like from least in demand to most in demand, your least in demand are definitely just gonna be like DPS because there are multiple archetypes that can fulfill that DPS role. Like DPS are always gonna be a dime a dozen, I think, in terms of like just group placements and stuff like that. It's always gonna be the most like, you know, out there archetype. With that being said, like DPS has multiple archetypes that fulfill its role. So you do have like, you know, class variants within the DPS role itself. So most common DPS, I would say probably like, I see a lot of mages, I think. I don't know. It seems pretty evenly split. I would say fighter's probably like the least played DPS right now. Range is definitely skewed there. And then in terms of like group demand, everyone always says tanks are hard to find. we don't have a tank right now, so it does make sense. I leveled a tank, so I never had problems finding a tank because me. So, like, I was the tank. So I didn't have problems finding a tank. I always had problems finding, like, clerics and bards. So, like, everything does have its own demand, especially where it's 8-person groups right now. And you'll also have more, like, micro pockets of demand throughout phase 3 as those secondary archetypes come in and you get your, like, total output. So, like, you could have complementary roles, right? Where you run, like, one cleric, which I believe will be the high priest. And then you could also run a paladin, which is, like, a tank cleric. And through that, you may have enough healing in your 8-person group comp to get around running the traditional double cleric comp that a lot of groups will like to run for safety. So demand will always change there. Right now, traditional group is going to be 2 clerics, 2 bards, 1 tank, rest CPS. But everything can always shape up. Hoofsy coming in clutch with that as well. If you're not familiar with like all of the primary secondaries and what those crosses will be called, you can check out that exclamation classes command. That is going to be a kind of like a visual breakdown on what those primaries and secondaries will be. What we know so far about primaries and secondaries and how those will interact is like your primary archetype will determine your like base ability set. So if you're a fighter, you'll have fighter abilities. If you have a secondary of a mage, you will augment those fighter abilities with elements of a mage. So one thing Steven said in one of his interviews that's like citable now is that for a strong fighter augment, you could potentially see the fighter charge get turned into a blink. Something potentially, you know, less strong in terms of the augment tree that could be associated with a charge within that like realm of theory could be like an elemental trail that follows behind you while you charge, or when you get to the target, like an elemental explosion that causes like a debuff status effect. So they could go any number of routes with the customization there throughout testing. Throughout testing, as they add secondaries, it'll start with tank and cleric becoming available to every class. And once they start adding more, throughout all of testing, it'll be free respecs, so you can switch back and forth across the board. Sorry, just curious. Maybe the breakdown, max ranger on that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would definitely say, like, I think fighters are probably the least played. I think I probably see fewer rangers than mages, but I'd say it's a good mix of rangers and mages across the board. Bards are around, but kind of like hard to find, I will say. A lot of bards and just like those supporty type classes tend to be just spoken for, right? So it can be a little rough to find them. But yeah, I would definitely say like hardest to find seems to be just general opinion, like getting a competent tank. Bards are odd ones. Yeah, it's like they exist, but they don't exist at the same time, right? They're just in this little like echo chamber that they're not allowed out of. So yeah, I don't know. I would definitely say like it feels like bards and tanks are like probably the least played and hardest to find. I think clerics are pretty around. Cleric seems to be pretty readily available. And now that people have like base gear sets and stuff like that, you can frequently get away with running 1 cleric in group. So like that instantly halves your demand for clerics, makes the like, you know, availability of them seem entirely different. So many things that go into it, but yeah, I'd definitely say right now, like from what I've heard and like my personal experience, probably bard and tanks just being like the most needed, least available. I think the most bards are just a myth that people talk about. It's like everybody that plays with a bard has jealousy issues and doesn't let their bard play with anybody else. It's weird, man. Like you always see bards the second you join a pug group, but the second you form your own pug group without bards, they never pop up. For me, I always have a bard on my team before I arrive. Yeah, it's literally like everybody has their personal pocket bard that they just like speak for, and they don't let the pocket bard pocket for anybody else. Very possessive people when it comes to their supports. And 5 rogues. Oh, nobody will see it coming. They'll think it's a 2-man. Were mana batteries to be kept under contract? I gotta keep my bard on goddamn retainer, man. It's crazy. Like, as a tank, I have nothing to offer. Pocket bard reporting. I will say, in the siege today, I needed to like get out of combat a few times to like restore mana. Like I had to get rations off out of combat in between engagements, and I was like, God damn, I do wish I had a saga call out right now and something to hit. It would have been so welcome. Excuse you. Need to get a little self heal up, so we'll get that sap off. I need to figure out the momentum carry on the Shadow Dash more consistently. It's so good when you can momentum carry it. The world needs more bards. Man, back when everybody was like, just like asking me, they were like, Dusty, what do I roll? What do I roll? I was just like, cleric or bard. Everybody that I was recruiting for a while for the guild, I was just like, cleric or bard. That's all we need. That's what we need. What you OMGing, Sally? What up? Who's over here still? Surely that's a visual bug. Yo, what up, D-Gen? Do you think the rogue is able to solo boss mobs to get crafting mats? Bosses or high elites? I definitely think like elites, yeah, and like some named mobs, right? But bosses are a whole different level. I don't necessarily see like anyone just going out there Thanos snapping and sustaining and like out damaging like bosses regens, but like I could definitely see rogues doing like high sustainable, high elite farm. Rogue cleric is also going to be fucking nutty when we think of like secondary editions in terms of sustainability. With sap already giving as much self heal as it does, rogue cleric's gonna have a lot of self sustain. But yeah, I think rogue's a really good solo class so far from what we've seen. Keep in mind, you'll also be getting combat pets at some point. Combat pets are something that we haven't heard a lot about recently, but a system that like very much intrigues me for solo levelers. Combat pets will be an extension of the animal husbandry system and the hunting system. So you hunt your combat pets same way you would mounts or beast of burdens. You feed those into an animal husbandress. They train up the combat pets. Combat pets can level. Combat pets can get gear equipped to them. And you can also have combat pets that are different types that can fulfill like tank, DPS, or supporty type structures. So like if you're a pure DPS or if you're like a rogue, you could get a tank combat pet and that would hold aggro for you and prevent you from just getting mollywopped all across the board. So there are going to be a ton of systems that'll like work into like more solo accessibility and like fluidity for solo players, but yeah, I definitely think rogue has a lot of potential there. What's your setup? Exclamation specs. I do run a dual PC setup, but Dusty, you don't have kick. What you mean? What would I need kick for? You want me to interrupt something? Look, I need to interrupt. I'm doing damage. But yeah, if you want my specs, exclamation specs will be the command for that. We have the full like list. But it's 40 Super 7800 X3D for the baseline stuff. Very curious on Bard Cleric when I get into the game. Like the cross specifically or the differences between the two? Most people just love both of those classes. I won't lie. I don't really hear a lot of negative about it. Any Bard player just looks forward to their first implementation of successfully using Uppies, which is a low grab spell. And the second Uppies comes into play, it's just a whole new world. It has meme uses, it has competitive uses, it has sandbox uses, it has explorative uses, it has fucking everything. Uppies is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I find I struggle to sustain with just sap. Isn't the cooldown too long? Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you're taking like long kill times and you're taking a lot of damage throughout that, like it's gonna be rough. But if you have an area with certain name mobs where you're able to, like, if it's a longer name mob or a longer elite, you get, you know, some form of slow, whether it's snare on a bow, or you could even use, like, an energy spellbook for a 50% chill for a movement speed reduction. If you're soloing, you could basically, like, pop your poison, get your ticks up for your poison. So, for instance, you go in your pull, pop your poison, and then you just start kind of, like, range ticking up. You see where you can get your stacks up, stuff gets close to you. You'll just kind of, like, iframe, hop away. And you see you get 10 stacks pretty easy through that. So realistically, if you're solo, you're going to want to avoid a lot of the damage that you are taking. I got double rock toss there, which is never really going to help out with any form of anything. So I need to play my life a little bit here, but even just there, we get a little bit of a sap off. And it's going to be a little sustain for me across the board when I do get it off with the poisons. But across the board, like, it's not going to be this, like, this guaranteed full sustain. But if you can minimize damage that you're taking, not just like full trade, and then if you're with, you know, a second person, you can just stealth trade and shit. But double backstab's nice. Double backstab's fucking insane. Quad backstab. Wait till you get your expanded tool belt. response? Yeah, of course. I think, like, even as a tank, one thing that I really leaned into early on that's been peculiar to me is, like, I am a lifelong melee player, right? Like, I don't really do spell casting or any of that shit. I like the blade, I like the steel, I like the bonk, all of that stuff, right? So, typically, I'm not much of a bow user. But when I was leveling my tank and shit was hitting real hard, I had an energy spell book, and it bounces to 3 targets on auto attack, and it also puts out a chill, which is a 50% slow. So I found that I could just like aggro mobs. I could kind of like keep threat up on them, and I could just run around and not take any damage from the mobs, and no one had to heal me. And I was like, damn, this is pretty smooth. So like here, I'll run through, I'll get my sap off, and just like minimizing that damage. So I'll kind of try to like sustain space. That sap's gonna give me like that like 176 tick, and then when it gets close again, you'll also want to save your acrobatic strike. Acrobatic strike is going to be a really nice ability for kiting that's going to allow you to get a nice movement gap in, because when you acrobatic strike, you get 3 seconds of off balance on the target. Off balance is a new mechanic and a really cool like movement debuff. So with off balance, the target can't move, similar to a root, but it's a root that also prevents them from rotating. So it comes with a couple additional benefits. Ferric, what are you doing here? I'll take these. So yeah, that off balance is going to be incredible for like actually maintaining that distance gap for yourself. It also gets you on the other side of the target. So as long as you're paying attention to your backstab icon itself, then you'll get guaranteed backies off of it. Sexual uses. Jesus Christ. I have a chocobo and a crocodile now. I am now a late game cleric king. That's insane. I have chocobo and crocodile. My game is done. My gameplay loop is completed. I have beaten Ashes of Creation. The alpha is done. Ship the game. Ah! The movement carry. It consumes me. Excuse me. Pardon me. No! Alright, we're good. Oh. Goblin into wall. I believe. Oh, excuse you. Trying to get shifty on me. It's extremely rude. I don't think I've put like skill points in for the last like 3 levels. I'm not even gonna lie, chat. I think I'm using like a level 7 skill kit right now. I just can't stop schmoving. It's so fun. Classes with movement instantly appeal to me. I just need to figure out this goddamn momentum carry on this. It's gonna keep me up at night. Anytime I can't figure out movement tech, I get angry at myself. Movement's the differentiator between a good combat system and a great combat system, chat. And Ashes does it really well. Yeah, if you guys play around the backstab burst build, by the way, it's absolutely insane. That's like the big plague of PvP right now. Not like the big plague, but it does, it has a lot of impact. Crow, by the way, have you had any luck with the, what do we need for the excavation kit? Like the Lego excavation kit? Do we need anything, or is that just something you can like pull out of your butt for me? You got it? Oh shit. Okay, huge. I'll do that before we get off tonight then. I think somebody said they had like 10 minutes and then they had to chill, so we can do the, oh god. What the dog doing? Just waiting for shit to cook? Okay, what's the ETA you think? Short dash with advantage goes way further when you do it off a ledge. Yeah, and there's a momentum carry for everything in the game, right? So, like, I don't know. There's always that level, and I'm starting to be able to replicate it. There are some things, for instance, tank charge, where if the charge itself ends, or you end the charge with a charge recast, it stops your momentum. If you block to end your charge, your momentum carries from the charge because it's not the charge ending the charge. So like, Ash's momentum carry movement system has actually like just captivated me because I love zoomy movement, right? Like the bee hopping, the fact that you can carry your momentum after like a dodge jump, all of that are just like, all of those small things just add up cumulatively to a system that I'm so hooked on. Tennis ball, I can make 5, but we don't need 5. Oh, wait, for Legos? That's not bad at all, Jesus. I wonder what we'll get from a Lego map as well. It should be good. I might need a, like, an escort out with me, so that way people don't just deck on us once we get it. Are you over in Miro with it, or where are you at? Where should I meet you? Yeah. Pew. Ow. Man, rock throw hits harder than I remember, but I'm also naked. I don't have a single piece of armor on. Oh my god. Yeah, so like I'm telling you, if you hit the momentum carry on it, it takes you further than you are ready to go. Like, there have been times where I've absolutely yossed myself unintentionally with this rogue momentum carry. And there are times where I'm just trying to live my life and exist, and it's like, oh, well. But yeah, I look forward to figuring it out more. It is such a nice momentum system. I love that about the Ashes movement system, though. It's one of my favorite things. Once I've yeeted myself 50 meters into a crystal golem. That's so good. Just the absolute panic. Yeah, the amount of yeets this game provides is great, man. So actually, earlier in the node siege, fuck, I'll find the moment in the node siege, but it was one of the first times we went to go in, so we barred Upbeat over the wall because we were on the attack, right? We barred Upbeat over the wall, and as soon as Uppies went, I was like, oh, I want to get out on the front line and play Initiate. I hit my charge animation cancel, and like the barred Uppies sent me, and like I went way past everybody. I bounced off the side of the house, and I had to like turn back and get back in with my raid because I just went too far. It was fucked. Yes, and Mira. Okay, I'll come over after this. After a couple more pulls. How much XP to 13 are we? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Low 50k. It's really not bad at all, actually. This XP's been going fast. I do love Oaken, though. Oaken has been the love of my life for leveling for a little bit. Too much for Z-Block. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a nice system, though. I do love it. Sounds like a more fun momentum system than Arcage. Did Arcage have momentum carry movement? Is that where he got it from? How come you aren't a citizen of anywhere, Dusty? Because fuck the establishment. Next question. Can't wait to try the grapple hook. Oh my god. Dude, the rogue movement kit is ridiculous. But more storage? Don't need a storage when you ain't got shit to lose. Double grapple's insane. Yeah. You could Dragon Rider cancel 500 meters into the air. Wait, full Swanton Bomberoos? Okay, hear me out. So there are actually some spots where you can do what I call dwarf launching. You can launch other races as well. It doesn't discriminate. But we put one at the end of my latest YouTube video. Carla snuck the clip in there. But essentially what you look for are little like terrain seams where it comes together in like almost this like this crack way, right? But slightly more vertical than this. So if it's more vertical, you can jump and then you can dodge into the seam and it'll like just ramp your momentum up extremely, extremely high, extremely, extremely fast. So yeah, it's extremely fun. Yeet. I'm sure there's a terrain seam that I can do it on around here somewhere. Let me see. Dev took the dodge roll for the backdrop momentum. The dodge roll's so good. It's so good. And I like the fact that it also facilitates through the stamina tree itself with Spring Step. Like, Spring Step is such a nice thing to actually unlock. This might be doable. No. It has that little curve up there. So you just need to find like a linear terrain seam and then essentially just hit like a dodge roll into the seam itself and it'll launch you in certain places. I actually don't see any that are right here. Kind of crazy. Most of these rocky areas will have at least one. Maybe up here. Is someone jumping around up here? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that guy doing? Brother, I'm coming out here for like a demo. What the fuck are you doing all the way out here? Dude's just like jumping around and shit. We need dwarf launcher siege weapons. We're out of ammo for the trebuchet. Get the Doonier. Man, I wouldn't mind that at all. I wouldn't mind that a single bit. I would volunteer, like, cause hear me out, even on the ships, you replace like the potion launchers with like a dusty launcher, and we hit the old tank anchor where we go onto the ship and we hit the wall on the front of the ship and it stops it from moving. The ship essentially had some fun momentum glitches you could do. Planendorf found a cool momentum glitch with his ship. Planendorf's an intrepid dev, and he has GM perms. And his cool momentum glitch was that he no-clips that bitch and turns it into the Flying Dutchman and just leads his entire way around. Now, I will say, despite his GM perms, I was absolutely cooking him in a ship-for-ship battle. It wasn't even close. He stood no chance. He stood no chance. He was completely outmaneuvered. He was outgunned. And realistically, it was an extremely one-sided show. But yeah, the Flying Dutchman is something to behold. The first time you see one, you kind of like... It's like seeing a Sasquatch or a UFO. It's magical. It really stays with you. Switch to my bow, please. You get anchored to the bottom of the sea and have another person harpoon you and bug it out to send you across the whole game? What? Wait, so like harpoon the actual ship? Spontaneous Star Citizen gameplay is crazy. Oh, those are good bracers. Yoink. Streamer loot. Who needs stuff? I have 1 strength bracers. Wait, did I hit 100? Wait, what I hit? No, I hit a 63. Yo, nothing. Here, take these. It's dangerous to go alone. Use these. I'm happy to help. Do you need daggers too? No, surely you have copper daggers, right? You got me and my buddy saying Leedle-lee. Leedle-lee. Dude, that's all I picture anytime I see that goddamn caravel flying through the sky. Like, if they're not just full RPing that, man, I don't know if I can support these developers anymore. There's a certain point where it's like, are you actually committed? With great power comes great responsibility, and I would hate to see an abuse of power and a lack of lead-a-lees. I'm throwing up, hold on. The fuck? Puke and rally, the polls don't stop. Don't be weak, soldier. There's no time to vom when we're mob grinding. That's simply downtime, that's inefficiency. Did this mob reset? Meanwhile, wolves will chase me from fucking tropics to Squall's End, but... Alright! You want me, Tanger? We're good here? We're fine. I don't think we necessarily need anything else. I lied. I don't have everything. My dumbass forgot I need wood. What do you need wood? Like, what wood do you need? I have my wooden windstead on my tank. I do have maps for you, though. Lego? Uh-oh. Need Lego Ash. Ugh! I haven't really found a use for the Z key camera action angle yet. It's mostly just preference. It's more of like a soft target. I personally find that I have more like control over targeting with the traditional tab target input. It all just breaks down to preference, so it's more an accessibility thing. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer with it. I make sure I'm getting my backstabs. You want some desert maps? Yeah, I'd fuck with some desert maps. That'd be great. I swap between depending on what I'm doing. Yeah, there are times where it can be convenient, just like if you're mob grinding, like realistically, I could just go like this and just like fucking AFK and just DPS. But tab target definitely gives like more of a sense of precision, I feel like, over inputs. Once I get the target-to-target thing working, tab targeting will be perfect. Oh, show target-to-target and then like a direct, like, target-of-target acquisition key. Yep. Yeah. No, I agree. That'll be quite nice. Good day. You look geared. Pros and cons? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of it can just break down to something as simple as a field-based preference too. Bring me back to copper and zinc from the maps, and I'll make more kits and better ones. Am I gonna get Lego copper from Lego maps? I haven't done a Lego map before. And you have F1 keys for party members and B for closest target. Listen here, buddy. Speak for yourself on the F keys. 60% keyboard gang. Speak for yourself. I'm not out here hitting function and shit. This is a man's world. Oh, dwarf launcher. Found one. Oof. What do you mean? I'm the evolution of gamer. So yeah, dwarf launcher right here. So basically, terrain seam. Launch yourself in the terrain seam. Now that's not gonna be the highest dwarf launcher across the board, but like, it's a decent dwarf launcher. I would rate it like a 4 out of 10 in terms of like best dwarf launcher spots. Like dwarf launchers that you must hit if I were to do like a TikTok review series. It definitely wouldn't be this one. I would say Grave Peak has some of the best launch angles. You can legitimately get up to like the top of towers and shit with the Grave Peak launch angles. So yeah, Grave Peak is a fun place to parkour, I will say. No numbless keyboard. Yeah, I have 60%. I don't have F keys. I don't have a numpad. I don't have arrow keys. I got the essentials. What is caster? You proud of your son, Cooper Flag? I feel like just canonically that man would be closer to being my father than my son, despite him being younger than me. I won't lie. Oh my god. Coop crazy. Coop crazy. Always proud. Yo, what up, Decal? How you doing, brother? Ass earrings, but better than none. Fair. Fair. Alright, hold on. Let me grab water. 1 sec. I'll be right back. And then a couple more pulls. Oh god, and then I have to check on the wood.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Cats with abs is absolutely S tier. Ah! What are you trying to do to me? You animal! Totally not grinding on you. If you want to do that, you've got to come to TwitchCon. If you want the Dusty sandwich, it's got to be there. I don't know why, but I had a bad feeling that you guys were going to try to fucking murder me as soon as I AFK'd. So, I rushed back. Yo, Klepsy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Alright, I need to check and see if I have Lego Ash. If anyone has tailoring recipes, let me know. Just apprentice. I'll peep over to my fighter. How much XP? Okay, I think... Let me check and see over on my tank real quick if I have Lego Ash. Lego Ash? Fuck, do I? I know I have Epic. Do you need Lego? Do you have enough qual to like force it to Lego with Epic Ash, or do you need Lego? Or does qual not impact that? I know it's a weird one. I haven't sold any of my rarity, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I saw Lego Ash in New Ayla Market, I think. Let's give it a look-see. Give it a look-see. I know I don't have an Amira. I'll have to pop to Winstead, but wait, what? Wizward. Zine does scribing. I don't know what the fuck Zine does. I have no idea what Zine does. Why, what's up? There's some in Jova too. How much is it? Off we go on the Snorsey Road again. This thing flies now, chat. When I first got this bad boy, it was 90% move speed. Since then, we've come a long way. I've died to weapons that don't even exist yet. I've had ducks spawn around me and result in me dying. I found some of the most creative ways to die in the game. I've died to the Ancient One after running for my life and fearing for minutes nonstop. It's been an adventure so far. I can't wait for phase 3. I'm gonna have to find some new creative ways to die. Mr. Dusty, Mr. Cart. Wait. Yeah, fuck it. Mr. Carla. What up, stupid? I'm dumb. It's arcane engineering craft for kits. Aren't you the one that's making the kits? Are you debating me, or are you just gonna like take my mats and run? What the fuck is this? Recovering from siege. Okay, that's cool. Little like dove of peace. Any chance you want to actually watch Severance today? Yeah, we can watch an episode when I'm off stream. Yeah, I'd be down. Anyone can make it, so can you. It's novice. Oh, okay, cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. Giving you Lego? Listen, man. Listen. I just call it as I see it. I don't even know if I have Lego Ash, but... So it says 1 gold, 65 silver each. What am I going to get from a Lego map? There's Willow and Braid outside Lion Hole. On the road again! Fuck me. God dang it. Where? What part? Why is fate such a cruel mistress? East or west? Because I swear to God, if I pull up on another Braidwood as it's getting chopped down, I'm going to sin tonight. I don't know what I'll do. I'll glutton. Shit's not gonna be there by the time I get here. Hey, man. What are the odds you're trying to go cut down that Braidwood? Ew. The fuck was that? What do you mean, ew? Damn, bro, Vira is toxic. What the fuck? Man, that hurt. I love the snores. What do you mean, ew? Gave him the ick. He gives me the ick. Fuck that guy. Snorts is cool as shit. I don't stand any slander. Snorts doesn't fucking deserve that. Jesus Christ. Although I will say, different color Snorts shells. Like a different Snorts shell and Underglow variant. I'm gonna go teabag Porcini. Hello. Ah! Oh, God! Bear! What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? I think a bear spawned on me and it just flung me out of it. What the hell? Jesus. We were talking about those bears earlier, man. If it's brown, get down, because they're like very territorial creatures. So like I was too active and the bear like wanted the action. My God. I think that's the first time I've had a mob spawn like underneath where I was jumping. I like Goomba stomped it for a second. I have like an orange Snorse shell with blue glowy. You know what'd be cool? Dye system. Although, canonically, I feel like it would be inhumane to dye mounts and would also devalue the animal husbandry system. But I do feel like certain characteristics, like say you get a red mount and breed it with a blue Snorse, you may be able to pull the coloration. I don't know. It's based off Mendelian genetics, and I don't know what the fuck that means, but like Copium Clinic said it in his video, and he's smart. And so I just repeat it to people to try to sound smart. But basically, you'll be able to like gene hunt and like pheno hunt. So theoretically, if you get a Snorse and you like cross it with enough like red mounts, you may get like a red Snorse. Maybe. I can't confirm that, but it sounds logical. Like, I'm not a geneticist nor an animal husbandrist, but... Just for Snorse, though? No, I think different, like, color variants of mounts would be cool. Like, you imagine you got, like, I don't know, I just say, like, red for everything. But, like, a red, like, flail... Oh, red flail runner would be sick. Wait. Which flail runner colors would be coolest? Like, an albino flail runner would be insane. Oh! Oh! Whoa! All right. Give me on this day my daily... All right, man. I need to get my consume up. Please. 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 Oh, I bricked one there. I don't have any elixirs on me, do I? That's all lumber milling. That's all lumber milling. Do I have scrolls? I don't need scrolls. We're fine. Chat, this is legendary. Is this the one that you were talking about, Kristen? Or is this a different one? Because I might not even need the treasure map because I'm going to hit Lego here because I'm blessed by the sandaled one tonight, boys. Ready? Calling my shot. Thanks, man. Needed one time. Ones. Just one. That's fine. I didn't want to clip anyways. That's fine. I didn't need it. I'll Photoshop the wood myself. Different? Okay, bet. I seize. I'm on my way. Man, that could have been so good. Adult braids are like the best way to make money. Braidwood is the most expensive type of tree, and adult trees give 5 wood as their base quantity versus 2 wood to adolescent trees. Small fun tip if you are someone who is leveling your lumberjacking lumber milling to get to the point of doing braidwood. Adult trees, while they also give more wood, 5 versus 2 compared to adolescent trees, also take less durability out of your axe. It's 1 durability for an adult tree at 5 wood versus 2 durability for 2 wood. Small fun tip, that's what she said. Gosh darn it, Carla. The internet's corrupted you. Where did we go wrong? I cross over, I bang a Louie, we go south. XTC. Oh, like ecstasy. I thought it was like great value XQC. Here's straight power level cutting. Oh yeah, so like you can really go on the grind with lumberjacking and lumber milling. A cool kind of loop with lumberjacking and lumber milling is while you level it, you can refine the trees that you get, oak and ash, into timber at the lumber mill. Once you hit level 10 lumber milling, you can do a second round of refining to that timber and you can make it into either beams or planks or boards, I guess. And for every 250 wood that you harvest, after the double refining fees, so you level your lumberjacking and your lumber milling, you gain 1.2 gold roughly net profit. Taxes change it a little bit, but per 250 wood. So if you're doing it properly and you're only hitting like primarily adult trees, that's going to be 50 trees to 1.2 gold output. So really not the worst. Couple silver a tree and some change. And you're also getting paid to run around and level your lumberjacking and lumber milling. And since I have done my lumberjacking and lumber milling already, I'm in a spot where I can now like refine braidwood and stuff like that for people. Are there unique trees in the tropics yet? I haven't even gathered in the tropics. Are the trees interactable yet? Or do they come into the desert state? I don't think there are any. Wait, yeah, because there are full recipes in the tropics. And then it's getting its pass. Yeah, coconut trees. Yeah, because those aren't in the desert. Yeah, there are coconut trees. And then are there other tropics trees? Because I know the coconut trees. Coconuts and dragon something. Wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on. We literally have an entire reference right here. Date palm, acacia, coconut, plumeria, dragon tree. So some of these are going to be desert. Some of these are going to be tropics. But yeah, they have full tropics recipes. And then the 0.8 patch is going to be like the full pass to the tropics staging and all of that stuff. So it's going to look a lot more alive. Coconut and plumeria are common in tropics. And then dragon, D's, nuts. Man! Why? Why are you the way you are, chat? Be better. That's all I ask of you. Oh. Oh. Oh, chat, this could be it. Oh, for the love of gosh, please. Show me anything here. This is our chance. This is such good stacking. Please don't. I was not gonna lose that fucking tree. I was not gonna lose that fucking tree. I'm so sorry, but I just ran across the map. I'm not giving you that tree, dog. That is mine. I'm so sorry, but I earned that. If you want that, you gotta pry it out of my goddamn hands. It's only uncommon, but it's the principle. I have had 3 trees today. As soon as I got on my tank and ran across the map for them, they got fucking yoinked. I pulled up to the tree to have them yoinked. I don't want to run through here because guards are gonna fucking Thanos snap my shit. I gotta go around. Because I think I'm still flagged. But yeah, so like I'm not losing that one too. I can't do it. I'm sorry. You worked hard, I worked hard, everybody works hard. I was fully prepared for a marionette there. Thank you for the heads up on those trees. I appreciate you. Man, I wish one of those would have been Lego. That's okay though. What tree is the second one? The second one is Weeping Willow. So Weeping Willow is going to be your level 10 lumberjacking, and you need your apprentice axe for that. And then once you hit level 20, you need your Willow. You need your journeyman axe to hit braidwood. So with Willow, it's going to be your second highest like cost, and so Lego Willow can still get, I do believe it's about like 8 gold. Damn it. I was thinking about it. I should have done it. I should have. Willow on me by Steelbloom. Fuck, the never-ending gathering loop. I wonder if that was high rarity. That was probably the high rarity one, and I was kind. I thought about it. I didn't want to do it. I didn't do it. I should have just committed to it. Let's see. Is there anything else over here? Where at Steelbloom? Is leather and cloth crafting the hardest then? Because you would need hunting. Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely the most difficult to do like leather and cloth stuff right now. Grem farming is a very popular way to do all of that. He had backup? Wait, did he have people behind him? I didn't even see that shit. I didn't look behind him. All I saw was a willow. I was blinded by the wood. This one's Lego. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's a good karma. Please. I'm so poor. Give me a good sign. I'm begging you. Getting better. At least a 6 proc. I love the contesting and fighting on resources. Oh, if you think it's already something, you see nothing. So I break down the incoming like gathering or fighting and crafting changes in my latest YouTube video, and they have a few systems that'll be implemented by the middle of May, primarily before Fresh Start servers though on May 1st. And you'll basically have like different pockets of rarity, and you can either like randomly stumble upon those, or you can use what's called like a survey pylon. And those surveyed areas will be able to tell you like, you know, information about the area that you're conducting that survey, from like what nodes will spawn, what rarity they'll be, what like the downtime of those nodes could potentially be. This is so good. Wait, I'm getting so much willow on this route. So yeah, like surveying is going to be a way to kind of like eliminate the like just RNG, I go chop, chop, chop and hope for the best. And you could look for an area that has like a high congestion of things that you're looking for. Or you could chop, chop, chop until you get a high rarity output somewhere, and you can do kind of like sample chopping, wait for a high rarity, and then survey from there and see what you can get. But past that, they're also implementing kind of like a logic-based spawn system, where things like Weeping Willow will spawn more along riverbanks. That doesn't mean you won't find the random willow out and about, but a tree that spawns by the riverbanks will have a higher chance to roll as a willow than a non-riverbank tree. Likewise, you can find minerals in caves more frequently than outside of caves in terms of the like mineable spawn rate. So those like logic-based spawns, the actual location of things, the respawn timer of things varying every time that it's cut down, all of those systems are going to be insane for like economic changes. Yo, what up, Yeti? Ash's server still up? Yes, Sirski. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dude. No Tuesday, Wednesday downtime this week. They are doing more node siege testing. So earlier today, it's actually in my VOD. We'll probably get it clipped and shipped over on YouTube as well. But we did the node siege over on Vyra from the attacker standpoint with Polar and Envious. Tomorrow, we will be slotted again for the defense side. So can't wait to get into that. We'll have that at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'll be on the tank in that. So I gotta get a couple pieces of gear crafted before then, and maybe do a little bit of enchanting. I need to get my boots, or not my boots, my pants and my belt crafted. Just double polished in across the board, and I'll be in a much better spot. So really, we're getting there. I'm still a little bit down on the power scaling for where I'd like to be, but super excited to get into more node sieges. So yeah, no Tuesday, Wednesday downtime this week. Next week, we'll go back into that Tuesday, Wednesday downtime cycle unless someone decides to break the game again. I will be doing everything in my power. Who's this? Oh, hey, it's Eclipsion. Hello. Look behind you. Hi. But yeah, so I will personally be trying to break the game as much as I possibly can when like Saturday-ish rolls around. Maybe try to get us another week of uptime. Like, you really gotta like pull a doozy though. It was a full node siege thing where they needed more data. So like, I'm gonna have to figure out something real fucking game breaking with these boats out here or something with these naval changes, and maybe save that for this weekend. Try to have a little extravaganza where we get Tuesday, Wednesday uptime again. But we just gotta break something really good, I guess. So we'll try it. We'll try it. Yeah, what up, Ethric? What are hunting bows used for? I see I can make one, but I'm not sure what it would be when we have regular combat bows. Good question. So if you go to your paper doll or your character tab with the H bind, I believe it is by default. I don't know what it is by default or if I change mine, but you can go to the artisanship tab, and that will give you not only information, but also your loadout. So with every type of artisanship, you'll have different kind of like levels and, I'm being gang stalked. I'm so sorry. You give me 1 second. Okay, so You'll have like different levels from novice, apprentice, journeyman, master, grandmaster, and you'll also have different rarities of craftables that you can throw in there. So right now we just have kind of like the base gathering tools. So your hunting bow is going to be used for your hunting trade skill. With hunting, you will have different like beast spawns around the map that spawn as a like friendly, huntable version. I had a hiccup. And they have like a crosshair above their head. So there are different tiers of animals where you'll need like apprentice hunting as well as apprentice bow to be able to hunt them. If you have apprentice hunting but a novice bow, you'll still only be able to hunt novice things. So you'll want to upgrade that bow when you move into that next tier of hunting to make sure that you can grab all of the huntable mobs that are available to you at that level. Same thing with me upgrading my like lumberjacking axe once I upgrade my lumberjacking. So I won't need to go past Journeyman right now because there's nothing past Journeyman to chop down, but on launch, I'll eventually need to go all the way to Grandmaster for my lumberjacking axe. So there will also be different tools coming in later on. Hunting is meant to be more of a minigame, like as further implementations come out. So there will be some changes there. I noticed that in fishing, we also have nets and harpoons, so I'm super excited for that. You have saws and taps for lumberjacking. So what do you have? 47 in lumberjacking and 20? I have 47 in lumber milling. My lumberjacking is 25. Lumberjacking is a little bit less like fast to level than lumber milling. But yeah, so lumber milling levels really fast. Yeah, of course. I hope that helps. How do you like Rogue? Rogue's real good, man. I think Rogue right now is also going to feel extremely good because Rogue as a whole is an extremely nimble, extremely quick class with like really good movement. If you are using daggers, daggers are by far the fastest attack speed scaling, but I think attack speed scaling is pretty underwhelming right now. I have a couple proposed changes for that would make it more impactful actually. But yeah, I think attack speed feels good, but performs bad basically. But with that being said, like Rogue's kit, especially at low levels, you just get so much like bang, 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 bang movement that it really does feel great. But I also think like everyone's saying, well, this will be like, you know, a bar set for all of the other melee classes. Well, no, because not every melee class is supposed to feel as fluid and bang bang as a rogue is. Like a rogue is known for that quick, agile gameplay. With that being said, I wish Ranger and Rogue took the Fizz power scaling from strength and switched it with Dex. So that way there was some gear variance and then took the crit chance off of Dex and put it on your strength. Like basically just flip-flop those for Ranger and Rogue. But we'll see long term. Was that single target pulverize that you just used for AoE? I primarily use single target, especially for like PvP. Single target's insane for that little bit of relocate, and the guaranteed crit in PvP hits hard as hell. If I am AoE mob grinding, a lot of the time I'll switch over though to the AoE version. Desolate, I believe it is. So the cool thing about Desolate with the AoE version, if you do have your punish, you can go into your shield assault ground pound for that frontal cone trip, and then you can hit the Desolate, and if you're AoE grinding, everything's in front of you. You just see like crit. Like it's fucking satisfying. So yeah, if you're AoE grinding a lot of mobs, I would definitely recommend fucking around with that. Even if you don't end up using it for like single target or PvP late game, I would definitely recommend doing it simply for the dopamine hit of trip everything, crit everything. It's quite a nice feeling. What are the support weapons? So like in terms of support weapons, every weapon is available for every single class. So it is a really sandboxy type weapon system where even if you're a cleric, like you can still get a spell sword, which is just a magical scaling version of a sword, a spell greatsword, a spell bow. As a tank, I could get an energy spell book, which is that like, you know, physical scaling version of a spell book. So they make it accessible for everything across the board. They do have physical and magical scaling versions of each weapon. Past that, every class also has your melee weapon and your range weapon loadout. So both of those cumulatively add into your total Fizz power output. And there you kind of have like your total power of your character. That is also combined with main stats, waterfall attributes, stuff like that that you get from armor. But yeah, both of those weapons will weigh in at all times. Let's see here. I should probably go to Winstead check for this Ash because it's 12:30. I'd be streaming too much. Good golly, Miss Molly. Ash just has so much to do right now. It's insane. As the map expands, I'm gonna be fucked. I'm not gonna be able to keep up. I'm already noticing it's like, this is something I've been saying, but like, I was at the point for a while where I could just run around the map all day and like do everything on the map. And I was like, someday the map's gonna be too large for me to be able to do Forge and then Desert Farm and then Carfin and this, that, the other. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, the June Dark's not even here yet. And it's already kind of that day. What's going on out here? Some 2v2s? Or are they actually fighting? Oh no, wait. Is there a guild war over here? Node war? Maybe? This is a full-time job game when it gets released. So, I agree if you want to be on that competitive top end of things. Like, I think Ashes is the ultimate, like, invested time respecting game right now that is, like, set to come out in the MMO scene. It is a direct correlation of using all of your time as wisely as possible. And if you have the most time and you use it the wisest, the most efficiently, you have the largest output. So I do still think Ashes has a ton of casual accessibility. It's just an ego check of a game. If you don't have the time, the resources, the knowledge to be in that competitive spot, you won't be in that competitive spot. And that's one thing that I love about it. It'll be a full-time job for the people who want to take it like a full-time job and like have that level of competitive output. But for the people who just want to chill, there's going to be so much accessibility to systems to just go somewhere on the map that's less populated, have your little like T2, T3 node versus node wars, guild versus guild wars where it's 20v20 and you're all having fun and like vibe out. And there will be nothing wrong with that because all of that will contribute to the Ashes ecosystem. Watch this. CFK, or is he here? I'm so much smaller than he is. Something I'm super bad at. I'm so bad at planning my time and end up just traveling a lot. Well, so Ashes is a good game for that too, though, because a lot of the times when I'm traveling around, I was talking about this earlier with chat, but I'll just run around and I'll be yapping. And some people on the outside could be like, oh, Dusty's running around doing nothing. How is that fun? But the entire time that I'm running around, I'm just scanning for trees. It's not even anything crazy, but I could see a high rarity tree and I could hit lotto on that tree. Yeah, I don't think I have any Lego, Ash. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have terrible luck. So yeah, there are just so many small things that make it extremely fun and engaging while you're just doing those little things. I love it. All right, quick repair. Play ball. Talking about the game, I'm gaining the info I need instead of playing it sometimes. You want to know the best part? That's the community aspect of it. Like, that is a community MMO. It's the best part of it. Yeti, thank you for the primer, my friend. I greatly appreciate that. Legend. I appreciate that so much. But yeah, that's the power of a good community. And like, there will be communities that try to keep their info to themselves, and that's perfectly okay. But you know, coming from New World, I was always super against that. I thought the entire game would be a better place if all the comp communities shared what they knew. And I'm always a huge advocate for sharing everything that I know to try to get more people to spot or beyond where I'm at, so we can all learn and like grow the game together. So that's always a mentality that I take. Let's see if I can find some on my cleric tomorrow. Yeah, I'll give it a look-see. Huh? 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 Why zombies? Where are zombies from? Who zombies? Guards are fragging out. What in tarnation? Okay. I have the guard on my side. Hey. The universal sign of hello. I need to get him to gear me out before the siege tomorrow. Yo, X extra tank gear. Same situation as New World. I'm broke as fuck. Yo, Gazebo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Gazebo coming in with a primer as well. God damn. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boys, if anybody else out there is newer, it's your first time coming through chat, I appreciate you being here tonight. My name is Dusty. I stream Ashes every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I have streamed now on Twitch 641 days in a row without missing a single day. I come over here from New World where I played 7,000 plus hours, very PvP based. So I am a daily Ashes content creator now, as you can see, streaming in between 10 and 12 hours most days. I'm absolutely addicted. I do play over on Vyra. I have a community called Cats with Abs. We have 4 guilds right now, and we'll be getting more guilds as we go in towards phase 3. Sergeant Stomps coming up with a primer as well. Yes, Sirski. Happy 8 months, brother. I appreciate you. So, if you guys do like Daily Ashes content, you guys may enjoy my content a little bit or a lot, anything in between. I would greatly appreciate if you drop the follow. We are very quickly approaching 7,200, and I'm sure we will continue to blow past that. The support has been insane lately. The community has been going crazy. So, if you guys are getting into the playtest, you want a community to learn with, feel free to come through to Vyra. Join up with Cats. Like I said, we'll be re-rolling on phase 3, getting dedicated leveling groups, crafters, the entire hierarchy needed to be a successful guild in this game. So, if anyone's interested, hit us up. Exclamation Discord, exclamation socials for all of that. Guards didn't enjoy that either? Yeah, the guards did not enjoy that. Hey boys, we got a little baby hype train started for the late night. I appreciate y'all. A little baby choo-choo. It's been a long time since we've had one of these. Flip it, thank you for the 500 biddies, boys. We've got the little late night level 2 hype train. It's rivaling Thor's. Is phase 3 guaranteed fresh server? While Steven hasn't legitimately come out and said this is how many fresh start servers we're giving you on phase 3, every single other thing that has been said is indicative that we are getting fresh start servers on phase 3, including them not wanting to wipe phase 2 server like character data and potentially like transitioning phase 2 server data into like the PTR at some point. So yeah, all signs point to fresh starts. Past that, just factoring in that it's Sammy, thank you for the biddies, I appreciate you. Factoring in that like phase 2 has already had 130,000 plus unique player logins. It's had both Vyra and Lyneth, I believe, at pop cap at its 6K cap. Like, you're gonna have returners, you're gonna have people coming back with the 24/7 server access, you're gonna have other content creators way larger than myself here all the time. You're gonna have the wave 3 access. I don't think there's any way in God's fucking green Vera that there aren't fresh start servers. At the very least, even if it's not an intended like phase 3 fresh, it's gonna be because of a capacity. So yeah, I would legitimately be willing to make a wager that if there are not fresh start servers for May 1st, I like flop my balls out on stream and do a handstand and spin them around like a helicopter. I'm pretty confident that there'll be fresh start servers for phase 3. Literally the only thing that's lacking is Steven just being like, yep, these will be your fresh start server names. And I don't know how many they'll add across the board. That's all gonna be like their internals. What was that? Don't worry about it. Intrusive Thoughts 1 for a second. The Intrusive Thoughts 1. But yeah, I don't know their like internals and what their player number projections or anything like that are looking like, but Sammy, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. You still coming to get the maps? Yeah, I'll come grab them on my rogue. Might be for May 7th. I mean, no, why would it be May 7th? That's a Wednesday launch. May 1st is canonically accurate with downtimes as well because the 29th and 30th of April is a Tuesday, Wednesday, so they would have the final 2-day downtime of phase 2 going into phase 3. I think that would be the smoothest thing. That would give them 2 clean days to implement everything because they'd basically just be like, phase 2's over. Fuck you guys, we'll see you in 2 days. Can the Sanctus resource bag get larger? No, but you can switch the Sanctus resource bag out with a different bag. A lot of people, if you have journeyman hunting or mining, will use those bags because they're the most like square. So you can switch that out and just run 3 of the specific like bags themselves. Some Wendy's coming. Wait, Stumps, you got Wendy's? The last time I had Wendy's, it was Wendy's breakfast, and I got one of their like frosty iced coffees and a couple of their breakfast sandwiches because they had a deal in the app. Dude, my stomach has not hurt that much in a while. Genuinely, that shit was pain. Wendy's nuts. Man, I swear to God, if you show up at TwitchCon, I'm gonna 2-foot running drop kick your shit in the chest. Jesus Christ. The audacity of some of these people, chat. Can you believe him? Can you fucking believe him? I don't know why I've been so obsessed with 2-foot running drop kicks lately. It's just the full vision of somebody hating someone so much to like full commit, put their body on the line for a 2-foot running drop kick to the chest. I think it's one of the greatest forms of initiation in fighting. And it's extremely underused. It's almost a form of dominance in a way too. I take it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've always said, like, if we're at like TwitchCon or some shit and we got like our group with me and someone comes up and like punches me in the face, like, get him. If someone like comes up and like 2-foot running drop kicks me in the chest, like, join their side. Like, they deserve the support. That's cool as shit. That's a level of commitment that I have to respect. 100 years is the way to sleep. Glad to find another cool Ashes streamer. I wouldn't go ahead and say I'm like cool, but I am an Ashes streamer. I appreciate that. I will probably be raiding out soon, so you might get a random change in white noise, but if you're interested in VODs, all my VODs are like free access. I stream literally 10+ hours a day. VODs also do cross post over to YouTube where I get ad revenue if you watch them there too. So yeah, VODs are here, VODs are YouTube. I do also have a lot of long form content on YouTube too. So feel free to pull any of those up, and I hope you sleep well, dude. I appreciate you coming through. Stream does start at 2 p.m. EST daily. So if you guys are available, always pull up a tab. I am usually a few minutes late. I keep it fashionable, but I appreciate you guys coming through. Yeah, Carla and I started Severance last night, and Severance is really fucking good. It was actually only one episode that we got in, so I do want to get another one in. Choo choo! Hey boys, thank you for the late night hype train. I appreciate you guys. We almost beat Pirate Software today. It was almost the largest hype train in Ashes today. Great show. Yeah, so I'm gonna get a little bit of food for myself, and then we'll chill out. We'll have some noms. Carla and I will watch Severance, and we'll come back 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. I gotta find somebody to raid before everyone dips, so don't go anywhere because we always show love to our other Ashes streamers as well. We always build up that directory with us, spread the love. Let's see who we've got and what we've got here. Sully's streaming. I haven't raided Sully in a while. Just threw a stream up recently. I bet Sully's gonna be chilling for a bit. Alright, bet. Big dick in downtime. We need a wheel. That would be so cool to be able to like spin a wheel of all the streamers that are up. That would be cool as shit. Do you plan on doing the map thing tomorrow? Yes. Yes, maps tomorrow. We need to get a little bit of legendary ash sourced so we can make our excavation kits, and then we'll be able to do the maps. But we do have some lower rarity maps too, so we'll hit those. We do have a confirmed slot for the Node Siege defense tomorrow as well. That's going to be at 7 p.m. EST. So that's going to be extremely hype. I'm very excited for a defense. Let's raid T-Pain. I've raided T-Pain multiple times. Dude never thanks me for my raids. Moist Criticals thanks me more times than T-Pain has, and I like Moist Critical a lot more than I like T-Pain. So I expect my cut. The June Dart gonna get you. I love that. I love that. Boys, all right, I love y'all. I greatly appreciate y'all being here. I'm gonna get some noms, chill out for a little bit. I will see you guys 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. Thank you again for being here all day. Listen to me out for fucking 10.5 hours today. You guys are absolutely insane. Big Node Siege tomorrow. Bring the energy. Help me craft some gear. I will need a little bit of assistance. So any of my crafters, Armor Smith, Silver on Vira, please help me out. I'm gonna need you tomorrow. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Bye, YouTube. Have a great night.